Chapter 1: Entanglement with a Powerful Figure. In a dimly lit hotel suite, Wen Wan found herself entangled in a passionate kiss with a handsome stranger. Tonight, her ex-boyfriend, Gu Changqing, had announced his engagement, and in a drunken stupor fueled by alcohol and the allure of male companionship, Wen Wan followed the man to this place. If Gu Changqing could disregard 4 years of their relationship to climb the social ladder and abandon her for a wealthy heiress, then she too could indulge herself. In a moment of reckless abandon, Wen Wan leaned against the man's shoulder, forgetting everything around her, and softly murmured the name, Gu Changqing. All intimacy came to an abrupt halt. With a soft click, the lights turned on. The bright illumination allowed her to clearly see the man's face. Was Xiaoting, the foremost lawyer in the country, revered in the legal realm as the king of hell. His wealth was immeasurable, a quintessential urban elite. Most crucially, he bore the significant title of being Gu Changqing's brother-in-law. Wen Wan instantly sobered up. She gently closed her eyes. How ridiculous! She had almost shared a bed with the brother of her former rival. Hua Xiaoting released her, leaning against the wall. He lit a cigarette, surveying her with a bemused expression. How intriguing, Miss Wen. He flicked the ash from his cigarette and, with a casual yet sardonic tone, inquired, "What were you thinking while kissing me? Did you wish to inflict some bitterness upon Gu Changqing?" It was evident that Hua Xiaoting recognized her. Wen Wan found it impossible to feign ignorance. Hua Xiaoting was too renowned to claim she did not know him would be disingenuous, despite the fact that she had initially failed to recognize him in her inebriated state. Understanding the gravity of offending such a powerful figure, she could only lower her head and apologize. "I'm sorry, Mr. Hua, I had too much to drink." Wen Wan refrained from being overly dramatic, offering a soft thanks. Hua Xiaoting drove a Bentley Continental, and the two remained silent during the ride. Wen Wan occasionally stole glances at him. Hua Xiaoting's profile was impeccable, his features sharply defined, and although his shirt bore no visible brand, it exuded a sense of exclusivity. Wen Wan speculated that a man like him would never lack for female company. Upon arriving, Hua Xiaoting turned to her, his gaze lingering on her long, fair legs for a moment before retrieving a business card from the glove compartment and handing it to Wen. The implications of their encounter were unmistakable. Wen Wan could scarcely believe that, even after his identity was revealed, he still wished to engage with her. Yet, Hua Xiaoting remained unfazed. Wen Wan was indeed beautiful, but he would not impose himself upon her. Feeling somewhat awkward, Wen Wan was surprised when Hua Xiaoting gracefully exited the car and opened the door for her, as if their previous encounter had never occurred. The golden Bentley slowly departed. A gust of night air swept by, sending a chill through Wen Wan, reminding her that she had forgotten to return his coat. As she hesitated on whether to chase after him, her phone rang. Chapter 2: The Proud and Self-Loving Lawyer. Hua. Her eyes were red, as if she had been crying. Aunt Ruan was Wen Wan's father's second wife. Upon hearing Wen Wan's question, she could not contain her anger. Gu Changqing is such an ungrateful wretch. He is truly heartless. A few years back, during Gu's low period, you stood by him unwaveringly, and now that he has regained his footing, he not only discards you but also seeks to imprison your father, who is currently in custody. Wen Wan paused, saying, "Aunt Ruan, please don't be upset. I will ask Gu Changqing." She thought that despite their failed marriage, there was still a semblance of affection between them. Gu Changqing would not go so far as to push her to the brink. She made the call, and it was answered quickly. Wen Wan lowered her voice. "Gu Changqing, we have broken up. I implore you not to take it out on my father." Gu Changqing scoffed. He replied, "Such a significant loss must have someone accountable." Wen Wan wished to plead further. Gu Changqing then shifted his tone. "There's another option, depending on your willingness. Wen Wan, as long as you stay with me for 5 years, I will let Uncle Wen go." Wen Wan was taken aback. She never anticipated Gu Changqing would sink to such depths, demanding her future while also seeking to possess her body. Wen Wan trembled with rage. "Gu Changqing, you truly disgust me." Gu Changqing laughed dismissively. "You already know what kind of person I am, don't you?" Wen Wan gritted her teeth. "I will not be your mistress." "Gu Changqing, you can forget it." Gu Changqing chuckled lightly, then prepared to hire a lawyer for Uncle Wen. "Wen Wan, don't say I didn't warn you. Such a hefty sum could lead to a 10-year sentence." Wen Wan sneered. "I will hire the best lawyer." "You mean Hua Xiaoting?" Gu Changqing replied with a calm smile. "Wen Wan, have you forgotten he is my future brother-in-law? Do you think he will represent you?" Wen Wan felt a chill run down her spine. Gu Changqing casually remarked, "Wen Wan, I await your plea." As soon as Wen Wan hung up, Aunt Ruan erupted in expletives. "Scoundrel, is he delusional? Even if our family were to perish, we would never allow you to be sullied by him." As Aunt Ruan spoke, tears streamed down her face. "That lawyer Hua is that ungrateful wretch's brother-in-law. How could we possibly afford to hire him? Wen Wan, you must think of a way." Wen Wan lowered her gaze. After a moment, she quietly responded, "I have met this lawyer Hua once. I will give it a try." Aunt Ruan, being a woman, was particularly perceptive. She caught the scent of alcohol on Wen Wan and noticed the male coat draped around her shoulders, quickly deducing what had transpired. Aunt Ruan chose not to confront it. It was not easy for Wen Wan to seek out shouting. At the reception of the Jiang law firm, the receptionist, polite yet distant, stated, "I'm sorry, miss, without an appointment, I cannot allow you to go upstairs." When Wan regretted not accepting the business card the previous night, she inquired, "If I make an appointment now, when could I see lawyer Hua?" The receptionist checked and replied, "The earliest would be in half a month." When Wan felt a surge of anxiety, just then, the elevator doors at the corner of the lobby opened, and a pair of individuals emerged. The man was none other than Hua Xiaoting. Dressed in a classic black and white suit, he exuded an air of sophistication, embodying the essence of an elite. The woman accompanying him was a voluptuous beauty in her 30s. As soon as Hua Xiaoting exited the elevator, he spotted Wen Wan but acted as though he did not recognize her, continuing to escort his client to the door. He maintained a measured demeanor, shaking hands with the woman as they bid farewell. The woman, her voice sultry and charming, exclaimed, "Lawyer Hua, I am so grateful to you. This time without you, how could I have successfully divorced and secured my assets?" You have no idea how stingy he became after finding a new love. Hua Xiaoting smiled faintly. "It was my duty." The woman pressed further, "Lawyer Hua, would you care to join me for a drink tonight?" When Wan's gaze fell upon the woman, recognizing that with such attributes, few men would decline her invitation, yet Hua Xiaoting was no ordinary man. That he glanced at his watch, politely declining, "I'm afraid I have a prior engagement tonight." The woman, perceptive, recognized that this esteemed lawyer was not interested in her. With a flirtatious farewell, she departed. After seeing off his client, Hua Xiaoting paused at the reception desk. He looked at Wen Wan and asked, "Have you changed your mind?" Chapter 3, Hua, the hypocritical and brooding lawyer. When Wan was taken aback, she quickly raised the paper bag in her hand. "I came to return lawyer Hua's coat." Hua Xiaoting extended his hand to accept it. He nodded slightly, "Thank you for your trouble." After saying that, he turned toward the elevator without uttering another word. When Wan felt a sense of urgency and followed in his footsteps, "Lawyer Hua, I wish to ask you." Hua Xiaoting pressed the elevator button, and the door slid open, prompting Wen Wan to muster her courage and step inside. Hua Xiaoting cast her a sidelong glance. As he adjusted his shirt in the mirror, his tone remained indifferent, "I will not take on your case." When Wan felt a chill run through her limbs, it seemed Hua Xiaoting was already aware of her family's predicament. She inquired softly, "Did Gu Changqing mention anything to you?" Hua Xiaoting met her gaze in the mirror, offering a faint smile. "He doesn't wield that much influence. Miss Wan, I prefer to keep personal matters separate from professional ones." A wave of embarrassment washed over her. Hua Xiaoting did not press her further. Though Wen Wan was aesthetically pleasing in his eyes, it was not enough to sway him. Moreover, it was daytime, and he lacked the inclination for such matters. After a brief exchange, the elevator reached the 28th floor. Hua Xiaoting's secretary awaited them at the door. Upon seeing Wen Wan, she exhibited a moment of surprise, yet her years of composure prevailed as she respectfully announced, "Lawyer Hua, Mr. Ma has arrived." Hua Xiaoting tossed his handbag to the secretary, instructing, "Please take this for dry cleaning." The secretary, understanding the cue, departed promptly. Hua Xiaoting lowered his head to scroll through messages on his phone, casually remarking to Wen Wan, "Seek out another lawyer. And do avoid wearing your belt too loosely." With that, he exited the elevator. Wen Wan found him both hypocritical and repressed. After being rejected by Hua Xiaoting, Wen Wan felt increasingly desperate as she struggled to secure a meeting with him. At home, Aunt Ruan grew more anxious, incessantly voicing her grievances, which only heightened Wen Wan's stress. In response, she arranged to meet her college friend, Bai Wei. Bai Wei had married shortly after graduation, tying the knot with a wealthy heir from City B, thus expanding her social circle significantly. Wen Wan sought Bai Wei's assistance in brainstorming solutions. The two met at a CAF, where Wen Wan recounted her predicament. Bai Wei erupted in a tirade against Gu Changqing. Once her anger subsided, a mischievous glint appeared in her eyes. "So, that night, you nearly had a fling with Hua Xiaoting?" Wen Wan's cheeks flushed as she stirred her coffee gently. Bai Wei lowered her voice, "Wen Wan, you have quite the charm." Hua Xiaoting is notoriously discerning and rarely embroiled in scandals. Wen Wan offered a wry smile, "I find myself with no other options, otherwise, I wouldn't trouble you." Hua Xiaoting held considerable power within that circle, and Bai Wei's assistance could easily offend influential individuals. Nevertheless, Bai Wei proved to be a loyal friend, leveraging her connections to obtain Hua Xiaoting's schedule. On Saturday afternoon at 3 o'clock, Hua Xiaoting had arranged a golf meeting at the club. Wen Wan accompanied Bai Wei and her husband, unexpectedly encountering Gu Changqing there. Wen Wan froze momentarily. Bai Wei pinched her husband sharply, scolding, "You should have checked. How can Wen Wan feel at ease with Gu Changqing here?" Bai Wei's husband sincerely apologized, "I'm truly sorry, Wen Wan. It's my fault for not inquiring thoroughly. Just as Wen Wan was about to speak, Wu Xiaoting had already spotted them. Dressed in a crisp white casual outfit, he stood tall and striking, exuding an aura that drew all eyes towards him. Much like at the firm, Wu Xiaoting pretended not to recognize Wen Wan, greeting only Bai Wei's husband. Bai Wei's husband appeared flustered, smiling awkwardly. At that moment, Wu Xiaoting seemed to finally notice Wen Wan. Her complexion was naturally radiant, and she had chosen a particularly breezy outfit for the day. She wore a loose white t-shirt paired with light gray athletic shorts. Her chestnut, slightly curled hair was styled in a bun, exuding a refreshing yet alluring charm. Wu Xiaoting's gaze swept over Wen Wan's slender, fair legs as he casually remarked, "I don't believe we've met before." Chapter 4, Teacher Wen, please focus. Wu Xiaoting feigned indifference, while Bai Wei's husband displayed a perceptive understanding. Bai Wei's university classmate, Wen Man, a talented individual and piano instructor, made her entrance. Wu Xiaoting chuckled lightly. "Ah, so it is Teacher Wen." His expression was a blend of amusement and subtlety as he extended his hand in a gentlemanly manner. Surrounding them, the men of distinguished lineage revealed expressions that were both intriguing and tinged with envy. It was evident to them that the enchanting Teacher Wen had her sights set on Wu Xiaoting. Someone in the crowd jested, "Lawyer Hui is indeed fortunate. Wen Man, with her delicate disposition, had never encountered such a spectacle." A faint flush crept across her face as she feigned nonchalance and extended her hand. Her soft palm was grasped momentarily by Wu Xiaoting, who released it almost instantly, a charming smile gracing his lips. "Teacher Wen, shall we engage in a match?" he inquired, striding towards the court with an air that left little room for refusal. Wen Wan could only look back. Behind her, Gu Changqing gripped a golf club, his expression dark and brooding. Meanwhile, Wu Xiaoting was in high spirits. Even when Wen Wan declared her disinterest, he remained unfazed. "I shall teach you." Upon uttering these words, those around them discerned Wu Xiaoting's intent, and their gazes grew increasingly suggestive. Wen Man is not foolish. The fact that Wu Xiaoting is close to her only signifies one thing: he does not harbor any affection for Gu Changqing. Wen Man stood before Wu Xiaoting, allowing him to embrace her from behind. She wore athletic shorts that revealed a considerable expanse of her fair legs, which pressed against him. And she could even feel the warmth emanating from his body. Wen Man's face blushed with an intensity that defied reason. "Teacher Wen, concentrate." His thin lips pressed softly against her ear, whispering in a manner reminiscent of lovers' murmurs. Wen Man was momentarily taken aback. Wu Xiaoting had already grasped her hand and swung once more. The sound of applause erupted around them. The flattery from the onlookers was exceedingly sycophantic. The collaboration between Lawyer Hu and Teacher Wen was truly commendable. It was indeed Lawyer Hu's exceptional guidance. With another swing of his club, he was on the verge of sinking the ball. The men were accustomed to such banter, and it did not strike them as peculiar in the least. Wen Wan's complexion bore a delicate blush. Wu Xiaoting gently pressed against her tender earlobe, chuckling, "Teacher Wen, shall we try another round?" His skill was undeniable, as he effortlessly sank the ball in one stroke. The applause resonated around them, while Wu Xiaoting's handsome features exuded charm and confidence. Wen Wan felt a sudden tremor in her body. Today, she had intentionally sought to seduce him, yet found herself at his mercy. She had an instinctive feeling that if Wu Xiaoting wished to flirt, 95 of women would find it impossible to resist. It was merely that a man of his stature rarely lowered himself to such pursuits. Wen Wan found herself cradled in his embrace, as several goals were scored. During the halftime break, she sat beside Wu Xiaoting. He did not engage her in much conversation, primarily discussing business matters with others, occasionally touching upon legal affairs. Wen Wan was exceedingly accommodating, offering drinks and towels, which Wu Xiaoting accepted with ease. Bai Wei sensed potential in the situation. She pulled Wen Wan into the restroom and whispered, "I never would have guessed that Lawyer Hua could be so subtly flirtatious. He always seemed quite serious at previous gatherings." Bai Wei worried that Wen Wan might be playing with fire, as it was unlikely that someone of Wu Xiaoting's stature would marry her, especially with Gu Changqing positioned between them. Wen Man perceived the situation with clarity. She spoke softly, "It is merely a matter of the physical realm. I am not so naive." Bai Wei felt a sense of relief. Just as they were about to exit, Gu Changqing pushed the door open and entered. The moment he stepped in, he forcefully pressed Wen Man against the wall, his expression dark and foreboding. Bai Wei, alarmed, reached out to him, exclaiming, "Gu Changqing. What are you trying to do?" He raised a hand to block her, shoving her out of the way. The door was locked behind him. Outside. Bai Wei pounded on the door desperately, muffling her voice as she cursed, "Gu Changqing, you scoundrel! What kind of man bullies women?" Such childish antics were of no concern to Gu Changqing. If he were not so ruthless, how could he have discarded Wen Wan and pursued her to the brink? Chapter 5. How many times have you been with him? She glared at Gu Changqing, her eyes filled solely with disdain. He released her, scoffing. You wish to align yourself with Hu Xiaoting? Do you possess that capability? Everyone in the circle knows he has high standards and seldom engages with women. Moreover, Wen Wan, you stiffen at a mere kiss. How could you endure a man undressing you? Wen Wan averted her gaze, unwilling to behold his visage. This is my affair. It concerns you not. Gu Changqing observed her from his elevated position, his voice laced with a subtle softness. Or perhaps it is that you cannot truly forget me. And thus you deliberately approach Hu Xiaoting, parading before me, believing I would be affected? Wen Wan was utterly disgusted. She raised her gaze to him and said, "Gu Changqing, if it were not for your treachery against my father, you would be marrying Li Mingzhu, and Hua Mingzhu would have no connection to me whatsoever. Do not delude yourself." Gu Changqing fixed his stare upon her. Wen Wan compelled herself to meet his gaze, unwilling to appear weak before him. After a prolonged silence, Gu Changqing smirked and said, "Wen Wan, you will be willing to be with me. We shall see." With that, he opened the door and departed. The opulent wooden door slammed shut, swaying slightly. Wen Wan's legs weakened, and she leaned against the wall, tears gradually streaming down her cheeks. Gu Changqing is truly ruthless. For years of affection, during which she had sacrificed so much for him, only to be met with his betrayal. It was only now that Wen Wan realized Gu Changqing had never intended to marry her, he merely sought to toy with her emotions. Yet she, in her heart, had constantly envisioned their wedding day. Wen Wan shed tears, laughing at herself with a touch of irony. Wen Wan. In her ears, the voice of Bai Wei resonated. Wen Wan wiped away her tears and raised her gaze, momentarily taken aback. Outside the door, in addition to Bai Wei and her husband, stood Hu Xiaoting. Dressed in a deep blue shirt and iron-gray trousers, he exuded a distinctly professional demeanor. Bai Wei, concerned for Wen Wan, refrained from mentioning Gu Changqing, instead explaining that a sudden rainstorm had disrupted their plans for a game. Her husband chimed in, "Indeed. Let us reschedule for another day. Lawyer Hua, would you be so kind as to escort Wen Wan? Bai Wei and I happen to have a matter to attend to." Hu Xiaoting regarded Wen Wan. Noting the hint of redness at the corners of her eyes, his expression inscrutable. After a brief pause, he replied in a calm tone, "It is but a small effort." Bai Wei breathed a sigh of relief, yet her heart ached for Wen Wan had no choice but to follow Hu Xiaoting as they departed. Outside, the winds howled fiercely, accompanied by flashes of lightning and claps of thunder. The parking lot was exposed to the elements, and Hu Xiaoting went to retrieve the car. Moments later, a golden continental gracefully approached Wen Wan. Without an umbrella in hand, she lacked the courage to ask Hu Xiaoting to step out and assist her. Just a few steps away, her clothes were already drenched. Once seated in the vehicle, a sense of unease washed over her, fearing that Hu Xiaoting might be displeased. He glanced at her briefly but said nothing, starting the engine instead. The club was situated halfway up the mountain, and after several winding turns, they finally reached the base. The air conditioning inside the car was set low, and soon Wen Wan began to shiver uncontrollably, her lips turning pale. As they waited for a red light, Hu Xiaoting handed her a jacket, which she promptly put on. Wen Wan softly expressed her gratitude. She draped his coat over her shoulders, immediately feeling a wave of warmth. Yet Hu Xiaoting did not turn off the air conditioning, his gaze remained fixed on the road ahead. The torrential rain had caused severe traffic congestion, and despite several green lights, the vehicles remained immobile. Hu Xiaoting retrieved a pack of cigarettes from the glove compartment, took one out, and lit it with a casual gesture. As he exhaled a plume of smoke, he nonchalantly inquired, "How long have you been with Gu Changqing?" Wen Wan paused momentarily, yet she spoke the truth, 4 years. Hu Xiaoting appeared taken aback, his gaze sweeping over her long, fair legs, a hint of desire flickering in his eyes. He shifted his position, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. How many times have you slept together? Chapter 6. If you cannot play, do not engage. Hua Xiaoting's inquiry was direct, leaving Wen Wan feeling somewhat embarrassed. In reality, she had never been intimate with Gu Changqing. Suddenly, Hua Xiaoting chuckled softly. Teacher 1. Are you truly trying to save your father, or are you seeking to engage with me? Wen Wan's cheeks flushed. Hua Xiaoting did not pursue the matter further. He leisurely finished his cigarette just as the traffic began to shift. He parked the car by the roadside. Before Wen Wan could inquire further, she heard a faint sound as he unfastened her safety buckle. Subsequently, she found herself cradled upon his lap. Her coat was peeled away, revealing her lightly clad form beneath. The fabric damp and clinging, quickly darkening the hue of his iron-gray trousers, creating an impression that was undeniably lascivious. Outside, a tempest raged with ferocious winds and torrential rain. Wen Wan found herself compelled to lie atop the man, engaging in a kiss with him. Hua Xiaoting, possessing exceptional skill, effortlessly disarmed her resolve, leading her to surrender. Dazed and disoriented, she leaned into his embrace, at his mercy. Occasionally, she would open her eyes, catching a glimpse of her own debauched reflection in the car window. And she couldn't help but feel a twinge of astonishment. Was this brazen woman truly herself? As the tension escalated, someone of Hua Xiaoting's stature would undoubtedly refrain from resolving matters within the confines of the vehicle. He pressed against the delicate curve of her lips, his voice husky as he inquired, There is an upscale guest house nearby, shall we retreat there for the night? Wen Wan gradually regained consciousness. Hua Xiaoting, having lost interest, reached for another cigarette, lit it, and after taking a slow drag, remarked, If you cannot afford to play, then do not engage, it is rather tedious. Wen Wan, with a bold demeanor, kissed him once more. Wen Wan's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, a rare occurrence for her, however. Such a trifling provocation was utterly insufficient to sway Hua Xiaoting. Wen Wan could no longer bear to sit on his lap and gradually shifted away. When it comes to matters of intimacy, mature individuals understand well that abruptly halting mid-encounter is uncomfortable for all involved. Hua Xiaoting gazed intently at her face, his breath becoming noticeably heated. Wen Wan settled back into the passenger seat, refraining from draping his jacket over her shoulders again. She gently turned her head to gaze out of the window. She understood that with her beauty, Hua Xiaoting would never breach his principles. A sense of despair lingered within her. The ensuing moments were enveloped in silence, with neither party uttering a word. Upon arriving at her home, the rain had ceased. He did not exit the vehicle to assist her in opening the door, but merely nodded at her with restrained composure. Wen Wan was reluctant to concede. Lawyer Hua, may I add you on WeChat? However, Hua Xiaoting declined her request. Yet, perhaps due to their previous physical contact, he offered her a piece of advice: seek out lawyer Jiang Ming. If he represents your father in court, it may result in a reduced sentence. After speaking, he leaned over and retrieved a business card from the locker, presenting her with lawyer Jiang's contact information. Wen Wan held tightly in her palm, yet she lingered, reluctant to exit the vehicle. Hua Xiaoting, without hesitation, stepped past her to open the car door, and in a calm voice remarked, Teacher 1. Engaging in transactions with men using your body will lead to regret in the future. No matter how thick Wen Wan's skin was, she could no longer linger in the car. She alighted, and as soon as the door closed, Hua Xiaoting promptly drove away. Wen Wan stood in the darkness of the night, her entire being enveloped in a chilling cold. Chapter 7. Xiaoting, do you know her? Wen Wan, her face pale, shook her head. Aunt Ruan, feeling disappointed, contemplated reproaching her but ultimately softened, merely saying, Your clothes are all wet. Go take a bath and don't catch a chill. Wen Wan nodded. She had taken a shower and taken her medicine, yet she still caught a cold, feeling rather dizzy. At midnight, Bai Wei called, eagerly wanting to know the outcome. Wen Wan repeated softly. Bai Wei stared in astonishment. Is Hua Xiaoting the reincarnation of Lu Xiaohui? They embraced so intimately, yet he could restrain himself? Could it be that Wen Wan's condition is affecting him? Wen Wan softly remarked, No, I feel quite normal. Bai Wei felt relieved and encouraged Wen Wan, saying, As long as he is not physically unwell, I refuse to believe we cannot win him over. Wen Man gave a bitter smile. She was acutely aware that unless Hu Xiaoting desired it, she could not entice him. After chatting with Bai Wei for a while, she hung up the phone and continued to sleep. When she awoke, it was already noon the following day, and Aunt Wen was not at home. The house was enveloped in silence. When one felt increasingly unwell, upon measuring her temperature, it had risen to a staggering 39.5 degrees. She mustered the strength to eat a little something before hailing a taxi to the hospital. The hospital was crowded, and after an hour of waiting, her number was finally called. The doctor prescribed her an intravenous drip. As Wen Wan was receiving her intravenous drip, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Exhausted from her relentless days of toil, she fell asleep in a makeshift chair half an hour later. Just as Hu Xiaoting was about to leave the hospital after accompanying his mother to collect her medication, he happened to catch sight of Wen Wan in the infusion room. Wen Wan had fallen into a slumber. Her fair hand was pierced by an 4 needle, and her delicate face appeared somewhat pale, evoking a sense of pity. Hu Xiaoting's gaze lingered for a few moments. Noticing her son's expression, Mrs. Hu followed his gaze and was taken aback with a hint of surprise. "Xiaoting? Do you know this young lady?" Hu Xiaoting replied in a subdued tone, "We are acquainted by chance." Mrs. Hu informed her son, "I was intending to register first. But the hospital's procedures have become far more complicated than before. It was this young lady who guided me. I did not expect you to know her." Hu Xiaoting cast another glance at Wen Wan. Wen Man had just awakened. Hu Xiaoting furrowed his brow. Mrs. Hu held a favorable opinion of Wen Man and said to her son, "Xiaoting, why don't you stay and keep this young lady company? It is rather pitiful to be ill alone." Although Hu Xiaoting was initially reluctant, he acquiesced in the face of his mother's gaze. Wen Man barely had time to refuse. Hu Xiaoting escorted his mother to the parking lot, where the driver was already waiting. As Mrs. was settled into the car, she could not help but remark, "This Miss Wen seems quite promising. Xiaoting, in 2 years, you will be 30, if you meet someone good. You should make a commitment." Hu Xiaoting, with his hands casually tucked into his pockets, smiled faintly. If his mother were to discover that Wen Man was Gu Changqing's ex-girlfriend, he wondered how her enthusiasm would wane. He offered a few indifferent replies to placate her, knowing she could not force his hand, leaving her to sigh in resignation. Hu Xiaoting acknowledged his attraction to Wen Man's physique, particularly her long, fair legs, which stirred a certain impulse within him. However, that was where it ended. He sought only to engage with her physically, with no desire to intertwine their lives. Taking a seat beside Wen Man, he coolly inquired, "How many more bottles do we have?" Without further comment, Hu Xiaoting bowed his head to attend to business on his phone. Wen Man struggled to find an opportunity to speak, and gradually succumbed to slumber once more. In her hazy state, she seemed to hear Hu Xiaoting conversing with a nurse, and then felt a coat draped over her legs, enveloping them snugly. Chapter 8, You came here, didn't you, just to be with me? Awakening once again. Wen Wan found herself resting against Hu Xiaoting's shoulder, his large hand firmly grasping her waist. The scent emanating from him, a blend of wood fragrance and the masculine aroma of aftershave, was as delightful as a fine remedy for clearing the skies. Hu Xiaoting was engaged in a phone call. His voice lowered yet authoritative. Although it was inappropriate for him to take a call in the infusion room, his presence was so striking that the surrounding young women and mothers were captivated by him, their gazes almost capable of transforming the esteemed lawyer. Upon concluding the call, Hu Xiaoting noticed that Wen Wan had awakened. Her once pallid face now bore a faint blush, and her drowsy eyes, still clouded by the remnants of sleep, possessed an alluring innocence. In a nonchalant manner, Hu Xiaoting inquired, "How much longer do you wish to lean against me?" Wen Man blushed and promptly rose to her feet. Wen Man felt a twinge of reluctance to trouble him again, yet Hu Xiaoting remained quite resolute. Wen Wan hesitated for a moment. Wen Man remained silent, which was tantamount to acquiescence. Hu Xiaoting instructed Wen Man to wait in the living room while he retreated to his study. Upon receiving the faxed documents, he made a brief call to his assistant. The distinctive ringtone, reserved for a specific individual, caused a subtle shift in his demeanor. His body tensed as he retrieved his phone. Indeed, it was a call from that person. After a prolonged moment, he ended the call, his mood plummeting. Hu Xiaoting poured himself a generous measure of strong liquor from the cabinet. After consuming 2.5 glasses, he stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, quietly gazing into the enveloping darkness outside. Wen Wan had waited outside for quite some time. Initially, she could hear the sound of the fax machine from within. But after Hua Xiaoting's phone rang, silence enveloped the room. Uneasy, she gently pushed open the door to the study. Hua Xiaoting had his back turned to her. Wen Wan could not see his face, yet his silhouette was imbued with profound solitude. A woman's intuition informed her that Hua Xiaoting harbored feelings for someone else. And at that moment, he was lost in reminiscence of that person. She wished not to intrude and quietly attempted to depart. "Stop!" came Hua Xiaoting's husky voice from behind her. Wen Wan's body stiffened, and moments later, she found herself gently embraced by someone. Hua Xiaoting lightly nibbled at her delicate neck. His warm breath caressing her ear. "Did you come here simply to engage with me?" Wen Wan could not deny it. A voice within her whispered that Hua Xiaoting's emotions were currently unstable, and even though they had shared an intimate night, he might very well deny it afterward. Yet, her limbs felt weak, leaving her utterly defenseless. The night was enchanting. Before the floor-to-ceiling windows of a luxurious apartment on the 24th floor in the city center, Wen Wan found herself grasped by the delicate wrist, lifted high, and firmly pinned against the glass. Though he had consumed alcohol, he surveyed her with a clear-eyed intensity, observing the depths of her emotional turmoil. Wen Wan did not receive his possession. With her eyes clouded and her red lips slightly parted, her voice came out in a husky whisper. "Hua Xiaoting, what is it?" Hua Xiaoting's gaze was devoid of desire, meticulously composed. He took a step back and coldly replied, "Teacher Wen, I have had a bit to drink and have behaved inappropriately." Wen Wan's complexion was pallid, her embarrassment palpable. In Chapter 9, A Precious Gift, a compensation for her, Hua Xiaoting exhibited a modicum of grace, reaching out to adjust her skirt and offering to fasten the button for her. "I can do it myself," Wen Wan's voice trembled. Her fingers grasped the minuscule button, but its slipperiness rendered her efforts futile. Ultimately, it was Hua Xiaoting who secured it for her. He once again expressed his apologies. To make amends, he personally contacted lawyer Jiang Ming, elucidating the situation regarding Wen Wan's father. Jiang Ming, who held Hua Xiaoting in high regard, promptly acquiesced to the request and arranged a meeting with Wen Wan. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Hua Xiaoting concluded the call. He settled behind the desk and lit a cigarette, addressing Wen Wan. "Apart from representing you in this legal matter, feel free to voice any other requests you may have." Wen Wan understood that this was likely their final encounter. In the past, Hua Xiaoting might have occasionally thought of her physical presence, but now the circumstances had changed. He had undoubtedly resolved to draw a clear boundary between them. Wen Wan is a perceptive individual. She feigned nonchalance, remarking that it was merely a matter of romantic entanglements, and that she had suffered no loss. She even felt grateful for lawyer Hua's assistance. However, by the end of her words, a slight sting welled up in her nose. Yet she was reluctant to weep in his presence. After all, she and Hua Xiaoting were not even friends. There seemed little point in indulging in sentimentality before him. Hua Xiaoting said nothing, remaining seated, absorbed in his cigarette, his gaze shrouded in ambiguity. Wen Wan departed as night fell. She strolled alone along the bustling streets. The Ferris wheel in the city center illuminated with a kaleidoscope of lights, twinkling vibrantly, while young couples embraced and kissed beneath its enchanting glow. Wen Wan paused, quietly observing as the night breeze ruffled her hair, moistening the corners of her eyes. A golden continental glided past her, and Hua Xiaoting caught sight of Wen Wan. She stood beneath the Ferris wheel, gazing up at the twinkling stars, her eyes filled with a lingering affection. Hua Xiaoting would not narcissistically presume she was missing him. He knew precisely whom she was thinking of. With a press on the accelerator, the Bentley Continental sped away. The following day, Wen Wan arrived at the music studio for work. This establishment was the most prestigious music training center in City B. Her colleagues were aware of her family's troubles and offered their condolences. Wen Wan, wishing not to disturb others, smiled faintly and replied that all was well. At 10 o'clock, a courier delivered an item to the entire city, stating that it was sent by a certain lawyer Hua. Wen Wan unwrapped the outer packaging, revealing an exquisite velvet box within, cradling a stunning diamond necklace. Its radiance was captivating, exuding an air of opulence. A colleague discreetly informed Wen Wan that a necklace of this brand, with such a carat weight, should be valued at no less than $1 million. Wen Wan had no desire for it. However, the delivery did not contain Hua Xiaoting's contact information. She understood that he wished to avoid her. After work, Wen Wan visited the Yingjie law firm. She placed the velvet box at the front desk, requesting the receptionist to pass it on to lawyer Hua. Although the receptionist appeared puzzled, she ultimately consented to the request. As Wen Wan was about to take her leave, Hua Xiaoting emerged alongside a young girl. A figure she had seen in magazines. This was Hua Mingzhu, the cherished jewel of the Hua family and Hua Xiaoting's only biological sister. Half a year prior, Hua Mingzhu had returned from her studies abroad and swiftly fallen in love with Gu Changqing. At this moment, Hua Mingzhu playfully linked her arm with her brother's, pouting, "Brother, I've asked you several times, why not meet Gu Changqing?" Hua Xiaoting nonchalantly dismissed his sister's request. Hua Mingzhu feigned annoyance and bantered with him. Yet it was evident to any observer that the bond between the siblings was exceptionally strong. Wen Man gazed quietly. She did not harbor any hatred towards Hua Mingzhu. She merely felt a twinge of self-mockery. With such profound sibling ties, what grounds had she ever had to believe that Hua Xiaoting would advocate for her in court? Wen Wan quietly departed. Hua Xiaoting spotted her and, with a few casual words, dismissed Hua Mingzhu before approaching the front desk. The receptionist promptly handed him a jewelry box, stating, "Attorney Hua, the young lady left this for you." Hua Xiaoting accepted it, nodding gracefully. She possessed a slender waist and elegantly long legs. Chapter 10. Many adore Wen Wan. In the days that followed, Wen Wan found herself exceedingly occupied. She met with attorney Jiang Ming, a highly capable individual who, after several encounters, helped clarify her thoughts. In the spacious and bright office, Jiang Ming meticulously reviewed the materials submitted by Wen Wan. With a gentle smile, he reassured her. "Since you were referred by Xiaoting, I will be frank, optimistically speaking, it could be reduced to a 2-year sentence." Wen Wan's emotions were rather intricate. Jiang Ming sat comfortably with his hands crossed, and he chuckled once more. "Xiaoting has asked me for help, why does he not pursue this case himself? If he were to take it on, there would be a significant chance of overturning the verdict and being acquitted." Wen Wan felt embarrassed to utter those words. So she concocted an excuse, perhaps lawyer Hua was simply unavailable. Lawyer Jiang Ming remained silent, a smile gracing his lips. He courteously escorted Wen Wan to the door. And although she was grateful for his kindness, she recognized that such courtesies were merely a reflection of Hua Xiaoting's influence. "Wen Wan," someone called her name. Wen Wan turned around to look, recognizing the familiar face of Zhang Rui. Zhang Rui was a childhood friend of Gu Changqing, and at a young age, he had already established his own trading company. In the past, during her time with Gu Changqing, Wen Wan had encountered him a few times at gatherings. Zhang Rui approached her and casually inquired, "Are you here on business?" Wen Man did not conceal her intentions. "I am here to seek the assistance of lawyer Jiang Ming." Zhang Rui chuckled, "You are looking for my father, then?" Wen Man was taken aback. "Zhang Rui, is he the son of lawyer Jiang?" Zhang Rui, tall and possessing a rather delicate appearance, embodies the type of charming young man adored by his sister. He said to Wen Man, "Allow me to treat you to a meal. We are all acquaintances, and I will certainly assist in any way I can." Wen Wan hesitated for a moment before acquiescing. Zhang Rui drove over in a striking red Ferrari, quite ostentatious. As he sat in the car, he remarked, "No girl has ever had the privilege of riding in my car. You, Wen Wan, are the first." Wen Wan could not shake off the feeling that associating with Zhang Rui was somewhat precarious. His enthusiasm was overwhelming. After all, they had only crossed paths a handful of times and had scarcely exchanged words. Regardless, Wen Wan did not wish to offend the son of Jiang Ming. So she entered the vehicle. Zhang Rui patiently awaited her to fasten her seatbelt before inquiring, "What would you like to eat?" Wen Wan was not pretentious and suggested, "How about Thai cuisine?" Zhang Rui pressed the accelerator. He chose not to disturb her, instead quietly observing her whenever they paused at a red light. He had always harbored feelings for Wen Wan, a secret known to no one. Gu Changqing was entirely oblivious to this. He had left behind an ex-girlfriend who drew the attention of many suitors. Had it not been for Gu Changqing, countless others would have made their advances. Half an hour later, Jiang Rui parked the car at a popular Thai restaurant, renowned for its exquisite dishes and bustling clientele. He requested a table by the window. And when it came time to order, Wen Wan eagerly offered, "Let me treat you." Jiang Rui smiled, responding, "I never would have guessed you were such a proactive young woman, Wen Wan." Wen Man understood he was jesting. As she perused the menu, she remarked, "Jiang Rui, do not tease me, treating someone to a meal is no trivial matter." Jiang Rui became more composed. Wen Man's ability to treat someone to a meal is entirely contingent upon his father's influence. He possesses enough self-awareness to recognize this. He seeks an opportunity to flirt with her once more. At that moment, an exceptional pair enters the room, a dashing man and a stunning woman. They are none other than Gu Changqing and Hua Mingzhu. Wen Wan also noticed and immediately shielded her face with the menu, thinking to herself, indeed, being associated with Jiang Rui is quite unreliable. However, Jiang Rui, fearing that Gu Changqing might overlook his presence, took the initiative to greet him, "Brother Changqing." As Gu Changqing was about to respond, his gaze faltered. He instantly recognized that the girl seated opposite Jiang Rui, despite her attempt to conceal her face, was Wen Wan. A frown creased Gu Changqing's brow. How could Wen Wan be with Jiang Rui? Jiang Rui, with a particularly well-meaning demeanor, explained, "Wen Wan asked my father to assist her with a legal case, and I was merely inquiring about the details." Men possess a keen sense. And in just a few words, Jiang Rui led Gu Changqing to discern his intentions. Jiang Rui harbored feelings for Wen Wan. This was a declaration of rivalry. Gu Changqing scoffed, "Jiang Rui, how altruistic of you." He then turned to Wen Wan and remarked, "Do you trust him? You might end up being sold while helping him count the money." A woman's intuition stirred unease within Hua Mingzhu, prompting her to ask, "Gu Changqing, do you know her?" With her question, the atmosphere became subtly charged. Wen Wan felt a profound embarrassment. Gu Changqing was about to utter some unpleasant words when Jiang Rui chuckled softly. He earnestly addressed Hua Mingzhu, saying, "Wen Wan is my friend, and naturally, Brother Changqing knows her. Dear sister-in-law, rest assured, Brother Changqing is unwaveringly loyal to you." As he concluded, he cast a sidelong glance at Gu Changqing, his eyes gleaming with mockery. Gu Changqing's expression darkened significantly as he led Hua Mingzhu away from their seats. Once they had departed, Jiang Rui greeted Wen Wan, remarking, "In this vast city of B, what a coincidence to run into you. Next time, I shall choose a spot where Gu Changqing is out of sight, to spare you any distress." Jiang Rui's brow furrowed slightly, and he suddenly announced, "I shall step out to the restroom, please begin dining when the dishes are served." Wen Man harbored no suspicions. After Jiang Rui departed, she took her phone and contacted several parents to confirm the upcoming classes. 10 minutes later, as Jiang Rui had yet to return, Wen Man found herself puzzled when a sudden shriek from a woman echoed from the restroom of the upscale restaurant. Instantly, chaos ensued within the establishment. It appeared that Jiang Rui and Gu Changqing had engaged in a confrontation, the reason for which remained unclear. Upon witnessing the scene, Wen Man beheld walls and floors stained with blood, while Gu Changqing cast a grim gaze upon Jiang Rui. An hour later, 2 men and 2 women found themselves within the confines of a detention center, where Jiang Rui and Gu Changqing were accused of engaging in a brawl fueled by jealousy. Meanwhile, Hua Mingzhu made a phone call, her voice sweetly weeping as she implored, "Brother, Gu Changqing has gotten into a fight. We are currently at the detention center. Please hurry." Gu Changqing is injured rather severely. Wen Man's mind was suddenly in disarray. What? Hua Xiaoting is coming? Hua Mingzhu hung up the phone. Her focus was solely on Gu Changqing, her heart aching as she tended to his injuries. His lip was already split. "Jiang Rui, you are too rough." Jiang Rui had a bruise on his face. He howled in pain, innocently retorting, "He hit me harder. I merely jested about his overbearing wife. And he treated me this way." Hua Mingzhu's heart swelled with sweetness, playfully rebuking her fiancé. "Jiang Rui is one of us, how could you fight him like this? It only gives Miss Wen a reason to laugh at you, and how is Jiang Rui supposed to pursue her now?" Gu Changqing pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and silently glared at Jiang Rui. This fellow only knows how to play the act. In the restaurant's smoking area, how had he dared to provoke him? "Changqing, since you broke up with Wen Man, you wouldn't mind if I pursued her, right? If I don't, someone else will." You can't have your cake and eat it too. Gu Chongqing scoffed coldly. Ha! He underestimated Jiang Rui. Wen Man was oblivious to these matters. She was only fearful of Ho Xiaoting's arrival, dreading the moment she might inadvertently touch his sensitive spot. Given her humble status and limited influence, she dared not offend him. Wen Wan sought an opportunity to slip away, yet Jiang Rui clung to her, saying, "Wen Wan, you must take me to the hospital later. With my face in such a state, how shall I face the world tomorrow?" Wen Wan was suffering from a severe headache when, suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed in the room. Instinctively, she looked up to see Hu Xiaoting. He was impeccably dressed in a classic English bespoke suit, exuding an aura reminiscent of a male model from a magazine. Upon entering, he did not glance in their direction and immediately engaged in conversation with Uncle Hat. "I am here to bail out Jiang Rui and Gu Chongqing." Recognizing his identity, the other party courteously offered him a cigarette. "Lawyer Hua, we sincerely apologize for troubling you with such a trivial matter. The altercation between these two has caused quite a stir." "An altercation over jealousy?" Hu Xiaoting's gaze drifted lightly towards them, landing on Wen Wan. Today, she was dressed conservatively in a champagne-colored silk blouse paired with a fishtail skirt. Every inch of her figure meticulously covered. Yet, this attire only served to enhance her innocent allure. "Hua Mingzhu defended Gu Chongqing, brother, Jiang Rui mocked me. And that's why Gu Chongqing fought him. It's not about jealousy at all." "Of course. Gu Chongqing loves me so dearly. How could he possibly fight over another woman? Besides, Jiang Rui and Miss Wen are hardly strangers." Hua Mingzhu continued to speak her mind. Hu Xiaoting ignored her and proceeded to handle the paperwork. Gu Chongqing was the first to exit, swiftly making his way to the car, followed closely by Hua Mingzhu. Jiang Rui cleared his throat and said, "Thank you, Xiaoting. I'll treat you to dinner another day." He then attempted to pull Wen Wan away. Hua Xiaoting regarded them. Exhaling a puff of smoke, his voice calm and measured. "Jiang Rui, you may leave first, I have something to discuss with Teacher Wen." Chapter 12, Teacher Wen. Quite the force. Jiang Rui dared not disobey. Despite being of the same generation, Hu Xiaoting's remarkable success cast a long shadow over them. Jiang Rui exchanged a knowing glance with Wen Wan. "I'll wait for you in the car." Wen Man forced a smile as Jiang Rui departed. Several uncles in hats discerned the situation and chuckled, saying, "Lawyer Hua has personal matters to discuss, let us clear the scene." Wen Man. Once the surroundings fell into complete silence, Hu Xiaoting lowered his gaze, idly toying with the cigarette between his fingers. His fingers, long and strong, imbued even the simplest of gestures with an undeniable allure. After a brief moment, he lifted his eyes to her and remarked, "Teacher Wen, you possess quite an impressive energy." Wen Wan was momentarily taken aback. She instinctively sought to defend herself. "Today's events have nothing to do with me." "Are you implying that they are unrelated to you?" Hu Xiaoting smirked lightly, a hint of mockery in his tone. "Teacher Wen, can you not deduce the reason behind their altercation?" Wen Wan's face was devoid of color. In the presence of the formidable Hu Xiaoting, all her explanations seemed feeble and insubstantial. When he declared something to be true, it simply had to be accepted as such, for he was Hu Xiaoting, the most esteemed lawyer in the country. She, Wen Wan, was nothing more than an inconspicuous weed. A sense of injustice welled up within her, and tears glistened in her eyes. "Rest assured, Lawyer Hua, I shall not interfere in your sister's affections." Suddenly, Hu Xiaoting rose and strode directly towards her. Wen Wan remained utterly still, gazing up at him with her tearful eyes, a picture of helplessness. Hu Xiaoting looked down at her from his elevated position, even extending his hand to lightly caress her delicate cheek. Wen Wan felt a profound sense of humiliation and turned her face away in discomfort. Hu Xiaoting spoke in a calm tone, "Teacher Wen, you must feel quite unwilling. It is clearly Gu Chongqing who has betrayed your feelings for Mingzhu. Yet you are now unfairly cast in the role of the third party. It is truly unjust, is it not?" "I did not," she protested, her heart still lingering on him. "I did not," he replied. "I trust in Teacher Wen's assurances." Wen Man felt both humiliated and enraged. Why did Hu Xiaoting treat her this way? She dared not unleash her fury and could only utter a few words softly. "Hu Xiaoting, you scoundrel. He did not react with anger, instead, he gazed at her intently. After a long pause, Wen finally spoke, his voice gentle, "You have done nothing wrong. Save for placing too much faith in love." Wen Man paused momentarily, while Wen remained focused on driving. Occasionally, he caught a glimpse of his sister nestled against the man's shoulder, a visage of pure bliss. A smirk curled at the corners of Wen's lips, tinged with mockery. The golden European car gradually came to a halt at the entrance of the restaurant, where Gu Changqing exited and inclined his body in gratitude towards Wen. The two men exchanged glances, imbued with an understanding that only they could fathom. Wen nodded slightly before driving away. Huo Mingzhu climbed into the passenger seat. A girl should embody the grace of femininity, Wen admonished his sister. Huo Mingzhu dismissed his words with indifference. She tugged at her brother, eager to gossip, that Miss Wen today was quite stunning. I never imagined Zhang Rui would be drawn to someone like her. Brother, I suspect she has SC. Wen cracked the window slightly, suddenly feeling a rush of warmth. Huo Mingzhu continued to chatter, "She is so beautiful. I can't help but wonder if there is something going on between her and Gu Changqing. Fortunately, she belongs to Zhang Rui." Wen remained silent, maintaining his concentration on the road. After a while, he inquired softly, "When will you marry?" Huo Mingzhu blushed, "That depends on Gu Changqing. He is currently focused on his career, and I wouldn't want to bother him too much." As they approached a red light, Wen halted the vehicle. He turned slightly, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. "Does he love you?" "Of course." "What does he love about you?" Huo Mingzhu was unfazed by the inquiry. Extending her delicate palm as if recounting treasures, "He loves my good family background, high education, my beauty, my respectable parents, and of course, a capable brother." Wen let out a soft chuckle. Chapter 13, Are You Truly That Despicable? One man was compelled by Zhang Rui to visit the hospital. Zhang Rui had a talent for being persistent. A minor injury resulted in a 2-hour stay at the medical facility. Wen Wan was in a rather dismal mood. Yet she still offered an apology to Zhang Rui. "I'm sorry for burdening you today, Zhang Rui." Zhang Rui's feelings were more intricate than hers. He had initially believed that with Wen Wan and Gu Changqing having parted ways, he would finally have a chance. However, he never anticipated the unexpected emergence of Wen. Despite Wen's serious demeanor, he had scrutinized Wen Wan with an intense gaze within moments of his arrival, an observation Zhang Rui, not being blind, could easily discern. He dared not confront Wen directly. The Hua family held a preeminent position in B City, and Wen was a formidable character. Although Zhang Rui harbored genuine feelings for Wen Wan, he was unwilling to jeopardize his family's well-being for the sake of his affection. Zhang Rui turned his head to look at Wen Wan and, with a teasing tone, remarked, "Wen Wan, if we both happen to be single in a few years, perhaps we should consider it." With Wen subtle hints, Wen Wan had somewhat surmised his intentions. She did not wish to cause any harm to Zhang Rui. Wen Man shook her head and said, "Zhang Rui, once my father is released, I will likely leave B City. I do not have any intentions in that regard for the time being." Zhang Rui gazed at her silently. Suddenly, he broke into a charming and somewhat endearing smile. "I was just teasing you. Did you take me seriously? It's a bit chilly, you should head upstairs. As for your father's situation, rest assured, I will speak with my dad again." Wen Man felt grateful that he had not made things explicit. As Wen Wan was about to exit the vehicle, Zhang Rui suddenly called out to her, "Wen Wan." Wen Wan turned her head to look at him. Zhang Rui sat in the car, waving at her. For some reason, her eyes became somewhat moist. She watched the car drive away before stepping into the entrance. Perhaps the light bulb was burnt out, the first floor was rather dim. Wen Wan took out her phone, intending to turn on the light. Suddenly, her waist was encircled by someone, and a warm palm covered her lips. Amidst the chaos, she was dragged into the safety passage stairwell. Let me go." As she wished, the man's hand withdrew, only to be replaced by something warm pressing against her lips. The familiar scent of a man left Wen Wan momentarily stunned. It was Gu Changqing. Wen Wan bit her lip and delivered a resounding slap to him, the sharp sound echoing as the surrounding lights eerily flickered to life. Wen Man exerted all her strength. leaning against the wall as she gasped for breath, resembling a fish on the brink of death. Gu Changqing wore a gloomy expression. Is that all it takes? Anyone could do it, couldn't they? Wen Wan lifted her head, warmth glimmering in her eyes. She smiled instead of fuming, indeed. I am despicable. Anyone but you. Gu Changqing, are you satisfied with this answer? Gu Changqing's expression darkened further. He grasped Wen Wan's neck tightly, the veins on his forehead pulsating. How dare you? Why wouldn't I dare? Gu Changqing, you have caused me such misery, what else do I have to fear? Suddenly, Gu Changqing released her. He pulled out a pack of cigarettes, only to find it empty. Crumpling it, he discarded it on the ground and looked back at Wen Wan. Leave the city. I will buy you a villa, and Uncle Wen will be just fine. Wen Wan trembled with rage, her lips quivering as she questioned. Did you orchestrate all of this merely to make me your mistress? Gu Changqing, you are truly ruthless. Gu Changqing, with an air of indifference, replied, Wen Wan. Opposing me brings no advantage. I have numerous ways to deal with you. Aunt Ruan suddenly appeared in the hallway, wielding a mop. She swung it at Gu Changqing in a fit of fury. Despite his noble status, Gu Changqing refrained from retaliating against the woman. Panting heavily, Aunt Ruan scolded him. You scoundrel! If you dare to harass Wen Wan again, I will make sure you pay dearly. Tears welled in Wen Man's eyes. Aunt Ruan turned away and softly declared. The Wen family does not sell their daughters. Opposite them, Gu Changqing sneered with a chilling smile. Ah! Not selling daughters. Chapter 14, Teacher 1. Are you in dire need of money? Gu Changqing, ruthless and unyielding, struck with ferocity. In a mere 2 days, the entire fortune of the Wen family was frozen, 2 properties, along with the stocks registered under Wen Man's father. Gu Changqing was certain that Wen Man would not endure for long. The court arrived to enforce the seizure. And Aunt Ruan was so enraged that she was hospitalized and placed on an 4 drip. Upon regaining consciousness, she, unwilling to succumb to despair, stormed Gu Changqing's company. However, Gu Changqing was no longer the man he once was. After her tumultuous outburst, she had not even laid eyes on him and nearly found herself in a police station. Lying on the hospital bed, Aunt Ruan was filled with anxiety. It matters not that we are homeless, your father still requires a substantial sum to settle matters. Though lawyer Jiang is somewhat of an acquaintance, the fees owed must be paid. Wen Wan softly reassured, I will find a way to handle the financial matters. Aunt Ruan, feeling a twinge of sympathy for her, presented Wen Wan with a bankbook in the afternoon, revealing a personal savings of over 1 million. Wen Wan understood that this was Aunt Ruan's retirement fund. Clutching the passbook, she spoke with a slight tremor in her voice, I will use it for now, but later. Aunt Ruan interrupted her, I have a small apartment in the outskirts. Although it's somewhat worn, it will suffice for living. Wen Wan, you must do everything in your power to pursue the lawsuit for your father. Wen Wan nodded. Upon Aunt Ruan's discharge from the hospital, Wen Wan welcomed her into the temporary dwelling they had rented. The residence, situated in a dilapidated neighborhood, comprised a modest 60-square-meter 2-bedroom apartment. Its decor woefully simplistic and far removed from the luxurious accommodations of the past. Aunt Ruan took a brief tour before settling in. Wen Man felt a deep sense of guilt as she asked Bai Wei to help her find 2 part-time jobs. Bai Wei was not entirely in agreement, saying, You already have a considerable workload, do you really want to overexert yourself by taking on 2 more positions? Wen Wan remained resolute, insisting, I am fine. Bai Wei deduced that her expenses were considerable and thus sought to secure a job for her. Additionally, she unearthed her savings, offering all of it as a loan to Wen Wan. Wen Man cherishes this kindness. Each day after work, she takes on a part-time job at a restaurant. Although it can be tiring, she earns a handsome hourly wage of 500. With her striking beauty and exceptional piano skills, the manager is eager to employ her. The next encounter between Hua Xiaoting and Wen Man occurs at this very restaurant. Hua Xiaoting is not dining alone, he is accompanied by an alluring woman. Their relationship appears to be that of professional colleagues, yet there lingers a hint of ambiguity. Wen Man felt no surprise. A man of exceptional caliber like Hua Xiaoting would undoubtedly attract numerous admirers. She possessed a keen self-awareness, recognizing that she and Hua Xiaoting belonged to entirely different realms. Even when they crossed paths, she opted not to intrude, merely nodding slightly upon an unexpected encounter in the restroom. Lawyer Hua. Hua Xiaoting, immersed in his smoking ritual, furrowed his brow at the sight of Wen Man. She appeared noticeably more slender, her delicate chin giving her an alluring beauty, yet it evoked a sense of fragility, as if she could shatter with a mere touch. Hua Xiaoting was well aware that Wen Man's training center was of high prestige, forbidding instructors from engaging in outside work. He exhaled a languid plume of smoke, the haze swirling between them before he flicked away the ash. Teacher Wen, are you in dire need of funds? Wen Wan was momentarily taken aback. She could hardly fathom that Hua Xiaoting would deign to speak with her. After a brief pause, she softly acknowledged, indeed. It is rather lacking. Hua Xiaoting instantly surmised that it was the handiwork of Gu Changqing. Rather than taking offense, he merely cast a discerning glance over Wen Wan's figure. Even someone as fastidious as Hua Xiaoting had to concede that if Wen Wan sought to earn quick money, it would not be a daunting task. She possessed not only striking beauty but also a gentle disposition, reminiscent of a young creature during intimate moments. No man could possibly resist such allure. Her willingness to endure hardship while taking on part-time work came as a pleasant surprise to Hua Xiaoting. Nonetheless, the esteemed lawyer held a deep respect for women. He subtly nodded his chin, exuding an air of sophistication. Wen Man realized that he had been allowed to pass and hurried into the restroom. Upon her exit, she found that Hua Xiaoting had already departed, along with the enchanting woman who had accompanied him. Wen Wan contemplated that Lawyer Hua was likely to indulge in a night of revelry. Chapter 15, The First Heartache for Wen Wan. The restaurant closes at 10 o'clock. Wen Man stepped outside, where a moderate rain had begun to fall. The gentle patter transformed the gray pavement into a shimmering expanse. Wen Wan, caught unprepared without an umbrella, shielded her head with her handbag and sprinted for 200 meters to seek refuge beneath a bus shelter. Her attire was completely drenched. And with trembling hands, she attempted to summon a taxi on her phone. However, the relentless rain made it exceedingly difficult to hail a cab, and after a prolonged wait, her efforts proved fruitless. Across the street, a golden Continental was parked, where Hua Xiaoting sat quietly, observing Wen Wan. He watched as she dashed through the rain, her clothes soaked, her body shivering. In the passenger seat sat Hua Mingzhu, who had been engrossed in her phone for over an hour. With a yawn of boredom, she remarked, "Brother, didn't you promise to take me out for a late-night snack? You've been choosing a place for an hour and still haven't decided." "Oh, isn't that Zhang Rui's girlfriend?" Hua Xiaoting lazily brushed the steering wheel and inquired, "Zhang Rui's girlfriend?" Hua Mingzhu tapped on the car window, "Yes. The one who is both beautiful and talented. Brother, let us give her a ride." Hua Xiaoting appeared somewhat reluctant, but she is Zhang Rui's girlfriend. That might not be appropriate. Look, she just got a taxi. Hua Mingzhu exclaimed in sudden disappointment. Hua Xiaoting glanced over to see a blue taxi making a U-turn, passing by his vehicle. Nearby, Hua Mingzhu retrieved Zhang Rui's contact and dialed. "Zhang Rui, what kind of boyfriend are you?" "I just saw Wen Wan," she continued. "It's quite late, aren't you going to pick her up?" On the other end, Zhang Rui chuckled, "Ah, it's my fault as her boyfriend." Hearing this, Hua Xiaoting smirked. Zhang Rui was rather blunt. After a brief exchange, Hua Mingzhu hung up and clung to Hua Xiaoting's arm, playfully suggesting, "Brother, can I invite Wen Wan to play the piano at my birthday party? I'll give her 20,000. Hua Xiaoting started the car, replying coolly, she might not agree. Hua Mingzhu was skeptical. After a moment, she recalled, "Brother, weren't you supposed to take me for a late-night snack? Why are we heading home?" Hua Xiaoting pulled out a cigarette and lit it, glancing at his sister, "Aren't you on a diet? Still thinking about a late-night snack?" Hua Mingzhu was swiftly convinced. She pulled out her phone to chat with Gu Changqing, claiming it was a heartfelt sentiment that sufficed. Just as they descended, Hua Mingzhu exclaimed, "Brother, Miss Wen rejected my offer. How strange, refusing 20,000. Clad in formal attire, Hua Xiaoting was on his way to a meeting. Upon hearing Hua Mingzhu's complaint, he lightly tapped her head with a file and scoffed, "If she agreed, she'd be just as foolish as you." Hua Mingzhu pouted, her beautiful face displaying a hint of grievance. "Mom, look how my brother bullies me. Lady Hua, poised in the hall with a cup of tea, smiled at her eldest son. The last time I met Miss Wen, I thought she was quite delightful. Who would have known she is Zhang Rui's girlfriend? Hua Xiaoting refrained from clarifying the misunderstanding, merely smiling as he said, Zhang Rui is also pursuing her. Lady Hua set her English bone china cup down, casually remarking, Miss Wen's gentle disposition seems more suited for you. Hua Xiaoting's expression softened, and he nodded before taking his leave. Observing her brother depart, Hua Mingzhu leaned closer to her mother, cautiously saying, It seems brother is still waiting for that person. Lady Hua smiled faintly, replying to her youngest daughter, Your brother and that individual's personalities are destined not to align. I believe Miss Wen holds greater potential. Surprised, Hua Mingzhu perked up, her mind already brimming with plans. Chapter 16, inviting her for a drink after work. Hua Xiaoting declined several invitations and drove to a restaurant. At 8 p.m., the establishment was bustling with patrons. And Wen Wan was seated at the piano, playing beautifully. This evening, she wore a long, ash-gray dress that subtly revealed her shoulders. Her chestnut hair cascading gracefully to her waist, creating a scene of exquisite romance. Hua Xiaoting observed her through the glass for about 10 minutes before exiting his car and entering the restaurant. He ordered a meal, uncertain of what to choose, and leisurely leaned back to listen to Wen Wan's enchanting performance. Hua Xiaoting noticed that occasionally, well-dressed men approached her, evidently drawn in by her allure. Wen Wan consistently declines with subtlety. During the intermission, she received a business card. Ingjie Law Firm, lawyer Hua Xiaoting. Wen Man was taken aback, as she turned her body. She beheld Hua Xiaoting. He was seated in the corner, holding a glass of aperitif, his handsome features accentuated by the effortless elegance of his simple gestures. Wen Man was reluctant to engage with him, yet she was even more apprehensive about offending him. Nevertheless, she approached him. Lawyer Hua Xiaoting nodded slightly, signaling for her to take a seat. As Wen Man settled down, Hua Xiaoting noticed a fresh puncture mark on the back of her hand, deducing it was a result of last night's rain. Have you had your meal, Teacher Wen? Let us share a bit together. Hua Xiaoting spoke earnestly, entirely devoid of the earlier recklessness he had displayed while tossing out business cards. Wen Man placed her business card on the dining table, somewhat awkwardly stating that the restaurant had a policy prohibiting staff from dining with guests during working hours. Hua Xiaoting, disinterested in the card, directly inquired, What about after work? Does Teacher Wen have time to join me for a drink? His intentions were unmistakably clear. A rendezvous with him would swiftly extricate her from her current predicament, liberating her from the relentless pursuit of financial stability. It was merely a game of attraction, and Hua Xiaoting surmised that Wen Man, having been involved with Gu Changqing, would not be averse to engaging with another. Moreover, during their previous embraces, Wen Man had undeniably felt a spark. Wen Wan had not given it much thought. She was perplexed as to why Hua Xiaoting had suddenly taken an interest, leading him to entangle himself with her. Fully aware of her own situation, she carefully chose her words to avoid offending him. Mr. Hua, I sincerely appreciate your assistance regarding my father's matters, and I will find a way to repay your kindness in the future. Hua Xiaoting was taken aback. He believed he understood her implication. She was unwilling to engage in a relationship with him. Money could not sway Wen Wan. Hua Xiaoting did not feel that he was utterly dependent on Wen Wan. It was merely the allure of her playing the piano that had momentarily captivated him. Combined with the inherent nature of men, when one has not truly possessed something, it is only natural to occasionally linger on it. Hua Xiaoting tucked away his business card, displaying a commendable grace, choosing not to take offense. Wen Man expressed her gratitude softly, her demeanor humble and grounded. Just as the atmosphere grew awkward, Zhang Rui approached with a young girl of around 16 or 17. Xiaoting Gu. Zhang Rui called out warmly, devoid of any tension that typically exists among rivals. Upon receiving a gesture from Hua Xiaoting, Zhang Rui boldly took a seat, immediately promoting his sister to Wen Man. This is my sister, Zhang Shang. A veritable muse descended from the heavens, just in need of a reliable piano teacher. Wen Man, you should take her on. These words left Wen Man feeling quite embarrassed. Hua Xiaoting paid little heed to Zhang Rui's ulterior motives. He retrieved his wallet, pulling out a stack of 2,000 yuan. Placing it on the table, Teacher Wen has matters to attend to, so I shall not intrude. Out of courtesy, Wen Wan escorted him to the entrance of the restaurant. Hua Xiaoting showed no signs of reluctance, he simply nodded at her from within the car before driving away, exuding an air of aloofness that hardly suggested he was there for a casual game of cards. Chapter 17, The Heartless Act of Murder, Nothing More. Zhang Rui did not press her further, he waited patiently until Wen Wan finished work before arranging to meet elsewhere. Zhang Shang was obedient and compliant, and Wen Wan agreed to teach her. Zhang Rui offered a generous tuition fee, paying for 2 months in advance, which eased Wen Wan's financial situation somewhat. She understood that Zhang Rui was merely extending a helping hand in a different manner. In the past, she might have declined such assistance, but now her pride was of little concern. What happened to your arm? Wen Wan gently helped Aunt Ruan to sit down. Aunt Ruan nonchalantly replied, as one ages, one becomes less capable, even doing a simple task can lead to swollen hands. Wen Wan's heart sank. She swiftly examined Aunt Ruan's palm, only to find that the once delicate and well-maintained skin had developed several glistening blisters. Wen Wan gazed blankly. She refused to allow Aunt Ruan to go out and work again. Throughout the night, Wen Wan wept for a prolonged period. Upon rising early in the morning, she noticed distinct dark circles under her eyes, which no amount of concealer could mask. During breakfast, Aunt Ruan advised her, if your body cannot endure it, then do less. If it becomes unbearable, I shall even sell that small apartment. Wen Wan comforted her, saying, once this period passes, everything will be all right. Aunt Ruan, I will be vigilant. Aunt Ruan did not utter another word. Wen Wan, having finished her meal, tidied up her bag and proceeded to the music center for work. Just after she clocked in, a colleague discreetly informed her, Miss Hui is looking for you. Wen Wan, if you prefer not to meet with us, simply say you are on leave. Wen Man was taken aback, and soon after, she beheld Hua Mingzhu. Wen Wan harbored no animosity towards Hua Mingzhu, yet she was disinclined to engage with her, compelling her to seek assistance from her colleagues. However, Hua Mingzhu had spotted her. With an air of confidence and a playful demeanor, Hua Mingzhu approached, inquiring, Wen Wan, I am curious as to why you refused to play the piano at my birthday celebration? Do you not like me? Upon her question, silence enveloped the surroundings. At that moment, it was exceedingly cruel for Wen Wan to witness the fiancée of Gu Changqing yearning for her approval. The sympathetic and pitying gazes directed at her intensified her discomfort. In a hushed tone, she replied to Hua Mingzhu, I happen to have prior commitments that day, Miss Hua. I apologize, but perhaps you should seek someone else. Yet, Hua Mingzhu was not ready to concede. Wen Wan was at work, sipping coffee outside, patiently waiting until noon when Wen Wan finished her shift and confronted her. Wen Wan, shall we enjoy a cup of coffee together? Hua Mingzhu insisted. Wen Wan possesses a gentle temperament, yet when confronted with Hua Mingzhu, she finds it difficult to maintain her composure. She strides purposefully toward a modest eatery where she usually dines. Hua Mingzhu, adorned in designer attire and teetering on high heels, follows closely behind, irritatingly exclaiming, while you cannot attend my birthday celebration, surely you can assist me in selecting a wedding dress? Zhang Rui mentioned that you have exquisite taste, Wen Wan. Would you share your insights with me? Soon, Gu Changqing will join us for a meal, would you be so kind as to offer us your opinions? Wen Man's face was devoid of any color. She had been betrayed by Gu Changqing, her father was facing imprisonment, and she was coerced by Gu Changqing into becoming a concubine. Yet, Hua Mingzhu remained blissfully ignorant, still demanding that she be cherished like others. To slay one's heart is nothing less than this. Chapter 18, Two Women, Whom to Choose? Wen Man took a deep breath to calm her emotions. She said to Hua Mingzhu, do not seek me out in the future, not everyone is obliged to embellish your love. Hua Mingzhu, accustomed to being cherished and adored, had never faced rejection. Yet, she continued to pursue Wen Man, determined to unravel the mystery behind Wen Man's indifference towards her. Thus, they moved back and forth into the narrow alleyway. Wen Man felt as if she could not escape. She turned around, intending to drive away Hua Mingzhu. But in the next moment, her eyes widened. Hua Mingzhu was knocked down from behind. It is she, Gu Changqing's betrothed. Capturing her, they were unafraid of Gu Changqing withholding payment. There is another girl here, let us seize her as well, for she may also be of considerable value. Before Wen Wan had the chance to call out, darkness enveloped her as she was ensconced within a burlap sack and dragged onto the vehicle. Wen Wan awoke, surrounded by the desolation of an abandoned warehouse. She found herself seated upon a dilapidated chair, her body bound. Beside her, Huo Mingzhu was similarly restrained, weeping and hurling curses. "Do you know who I am? My brother will ensure you regret this. Release me." A man resembling a slender monkey, irritated by her noise, delivered a sharp slap. "Silence, or I shall tear your clothes." Huo Mingzhu's cries intensified. The slender monkey dared not inflict further harm, for the Huo family was formidable, particularly the lawyer named Huo Xiaoting. He tossed a phone to Huo Mingzhu. "Call your man and demand 20 million, not a penny less. Moreover, instruct him to come alone and warn him against any tricks. Or we shall not hesitate to act ruthlessly." Huo Mingzhu, terrified, grabbed the phone and tearfully dialed Gu Changqing's number. At the Huo residence, the atmosphere was tense. Huo Mingzhu had been kidnapped, and the beautiful Madame Huo wept in distress. Huo Xiaoting and his father, along with Gu Changqing, awaited the call. Huo's father was displeased, believing that the ruffians were summoned by Gu Changqing, and insisted on an explanation. After approximately 2 hours, Huo Mingzhu's call finally came through. She spoke in gasps, managing to convey the demands of the slender monkey. Gu Changqing gently comforted her, and as Huo Mingzhu's sobs subsided, warmth filled her heart. She knew Gu Changqing loved her deeply, unwilling to see her harmed in any way. As their conversation progressed, a trembling woman's voice suddenly pierced through the line, "Don't touch me, please, don't touch me." Gu Changqing's hand trembled upon hearing that voice, so familiar to him. It was Wen Wan. How could she be with Mingzhu? The thought of those vile hands possibly roaming over her made him seethe with rage. However, upon meeting Huo Xiaoting's penetrating gaze, he abruptly regained his composure. Huo Xiaoting was astute. If he revealed any weakness, all his efforts to align with the Huo family would be in vain. Gu Changqing, resolute and aware of his own ruthlessness, feigned ignorance of Wen Wan and addressed the assailants. "I shall bring 20 million, you must not lay a finger on my fiancée." Upon uttering those words, he felt a haze descend upon him. Huo's father nodded, secretly admiring Gu Changqing's resolve. Gu Changqing drove away, leaving the Huo family behind. Madame Huo felt a slight sense of relief, wiping her tears as she hesitantly remarked, "I believe I just heard Miss Wen's voice." "Xiaoting, did you hear it?" Huo Xiaoting, already holding the car keys, replied with indifference, "I shall go and check." Chapter 19, Gu Changqing's choice of power. Gu Changqing arrived alone at the designated location, exiting his vehicle and dragging 20 million in cash to the warehouse, demanding the release of the captives. The gang leader, the slender monkey, bore a scar on his face that rendered him quite fearsome. He counted several stacks of cash, confirming their authenticity, and his eyes gleamed with greed. Mr. Gu is indeed wealthy. Had Miss Wu been more compliant, she wouldn't have had to endure this ordeal. With a mere glance, he signaled his men to release Huo Mingzhu. Once freed, Huo Mingzhu rushed into Gu Changqing's embrace, sobbing, "Gu Changqing, why did you come so late?" "I think my leg is broken, it hurts. They said if you didn't arrive soon, they would assault me." "Oh." Gu Changqing held her close, offering solace, yet his gaze remained fixed intently on Wen Wan. Wen Wan struggled desperately, yet her mouth was stuffed with torn fabric, rendering her unable to utter a single word. She understood Gu Changqing. Sacrificing a Wen Wan for the sake of power was a trivial matter to him. Throughout, Gu Changqing remained silent, observing as Wen Wan transitioned from struggle to a gradual despair. The sly monkey chuckled, lightly prodding Wen Wan's chin with a knife. "Mr. Gu, this girl is quite exquisite, she must be worth at least 2 million. Given your ample wealth, why not take her along? Otherwise, she might end up being a bargain for us brothers." 2 million was not beyond Gu Changqing's means, but he simply could not afford it. Huo Xiaoting had already begun to suspect him, and he could not risk Huo Mingzhu growing more wary of his relationship with Wen Wan. If Huo Mingzhu were to learn of this and annul their engagement, all his years of effort would be in vain. Power over women, Gu Changqing chose power. He dared not meet Wen Wan's gaze filled with hatred. Turning his back, he spoke with a frigid tone, "I do not know her." Wen Wan had long anticipated the outcome, her eyes filled with emptiness. Tears cascaded from the corners of her eyes. "Gu Changqing, how ruthless he is. Gu Changqing feigned ignorance as he carried Hua Mingzhu towards the waiting vehicle outside. Hua Mingzhu gently tugged at him, whispering, "Isn't this rather inappropriate?" If she were to be assaulted, Jiang Rui would be heartbroken. Gu Changqing pressed against her calf lightly. Hua Mingzhu cried out in pain, "That hurts terribly. Gu Changqing, please take me to the hospital." Gu Changqing placed her in the car. As he straightened up, he cast one last glance at the warehouse. "Wen man, do not blame me." Gu Changqing started the car immediately after getting in, fearing that if he delayed even a moment longer, he would be engulfed by regret. An abandoned warehouse. The thin monkey spat in disdain, cursing, "This worthless trinket isn't worth 2 million. It will have to be sold cheap to my brothers." He urged the thugs to hasten, "Let us indulge, but do not let it interfere with our business." The group of thugs was exhilarated. They had never encountered such a delicate woman before. Truth be told, she was even more beautiful than Gu's fiancée if they succeeded. Who could fathom the pleasures that awaited? Fear consumed Wen Man's eyes, replaced by an overwhelming disdain. Whereas she once harbored hopes that Gu Changqing might show her mercy. At this moment, all that remained was animosity. The ruffians stirred restlessly, when suddenly, a clear sound resonated from the corner of the warehouse, startling them. Who could it be? Leaning against the grey wall, Hua Xiaoting toyed with a lighter in his hand. Possessing an air of noble elegance and striking beauty, he stood in stark contrast to the dilapidated surroundings in his luxurious suit. With a subtle smile, he remarked, "Teacher 1. Why is it that you always seem so disheveled whenever we meet?" Wen Man was momentarily stunned. She slowly turned her head and saw Hua Xiaoting approaching her, while the sound of countless sirens echoed around them. In that instant, she had never felt such gratitude towards him. Chapter 20, Lawyer Hua, is she your girlfriend? Amidst the chaos, Wen Man was lifted into his arms. She leaned against Hua Xiaoting's embrace, which was warm and imbued with a subtle, pleasant masculine fragrance. The abandoned warehouse receded into the distance. Wen Wan's taut nerves finally began to unwind as she gently closed her eyes, only to be immediately engulfed by a wave of dizziness. "Hua Xiaoting," she murmured, clutching his shirt tightly with great effort. Hua Xiaoting glanced down, noticing the pallor of Wen Wan's face. Wen Wan leaned against him, weakly stating, "I was struck on the back of my head, I may have a concussion." Without delay, Hua Xiaoting swiftly drove her to the hospital. Wen Man reclined in the back seat, overwhelmed by waves of discomfort. She felt an urgent need to vomit. Hua Xiaoting drove with one hand while making a phone call. "Uncle Lin, it's Xiaoting. A friend of mine would like to come by for you to examine. It might be a concussion. I'll be there in 10 minutes. After concluding the call, Hua Xiaoting glanced at the rearview mirror and gently inquired, "Are you feeling very unwell?" Wen Man closed her eyes, letting out a pained, soft moan. That brief sound, fragmented and broken, tugged at the man's heartstrings. Hua Xiaoting's voice was husky as he reassured her, "We will reach the hospital shortly." In a haze of discomfort, Wen Man thought to herself, surprised that even a man like Hua Xiaoting could exhibit tenderness. Upon arriving at the hospital, thanks to Hua Xiaoting's influence, she was promptly taken to the emergency room for an X-ray. The esteemed Dr. Lin, upon reviewing the results, raised them high and then smiled gently, assuring her that it was merely a mild concussion. "You should stay for a couple of days for observation," he advised. Hua Xiaoting expressed his gratitude. "Doctor." Lin then turned to Wen Man, his eyes twinkling with amusement, and inquired, "Is she your girlfriend?" Hua Xiaoting, maintaining an air of restraint, replied, "Just a client I happened to encounter." "Ah, a client." Dr. Lin continued to smile warmly. "Xiaoting, please assist the young lady with her admission procedures. I will have a nurse come by shortly to administer in 4. Hua Xiaoting offered no further explanation. He cradled Wen Man and escorted her to her hospital room, settling the admission fees with care. Wen Man was profoundly grateful. She wished to transfer the money to him, yet her discomfort rendered her incapable, leaving her to battle the dizzying sensations while lying in her hospital bed. In a state of confusion, she succumbed to slumber. When she awoke, the intravenous needle had already been removed. Wen Man felt somewhat better. She gently turned her head and through the window, she beheld the encroaching twilight outside. A tall figure stood before the window, holding a mobile phone to his ear, his voice subdued and low. It was Hua Xiaoting. Wen Wan reclined against the pillow, gazing quietly at him. Hua Xiaoting possessed an admirable physique, standing at an impressive height of 186 centimeters, perfectly suited for an Oriental woman to lean against. Having interacted with him on several occasions, Wen Wan could not deny that even without immense wealth, Hua, the lawyer, would attract numerous admirers. After concluding his phone call, Hua turned to meet Wen Wan's gaze. She remained serene, her porcelain-like face resting against the pillow, exuding a unique fragility. Hua Xiaoting felt a stir within him, yet maintained a calm demeanor as he asked, "How much longer will you watch?" As warmth flushed her cheeks, Wen Wan softly murmured, "I would like a glass of water." She initially anticipated that Hua Xiaoting would summon a nurse. To her surprise, he instead poured a cup of warm water himself, then sat down beside the hospital bed and gently embraced her. Wen Man was compelled to lean against his chest, and she gently struggled, saying, "Lawyer Hua, I can manage on my own." Hua Xiaoting cast a glance at her. His deep-set eyes revealed no discernible emotions, yet they bore a certain gravity. Wen Wan, hesitant to engage in any debate, chose instead to lean against his shoulder, sipping water from the cup in his hand. She couldn't quite tell if it was merely her imagination, but it seemed to her that he held her a little tighter. Just then, the door to the hospital room swung open. Upon entering, Dr. Lin was greeted by the intimate scene before him, and with a warm smile, he inquired, "How does our esteemed guest feel?" Chapter 21, Xiaoting's personal care will expedite recovery. Wen Wan felt quite embarrassed. However, Hua Xiaoting, possessing an extraordinary resilience, insisted on feeding her an entire cup of water before he finally released her to converse with the elders. "This is Teacher 1, who has been burdened by Mingzhu. It is only right that I care for her," he stated. Dr. Lin, the elderly physician, had a rather amiable disposition. "Ah, so that is the case. How swiftly one's status can change." After examining Wen Wan and confirming her well-being, he smiled and remarked, "With Xiaoting personally attending to her, she should recover more swiftly." Wen Man's face burned with embarrassment. Dr. Lin departed with a cheerful smile. Wen Wan took out her phone with the intention of calling Aunt Ruan, but Hua Xiaoting interjected. "I have already called to request leave for you and took the liberty of informing your aunt that you will be away on a business trip for several days." Wen Man. Hua Xiaoting seemed oblivious to her dissatisfaction and lightly remarked, "I have instructed my assistant to bring over the meal." Wen Man could no longer restrain herself. She asked Hua Xiaoting, "Are you looking at me like that because you fear I might disrupt your sister's happiness?" Hua Xiaoting leaned against the bedside cabinet, engrossed in sending a WeChat message to his assistant, and chuckled softly at her words. "What does Teacher Wen intend to use to cause disruption? I was under the impression that Gu Changqing had already made his choice. Does Teacher Wen possess such a lengthy reflex arc?" He was exceedingly handsome, yet his words were laced with cruelty, causing any semblance of affection Wen Man had harbored for him to evaporate entirely. She turned over, deliberately presenting her back to him. Hua Xiaoting crossed his long legs and observed the woman in the hospital bed, a barely audible smile playing at the corners of his lips. "Oh. It seems you're angry." Approximately half an hour later, Hua Xiaoting's secretary arrived with dinner. Upon seeing Wen Man, the young secretary recalled having encountered her during a visit to the law firm. She had initially thought the entanglement was one-sided, unaware that her boss was equally attentive, personally caring for her and leveraging connections to provide comprehensive assistance. A hint of ambiguity sparkled in the secretary's eyes. Wen Wan, feeling somewhat melancholic and neglectful of her surroundings, realized her hunger. After expressing her gratitude, she opened the wooden lunchbox. Inside, there was a fragrant neat porridge, easily digestible and suitable for patients. The aroma was delightful. A warm current coursed through Wen Wan's heart as she felt the thoughtfulness of Hua Xiaoting. Her inherently gentle nature caused her to bow her head in gratitude. "Thank you, Lawyer Hua, for today." Hua Xiaoting had no intention of dining with her. He remained seated with his long legs crossed, nonchalantly managing affairs on his phone while he replied, "There's no need for gratitude, Teacher 1. After all, I have my own motives." Wen Wan was momentarily taken aback. She had received a favor from an influential individual, and thus she humbled herself. "I am but a petty person misjudging the noble intentions of a gentleman." Wen shouting raised his gaze to observe her. Wen Wan, perceptive and aware, permitted him to gaze upon her. Deep within her heart, she harbored a vague understanding that he was fond of her appearance and figure. For his eyes bore traces of romantic interest. After indulging in his scrutiny, Wen shouting slowly set aside his phone, inquiring, "Is it genuine?" His commanding presence rendered Wen Wan hesitant to meet his gaze, and she feigned interest in her porridge, replying, "Indeed." Seemingly satisfied, Wen shouting departed with his secretary, leaving the hospital room enveloped in tranquility. Wen Wan lay alone on the hospital bed, sensing the emptiness that surrounded her. She still felt a twinge of discomfort, so she chose to close her eyes and drift into slumber. Upon awakening once more, she realized it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Being in the VIP ward, the night was particularly serene, the only sounds being the rustling of leaves outside and the gentle calls of insects and birds. When Wan approached the window and opened it, Wen Man suddenly felt an urge to descend and take a leisurely stroll. Moments later, she found herself treading upon the soft emerald grass, inhaling the invigorating scent of fresh greenery, and experiencing a profound sense of comfort. The moon hung bright in the sparse sky, while the world around her lay in serene stillness. As when one contemplated her rather mundane future, a soft and delicate voice broke through her thoughts, "Gu Changqing, will you kiss me once more?" Chapter 22. She was utterly indifferent to whom he was involved with. When Man was taken aback, quite astonished. "Hua Mingzhu? She is also in this hospital?" When Wan gently lifted her eyelids and beheld a pair of lovers, entwined beneath the moonlight, locked in an embrace that seemed impossible to part. Gu Changqing held his fiancée's waist, cradling her face as if she were a priceless treasure. Despite his often cantankerous demeanor, he coaxed Hua Mingzhu like one might soothe a child, "Just one last time tonight. It's time for you to sleep." Hua Mingzhu, wrapping her arms around his neck, innocently teased, "Gu Changqing, we are engaged, when shall we consummate our relationship?" As Gu Changqing prepared to deflect her inquiry, his peripheral vision caught sight of Wen Wan lurking in the shadows. Suddenly, he pressed Hua Mingzhu against his heart, wishing to shield her from discovering Wen Wan's presence. Yet his gaze remained fixated on Wen Wan. What Gu Changqing was feeling, Hua Mingzhu could not possibly fathom. Immersed in a world of tender affection, her delicate fingers traced the fabric of her fiancé's shirt, urging softly, "Gu Changqing, what are you waiting for?" Gu Changqing responded with a vague murmur. He was eager to gauge Wen Wan's reaction, but she merely tugged at the corners of her mouth before swiftly turning to depart. A pang of anxiety gripped Gu Changqing's heart. Once, Wen Wan had adored him so deeply that even his slightest displeasure would trouble her for days, as she went to great lengths to bring him joy. Yet now, the prospect of his intimacy with another seemed to leave her utterly unmoved. He could not believe it. Surely, Wen Wan must still feel something. Was he truly desired? His voice was barely above a whisper. Then, he gently tugged at Hua Mingzhu's long hair and leaned down to fervently kiss her. His eagerness was fierce and fervid. Unable to withstand it, Hua Mingzhu lightly punched his shoulder in playful complaint, "Gu Changqing, what is wrong with you?" He paused, his gaze deep and shadowed, an unsettling gloom enveloping him. Abruptly, he lifted Hua Mingzhu and strode toward the VIP ward, where she bashfully nestled against his shoulder, quietly asking, "Do you truly want me?" Gu Changqing responded with a soft affirmative. As he turned to enter the corridor of the ward, his gaze swept the room, but Wen Wan had vanished without a trace. His eyes dimmed with disappointment. Back in the private room, Gu Changqing and Hua Mingzhu shared their first intimate encounter. She was both bashful and audacious, and while he could not claim to have entirely enjoyed the experience, it felt as though something vital was missing. When it concluded, the clock had already struck midnight. Gu Changqing sat on the wooden chair of the terrace, a box of cigarettes resting on the small round table beside him, from which he had already smoked 4 or 5. Though he had seemingly attained everything he desired, a beautiful fiancée and all the advantages that accompanied her, his heart felt achingly hollow. He could not shake the memory of Wen Wan's gaze, mocking and indifferent. Soft arms encircled him from behind. Hua Mingzhu leaned against his back, her voice gentle as she asked, "What are you thinking about?" Gu Changqing extinguished his cigarette, pulled his fiancée into his embrace, and whispered in her ear, "Mingzhu, no one is better than you." Hua Mingzhu nestled closer, taking his hand in hers, "You must treat me well, understand? love me forever and always indulge me. Gu Changqing swallowed hard. He was not one for love, his heart belonged solely to power. Wen Wan, like Hua Mingzhu, is no exception. He merely chooses what is more advantageous for himself. After a moment of silence, Hua Mingzhu suddenly spoke, I just saw Miss Wen. Gu Changqing. Are you still feeling guilty for not having saved her? It's all right, my brother rescued her and personally took care of her. Rest assured. Rest assured? Gu Changqing scoffed, and then his mood darkened as he recalled Hua Xiaoting's unusual attitude towards Wen Wan. Chapter 23, Gu Changqing, how will you make amends? Early in the morning, Wen Wan awoke. Beside her lay an exquisite square velvet box. Wen Man was taken aback as she opened the box. Inside lay a resplendent diamond ring, a classic design from Tiffany, its carat weight appearing quite substantial. Wen Wan discerned the identity of the gift giver and found it rather ironic. Gu Changqing had driven her to the brink of desperation, nearly leading her to a fate of violation, yet he had the audacity to present her with a diamond ring. Just as she contemplated asking the nurse to return it to him, the door swung open. Gu Changqing entered and, upon noticing Wen Wan examining the ring, spoke in an unexpectedly gentle tone, awake? Do you like it? Wen Man closed the box with a faint smile. How delightful! Which woman does not adore diamond rings? However, Gu Changqing, I have no desire for your gifts. Wen Man anticipated that encountering his insufferable demeanor would evoke feelings of disgust and anger within her, however. To her astonishment, she remained remarkably composed, as if confronting a mere stranger. Perhaps, after experiencing despair, love had withered away. Gu Changqing lowered his gaze and softly remarked, Wen Man, this is my compensation to you, there are no ulterior motives. Wen Man tilted her head back, stifling her tears. Compensation? Gu Changqing. How do you intend to repay the debts you owe me? If you truly feel remorse for your actions, then spare my father. I will leave the city with my parents immediately and will never appear before you again, nor will I obstruct your path. Gu Changqing, I beg you. Will you grant me this favor? Gu Changqing found himself unable to acquiesce. With his hands tucked firmly in his pockets, he stood tall and resolute. We shall discuss this further when you have come to a decision. When one could no longer contain her fury, she hurled the diamond ring at him with great force. Gu Changqing, leave. The rigid little box grazed Gu Changqing's forehead, leaving a faint trace of blood. Yet, Gu Changqing remained unfazed. He bent down to retrieve the box and placed it into his pocket, convinced that one day he would personally adorn Wen Wan with this diamond ring, compelling her to willingly become his woman. He proclaimed, Wen Wan, this time was an accident. Wen Man closed her eyes, urging him to leave. Gu Changqing was about to say something when the ward door swung open once more. It was Hua Xiaoting who entered. Today, he was dressed impeccably in a classic black and white suit, a pristine white shirt meticulously pressed, enhancing his strikingly handsome visage. The atmosphere in the room was delicate. Yet Hua Xiaoting appeared oblivious to it. He offered a slight nod to Gu Changqing before approaching Wen Man's bedside, retrieving a payment slip from his pocket. Teacher 1. Your medical expenses total 22,600. Could you please transfer it to me via WeChat? Wen Wan's emotions had yet to settle when Hua Xiaoting took her phone. Leaning against her bedside, he scanned the code to add her on WeChat. Teacher 1, how unfortunate you are, you have only 18,000 in pocket change. Wen Wan felt a burning sensation on her face. Hua Xiaoting spoke earnestly, you still owe me 4,600. How about you join me for a round of golf another day, and we can consider that amount settled. Wen Wan tilted her head slightly. Her chestnut hair cascading down to her waist in soft, gentle waves, embodying a delicate grace. She rested her hand upon Hua Xiaoting's arm and softly murmured, I can accompany you now. This utterance caused Gu Changqing to feel an overwhelming weight upon him. Gu Changqing tightened his grip on the velvet box, his knuckles turning pale from the strain, and managed a reluctant smile, saying, I shall not intrude. As the door closed, Wen Wan felt all her strength dissipate. She leaned against the headboard, whispering, Thank you, Lawyer Hua. Hua Xiaoting placed her phone down and, with a hint of playful irony, replied, Aren't you supposed to accompany me? Wen Wan raised her gaze, unexpectedly meeting his, No. Lawyer Hua, I was merely cooperating with you just now. Hua Xiaoting continued to gaze at her. His dark eyes inscrutable, revealing no emotion. His striking features, coupled with his intense stare, stirred something within any woman. Wen Wan felt a subtle tremor within her body. A feminine awareness quietly awakening. Chapter 24, What should I thank you for? Thank you for kissing me? Hua Xiaoting leaned closer. He did not kiss her directly, instead. One hand cradled Wen Wan's face, the slightly rough pads of his fingers gently grazing her delicate cheek. He then grasped her hair, tenderly caressing and kneading it with a touch that was neither too light nor too heavy. Such a dulled blade was the most excruciating. When Man had never encountered such a situation, she couldn't withstand the soft moan, Hua Xiaoting. No longer addressing me as Lawyer Hua? His straight nose pressed against hers, their faces mere inches apart, their breaths intertwining. Hua Xiaoting could kiss her at any moment. Wen Wan clutched the fabric of his shirt tightly, her heart racing with fervor. She longed to close her eyes, yet Hua Xiaoting would not permit it. He gently tugged at her long hair, his voice husky as he commanded, Wen Wan, open your eyes and watch us kiss. With her eyes wide open, her crimson lips trembling softly, she gradually pressed herself against him. Hua Xiaoting tightened his embrace, the setting being a hospital room, where an undeniable chemistry enveloped them. What began as a tender kiss steadily ignited into an all-consuming fire. Hua Xiaoting, struggling to maintain his composure, whispered, Wen Wan, are you certain? Wen Wan experienced a fleeting moment of clarity. Instinctively, she wanted to push Hua Xiaoting away. Yet she realized that the emotions she had invested over the years were nothing but a farce, her vow of chastity held no significance. Contemplating this, Wen Wan willingly offered her lips. In her hazy state, she surprisingly felt a sense of vindictive pleasure. Hua Xiaoting concluded the kiss. His male pride forbade him from proceeding further. He released Wen Wan and leaned aside to adjust his disheveled shirt. He gazed at her, whose expression was a blend of confusion and desire, and spoke in a nonchalant tone, Teacher Wen, given the circumstances, perhaps it would be wise to take a step back. When Man fully regained her composure, feeling both embarrassed and humiliated. However, Hua Xiaoting spared her further discomfort. He retrieved a pristine white cigarette, idly twirling it between his fingers. After a moment of silence, he suddenly spoke, You must be curious as to why, given Gu Changqing's character, I did not intervene to prevent Ming Zhu from becoming engaged to him. When Man awaited further words from Hua Xiaoting, Hua Xiaoting broke his cigarette in a moment of slight agitation, and said, 6 months ago, Ming Zhu attempted to take her own life by slashing her wrist in order to be with Gu Changqing. When Man was momentarily taken aback, having never realized such a truth. Meeting Hua Xiaoting's gaze once more, her voice trembled slightly as she spoke, Lawyer Hua, now I understand. I assure you, I will not provoke Miss Hua. Consider it my way of repaying you. Hua Xiaoting remained speechless. It was evident that what should have been a clarifying statement had been so misconstrued by Wen Man. Yet, given Hua Xiaoting's temperament, he chose not to elaborate further. He simply gazed at her intently and remarked, How could someone so foolish manage to become a teacher? No wonder she has been deceived by men. With that, he turned and departed. Wen Man felt a moment of daze. She picked up her phone, intending to transfer several thousand from her bank card to her e-wallet, but upon glancing at the screen, she was left in a stupor. Not only had Hua Xiaoting refrained from withdrawing her 18,000, but he had also transferred an additional 100,000 to her. When Man gazed at the 3 characters Hua Xiaoting in the chat history, a myriad of indescribable emotions swirling within her. Excluding the intervening presence of Hua Mingzhu, Hua Xiaoting had not treated her poorly, albeit, he could be rather acerbic at times. After careful consideration, she decided to send a WeChat message. Lawyer Hua, thank you. As Hua Xiaoting settled into his car, he received Wen Man's message and noted her refusal to accept the transfer. He pondered for a moment before sending a series of messages her way. Thank me for what? For kissing you? If it's about the 100,000 yuan, Teacher Wen. If it makes you uncomfortable, you could accompany me for 10 rounds of golf. If that doesn't suffice, how about spending the night at my place to review some cases? Wen Wan received a WeChat message. Her face was ablaze with warmth, as she was far too astute to interpret it in a literal sense. It is truly surprising how subtly enigmatic Hua Xiaoting can be. Wen Man intended to transfer the entire amount of 22,600 to him when she received a message from him on WeChat. Accept it. Consider it an apology from me on behalf of Mingzhu. Wen Man quietly gazed at the WeChat message, her eyes lingering for an eternity. Suddenly, she felt a twinge of envy towards Hua Mingzhu. Chapter 25, he appeared to regret. Gu Changqing did not depart immediately. When Wen Man was pressed against the hospital bed and kissed by Hua Xiaoting, he was outside. Wen Man's kiss was exquisitely tender, a sight that Gu Changqing had witnessed. In a state of fury, he was taut as a bowstring, ready to snap at any moment. Finally, when Wen Man could no longer contain herself and let out a soft sound, Gu Changqing, unable to endure any longer, struck the wall with a fierce blow. Blood splattered. His palm was drenched in crimson, yet he seemed impervious to the pain, remaining utterly still, his expression as grim as the depths of a lake. For a fleeting moment, Gu Changqing contemplated bursting into the hospital room, determined to take Wen Man away right under Hua Xiaoting's nose. However, he understood that with just one step across that threshold, his engagement to Hua Mingzhu would be rendered void. Everything he had painstakingly built would vanish in an instant. Abruptly, Gu Changqing turned away, driving to a modest yet worn apartment complex. He nodded expressionlessly. During that time, life was a struggle, fraught with challenges. Wen Man frequently visits to cook for him, nurturing his pride and subtly offering her support. She is but a foolish woman. She believes that Gu Changqing loves her, yet all along, he has merely been exploiting her. Wen Man has never quite grasped the sequence of events. Even until now, she has believed that Wen Boyan was burdened by her, unaware that years ago, Wen Boyan was merely the scapegoat chosen by Gu Changqing, and she, Wen Man, was merely a tool for him to gain Wen Boyan's trust. This tool was so naive that in the end, Gu Changqing grew reluctant to part with her. Even if he achieves great success, where else could he find such a pure-hearted woman who loves him so dearly? He yearns to keep her by his side, to cook for him, to gently massage his forehead when he is weary, or perhaps he might even allow her to bear his children. Even if someone else were to replace Wen Boyan, it would undoubtedly complicate matters. Gu Changqing stepped onto the balcony, retrieving a cigarette to smoke leisurely. After consuming about 4 or 5 cigarettes, he dialed his secretary. Is there any news from Wen Boyan? Or is it regarding the case handled by lawyer Jiang? The secretary nodded affirmatively. Gu Changqing, with an expressionless demeanor, relayed a few instructions. The secretary was taken aback. Having served Gu Changqing for a considerable time, she was aware of his relationship with Wen Man and couldn't help but plead on her behalf, President Gu, regarding Miss Wen. Gu Changqing's tone turned icy. Do as I say. Be efficient. The secretary fell silent for a moment before acquiescing. Just then, a call from Hua Mingzhu came through. Gu Changqing, feeling irritable, hesitated to answer, but after several persistent rings, he finally picked up. Gu Changqing, where have you been? My hand hurts so much. Could you come over and apply some medicine for me? My parents are coming over tomorrow. We might discuss the wedding date, so please ask Auntie to come as well. After hanging up, he thought to himself, let it be. With power in hand, what could a man not attain? Even if 20 years pass, he would have no regrets about today's decision. Chapter 26, A Family of Scoundrels. The following afternoon, Wen Man was discharged from the hospital. Clutching her phone, she hesitated over whether to call Hua Xiaoting or send a WeChat message to express her gratitude. After much deliberation, she ultimately decided against it. As she exited the inpatient department, she unexpectedly encountered familiar faces at the entrance, Gu Changqing's mother and his sister, Gu Jingjing. They were carrying several large bags of imported fruits. Likely visiting Hua Mingzhu, and felt somewhat awkward upon encountering Wen Wan gently nodded her head, preparing to depart. However, Gu's mother called out to her. Speaking in a warm and amicable manner, Wen Wan, I have something I wish to discuss with you. Gu Jingjing tugged at her mother's sleeve, interjecting with a spoiled tone, Mom, my brother has already broken up with her. What more is there to discuss? Gu's mother, being quite astute, was fully aware of her son's actions. Her current objective was to ensure that Wen Wan did not appear before Changqing, thereby safeguarding her son's happiness. Gu's mother instructed her daughter to leave first. Gu Jingjing, stamping her foot in displeasure, huffed and exited. Once Gu Jingjing had departed, Gu's mother donned a smile once more and addressed Wen Wan, under normal circumstances. We would invite you for a cup of coffee to sit down and have a good talk. However, today, Mingzhu's parents wish to discuss the wedding date of the young couple, and I truly cannot carve out any time. Wen Wan's heart was filled with bitterness. In the past, when the Gu family faced difficulties, she devoted all her savings to assist them. Yet, Gu Changqing's mother incessantly proclaimed her as the sole daughter-in-law of the Gu family, promising that should Gu Changqing ever wrong her, she would not let him off easily. How quickly things have changed. Wen Wan offered a faint smile, yet in truth, she felt that even this gesture was somewhat superfluous. Observing her indifference, Gu's mother felt a bit awkward, nonetheless. Her concern compelled her to add a few more words. In reality, my dear, your circumstances are quite favorable. I find it rather regrettable that you and Changqing have parted ways. Now that he has found his happiness, you must also consider your own happiness more earnestly. Do not allow yourself to be ensnared by a single tree, lest you squander your youth. Wen Wan was utterly disgusted. Although she initially wished to disregard it, she gazed at the newcomer around the corner and spoke with a light yet resolute tone. Rest assured, Aunt, I would never resort to hanging myself from a single tree. Mother Gu chuckled, knowing you think this way, Aunt can rest easy. She turned to seek out Huo Mingzhu, but upon turning back, she encountered her son's sullen expression. Gu Changqing had one hand buried in his pocket, fixating on Wen Wan with a cold stare as he said, Mother, let us go upstairs. Mother Gu forced a smile and departed, yet Gu Changqing remained. Wen Wan felt an icy chill enveloping her entire being. She had lost not merely love, but also the humiliation of having her sincere affections trampled upon. Gu Changqing let out a scoff, remarking, Does it hurt? In truth, no one compelled you to do any of that. Wen Wan, the love you so naively believed in was merely a self-indulgent sentiment. Yet, you are not foolish. You recognize the allure of seeking higher branches. Wen Wan retorted with a cold smile, expressing her gratitude to President Gu for his guidance. Gu Changqing, with his elegantly elongated phoenix eyes, glimmered with a depth of emotion. Rather than displaying anger, he smiled, Given your current situation with Hu Xiaoting, why hasn't he come to your aid? Wen Wan, a man like Hu Xiaoting is beyond your control, and one day, you shall undoubtedly regret it. Wen Man lowered her gaze, a faint smile gracing her lips. What do I have to regret? Gu Changqing, do you believe there is anything I cannot afford to lose? Gu Changqing stood there, a cold smile escaping his lips after a prolonged silence. Wen Man, do not push me. At that moment, a call from Huo Mingzhu interrupted. Her voice sweet and delicate, Gu Changqing, where are you? My parents have arrived, and they are all waiting for you. Gu Changqing gently reassured her, I will be there shortly. Chapter 27, Hu Xiaoting, what do we call this? Wen Man left the hospital and first visited the detention center to see her father. When Boyan's condition is satisfactory, he has merely lost some weight. Yet his health remains relatively good. Wen Man felt a sense of relief. She continued with her bustling life, working at the music center during the day and teaching a few students in the evenings, alternating with her shifts at the restaurant. Though exhausting, it yielded a greater income. Before she realized it, a week had slipped by. During this time, she had not laid eyes on Hu Xiaoting. But she had come across his name in the entertainment section of the newspaper, learning that he had traveled to H City. There, he attended a soiree attended by the elite. At the event, Hu Xiaoting donned a black velvet tuxedo, complemented by a pristine white pleated shirt and a black bow tie. He stood amidst the crowd, radiating brilliance and exuding an air of nobility. Beside him was a stunning woman, with Hu Xiaoting's hand gently resting on her waist, resembling a pair of perfect companions. Wen Man recognized her as a top-tier actress, a recipient of the coveted Best Actress award. At that moment, the celebrated star was delicately leaning against Hu Xiaoting, her face brimming with the ambition of marrying into a wealthy family. Wen Man gently set down the newspaper. She thought to herself how fortunate it was that she did not overestimate her significance in Hu Xiaoting's life. It was perfectly reasonable for a man of his caliber to be surrounded by women. A couple of days later, Wen Man took on a part-time job at the restaurant. Hu Xiaoting arrived, clad in a deep blue shirt and iron gray trousers, draped in a black trench coat. He exuded a mature handsomeness. He came alone, ordered a meal but hardly touched it, instead leaning back in his chair, quietly listening to Wen Man play the piano. Wen Man was unaware of the reason for his presence, she could only disregard that piercing gaze. At 10 o'clock, the restaurant closed its doors. Wen Wan tidied up her belongings in preparation to leave work. By the time she departed, the seat occupied by Hu Xiaoting was already vacant. Wen Man let out a sigh of relief, simultaneously feeling a twinge of guilt for her own pettiness. She ought to express her gratitude to him for his care during her time in the hospital. As she exited the restaurant, a golden continental came to a halt before her, and the window descended to reveal the handsome visage of Hu Xiaoting. "Get in," he said succinctly. Wen Man hesitated for a moment but ultimately settled into the passenger seat, primarily because his car was rather ostentatious, and she wished to avoid drawing the attention of onlookers. Hu Xiaoting started the vehicle and, after a brief interval, glanced at her, gently reminding, "Seatbelt." Wen Man's cheeks flushed as she hurriedly adjusted her attire. She observed Hu Xiaoting, who was clad solely in a shirt and dress pants, his jacket casually tossed onto the back seat of the car. Hu Xiaoting spoke softly, "Do you find me attractive?" "Ha?" Wen Man's face grew even rosier. At the red traffic light, Hu Xiaoting parked his car, turning his body to gaze at Wen Man. His eyes conveying an understanding shared by both men and women. Wen Man could no longer endure such ambiguity. She deliberated before speaking. "Lawyer Hu, thank you for that day." Hu Xiaoting remained silent. Wen Wan, steeling herself, continued, "There is a bus stop ahead, and a night bus service on this side." Hu Xiaoting's gaze was profound. And at last, he spoke, "Wen Wan, stay with me for a while." He addressed her as Wen Wan. Wen Man's heart softened unexpectedly. Hu Xiaoting drove the car to a secluded spot at the foot of the mountains, far removed from the hustle and bustle of civilization, a fitting place for nefarious deeds. Wen Wan was slow to realize. Hu Xiaoting's mood was evidently not quite pleasant. He took out a cigarette, lit it, and inhaled deeply. The image was inexplicably pleasing to the eye. It was somewhat chilly at the foot of the mountain, and Wen Wan, dressed in a skirt, quickly felt the cold. Her nose turning a rosy hue, with a faint blush at the corners of her eyes, which contrasted beautifully with her fair complexion. Hu Xiaoting bent down to retrieve his coat and tossed it to her, saying, "Put it on." "Thank you," Wen Wan replied, her voice trembling slightly. She regretted coming here with him, sensing that Hu Xiaoting was somehow different tonight. Her intuition proved correct. After finishing a cigarette, Hu Xiaoting leaned in to kiss her. They shared a series of intermittent kisses, and as Wen Wan regained some clarity, she leaned against his shoulder and murmured, "Hu Xiaoting." With a soft plea, she asked, "What are we?" Hu Xiaoting gazed at her quietly, understanding her reluctance. Chapter 28, "Stay with me for a while, my dear." Hu Xiaoting continued to watch her intently. After a long moment, he released his hold on her arm, gently leaning back against the leather chair and slightly closing his eyes. He appeared to be quite weary. Wen Man could not utter a single word of reproach, merely tilting her head to gaze at him. After a moment, Hu Xiaoting rose and pressed a button. The car's roof slid open, replaced by a deep blue glass, and, nestled in the mountains, the stars in the night sky shone exceptionally bright. Wen Wan wished to inquire, yet he abruptly drew her into his embrace. She found herself leaning against his shoulder, inhaling the distinctive scent of cedar that enveloped him, causing her cheeks to flush with warmth. "Stay with me for a while." Hu Xiaoting's voice resonated, low and husky. Wen Wan found it impossible to refuse. She was uncertain whether all successful men had a penchant for portraying their hardships or if all women were susceptible to such displays. But when Hu Xiaoting had offered her assistance, she could not bring herself to push him away as he revealed a weary and vulnerable expression. Perhaps it was due to her prolonged silence that Hu Xiaoting softly inquired, "What are you thinking?" Nothing at all." Wen Wan's thoughts were in disarray. Subsequently, neither spoke, they merely embraced each other in tranquil silence. Hu Xiaoting's appearance was undeniably striking. To claim that Wen Wan felt no attraction at all would be disingenuous. She did not awkwardly distance herself but instead gently wrapped her arms around his waist. Yet, the multitude of complexities between them rendered any convergence impossible. Lost in her muddled thoughts, she eventually dozed off in his embrace. Hu Xiaoting gazed down at the slumbering Wen Wan, her chestnut hair cascading over her shoulders. Her delicate face as pure as pine and snow, and her slender shoulders nestled against him, light and soft. One man possesses a beauty that is not ostentatiously radiant, but rather a gentle and enduring charm, perfectly suited for nurturing within the confines of one's home. After days of relentless toil, Hua Xiaoting felt a tinge of weariness as he softly closed his eyes. When Wen Wan awoke, the atmosphere was somewhat delicate. She could distinctly sense that Wen Man had never encountered a man before and was unaware that this was how they appeared upon waking. She bit her lip, feeling somewhat at a loss. Too apprehensive to move even an inch. In the dim confines of the car, Hua Xiaoting's gaze was intense and piercing. Wen Wan inquired softly, "What time is it?" Wen Man found herself unable to move, obediently nestled in his embrace. Suddenly, Hua Xiaoting let out a light chuckle, his mood inexplicably lifted. His slender fingers gently brushed against her cheek, teasing her. Was she so easily swayed? Was Teacher Wen expressing her gratitude to him, or was she reveling in it herself? Wen Wan's thoughts were laid bare, leaving her somewhat embarrassed and irritated. She chose to disregard him and shifted her position to the passenger seat. Hua Xiaoting let out a soft grunt, casting a sidelong glance at her. He noticed a faint flush on her cheeks, which surprised him, after all. Wen Wan had been with Gu Changqing for 4 years and should have been quite experienced, yet she still blushed so easily. Hua Xiaoting felt a stir of attraction towards her. Lowering the car window, he glanced at the buildings outside, then looked back at Wen Wan's slender figure. He was acutely aware of the burden she bore, yet today she had not voiced any demands of him. In that fleeting moment, a pang of compassion surged within Hua Xiaoting, and he even contemplated making an exception to aid her. However, that thought vanished as quickly as it had come, at present. Wen Wan's standing in his heart had not ascended to such a level. Chapter 29, Do You Not Favor Me the Most? Wen Wan ascended the staircase. Upon reaching the second floor, she could not help but cast a glance downward. Hua Xiaoting's car remained parked below, the luxurious golden Continental starkly contrasting with the aged surroundings. A place unbefitting someone of Hua Xiaoting's stature. Wen Wan contemplated that lawyer Hua ought to grace the soiree with his presence. Everything that transpired tonight felt to her like a fleeting ripple cast upon the surface of her life, destined to be forgotten after a night's slumber. Wen Wan dared not look back and hurried upstairs. Hua Xiaoting watched the lights illuminate the top floor before driving away. Unbeknownst to him, a black sports car lingered in the shadows, its owner having awaited for over 2 hours below. For as long as Hua Xiaoting and Wen Wan embraced in the car, Gu Changqing had remained patiently at the foot of the building. Clad in dark attire, Gu Changqing emerged from the vehicle, his ebony ensemble accentuating the striking pallor of his handsome visage. He leaned against the car and lit a cigarette, exhaling tendrils of smoke that were swiftly torn apart by the night. He had witnessed everything that transpired moments before. A derisive chuckle escaped his lips. Ah! In such a short span, Wen Wan had already developed feelings for Hua Xiaoting? Was she not most fond of him, Gu Changqing? His gaze fixed upon the illuminated windows above as he made a phone call. It was time to take action. After issuing his instructions, he hung up with a cold smirk. Wen Wan, this is of your own making. Why are you so late? Aunt Rowan's tone carried an edge of reproach. Wen Wan poured herself a glass of cool water, bit her lip, and ultimately decided to remain silent. She had missed the last bus and was a little late. Aunt Wan observed her for a while and then said, I shall prepare you a warm midnight snack. Wen Wan always felt that Aunt Wan knew something. Yet she found it difficult to articulate her thoughts, as her relationship with Hua Xiaoting was merely non-existent and certainly devoid of any future. After approximately 5 minutes, Aunt Wan brought out a bowl of noodles, placing it on the small dining table and beckoning Wen Wan to come and eat. Wen Wan was indeed hungry. Softly expressing her gratitude, thank you, Aunt Wan. Aunt Wan then took a seat across from her, propping her chin on her hand as she gazed at Wen Wan. Feeling uneasy under her scrutiny, Wen Wan inquired, what is it, Aunt Wan? Wen Man nodded softly, acknowledging that their interactions had been rather ordinary, and it was likely they would not meet again in the future. Aunt Wan felt a tinge of sadness, partly for Wen Boyan, and partly for Wen Man herself. Wen Wan devoted 4 years of affection to Gu Changqing, a heartless wretch. Deep down, she harbored a fervent desire for Wen Wan to find a man far superior to Gu Changqing, one who would utterly eclipse him. Alas! Wen Man understood Aunt Rowan's thoughts. She gently grasped her hand and said, have you forgotten? Lawyer Huo and Gu Changqing are destined to be relatives sooner or later. I hardly dare to entertain such thoughts. Aunt Rowan sighed softly and replied, nevertheless, that does not justify taking you out and denying you even a morsel of food. You still carry the scent of smoke. Wen Wan was drinking water when she suddenly choked, leaving her feeling exceedingly embarrassed. Upon returning to her room, she took a shower and lay on her bed, unable to find sleep as her mind wandered restlessly. She contemplated Aunt Rowan's attitude. It appeared that Aunt Rowan had come to terms with the fact that her father would be incarcerated for 2 years. Wen Wan felt a tinge of sadness. She had contemplated avenging Gu Changqing, yet she was acutely aware that she could not sway him in the slightest. Moreover, she had to care for Aunt Rowan, who had never endured hardship in her life. Wen Wan tossed and turned in her bed, unable to find solace in sleep. At 4 in the morning, her phone suddenly chimed. Assuming it to be a nuisance message, she reached for it to delete it, but upon glancing at the screen, she froze. It was a WeChat message from Hua Xiaoting. "Have you fallen asleep?" he inquired, accompanied by a photograph presumably taken from the terrace of his luxurious apartment. The angle captured the vibrant nightscape of B's City's southmost bustling street with a tall glass perched on the railing, its transparent body reflecting the dazzling lights of the night. Chapter 30, Hua Xiaoting's decision. When one felt a gentle stir within her, her slender fingers caressed her phone lightly. After much hesitation, she refrained from sending a WeChat message immediately and chose instead to send it half an hour later. "Apologies, Lawyer Hua, I fell asleep." On the other end, Hua Xiaoting, holding a glass of wine, smiled softly upon seeing Wen Wan's message. The reserved nature of Teacher Wen possesses a certain charm. In the following days, Hua Xiaoting did not make another appearance. However, he would occasionally send WeChat messages to Wen Wan, sometimes accompanied by a photograph or a few languid yet sophisticated words, imbued with the distinctive allure of a mature man. Their mutual attraction was an unspoken understanding between them. One morning, while en route to work, Wen Wan received a call from Hua Xiaoting. After a moment's hesitation, she answered, "Lawyer Hua?" Hua Xiaoting was seated in his car, a file resting on his lap, which unmistakably contained documents pertaining to the Wen Boyan case. Recalling the previous night when he had obtained it from lawyer Jiang Ming, Hua Xiaoting remembered the knowing smile Jiang had offered, remarking, "Xiaoting, what made you change your mind? Is it because of Teacher Wen? I think she is quite remarkable. And Zhang Rui seems to be quite fond of her." At that moment, Hua Xiaoting had merely smiled and requested Jiang Ming not to mention it to Wen Wan just yet, expressing that he needed more time to contemplate. Wen Wan could not decipher the situation, yet she understood that cultivating a good relationship with Hua Xiaoting would yield no detriment. She softly acquiesced. Hua Xiaoting's heart suddenly softened. He lowered his voice and whispered like a lover, "Why are you so obedient and tender? Do you not realize that such demeanor may invite the advances of men?" Wen Wan's face flushed, and she struggled to articulate her thoughts for a considerable time. Hua Xiaoting chuckled softly, choosing to let her be. After ending the call, he lingered over the documents for quite a while. This decision was not merely a transaction, it was intertwined with a sense of compassion for Wen Wan. He thought of it as a form of compensation for her. Meanwhile, Wen Wan set down her phone, pondering what Hua Xiaoting would reveal to her in a week's time. Her mind wandered into a flurry of thoughts, nearly causing her to miss her stop. In a hurried dash to the music center, her colleagues regarded her with a distinctly altered gaze as she clocked in. Wen Wan, perplexed by the situation, was ultimately informed in hushed tones by a colleague with whom she shared a closer rapport. "Wen Wan, the director has become aware of your part-time job outside. You should expect a discussion with him shortly. I've heard that Ding Cheng has been quite secretive about it. Both of you joined our organization simultaneously, and your exceptional teaching has attracted numerous high-caliber students to your classes. She has been displeased for quite some time, and it seems she has finally seized the opportunity to act." Wen Wan was momentarily taken aback. Her colleague softly spoke at length, expressing sentiments akin to understanding her current difficulties. At that moment, Director Li's assistant approached, courteously inviting Wen Wan to join them. Wen Wan followed her to the director's office on the second floor. The assistant knocked on the door. "Director Li, Teacher Wen has arrived." "Come in," a woman's voice replied from within. Wen Wan pushed the door open and entered. Director Li, a sharp and capable woman in her 40s, was seated behind her desk, engrossed in the documents before her. Upon Wen Wan's arrival, she gestured for her to take a seat. Wen Wan sought to explain. But Director Li gestured to interrupt her. Indeed, Ding Chang has confided in me, yet I have chosen to turn a blind eye, understanding the difficulties your family faces. However, since yesterday, more and more parents have become aware of your part-time job outside, and the demand to replace you is growing louder. I receive dozens of calls daily. You are well aware that the children studying music at our center come from affluent backgrounds. It is not just me, even Mr. Wang cannot afford to offend these individuals. Upon hearing this, Wen Wan comprehended the gravity of the situation. She did not wish to impose on the director, who had always been so supportive of her. Nor could she shamelessly remain. Gently, she removed her work badge and placed it on the table, softly saying, "Thank you for your care over these past few years." Chapter 31, The Prostitute and the Dog. Eternity. Director Li felt a mix of disappointment and frustration. She exhaled deeply, saying, "Do you realize what your departure from the music center signifies? Do you understand how many envious eyes are upon you, grasping such a wealth of high-quality talent?" Wen Wan is aware of the situation. Yet, what can she do? All she can do is choke back her tears and apologize to the mentor who has supported her. Director Li is exceedingly irritated. After lighting a slender cigarette, she took a few puffs before looking up and saying, "Wen Wan, have you offended someone?" Wen Wan lowered her head in contemplation. Although she spoke those words, they all understood that, after such a tumultuous experience, it would be anything but easy for Wen Wan to regain her footing in the industry. Wen Wan exited Director Li's office, her complexion ashen. As she gathered her belongings, her colleagues expressed their sympathy, yet only Ding Chang spoke with a sardonic tone. "Wen Wan, you ought to be aware of the rules here. Do not presume upon your favored status with Director Li to act recklessly. Now look where it has led you, your reputation in the industry is tarnished. Who would dare seek your guidance in piano lessons henceforth?" Wen Man took a deep breath and coldly remarked, "You are collaborating with Gu Changqing, aren't you? Ding Chang. Do you not fear being utterly consumed by someone like him?" Ding Chang leaned closer, a mocking smile playing on her lips. Lowering her voice, she replied, "Wen Man, do you think I am like you? Let me enlighten you, there are many things you remain oblivious to. Long before you were involved with Gu Changqing, I had already met with him. Do you grasp the implication?" Ding Chang articulated deliberately, "I have been with him." Wen Wan felt a wave of nausea wash over her. Her disdain for Gu Changqing was profound, yet before her stood Ding Chang, who was reveling in his own satisfaction. With a cold expression, Wen Wan remarked, "Congratulations to you then." She lifted the cardboard box, intending to depart, but Ding Chang abruptly seized her arm, preventing her from leaving. Wen Wan's reaction is insufficient. Far from adequate. Why? Why does Wen Wan, from the very beginning, glide through life effortlessly, possessing everything, the admiration of Director Li and the status of Gu Changqing's girlfriend? While Ding Chang has toiled for so long, perpetually beneath Wen Wan, is it because she cannot measure up? No, it is simply due to her modest origins. She hails from a small city, often looked down upon. Now, she has finally relegated Wen Wan beneath her feet. With pride, Ding Chang proclaims, "Do you know why Gu Changqing does not pursue you? It is because, Wen Wan, you always present yourself as a reserved and wooden figure, leaving men utterly disinterested." Wen Wan cast a cold smile as she lowered her gaze, "Then I wish you and Gu Changqing everlasting happiness." With that, she forcefully pushed Ding Chang aside and swiftly departed. Ding Chang's face turned a shade of green with anger. Yet she soon felt a sense of triumph. Wen Wan was now stripped of her noble lineage and career, like a stray dog with nothing left to cherish. What was there for her to envy? In a buoyant mood, Ding Chang settled down and sent a message. "I bought a set of black silk pajamas. Would you care to come over and see me in them? I've been quite busy. Please refrain from messaging me unless it's urgent." A twinge of grievance mixed with sweetness filled Ding Chang's heart. She firmly believed she could hold Gu Changqing's affection. His interest in the young lady Hua Mingzhu was merely utilitarian, and only she, Ding Chang, could truly capture his heart. Chapter 32, How dare he, with such filth? Wen Wan lost her job, and she did not wish to worry Aunt Ruan, so she chose to remain silent for the time being. She sat alone on a park bench, lost in thought. The sunlight was just right, yet Wen Wan felt a chill. She calculated the household finances. The Jiangming law firm would soon require a substantial payment, and her father also needed some financial assistance. The remaining funds at home were scarcely sufficient. Wen Wan gently pulled a delicate chain from around her neck, upon which a soft pink diamond was elegantly adorned. Wen Wan gently caressed the item for a long time, ultimately mustering the courage to approach a pawnshop. After a prolonged appraisal, the manager offered a price, a mere 60,000 for a straightforward pawn. But if she were willing to negotiate, perhaps 200,000 could be arranged. The pink diamond was valued at no less than 500,000. Yet Wen Wan could not afford to dwell on that. She was in dire need of funds. Wen Man forced a bitter smile and muttered, "Let it be." She received a check for 200,000 and gathered the remaining funds from her home to pay at Jiang Ming's firm. As she stepped out, she received a call from Bai Wei. Bai Wei had already heard about Wen Man losing her job from others and said, "Where are you? Come over. I'll treat you to a meal." Bai Wei invited her to a hot pot restaurant, where the steam filled the air. While placing meat rolls into the spicy broth, Bai Wei scolded angrily, "That despicable Ding Chang. I never liked her back in college. She seduces every man with a hint of success. Back when you were with Gu Changqing, she made several attempts to flirt with him, both openly and covertly." Wen Wan paused for a moment before smiling softly. Now she had indeed achieved her desires. She relayed Ding Chang's words to Bai Wei. Concerned that Wen Wan might feel displeased, she reassured her, "Don't take it to heart. After all, Gu Changqing is now Ho Mingzhu's man. His past indiscretions do not affect us." Wen Wan suddenly recalled that Hua Xiaoting once mentioned that Hua Mingzhu had attempted suicide for Gu Changqing. It is likely that Hua Xiaoting is aware of the chaos surrounding Gu Changqing, yet he merely chooses to turn a blind eye. She found herself lost in thought when Bai Wei nudged her, admonishing, "Do not allow yourself to feel sorrow for such a scoundrel." Wen Wan shook her head, "No." Bai Wei sighed, "Indeed. Compared to unreliable men, money holds far greater significance." She worried that Wen Wan might be short on funds and thus retrieved a bank card. However, Wen Wan declined, softly stating, "I don't need it for now." Bai Wei remained unconvinced. Wen Wan placed a piece of meat in her bowl and softly remarked, "I sold the necklace." Bai Wei was taken aback. It took her a while to respond with a trembling voice, "You mischievous child. Why did you not discuss this with me? This is the only thing your aunt left for you, something you have cherished since childhood." Wen Wan gently patted her hand, poised to offer comfort, when the phone on the table suddenly rang. It was a call from the part-time restaurant manager. Wen Wan answered the call, and after listening for a few moments, she slowly set down the phone and said to Bai Wei, "I have been dismissed from the restaurant." Bai Wei was furious. It must be that Gu Changqing again. How can he be so relentlessly persistent? She exclaimed, "Wen Wan, let us go find him. I must seek justice for you. Not only has that scoundrel deceived you for 4 years, but now he is intent on driving you to despair." Wen Wan grasped Bai Wei's hand, pleading with her not to go. She understood that Gu Changqing orchestrated all of this to force her into submission, compelling her to accept the role of his mistress. Chapter 33, Wen Wan, you beg me. Wen Man lowered her gaze gracefully and said with remarkable clarity, "It is merely his wounded pride at play. Gu Changqing does not harbor any affection for her." Bai Wei felt a deeper sorrow. She embraced Wen Man tightly, exclaiming, "Let us ignore him. He is plagued by a split personality." Wen Man let out a soft, contemplative sound. She had already formulated a plan in her heart. Once her father's affairs concluded, she would accompany Aunt Ruan to leave City B and seek a new place to reside. Yet, a sense of guilt and sorrow lingered within her. For her emotions had caused her father to be imprisoned and Aunt Ruan to endure a tumultuous existence in her twilight years. Bai Wei consoled her for a considerable time before departing for another engagement. Awaiting Wen Man was an even grimmer reality. Gu Changqing pursued a relentless vendetta. And one by one, the places where Wen Man worked part-time called to sever their cooperative ties with her. She could only nod numbly in response. The final call came from Gu Changqing himself, and Wen Man answered. Neither party spoke initially, their breaths intertwining across the phone line. At last, Wen Man, in a daze, uttered, "Gu Changqing, what more do you desire? What could he possibly want?" Gu Changqing responded with a cold smile, "What I desire. Do you truly think you would be unaware?" Wen Wan remained silent, and he could not help but speak again. "Wen Wan, plead with me. If you beseech me." all of this can be resolved. I shall compensate you for everything you have lost, doubling it all. You will live a life far better than before, won't you? Consider the joyous moments we shared in the past. Wen Man scoffed coldly. Were you reveling in the sheets with Ding Chan while I awaited you for dinner at the apartment? Gu Changqing's voice tightened. Who informed you of this? Wen Man gently uttered a few words. What do you think? After saying this, she hung up the phone. Ha! Let them tear each other apart. On the other end, Gu Changqing slowly set down his mobile device, his dark eyes filled with sharpness. Ding Chang, she must be tired of living. Their relationship had merely been a fleeting encounter. A moment of passion, yet she dared to believe herself to be his true love, gossiping behind his back. Gu Changqing immediately pressed the intercom, intending to summon his secretary. However, to his surprise, Ding Chang, unable to endure her solitude, arrived uninvited. The secretary awkwardly stated, President Gu, I told Miss Ding that you were in a meeting. Gu Changqing loosened his tie and coldly replied, let her in. The secretary, somewhat taken aback, hurriedly ushered Ding Chang into the room. Ding Chang had made a deliberate effort to dress up, her fitted dress accentuating her alluring figure. Upon entering, she embraced Gu Changqing, appearing quite understanding. Feeling down? I invited you out, yet you claim to be busy. Gu Changqing grasped her delicate neck and leaned down to kiss her. His kissing technique was both proficient and wild, causing Ding Chang to quickly soften and involuntarily reciprocate. In an instant, the office was filled with the sounds of passion, rendering anyone who overheard flushed with embarrassment. In the throes of desire, Gu Changqing gently tugged at Ding Chang's long hair, whispering like a lover, did you tell Wen Man about us? Caught in the moment, Ding Chang let out an unguarded hum. Changqing, why mention her, let's continue. It seemed to be true. Gu Changqing pressed against her face, lightly biting her cheek. Ding Chang paused, finally sensing something amiss with Gu Changqing. He was behaving unlike his usual self, yet she could not articulate why. Just as Ding Chang became lost in thought, a sudden sharp pain gripped her scalp. Gu Changqing yanked her hair forcefully, causing her forehead to collide with the cold surface of the desk, blood spilling forth. Chapter 34, Gu Changqing, you love her. Ding Chang was rendered speechless. Gu Changqing showed no mercy, once more seizing her dark hair to force her to face him, his expression frigid. Do you understand the consequences of speaking recklessly? Ding Chang felt pain, yet her greater fear emerged. She finally comprehended the source of Gu Changqing's fury. He was concerned that Wen Man would learn of their affair. Ding Chang was reluctant to accept this harsh reality, murmuring, didn't you claim to not love her? Indeed. I do not love her. Gu Changqing's smile turned even colder. But who are you to interfere between me and her? Ding Chang laughed through her tears. Blood mingled with her tears, ruining her once exquisite makeup, a sight both shocking and tragic. She chuckled softly, Gu Changqing, you love her. I do not love her. You do not love her? Why do you care if she discovers the truth? You do not wish for her to know that you are a filthy, chaotic man who can bed any woman. If you do not love her, why go to such lengths to deal with her? If you do not love her, why have you not touched her for 4 years? Is it true disinterest, or are you simply reluctant? Gu Changqing, you must regret it, do you not? After 4 years of abstinence, she is now single and free to pursue her desires. Ding Chang's eyes glistened with emotion as she spoke fervently. She believed she had triumphed over Wen Man, only to realize she had been the fool all along. Gu Changqing had never harbored even a fraction of affection for her. His concerns lay solely with power and Wen Man. She spoke her mind, yet paid the price with 2 resounding slaps from Gu Changqing. Get out! He roared lowly. Ding Chang straightened, wiping the blood from her lips, and left with her head held high. Gu Changqing remained engulfed in fury, smashing his phone with great force. The secretary, poised to enter, froze upon witnessing the scene. President Gu had never exhibited such rage. Amidst the chaos, Gu Changqing softly declared, I want to see Wen Man tomorrow. The secretary understood his meaning, her expression shifting. Meanwhile, Wen Man temporarily concealed her unemployment from Aunt Wan, as her family had faced too many upheavals recently. She did not wish to add to Aunt Rowan's worries. That night, sleep eluded her as she pondered the future. Aunt is asleep, I fear waking her. She had resolved to leave B City, naturally severing ties with Hu Xiaoting. Furthermore, she was not one to engage in fleeting affairs. Such a straightforward statement was unmistakably clear. She no longer wished to maintain any ambiguous relationship with him. Hu Xiaoting, being an astute individual, would undoubtedly grasp her intentions. This was the outcome Wen Wan desired, yet when it came time to articulate it clearly, she felt an inexplicable sense of loss. She couldn't help but wonder if the outcome would have been different had she and Hu Xiaoting met under different circumstances. Soon after, she chuckled at herself for overthinking. Wen Wan had a restless night, yet she rose early in the morning, fearing that Aunt Wan might grow suspicious. Just as she finished her morning routine, the door swung open, revealing Aunt Wan, whose pallid complexion and trembling lips conveyed a sense of urgency. Wen Wan, your father has taken his own life inside. Chapter 35, Driven to Desperation. Wen Wan stood frozen. Aunt Wan, with a pale face, repeated once more. Your father has committed suicide inside. He has been resuscitated, but his condition is dire. Wen Wan, I implore you to think of a way to let me see him. His health has never been robust, and this blow is too overwhelming for him. Aunt Wan covered her face and wept bitterly. Wen Wan's heart was in turmoil. She was unwilling to believe that her formidable father, as strong as a mountain, would take his own life. Just that day, he had seemed perfectly well. She immediately called Jiang Ming, imploring him to facilitate a meeting with Wen Boyan. Jiang Ming, having received the news, was on the verge of discussing it with Wen Wan and invited her to the office for a conversation. Wen Wan comforted Aunt Wan, and the two of them went to the office without having breakfast. Lawyer Jiang wore a grave expression. In front of Wen Wan and her mother, he made several calls. And finally, he set down the phone, shaking his head. The person is safe, but bail cannot be arranged, they must remain inside for medical treatment. Due to Jiang Rui's situation, Jiang Ming tactfully elaborated a bit more. Wen Wan, your father's case involves the Gu family. Perhaps you should reach out to General Gu and see if there is any possibility for negotiation? General Gu. Gu Chongcheng. If she, Wen Wan, were to be seen as someone else's mistress, her father would undoubtedly be furious. Yet, what could she do? What about her father and Aunt Wan? Must they truly face the ruin of their family? Wen Wan sat quietly, and Lawyer Jiang looked at her with a hint of concern. He handed her a cup of warm water and gently suggested, perhaps you should speak with Xiaoting again. I heard from Jiang Rui that you two have been growing quite close recently. Wen Man's heart felt as though it had been pricked by a fine needle. The pain was subtle yet persistent. Lawyer Jiang, a man of experience, maintained his gentle tone. Xiaoting is not entirely devoid of humanity. Just a few days ago, he was here with me. Suddenly recalling Hu Xiaoting's instructions, he refrained from continuing. After all, should Xiaoting change his mind, it would only lead to further disappointment for the young lady. Wen Man listened to his advice and nodded thoughtfully. As she stepped outside, she held her phone in hand, hesitating whether to call Hu Xiaoting. However, having rejected him just the night before, she wondered if he would still be inclined to respond to her now that she sought his assistance. Wen Man harbored uncertainties. Nevertheless, for the sake of her father's affairs, she mustered the courage to make the call. The phone did not connect. Hu Xiaoting had turned off his device. Wen Wan felt a sense of despair, as she could scarcely bring herself to confront Aunt Wan. Aunt Wan, where could she be? Wen Wan presumed that Aunt Wan had gone to the restroom. After searching the vicinity, she found no trace of her. A sense of unease began to creep into her heart as she dialed Aunt Wan's phone. Please pick up, please pick up. The call connected. Yet there was no answer. When Wan suddenly recalled something, she dashed towards the elevator, frantically pressing the buttons. As she stood inside the confined space of the elevator, her entire body trembled. Aunt Wan, do not act foolishly. Please. Wen Man ultimately arrived a moment too late. Upon reaching the office of the Gu Corporation's president, she was met with a scene of utter devastation. Gu Chongqing leaned against the mahogany desk, clutching his abdomen, blood seeping through his fingers in a harrowing display. The sight was truly shocking. Aunt Wan gripped a fruit knife tightly in her hand, her demeanor akin to that of someone possessed, incessantly murmuring, though her words remained indecipherable. When Wan called out softly, Aunt Wan. Aunt Ruan's gaze was fixed and she murmured. I have killed Gu Changqing, he will no longer harm Boyan, nor will he harm you. Wen Wan. I have long said that he is not suitable for you. Tears streamed down Wen Wan's face as she stepped forward to gently embrace Aunt Ruan, her voice trembling with emotion. Aunt Ruan, do not be afraid. I am here. Gu Changqing pressed his hand against the wound, blood flowing incessantly. The secretary attempted to administer basic first aid, yet he brushed her aside, questioning Wen Wan with deliberate intensity. Do you not see my blood? Wen Wan. Do you care whether I live or die? Chapter 36, Kneeling in Plea. Mr. Gu, you are magnanimous. Wen Wan's gaze was vacant. She stared at the man she once loved, feeling an unsettling sense of unfamiliarity. She began to doubt whether she had ever truly known him. Otherwise, how could he be so ruthless? Aunt Ruan, who wouldn't dare to kill even a chicken, how could she ever wield a knife? It was evident that Gu Changqing had provoked her with words, cunningly orchestrating this situation. Wen Wan softly implored, Gu Changqing, I beg of you, please let me go. Just as Gu Changqing was about to respond, Wen Wan gently knelt before him. In that fleeting moment, Aunt Ruan stirred slightly, emitting a peculiar sound as if attempting to dissuade Wen Wan. Wen Wan remained unwilling to rise, kneeling upright. Tears brimmed at the corners of her eyes, rendering her already clear gaze even more luminous. With a quivering voice, she implored, Mr. Gu, General Gu, in the past, I was young and naive, foolishly entangled with you. I acknowledge my lack of discernment. Now I beseech you, for the sake of the kindness I once showed you, to spare my father and Aunt Ruan. I earnestly implore you. Her humility was profound, causing Aunt Ruan to weep uncontrollably. Awakening to her senses, she cried out in sorrow, apologizing to Wen Wan, attempting to help her rise. How can this be? How can this be? When man is the only cherished jewel of Boyan, how could she possibly kneel before this beast? When man remained still, her gaze towards Gu Changqing imbued with a sense of stubbornness. Having been together for 4 years, how could Gu Changqing be oblivious to her true nature? When one possesses a gentle disposition, yet she harbors her own stubbornness. Once deeply enamored with him, she now finds herself kneeling before him in a desperate bid to part ways. Gu Changqing grinds his pearly white teeth in fury, retorting with a question laced with defiance, what will you do, Wen Wan, if I refuse to let you go? Wen Wan tightened her fingers and asked, are you not afraid of me exposing your true nature before the Wa family? Go ahead. Gu Changqing's face twisted with rage as he sneered. Just see if Hua Mingzhu will forgive me, observe whether your entire family can escape unscathed, and then consider if Hua Xiaoting will come to your aid. At the mention of Hua Xiaoting, Gu Changqing felt a surge of pain. He was consumed by fury. It was only now that Wen Wan truly recognized the essence of Gu Changqing. He approached her despite the agony, pulling her close to him. A resounding slap landed on his face. Wen Wan trembled with rage, Gu Changqing, you are inhuman. One arm firmly grasped her hand. Aunt Ruan struggled, determined to confront him. Gu Changqing released Wen Wan and summoned the security personnel to restrain Aunt Ruan, his thin lips uttering frigid words, call the police and report that this Ms. Ruan has assaulted me with intent to harm. Wen Wan grasped his hand, but Gu Changqing forcefully shook her off. He lightly licked the blood from his lips and exclaimed, Wen Wan, you have truly angered me. In the distance, the sound of sirens grew ever closer. Wen Man's delicate visage was tinged with pallor. Gu Changqing has triumphed. He is despicable and shameless, a brute. Wen Wan closed her eyes and then opened them again, softly speaking, please do not be angry. I apologize to you on behalf of Aunt Ruan. Gu Changqing gently settled onto the sofa, extending his hand towards Wen Wan. Wen Wan's hand was stained with Gu Changqing's blood. She gently, delicately lifted her hand and slowly extended it to Gu Changqing. Chapter 37, come to my villa tomorrow evening, shall we? Aunt Ruan, with blood and tears in her mouth, struggled desperately. Wen Wan, you must not associate with this beast. How am I to explain this to your father? A sudden sound of footsteps echoed from outside, and several uniformed individuals entered. Aunt Ruan paused momentarily before she cried out in a frenzy, it was I who harmed Gu Changqing, arrest me. Take me away at once. I am willing to serve a life sentence. Do not touch Wen Wan. Gu Changqing, I implore you, spare her. Aunt Ruan fell to her knees. clutching her head. She loathed her own helplessness, her impulsiveness, and above all, her susceptibility to Gu Changqing's provocation, which had entangled Wen Wan in this turmoil. The scene left the newcomers taken aback. They turned to Gu Changqing, inquiring, "Mr. Gu, what is this?" Gu Changqing gently grasped Wen Wan's hand, assertively pulling her to sit beside him, causing her to tremble all over. He felt a flicker of displeasure. Was she truly so afraid of him? Yet, having heard her sigh of relief, he knew he ought to reward her a little. Thus, he held a tissue to his abdomen, casually remarking, "It was rather chaotic earlier. I may have inadvertently injured myself. However, our company is equipped with surveillance cameras. Although they encountered some malfunction, they will be repaired in a couple of days. At which point I shall provide the complete footage." The newcomers exchanged knowing glances, merely a matter of emotional entanglement. They posed a few casual questions before departing swiftly. When Man continued to tremble, acutely aware that Aunt Ruan was nearly safe for the moment, the surveillance lay in Gu Changqing's hands. And he could alert Aunt Ruan at any time. The vast office was enveloped in an eerie silence. Gu Changqing's complexion was as pale as parchment as he turned his head to instruct his secretary to prepare the car. He then gently grasped Wen Man's chin and said, "Join me at my villa tomorrow evening, shall we?" Wen Wan's gaze was vacant. Gu Changqing tugged at his lips and said, "You will play the piano for me then." Gu Changqing was gravely injured, and a throng of secretaries and assistants hurriedly surrounded him as they departed. Aunt Ruan remained in a daze, and Wen Wan gently suggested, "Aunt Ruan, why don't you take a shower? I will prepare some food." Just as her words fell, her arm was seized with force. Aunt Ruan's voice was laced with severity. "Wen Wan, I will not allow you to see that beast." Wen Wan lowered her gaze. What else could she do? Could she merely stand by and watch her father suffer, or witness Aunt Ruan being imprisoned? No, there was no further retreat for her, Wen Wan. When Man intends not to inform Aunt Ruan, she plans to resolve everything and send the elderly couple away, and then it will be the matter of her and Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing, it is you who have compelled me to arrive at this juncture. Wen Wan deceived Aunt Ruan, claiming she would consult lawyer Jiang for a solution, or perhaps see if Bai Wei had any connections. With her repeated assurances, Aunt Ruan felt somewhat relieved. At a private hospital in City B, Gu Changqing, having tended to his wounds, was admitted to his ward. He had changed into a loose hospital gown, with several layers of white gauze wrapped around his waist. Despite his condition, he continued to discuss business matters with his assistant. Huo Mingzhu approached, her eyes red from worry. "Gu Changqing, who hurt you?" Gu Changqing could not confess that he had orchestrated his own injury, nor did he wish for Huo Mingzhu to hear Wen Wan's name. He fabricated an excuse, and, predictably, Huo Mingzhu believed him wholeheartedly, her concern palpable. The worry in her eyes was genuine. Yet Gu Changqing could not help but recall Wen Wan. In the past, she had loved him with such fervor, but now, in his time of need, she showed no sign of concern nor shed a single tear. Chapter 38, Huo Xiaoting's imminent return. Gu Changqing felt a tinge of melancholy as he leaned against the headboard, enjoying his fiancée's care as she fed him and offered him water, displaying none of the petulance typical of a young lady. Huo Mingzhu, radiant in her beauty, was not one to suffer injustices lightly. He dismissed his subordinates and drew his fiancée closer, enveloping her in his embrace. Huo Mingzhu's cheeks flushed crimson as she playfully poked his chest with her delicate fingers, gently chiding, "Get up! You're injured." Gu Changqing's gaze deepened, exuding a raw masculinity that made her tremble involuntarily. The atmosphere in the private room quickly became charged. Gu Changqing was ardent, and it was not until 2 hours later that he finally released her. Once the moment passed, Huo Mingzhu nestled shyly in his arms, teasing, "What's wrong with you today?" Gu Changqing replied lazily, "Nothing. I just missed you." She planted a soft kiss on his lips. Gu Changqing's expression darkened momentarily. Huo Mingzhu was reluctant to part from him, yet she understood his distaste for excessive clinginess, so she stayed only for a short while before leaving. Once settled in her black car, she couldn't resist calling Huo Xiaoting. Today, he had an important meeting and had turned off his phone for the day. "Only just switching it back on," he answered. "Mingzhu, what is it?" Huo Mingzhu, her eyes still glistening with the aftereffects of intimacy, twirled her slender fingers and sweetly said, "Brother, you must help me. Hua Xiaoting loosened his tie, asking, "What happened? Who bullied you?" Hua Mingzhu pouted, "It's Gu Changqing who got hurt. When I asked him who did it, he wouldn't say." Upon hearing Gu Changqing's name, Hua Xiaoting remained non-committal. At that moment, Hua Mingzhu continued to herself. "Today has been quite eventful. Brother, I ran into Zhang Rui, and he mentioned that Wen Wan's father committed suicide while in custody. It sounds rather tragic." Hua Xiaoting paused. His hand frozen as he loosened his tie. He repeated, "What did you say, Mingzhu?" Hua Mingzhu, oblivious to any doubt, reiterated, "It's Zhang Rui's girlfriend. Her father was implicated in a financial case and ended up taking his own life. Quite pitiful." For a long moment, Hua Xiaoting remained silent. And after a while, he informed Hua Mingzhu he had something to attend to and hung up. Hua Mingzhu, anxious, exclaimed, "Brother, I haven't finished." "Next time," he replied curtly. Hua Xiaoting attempted to call Wen Wan, but her phone was unreachable, she had it turned off. He then decided to call lawyer Jiang, who updated him on the situation and chuckled, "Xiaoting, this is the perfect opportunity for a hero to save the damsel." Hua Xiaoting sighed, "Even now, you jest." After ending the call, he instructed his secretary to book a flight for that evening. The secretary was surprised, "Lawyer Hua, you have a court hearing tomorrow morning." The court hearing. Hua Xiaoting suddenly jolted awake, realizing he had completely forgotten. He had been preoccupied with this case for a month, and the outcome was due tomorrow. He could not possibly leave. After some contemplation, Hua Xiaoting penned a note for Secretary Zhang, "Fly to City B tomorrow morning to find Miss Wen. Here is her address and phone number, have her call me." Secretary Zhang, having met Wen Wan before, smiled, "Miss Wen is quite beautiful." Hua Xiaoting shot her a glance. Secretary Zhang, sensing his displeasure, refrained from further comment. Once Secretary Zhang departed, Hua Xiaoting returned to preparing the materials for the morning hearing, but every hour or so, he would attempt to call Wen Wan, only to find her phone still off late into the night. In the early hours, Hua Xiaoting booked a flight for the following afternoon. Chapter 39, Hua Xiaoting's imminent return to an unfortunate turn of events. Secretary Zhang's flight encountered technical difficulties and was delayed. She attempted to reach Hua Xiaoting in the waiting area, but he had turned off his phone for the court proceedings. It wasn't until noon, after the hearing concluded, that Hua Xiaoting switched his phone back on and received a message from Secretary Zhang, prompting him to furrow his brow in thought. His client, the assistant to General Lin, approached him respectfully, stating, "Lawyer Hua, General Lin would like to invite you to dinner." Just then, General Lin arrived. A refined businessman in his 40s. He warmly shook Hua Xiaoting's hand, exclaiming, "Xiaoting, your performance in court was remarkable. Since you have important matters to attend to, I want to impose. When you next visit City H, you must allow me to play host." "Certainly," Hua Xiaoting replied, exuding charm. Before the plane took off, Hua Xiaoting once again dialed Wen Wan's number. Still, it remained unreachable. He frowned, apprehending that something must have transpired. City B. Wen Wan spent the entire day at home. Aunt Ruan's emotions were unstable, and she had kept her company for a considerable time. In the evening, she prepared a meal and served it to Aunt Ruan. While dining, Wen Wan softly mentioned, "I am to meet a friend shortly, someone introduced by Wei. They should be able to assist." Aunt Ruan expressed her skepticism. Wen Wan grasped her hand fervently, exclaiming, "Indeed, Aunt Ruan, I wish to give it a try." Perhaps Wen Wan had concealed her true intentions so skillfully that Aunt Ruan was convinced. Wen Wan gently caressed the photograph. Her mother passed away when she was nearly 10 years old, and within a year, her father remarried Aunt Ruan. Wen Wan recalled the tumultuous times when her father and Aunt Ruan frequently quarreled. On one occasion, Aunt Ruan wept profusely, questioning why he treated other people's children with such kindness while refusing to have children of their own. In that moment, young Wen Wan realized that she was not his biological child. A wave of fear washed over her, the dread of being abandoned suddenly engulfing her. During the quieter times when her father and Aunt Ruan were not arguing, she would playfully express her desire for a younger sibling. Yet, Aunt Ruan never conceived. She cherished Wen Boyan and raised Wen Wan well. In the later years, she treated Wen Wan with a semblance of kindness. How could Wen Wan bear the thought of sending such a woman to endure a decade or more in prison? A single tear fell upon the photograph, and Wen Wan hurriedly wiped it away. At the doorway, Aunt Ruan noticed this and, with a shadow crossing her eyes, gently urged her, "Didn't you have an appointment? Please tidy up a bit before you go out." Wen Wan closed the album and put it away. She stood up, changed into a different outfit. And as she was about to step out, she couldn't help but embrace Aunt Ruan. A sense of unease lingered in Aunt Ruan's heart. However, when Wen Wan looked up with a faint smile, she remarked that Bai Wei's associates were quite capable, and Gu Changqing would likely show her some consideration. It was then that Aunt Ruan reluctantly allowed her to leave. Wen Man gently closed the door, leaning against it in a daze for an extended period. In that moment, she realized she had betrayed herself. Outside, dusk had already enveloped the world, and the crimson clouds set the horizon ablaze, both magnificent and melancholic. Wen Wan quietly observed for a long while before turning and boarding the bus. By the time she arrived at Gu Changqing's villa, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Gu Changqing, dressed in a tailored three-piece suit, sat on the sofa sipping wine. The crystal chandelier above casting a luxurious glow that accentuated his handsome features. In the past, Wen Wan would have felt a flutter of her heart. Now, she was only filled with disdain. Gu Changqing's voice was husky as he inquired, "Where have you been? I've tried calling you all day." Chapter 40, Gu Changqing. There is no need for us to be like this. Wen Man remained silent. Gu Changqing gazed at her for a moment, then set down his wine cup and rose to his feet, saying, "Let us dine." Wen Wan's demeanor was indifferent. "Gu Changqing, there is no need for you to act this way." Upon hearing this, Gu Changqing smiled gently. He approached her, lightly grasping her delicate chin, and murmured, "Indeed, we need not behave like this, especially since you currently regard me as a formidable threat. Wen Wan, do you truly harbor such animosity towards me?" Wen Wan stood resolutely, refusing to allow tears to escape her eyes. For someone like Gu Changqing, it was not worth it. She gazed at him and softly proclaimed, "My love and hatred for you cannot alter the outcome. So why not love me? At least it would bring you some solace, wouldn't it?" Gu Changqing gently caressed her cheek, surprisingly reluctant to withdraw his hand. Although he had women by his side, including a beautiful fiancée, Wen Wan was different. She was the piece of meat he had refrained from indulging in for 4 long years. Now, he yearned to consume her entirely, to savor every morsel. Pressing his face close to Wen Wan's, Gu Changqing spoke with a seductive tone, "Why don't we negotiate some terms now? How about you stay here with me tonight?" Wen Man's eyes glistened with emotion. Gu Changqing stepped back, appraising her with a discerning gaze. He chuckled softly, "When did you become so sharp-tongued?" "Today?" He found himself in an unusually good mood and, to his own surprise, agreed, "Very well. I shall heed your wishes. As long as you promise to accompany me, I will ensure that Uncle Wen and Aunt Ruan depart from B City. The possessions of the Wen family will be returned in full." Wen Man exhaled softly in relief. Gu Changqing suddenly wrapped his arms around her slender waist, resting his chin on her delicate shoulder, and gently said, "I have purchased a villa for you in the suburbs. Whenever I have some free time, I shall accompany you, all right?" Wen Wan's demeanor was cool and indifferent, yet her attitude was not as sharp as it had been before. Gu Changqing, intent on pleasing her, leaned close to her ear and softly murmured, "Shall we have another child?" "Wen Wan, I desire a sweet little girl just like you. Wen Wan is utterly revolting." Bai Wei is absolutely right. Gu Changqing suffers from a split personality. Otherwise, how could he commit such heinous acts while simultaneously feigning deep affection? Wen Wan harbored a deep aversion towards him, her body rigid with resistance. How could Gu Changqing be unaware of this? He scoffed lightly, not particularly bothered. After all, she was in his grasp, and he could take his time to mold her as he wished. Wen Wan was innocent, akin to a pristine sheet of paper. And he intended to inscribe his name, Gu Changqing, upon it in abundance. Wen Man did not linger for long. When she departed, Gu Changqing personally escorted her to the entrance of the villa. Wen Wan held a set of villa keys in her hand. "I will withdraw the lawsuit tomorrow. Your father and Aunt Ruan will be fine." Gu Changqing smiled faintly. "Wen Wan, I do not wish to wait too long, do not let me down, understood?" Beneath the light at the villa's entrance, Wen Man's features were as picturesque as a painting. She spoke softly, "Gu Changqing, when have I ever disappointed you?" After uttering these words, she raised her gaze to meet his. The tenderness and affection that once filled her eyes had vanished, leaving only resentment in their wake. Gu Changqing found himself reluctant to look at her. "It's raining, won't you allow me to show you a little kindness?" he teased her. Wen Man lowered her head and smiled lightly, saying, "Gu Changqing, I have mentioned that there is no need for us to be like this." After speaking, she pushed him away and stepped into the night, where the fine rain fell like silk. Gu Changqing found himself at a loss. However, he did not dwell on his disappointment for long. He firmly believed that Wen Man's affection for him was merely a manifestation of a man's desire for conquest. He had never truly loved her. Never. Chapter 41, Redemption. The tenderness of Hua Xiaoting. Wen Man stepped out of the villa. The rain intensified, shrouding the world in a misty haze, while the dim streetlights illuminated the ground with a glimmering sheen of water. Wen Man, clad in high heels, trudged through the frigid, rain-soaked night, her journey prolonged until the heels had chafed her feet. Vivid crimson blood trickled down her fair instep. The pain was excruciating, unbearable. Wen Man gently tilted her head, allowing the icy raindrops to cascade upon her face. Having loved Gu Changqing was her burden. Now, all that remained for him was hatred. She was unwilling to spend a lifetime atoning for it. She would rather perish alongside him. Tears welled in the corners of Wen Man's eyes. Yet in the frigid embrace of the night, they appeared utterly insignificant. Gradually, she sank to the ground, allowing the rain to cleanse and wash over her. A black umbrella was held aloft above her, casting a protective shadow over her form. Wen Man tilted her face upwards. She beheld Hua Xiaoting, clad in formal attire. He appeared as though he had just emerged from a distinguished event, exuding a mature and handsome charm. At that moment, he gazed at her, his eyes radiating a warmth that made Wen Man's heart flutter. It was him once again, Hua Xiaoting. Why did he always appear during her most tumultuous times, while she found solace? "Teacher Wen, I have searched for you all night." Hua Xiaoting's voice was deep and husky, more enchanting than the rich tones of a cello. Wen Wan tilted her head, gazing at him as he extended his palm towards her. She remained motionless, her entire being stiffened, rendering her incapable of response. "Poor thing." Hua Xiaoting sighed softly. He simply bent down and lifted her into his arms. She was already soaked, rendering his clothing damp as well, but who would care? Their faces were incredibly close, and if she lowered her head slightly, she could bury herself in the crook of his neck. The intimacy of their position was strikingly profound, leading Wen Wan to experience a fleeting sense of disquiet. She felt uneasy and wished to struggle. However, Hua Xiaoting spoke in a husky voice, "Don't move." He gently placed the umbrella handle in her palm, his hand was scorching hot. Wen Wan felt the urge to escape, but he would not permit it, almost instantly enveloping her delicate hand within his grasp. Wen Man gazed at him in a daze, her crimson lips slightly parted, exuding an enticing allure. Hua Xiaoting leaned down to kiss her, their lips entwined amidst the gentle patter of the rain. The downpour continued to fall softly, enveloping the world in a tranquility that seemed to exist solely for the two of them. Initially resistant, Wen Man gradually succumbed to Hua Xiaoting's surprising assertiveness in matters of intimacy. The black umbrella slipped from their grasp, carried away by the wind. Wen Man could not help but embrace the man's neck, tilting her head to meet his lips in a kiss, her disheveled demeanor resembling a sacrificial offering to him. The sounds of their passion only deepened her blush and quickened her heartbeat. In this moment, words were unnecessary, their unspoken understanding sufficed. Gu Changqing was no longer of consequence. At the age of 24, Wen Wan was no longer the naive girl who knew nothing. She silently accepted the shirt and then raised her gaze to observe Hua Xiaoting. However, he took a bathrobe and headed to the guest room, which surprised Wen Wan but also eased her tension. It was then that she had the opportunity to examine Hua Xiaoting's bedroom. He favored modern art with a heavy metal influence, the decor exuded a stark, unyielding style that reflected a strong personal aesthetic. The furniture was a deep gray, complemented by black bed linens and dark curtains. Wen Man lightly bit her lip and entered the bathroom. When she emerged, she was clad solely in his shirt. Standing at an impressive height of approximately 186 centimeters, Ho Xiaoting's attire served as a nightgown for Wen Wan, draping loosely and complementing her complexion. Beneath the hem of the shirt were her long, fair, and elegant legs. When Ho Xiaoting entered to retrieve some documents, he was greeted by this captivating sight. He could not help but feel his Adam's apple move involuntarily. Chapter 42. Yes, Wen Man is with me. Under his gaze, Wen Man's body trembled slightly. Ho Xiaoting handed her his phone, urging her to call her aunt to alleviate her worries. Your phone has been turned off for an entire day. Wen Man took the phone with a soft expression of gratitude and walked to the window to call Aunt Ruan. Aunt Ruan, still concerned about her potential compromise with Gu Changqing, couldn't help but ask a few more questions. Wen Wan bit her lip, uncertain of how to express her feelings. Her phone was taken by a slender hand, and Ho Xiaoting spoke in a gentle tone. Aunt Ruan, Wen Wan is with me. My surname is Hua. And I am attorney Ho Xiaoting. Wen Man was taken aback, her astonishment mirroring that of Aunt Ruan on the other end of the line. She pinched herself fiercely, assuring herself that she was awake and not dreaming. Was it truly Ho Xiaoting on the line? The very brother-in-law of that scoundrel Gu Changqing? Aunt Ruan found herself at a loss for words, her tongue as if snatched away by a cat. Ho Xiaoting spoke with effortless grace, elucidating the reasons for Wen Man's presence there in just a few phrases. Once the call ended, Ho Xiaoting regarded Wen Man and instructed her to prepare some ginger tea in the kitchen and to rest after drinking it, for he had matters to attend to. With that, he strode towards his study. Wen Man gently tugged at his sleeve. Ho Xiaoting. Ho Xiaoting turned his head. Wen Wan hesitantly began, I have an agreement with Gu Changqing. She referred to the understanding between herself and Gu Changqing. He extended his palm, gently resting it on her forehead and caressing it softly. Between you and Gu Changqing, nothing will come to pass. After Ho Xiaoting spoke, he entered the study. Wen Wan pondered the implications of his words repeatedly. Eventually, she concluded that his willingness to make an exception was primarily for the sake of Huo Mingzhu. Only if he desired her would Gu Changqing be willing to relinquish his claim. Wen Man felt a sense of relief. She made her way to the kitchen to prepare ginger tea. The kitchen of Ho Xiaoting resembled a model room, leading her to question whether he had ever utilized it. However, upon opening the refrigerator, she discovered it was well stocked, containing a variety of meats, eggs, and dairy products. Wen Wan retrieved a piece of ginger and brewed 2 bowls of ginger tea. She presented one to Ho Xiaoting. In the study, Ho Xiaoting was engaged in a phone call. Upon her arrival at the door, he did not shy away, instead gesturing for Wen Wan to enter. Wen Wan placed the ginger tea on his desk, preparing to depart. However, her wrist was gently seized, and he pulled her to sit upon his lap. Ho Xiaoting continued his conversation with lawyer Jiang Ming, his other hand not idle, leaving Wen Wan unable to withstand his teasing. She leaned on his shoulder and lightly bit into his collarbone. Ho Xiaoting gazed at her with his dark eyes, a flicker of fire dancing within them. Suddenly, Jiang Ming brought up Wen Wan. Ho Xiaoting smiled lightly. She is with me, do you wish to speak with her? Lawyer Jiang was momentarily taken aback, then jested, Xiaoting, your hands and feet are indeed swift. Zhang Rui will surely be crying at home. He is not that fragile. Ho Xiaoting dismissed the comment with a few words. He quickly concluded the matter at hand, receiving several more documents concerning the case of Wen Boyan. Once things settled down, he downed the ginger tea in one gulp, suggesting Wen Wan rest while he attended to other matters. Wen Wan did not affectationally request to sleep in the guest room. She was well aware of his intentions. Upon entering the master bedroom, she gently lifted the light blanket and settled herself carefully. In the dim light, her skin appeared translucent against the dark sheets. Would he? Chapter 43. In truth, Wen Wan was utterly pure. Wen Man felt utterly exhausted. Yet, throughout the night, she tossed and turned, unable to find solace in sleep. Each time she was on the brink of slumber, she would suddenly feel a pair of strong arms enveloping her, accompanied by a man softly calling her name, Wen Man. This would jolt her awake. In the dimly lit bedroom, only the moonlight seeped through the gaps in the curtains, casting a faint glow that rendered the scene somewhat surreal. Wen Man sat up and gently caressed her face. It was not a dream. She found herself in Ho Xiaoting's home, resting upon his bed. Hua Xiaoting abandoned the thought of turning on the light and took a seat beside her, tenderly stroking her soft, long hair. "Why are you still awake?" he inquired. Wen Wan nestled against his shoulder, following the guidance of his hand. Hua Xiaoting was aware of her unspoken question and softly whispered in her ear, "I have made arrangements. Tomorrow morning, I will go for a visit. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, I should be able to secure the bail." Wen Man was filled with gratitude. She said nothing, merely wrapping her arms around his neck. At the vigorous age of Hua Xiaoting, there was no need for him to compromise himself. Thus, everything unfolded naturally. And under his guidance, the two embraced and shared a tender kiss. Wen Wan felt a tinge of nervousness for the first time. Her hands and feet unsure of where to rest. Her body trembled uncontrollably. The more she exhibited this unease, the more fervently Hua Xiaoting was stirred. Just as both were lost in a whirlwind of emotions, Wen Wan furrowed her brow and let out a soft cry of discomfort. "What is it?" Hua Xiaoting inquired, his warm breath brushing against her ear as he asked gently. Wen Man's voice trembled as she spoke, "My heels are worn and it hurts a bit." Hua Xiaoting cradled the back of her head with his palm, gazing down at her from his towering height, fearing that he might be displeased. Wen Man wrapped her arms around his neck and softly reassured him, "It doesn't hurt anymore." Hua Xiaoting let out a light chuckle. He brushed his nose against hers, his voice raspy and unrefined. "Teacher Wen, are you more anxious than I am?" Wen Man's cheeks flushed as if they might bleed. Hua Xiaoting ceased his teasing, reaching out to turn on a bedside lamp. The warm yellow light illuminated the room, allowing them to see each other's expressions clearly. Wen Wan hastily covered herself with the bed sheet. Hua Xiaoting chuckled, "Are you so shy? I thought you were just an innocent young girl, too timid to take action." His words were merely a jest, unaware that Wen Wan had indeed never been with a man. He rose from the bed to fetch the medical kit for her. And as she gazed at his silhouette, she noticed his physique, a slender frame adorned with subtle muscles, tall and elongated without appearing overly robust. Hua Xiaoting gently restrained her. He knelt down, bending his knee to grasp one of Wen Wan's feet, delicately applying the medicine to her. Wen Wan felt a profound sense of unease. Hua Xiaoting raised his eyes and said, "Do not move recklessly." Such words were indeed quite provocative. Wen Man contemplated, she ought to be grateful to him for preserving a semblance of dignity during her most humiliating moments. Chapter 44, Teacher Wen, do you like him? Whether it stemmed from gratitude or the inherent charm of Hua Xiaoting, Wen Wan embraced his neck and planted a soft kiss upon him. Hua Xiaoting gazed at her, the intensity of his gaze igniting a warmth within her. Summoning her courage, she inquired, "Shall we continue?" Suddenly, Hua Xiaoting leaned in. As he advanced, she retreated. Wen Wan found herself compelled to recline, barely managing to support herself with her hands. She dared not meet Hua Xiaoting's eyes, letting her long lashes cast shadows beneath the soft glow of the lights, resembling delicate fans. He grasped one of her hands and pressed it against his chiseled visage, inviting her to feel. "Teacher Wen, do you enjoy this?" Wen Wan's eyes widened, her face betraying her with a blush. Hua Xiaoting, with a confident nudge of his nose against hers, remarked, "When we are together, one might ponder who truly benefits. I see a rather eager expression on your face." "I do not," she retorted, "I wish to sleep now." With that, Wen Wan burrowed beneath the covers. Hua Xiaoting feigned disappointment. In truth, he had been exhausted from days of relentless work. However, the sight of Wen Wan clad in a black shirt had stirred something within him, and after their brief encounter, he lost the inclination to pursue further. Tidying the medical kit, he joined her in bed. The presence of another person rendered the space somewhat unfamiliar, prompting him to pull Wen Wan into his embrace, their fingers intertwined. Wen Wan found herself ensnared in his embrace, paralyzed by an overwhelming sense of stillness. She anticipated a restless night, yet lulled by the rhythmic cadence of his heartbeat, she soon surrendered to slumber. That night proved to be the most restful she had experienced in recent days. Upon awakening, she discovered it was already 8 in the morning. She bolted upright, observing that Hua Xiaoting had risen, standing at the bedside as he meticulously tied his necktie. Clad in a deep blue shirt and gray trousers, he exuded an air of mature elegance. Wen Man softly suggested, "Would it not be better if I come over when you need me?" Hua Xiaoting replied with a gentle smile, "It is more convenient to stay here." His work kept him busy, and it would be rather cumbersome to go out to pick someone up whenever he felt inclined. Wen Wan no longer voiced her objections. At that moment, faint sounds of household chores could be heard from outside, accompanied by the tantalizing aroma of food wafting in. Wen Wan was somewhat taken aback. Shouting observed her expression and clarified, "It is Aunt Lee. She comes every morning for 4 hours to prepare breakfast and tidy up. It will not interfere with our daily life." Wen Wan nodded. She rose from the bed to tie his necktie. Wen Wan's fingers were nimble, skillfully tying a beautiful necktie. Shouting could not help but inquire, "Did you always assist Gu Changqing with his ties in the past?" A pang of pain pierced through Wen Man's heart. In truth, it was not the case. She had often practiced tying ties for her father. Gu Changqing did not appreciate her touch. He consistently maintained a distance from her. Wen Man softly protested, "Shouting, can we refrain from mentioning him in the future?" Shouting ceased to speak further and gestured towards the paper bag on the bedside table, saying, "Secretary Zhang delivered this early in the morning. It contains not only clothing but also a set of undergarments. Do give it a try." Wen Man's face burned with heat, and she dared not contemplate Secretary Zhang's thoughts. Shouting gently pinched her cheek, teasing her for blushing again. In the realm of love and desire, others would have no grounds for judgment. With that, he strode out of the bedroom. Blushing, Wen Wan took the clothes to the restroom to change, the outfit fitting her perfectly. Even the size of the undergarments was just right. The thought that this was the size provided by Shouting made her feel even more embarrassed. In the expansive dining hall, Shouting sipped his coffee while perusing the financial morning report. In addition to his law firm, he had various other business ventures, most of which were managed by professional teams, requiring little of his attention. Wen Man emerged from the bedroom. He gazed at her for quite some time before finally speaking, "You look quite beautiful." Chapter 45, Gu Changqing, I have changed my mind. Wen Man also believed that this long dress suited her well. She seated herself and complimented Secretary Zhang, saying, "Your discerning eye is truly commendable." Shouting remained silent. The household aide, Aunt Lee, brought over a Western-style breakfast, apologetically stating, "I was unaware that Teacher Wen would be visiting. For today, we shall make do with this. Please let me know what you'd like for breakfast tomorrow, and I shall prepare it for you." Wen Wan has a fondness for traditional Chinese breakfasts, however. She finds herself in the home of Shouting, where the housekeeper is also employed by him. She possesses no justification to instruct others in their duties. Wen Man smiled gently and remarked, "This is quite good." Aunt Lee let out a sigh of relief. It seems she is easy to get along with. She rubbed her hands together and swiftly returned to her tasks in the kitchen. Shouting folded the newspaper and glanced at Wen Man, who was gracefully drinking milk with her head slightly bowed. Clearly, she hailed from a middle-class family. Her manner of eating was elegant and did not come across as affected. Shouting found this sight pleasing to the eye. He is quite fond of Wen Wan's appearance and temperament, to the extent that he is even willing to cohabit with her. Wen Wan was unaware of these matters. After sipping half a glass of milk, she decided to inform him, "I have lost all my other jobs, the only class that remains is with Jiang Shang. I have her lesson tomorrow evening." Shouting did not object. He inquired casually, "Are you so fond of the piano? I recall you played quite well. Why did you not pursue further studies? Your family certainly could afford it." Wen Wan smiled faintly. In truth, she had contemplated the matter. She had once received an admission notice from a prestigious music academy in the United Kingdom, and her luggage was already packed. However, Aunt Ruan vehemently opposed the idea, declaring that Wen Wan was her cherished child whom she had painstakingly raised, and she could not bear to let her fly away. Having never borne children herself, Aunt Ruan harbored a profound possessiveness over Wen Wan. After a month of back and forth, Wen Wan ultimately chose to remain in B City. Her teacher lamented, "Wen Wan, you are the most gifted child I have ever encountered. It is such a pity that you chose to forego studying abroad in favor of teaching." Wen Wan felt no need to share this with Shouting. It was her own life to lead. Noticing her troubled expression, Shouting was about to speak when his phone buzzed. It was a message from his father, accompanied by a photograph of a pink diamond necklace. Shouting recognized it, though he could not immediately recall from where. Just then, Secretary Zhang called, prompting him to exit the album. Secretary Zhang, efficient in her duties, had already arranged for Wen Boyan's bail and was merely awaiting Hua Xiaoting's signature. Hua Xiaoting ended the call. Wen Wan expressed her gratitude softly. Hua Xiaoting rose gracefully, donning his coat, while Wen Wan changed her shoes to accompany him downstairs. Awaiting them was a luxurious black sedan, with Secretary Zhang standing beside the vehicle, who nodded politely upon seeing Wen Wan, addressing her as Miss Wan. Wen Man also nodded at her. Hua Xiaoting opened the car door and entered. With his handsome features and graceful demeanor, he exuded an air of distinguished elegance. Wen Man suddenly recalled his words, "Wen Man, between us, it is not necessarily a matter of one benefiting at the expense of the other." At that moment, she wholeheartedly agreed with this sentiment. As she watched Hua Xiaoting's car drive away and was about to ascend the stairs, her phone rang. It was a call from Gu Chongqing. Wen Man contemplated for a moment before finally responding, uttering softly, "Gu Chongqing, I have changed my mind." Chapter 46, My dear, do not regret. Gu Chongqing, incredulous, questioned. What of Uncle Wen and Aunt Wan? Will you simply stand by and watch them languish in prison? Wen Wan did not wish to engage in lengthy conversation with him. She simply stated, "I will no longer visit your villa, I will send the key back to you." Gu Chongqing felt a chill run through him. What had caused Wen Wan to suddenly change her mind? He wanted to inquire, but she had already hung up the phone. With a dark expression, Gu Chongqing dialed his secretary, "Investigate the recent circumstances of Wen Boyan." No need, Gu Chongqing abruptly ended the call. He decided to personally visit the detention center, to witness for himself who would dare to take on this case without his influence, and what alterations could possibly be made. Gu Chongqing swiftly opened the car door and drove towards the detention center. The wound on his waist had not yet healed, causing the bandage beneath to be stained crimson. Yet he paid it no mind. 20 minutes later, his vehicle came to a halt at the detention center. Upon stepping out, he saw a figure, like a breath of fresh air, being surrounded by others. It was none other than Hua Xiaoting. Dressed in an exquisite suit, he embodied elegance and grace. At that moment, he was descending the steps, accompanied by several officials who conversed with him politely. Secretary Zhang was also present, smiling as he remarked, "Let us leave it at this. Thank you all for your efforts in this matter." The officials maintained a cordial demeanor, acknowledging the influence of the Hua family. Hua Xiaoting skillfully navigated the farewells, shaking hands with each individual. Once he departed, the group exchanged knowing smiles, one of them saying, "The legal world as formidable figure. Seeing him up close for the first time is quite a sight." The others nodded in agreement. Who wouldn't envy such a handsome, wealthy, and powerful individual? Gu Chongqing observed all this, his fists clenched tightly. It was indeed Hua Xiaoting who had taken on this case. Gu Chongqing felt a surge of frustration as he watched the illustrious figure approach him. Surprisingly, Hua Xiaoting, as if nothing had transpired, patted Gu Chongqing's shoulder with a gentle smile. "Mingzhu mentioned you were injured, I was just about to check on you. Now that I see you are well, I am relieved. By the way, come over for lunch at my place." Gu Chongqing nodded expressionlessly. Hua Xiaoting chuckled softly, lit a cigarette, and took a few leisurely puffs before walking towards his car. As the two men passed each other, Gu Chongqing sensed a formidable pressure emanating from Hua Xiaoting. Throughout the encounter, Gu Chongqing refrained from asking Wen Wan a single question. There was no need, it was evident that Wen Wan had aligned herself with Hua Xiaoting. Once Hua Xiaoting's car departed, Gu Chongqing mechanically retrieved his phone and dialed Wen Wan once more. Gritting his teeth, he ceded, "Wen Wan, you truly are something else." On the other end, Wen Wan replied calmly, "Gu Chongqing, I will treat you as you treat me. Is there a problem?" "No problem at all. Not a single issue." Gu Chongqing retorted with a cold laugh, "Just remember, darling, don't come to regret it." Wen Man abruptly ended the call. At that moment, her phone chimed twice. Upon checking, she discovered a message from Hua Xiaoting. Tears brimmed in her eyes. Chapter 47, When a woman loves deeply, she must listen. Wen Wan ended the call with Gu Chongqing, and he angrily slammed his fist against the car body. "Wen Wan! Is this still the Wen Wan he once knew?" Gu Chongqing's mood was rather dismal. He was reluctant to admit the impact she had on him. After all, she was just a woman who had slipped through his fingers. Gu Changqing chose not to attend to his wounds at the hospital, instead opting to drive to a high-end club he frequently visited for social gatherings. This establishment catered to those of a certain status, and Gu Changqing reserved a private room, indulging in solitary drinking under the bright daylight. After a few rounds, the manager, sensing the atmosphere, inquired with understanding, "Has there been a tiff between you and your girlfriend, Mr. Gu? Drinking away your sorrows so early in the day. It's surprising, considering I heard the jewel of the Hua family holds you in such affection." Gu Changqing leaned back against the leather sofa, his dark eyes slightly downcast. "Affection?" he echoed. The manager chuckled as he poured more wine, remarking, "When a woman loves deeply, she tends to be obedient." Gu Changqing silently consumed half a glass of wine. After a pause, he replied with a faint smile, "If one day she becomes disobedient, does that signify a loss of affection?" "Not at all. I have faith in your capabilities, Mr. Gu," the manager flattered. Sensing Gu Changqing's distress over a woman, he cleverly summoned a young lady. She appeared youthful and innocent, ready to engage him in conversation to alleviate his woes. The manager suggested, albeit subtly, that she accompany Mr. Gu. Initially, Gu Changqing intended to decline, but upon lifting his gaze, he was taken aback. The girl's pure visage bore a striking resemblance to Wen Wan, especially in profile, causing him to momentarily lose himself. He reached out, pulling the girl closer, calling out, "Wen Wan?" The manager, understanding the situation, discreetly retreated. In the lavish private room, only the two remained. The girl, accustomed to her role, knew just how to please a man. She eagerly draped her arms around his neck, kissing him passionately. As the moment intensified, Gu Changqing pressed her onto the sofa. Afterward, Gu Changqing casually inquired, "What is your name?" "Xiang," the girl replied, assisting him in dressing with an obedient demeanor. Gu Changqing chuckled flirtatiously, "That is a lovely name." Xiang blushed, soft and alluring. She wrapped her arms around his waist, asking, "When will you come to see me again, Mr. Gu?" Lighting a cigarette, Gu Changqing took a few leisurely puffs. "We shall see," he replied nonchalantly. Disappointed, the girl had hoped to gauge whether Mr. Gu would consider keeping her, especially since he had shown considerable warmth earlier, repeatedly calling her Wen Wan. However, Gu Changqing had no inclination to linger, soon departing the club. Upon getting into his car, he checked the time. It was precisely noon. The hour to dine at the Hua residence. The thought of meeting Hua Xiaoting darkened his handsome features. Clenching his fists, Gu Changqing was well aware of what Hua Xiaoting was preoccupied with. Yet, he maintained a calm facade, playing chess with Hua Zhendong. Hua Mingzhu joined him, softly saying, "Don't be upset, brother, didn't he mean it?" Gu Changqing smiled lightly, "How could I?" Hua Zhendong, pleased with his prospective son-in-law, glanced at his precious daughter and remarked, "Do you think Changqing is like you, fond of chaos? If everyone were like you, how would business be conducted?" Gu Changqing gently embraced his fiancée. Mingzhu was very understanding. Hua Mingzhu felt a sweet sensation within her heart. Just as she was about to speak, she suddenly leaned against Gu Changqing's shoulder, inquiring, "Gu Changqing, why do you smell of perfume?" Chapter 48, a phone call before Gu Changqing's brow twitched. He pondered that the scent likely lingered from the club. Concealing his thoughts with a smile, he replied, "I went to the hospital this morning for a dressing change. It must be from the nurse." Hua Mingzhu was displeased. "Fiddling with her nails and pouting, that young nurse must be very pretty, right? You must have enjoyed her attention while she attended to you." Gu Changqing chuckled, teasingly pinching her cheek. "Are you jealous over something so trivial?" Hua Mingzhu, deeply in love, was not genuinely suspicious. With a little coaxing, she pushed the matter aside, resting her head on his shoulder with a blissful expression. Hua Zhendong placed a piece on the chessboard, commenting, "Girls should maintain some modesty. Parents are not oblivious to their children's natures." Xiaoting had cautioned that Mingzhu was too sincere, likely to be completely captivated by Gu Changqing. Conversely, Hua Zhendong believed that a daughter as innocent as hers would benefit from a calculating partner like Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing navigated the situation effortlessly, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Hua Mingzhu took his arm, affectionately linking herself with him. Hua Zhendong and his wife exchanged knowing glances. The atmosphere in the dining room was pleasant. Gu Changqing was articulate, endearing himself to the Hua family. After the meal, Wen Mingju led him upstairs into her bedroom. As the door closed, she initiated a kiss with him, yearning for intimacy. However, Gu Changqing, still nursing an injury and having just been with another, found himself lacking in stamina. Besides, his heart was not in it, and after a few kisses, he playfully suggested, "Let us wait a few days, shall we?" Wen Mingju blushed. She clung to his waist, inhaling his scent. "I really wish you would shower and wash off that perfume. It's just from the nurse. So I won't hold it against you." Gu Changqing's expression darkened slightly. The engaged couple took a brief nap. Indeed, it was Hu Xiaoting. The afternoon heat prompted him to shed his jacket, revealing a deep blue shirt and trousers, as he stood below Gu Changqing, speaking on the phone. "Make sure to pack your belongings first." Gu Changqing's body tensed. He recognized that the person on the other end of the line was Wen Wan. Wen Wan is to cohabitate with Hu Xiaoting? At that moment, Hu Xiaoting suddenly looked up and met Gu Changqing's gaze, the two men locking eyes. Hu Xiaoting smiled gently and, after a brief exchange, ended the call. Gu Changqing's expression darkened considerably. Even the innocent Wen Mingju sensed his indifference towards her, leaving her somewhat disheartened. Gu Changqing comforted her, and as they descended the stairs, Wen Mingju's spirits were lifted once more. Hu Xiaoting was seated on the sofa, perusing a magazine when Wen Mingju leaped into his embrace, exclaiming, "Brother!" Hu Xiaoting playfully pinched her cheek, teasing, "You're quite attached for someone your age, be careful. Changqing might get jealous." "He wouldn't," Wen Mingju replied, wrapping her arms around his, playfully pouting, "Brother, didn't you mention having several projects? It's better to work with family than outsiders." Hu Xiaoting glanced at Gu Changqing with a profound smile, remarking, "Father's saying about not holding on to daughters is indeed true." "Brother," Wen Mingju continued her playful antics. Chapter 49, Punishing the Scoundrel. "Enjoying the company, are we?" Hu Xiaoting teased but readily agreed. "I knew you'd be the best." "Brother." Wen Mingju sought to mend the rift between them, as she sensed an underlying tension, though she couldn't pinpoint the reason. Gu Changqing was set to become a son-in-law of the Hu family, and the Hu group's stature far surpassed that of the Gu family, both in resources and connections. Wen Wan was insufficient to provoke a rift between him and Hu Xiaoting. He politely expressed, "Thank you, elder brother." Hu Xiaoting responded with a faint smile, returning to his magazine with an air of indifference, rendering Wen Mingju's attempts at coaxing ineffective. At 4:30 in the afternoon, Hu Xiaoting rose to leave. The Hu parents, having finally seen their son, naturally insisted he stay for dinner. "Next time, I truly have matters to attend to," he said, affectionately ruffling his sister's hair. As he departed, Gu Changqing also declined the invitation to stay for dinner. Wen Mingju, concerned for his discomfort, proactively offered an excuse while gazing wistfully at him by the car, saying, "Please don't take it to heart, my brother is always like this. Unable to show warmth to anyone." Gu Changqing scoffed softly. "Unable to show warmth to anyone? What does that make Wen Wan?" Without further comment, he entered his car, trailing behind Hu Xiaoting's vehicle. Hu Xiaoting grasped the steering wheel and glanced in the rearview mirror, catching sight of Gu Changqing's car. He smiled, not intending to shake him off, but rather driving at a leisurely pace to ensure Gu Changqing could keep up. Half an hour later, he received a call from Wen Wan. Wen Wan must have encountered Wen Boyan, for as she settled into the car, the corners of her eyes were noticeably tinged with red. Hu Xiaoting, not particularly attentive, especially when it comes to women, nonetheless inquired gently, "Why are you still crying after seeing him? Do your eyes hurt?" "I didn't cry," Wen Wan attempted to conceal her emotions. Hu Xiaoting chuckled softly, leaning closer to murmur, "Is it because you fear being bullied by me that you weep? I haven't even laid a hand on you yet, and you are already in this state." Wen Man gently turned her face away. Hu Xiaoting smiled faintly and, as he started the car, cast a casual glance in the rearview mirror. "How patient he is. Still following me." It was precisely the time when work ended, and the roads were somewhat congested. While waiting at a red light, Hu Xiaoting casually inquired about Wen Boyan's situation, to which Wen Man provided a detailed account. "Such a small box, have you managed to pack everything?" Hu Xiaoting suddenly asked. Wen Man contemplated for a moment and remarked, "There are no women's slippers available at your place, I wish to purchase a pair." Hua Xiaoting responded with a non-committal sound. He lowered the car window, bent down to light a cigarette, resting his elbow on the window ledge, thus making it sufficiently visible to the vehicles behind. The traffic was sluggish, and it took nearly half an hour to reach the vicinity of the apartment. Hua Xiaoting parked the car by the roadside. He unfastened his seatbelt, turned towards Wen Wan, and said, "There is a home goods store across the street. Feel free to choose whatever you desire while I head to the pharmacy to procure some medicine." As he spoke, he retrieved a platinum card from his wallet and shared the password with Wen Man, stating that household expenses would henceforth be covered from this account. Wen Man hesitated for a moment but did not decline. She alighted from the vehicle and entered the home goods store. Unaware that this was a frequented spot for the residents of the building where Hua Xiaoting resided. After finishing the remainder of his cigarette, Hua Xiaoting opened the car door and made his way to a nearby pharmacy, where he directly retrieved 2 square boxes marked with an L from the counter. Holding them in his hand, he naturally extracted 200 yuan notes from his wallet and handed them to the cashier. The cashier, a woman in her 40s, was momentarily taken aback, her eyes widening in astonishment. As she scanned the items, she felt a flutter in her heart, wishing that Hua Xiaoting would use the 2 products entirely on her. Chapter 50, Sweet. "You can have it your way." She got back into the car carrying her purchases. Hua Xiaoting glanced at the items in her hands and casually inquired, "What did you buy?" "That is quite a hefty bag." "2 sets of indoor slippers and 2 bathrobes," she replied. Women have an inherent penchant for shopping, often unable to resist perusing even the most mundane household items. Hua Xiaoting cast a sidelong glance. "Couple's attire?" Wen Wan's cheeks flushed crimson. "No. I see that yours is all white." In an effort to alleviate the tension, she cleared her throat softly. "Did you manage to buy the medicine?" Hua Xiaoting's gaze grew profound. He regarded her for a considerable time before leisurely retrieving 2 boxes from his pocket and placing them conspicuously on the central console. The familiar words inscribed on them made Wen Wan wish she could bite her tongue. Why had she even asked? Hua Xiaoting, who usually appeared so serious, revealed a surprisingly liberated side in private. Wen Man could not help but ponder, does he often engage in such relationships? As Hua Xiaoting slowly drove into the apartment parking lot, Gu Changqing, who had been trailing behind, could no longer follow. He parked his car outside and sat alone in silence. He had followed her all the way and witnessed Wen Man getting into Hua Xiaoting's vehicle. He observed her entering a home goods store as if she were a wife. He saw Hua Xiaoting purchase 2 large boxes of tea. Was he planning to claim Wen Man tonight? Gu Changqing abruptly slammed his fist against the steering wheel, causing the sleek black sports car to emit a piercing horn. Bystanders regarded him as if he were mad. Gu Changqing paid them no mind. All he knew was that he had lost Wen Man, and she was likely already in Hua Xiaoting's bed, fully possessed by him. The struggle between the 2 men unfolded, with Wen Man remaining blissfully unaware. Wen Wan was oblivious to how others concealed their romantic interests, pondering whether or not to prepare a meal. However, she felt an immense gratitude towards Hua Xiaoting and was willing to do anything for him. Her culinary skills were remarkable, even the simplest of dishes turned out delectable. Hua Xiaoting was pleasantly surprised. After taking a few bites, he looked up at her and remarked, "Not bad." "Thank you." Wen Wan nibbled at her meal, seizing the opportunity while his mood was favorable to mention, "Later, I will be going to Lawyer Zhang's residence to tutor Jiang Shang." Hua Xiaoting frowned. He had indeed consented to this arrangement, yet he felt discontented at the thought of her immediately seeking employment after just moving in. Moreover, he had already made certain investments in her. Hua Xiaoting chose not to press the matter further. The nature of his relationship with Wen Wan did not necessitate excessive attachment. After their meal, he retreated to his study to attend to his work. Wen Man tidied up the utensils and washed them thoroughly, then briefly attended to the cleanliness of her surroundings. Once she had finished, she noticed Hua Xiaoting leaning against the study door, holding a mug, gazing at her with a pensive expression. When man is not foolish, she has discerned that he is indeed angry. How does teacher Wen intend to accompany him? He sips his coffee and, with a hint of mischief, inquires. Wen Wan's face flushed uncontrollably, and summoning her courage, she uttered a playful remark, "You can do whatever you wish, I will follow your lead." Hua Xiaoting's gaze was profound. He chuckled softly. Very well, off you go. He turned and entered the study, contemplating, this is perhaps for the best. Merely reclining in bed to please a man holds little charm. A woman like Wen Wan, on the contrary, brings a sense of anticipation. Chapter 51, What he offers you, I can provide as well. Wen Man changed into a fresh outfit before stepping out. Just before she left, she peeked in the direction of the study. The ordinary exchange elicited a gentle sigh from Hua Xiaoting. The presence of another person in the home indeed made a difference. While there were certain constraints and inconveniences, he found the experience quite pleasant thus far. Wen Man was not overly clingy, yet she exuded a comforting gentleness. Her culinary skills were delightful, and she also maintained cleanliness, resembling. Hua Xiaoting refrained from pursuing that thought any further, merely responding with a soft acknowledgement. Wen Wan stepped outside. Intending to hail a taxi at the entrance of the apartment complex, a location renowned for its convenience in securing transportation. However, to her surprise, as she emerged, a sleek black Lotus sports car abruptly halted before her. Against the backdrop of the blustery night breeze, Gu Changqing emerged from the vehicle. Wen Wan felt a tremor in her heart upon seeing him. Deep down, she harbored a fear of being alone with him, especially given his current sinister expression. She made an effort to suppress her emotions. Gu Changqing slowly approached her, refraining from any violence, but spoke with a tone laced with mockery. I underestimated you. You truly have attached yourself to Hua Xiaoting. But, Wen Wan, do you genuinely believe that there will be any outcome between you and Hua Xiaoting? Are you aware of his past? If you were, you would not be so presumptuous. Wen Man offered a faint smile, retorting. What does this have to do with President Gu? She was not foolish, she discerned that Hua Xiaoting had someone in his heart. Her demeanor was so indifferent that Gu Changqing felt a momentary constriction in his breath. Uncontrollably, he inquired, do you not care? Are you willing to indulge him? Wen Man. Her gaze lowered with a cold smirk, replied, Gu Changqing, are you not the same? She wished to extricate herself from his entanglement and brushed past him towards the roadside. Gu Changqing abruptly seized her hand, but Wen Man could not break free. His eyes, dark and brooding, fixed upon her as he declared, what he can give, I can also provide, what he cannot, I can offer as well. In that moment, the man's pride overshadowed all else. He even contemplated that if Wen Man were willing to share a few years with him, he might consider divorce and marry her instead. Wen Man was utterly repugnant. In a low voice, she warned, let go, or I shall call for help. Gu Changqing. I trust you would not wish to create a scandal that could tarnish your promising engagement. Gu Changqing gritted his teeth, reluctantly releasing her. Wen Man walked towards the street and hailed a taxi, swiftly getting in and departing. Gu Changqing could only watch her leave, his fist striking the roof of the car in frustration. In the distance, Hua Xiaoting held two small boxes, contemplatively observing the scene before him. Only after Wen Man had departed did he remember the tea item left in the car, unexpectedly witnessing such a dramatic moment upon retrieving it. Hua Xiaoting smirked slightly. Pulling out his phone to dial his secretary, please assist me in retrieving the audit documents of the Gu Corporation from the past few years and have them placed on my desk first thing tomorrow morning. The secretary, Zhang, was left speechless. The Gu Corporation was tied to Hua's family by marriage, it seemed rather inappropriate for Hua, the lawyer, to investigate them. Zhang, having experienced similar situations, quickly deduced this must be for the young Miss One. The rivalry between men was evident, an unmistakable display of jealousy. Hua Xiaoting appeared to have completed his work, holding a glass of red wine as he leaned against the floor-to-ceiling window, lost in thought. Wen Man stood at the door for a moment, biting her lip in contemplation. She was uncertain how others pleased men. Yet she was aware of his appreciation for her physique and his desire for such a connection. Thus, summoning her courage, she approached him and gently wrapped her arms around him from behind. Have you finished the task? Chapter 52, Hua Xiaoting, I am not impure. Hua Xiaoting remained silent. He slowly drained the wine from his goblet, his hand resting upon hers, caressing it with a hint of intimacy. Wen Wan is a mature woman. Although she has never been intimate with a man, she understands such insinuations. She tiptoes closer to his ear and whispers, shall I take a bath first? Hua Xiaoting sets his wineglass aside. Subsequently, Wen Wan finds herself cradled upon the small bar counter. Behind her looms a vast expanse of floor-to-ceiling glass, while in front of her stands the fervent form of the man. Wen Wan sensed his discontent, yet she was unaware of what had provoked him. Indeed, Hua Xiaoting kissed her with a careless demeanor, his kisses lacking fervor, leaving Wen Wan almost oblivious to his emotions. She endured his touch, but her youthful innocence paled in comparison to Hua Xiaoting's ease, and before long, she found herself clinging to his waist, softly pleading, "What troubles you?" Hua Xiaoting tucked a strand of her chestnut hair behind her ear, revealing her delicate, gentle face. However, as he gazed at her, he unexpectedly recalled the sight of Gu Chongqing holding her that evening. Gently caressing her cheek, he inquired, "How did your relationship with him begin?" Wen Man discerned the peculiar reasons behind his behavior. Indeed, she had once loved Gu Chongqing and spent 4 years in his company, yet their relationship never transcended mere companionship. She tilted her head and placed a gentle kiss upon him, a hint of redness gracing the corners of her eyes. Hua Xiaoting, though not one to dwell on such matters, found himself reluctant to pursue the subject any further. He patted her gently and murmured, "Go take a shower and get some rest." Despite his words, he lit a cigarette and leaned against the bar, inhaling slowly. His striking good looks, coupled with power and wealth, rendered him perpetually impeccable in appearance. Wen Man gazed at him quietly, feeling somewhat wounded. She gathered her courage and approached him. Hua Xiaoting's dark eyes lowered, fixing their gaze upon her. Wen Man, summoning her courage, removed the cigarette from his lips, extinguishing it, and pressed it against his mouth while softly murmuring, "Hua Xiaoting, please do not be so indifferent, my body is not tainted." Hua Xiaoting's dark eyes grew fervent. Suddenly, he lifted her onto the bar, one hand cradling the back of her head as he leaned down to capture her lips. Their kiss was frenzied. A stark contrast to his earlier nonchalance, he surrendered to the blaze of passion, showing not a trace of restraint. Wen Wan obediently embraced him, her compliance and docility being the only way she could repay him. However, she did not anticipate that Hua Xiaoting would not hold back any longer. Unable to contain himself, he leaned in close, whispering into her ear, "Teacher Wen, once I bring down the wild goose, we shall thoughtfully consider whether to braise it or steam it." Wen Man's face flushed crimson. He truly was both reserved and shameless. Hua Xiaoting's mood lightened somewhat as he felt inclined to tease her, "Why are you still holding on to me? Do you wish to continue?" Wen Man's face instantly flushed with embarrassment. The following morning, Hua Xiaoting had already departed early. Wen Wan had only recently moved in, and naturally, she felt somewhat out of sorts, unable to indulge in the luxury of sleeping in. As she sat up, she caught sight of the marks adorning her body. Although Hua Xiaoting had not gone all the way yesterday, he had certainly relished her form. Wen Guang felt her cheeks flush at the mere thought, let alone when her gaze inadvertently fell upon the bedside table, which held 2 small boxes. Wen Man was taken aback. She recalled that when moving things upstairs yesterday, Hua Xiaoting had not brought anything up, he must have gone down to retrieve it from the car later. Connecting the dots, she realized he must have seen Gu Chongqing. No wonder he had been so unusually behaved. Chapter 53, Men are always attracted to novelty. After the warmth of her flushed face subsided, Wen Wan made a phone call to Aunt Ruan, expressing her intention to visit her father at the hospital shortly. To her surprise, Aunt Ruan's response was resolute. She stated, "Your father is in my care, and you should spend more time nurturing your relationship with Xiaoting." Wen Wan found herself somewhat bewildered. They had only just begun their relationship, nurturing feelings. Wasn't her connection with Hua Xiaoting merely one that lacked substance? Wen Wan did not delude herself into believing that his assistance equated to affection. After all, tales of Cinderella are scarce in reality. Yet, she was reluctant to cause Aunt Ruan any sorrow, her words coming out in a haze. Aunt Ruan, pleased, exchanged a few more words before ending the call. Wen Wan set down the phone, lost in thought for quite some time, so much so that she failed to notice the aunt standing at the door. The hourly maid had come to inquire about the lunch menu, and upon her arrival, she noticed Wen Wan clad in a men's shirt, her neck and shoulders adorned with faint bruises. "Ah! Looks like Lawyer Hoy is quite passionate," the aunt remarked cheerfully, adopting a knowing tone as if sharing wisdom from her own experiences. Men often experience a surge of novelty at the beginning, they must endure some trials. "How about I prepare a nourishing soup for you, something good for a woman?" Wen Wan recognized her misunderstanding. However, she felt no need to elucidate. For it was inevitable that the truth would eventually unveil itself. With a gentle smile, she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Aunt Lee." Aunt Lee promptly departed to attend to her tasks. Once she was gone, Wen Wan slightly adjusted her clothing to examine her body closely. It was indeed marred in ways that were difficult to conceal. Taking a deep breath, she sensed an instinctive understanding that Hua Xiaoting's desires surpassed those of the average man. Wen Wan resolved to take a shower. As the water cascaded down, her mind would become clearer, allowing her to contemplate her future path. After lunch, Hua Xiaoting called her, requesting her assistance in retrieving some wine from a merchant. Wen Wan gave a soft hum, obedient and gentle. Lawyer Hua stood in his high-rise office, exuding an air of sophistication. He casually tugged at the blinds, a light chuckle escaping his lips as he remarked, "Aren't you going to ask what I did today?" When man is aware, he has already resolved matters concerning her father. She uttered a few gentle words. Hua Xiaoting responded with a light chuckle, choosing not to say anything further. Wen Wan glanced at her phone, feeling somewhat perplexed. Since she was merely assisting him in procuring some alcohol, those individuals over there must naturally be acquainted with him. Not wishing to embarrass him, Wen Wan changed into a more refined outfit and then checked the address. To her surprise, it was not far, merely a stone's throw from her apartment. She decided to walk over. As it would help her digest her meal and provide a much-needed stroll, she had been quite tense lately. Upon reaching the entrance of the apartment, she was suddenly halted. "Wen Wan." The familiar voice startled her, and upon closer inspection, she was taken aback to find it was the Gu family mother and daughter. Wen Man, having experienced the vicissitudes of human emotions, felt her throat tighten upon seeing them. She calmly inquired, "Do you need something from me?" Gu's mother remained composed, smiling as she suggested, "There is a CAF across the street, let us converse there." Wen Wan was oblivious to the events of the day, assuming that Gu's mother had come specifically to bestow a check upon her. She smiled gently, offering no refusal. The three of them settled into a CAF, and Wen Wan refrained from ordering. The Gu mother and daughter, accustomed to her generosity, felt somewhat awkward as Wen Wan hesitated to reach for her wallet, eventually ordering 3 cups of coffee. As they sipped their drinks, Gu's mother glanced at the bottle of red wine beside Wen Wan and remarked amiably, "This wine is quite expensive, a single bottle must cost over 200,000. Wen Wan suddenly lifted her gaze, meeting the scrutinizing eyes of Gu's mother. In that instant, Wen Wan comprehended everything. Her relationship with Hua Xiaoting was known to the entire Gu family. Chapter 54, The Gu mother and daughter come to plead. Wen Man did not conceal the truth. She had long severed ties with the Gu family, their relationship irrevocably broken. With an expression of indifference, she responded, "I am not certain, I was merely assisting someone." Gu Changqing's sister, Gu Jingjing, could no longer contain her outrage and exclaimed, "Wen Man, you are truly shameless. Were you not once infatuated with my brother? How has it been such a short time before you chose to cohabit with another, especially one who was my brother's brother-in-law? Are you not deliberately seeking to take revenge on our family?" "Revenge?" Wen Wan smiled coldly, saying, "It is already a miracle that I have not been destroyed by Gu Changqing. How could I possibly possess the capability to retaliate against the Gu family?" Gu Jingjing was about to erupt in anger when their mother, with her seasoned demeanor, intervened. Gu mother's tone was gentle, reminiscent of times past. "Wen Wan, you may not be aware, but this morning, Changqing's company encountered some issues. I have heard whispers that Hua Xiaoting intends to create difficulties." Wen Wan was momentarily taken aback. Soon, she recalled the peculiar behavior of Hua Xiaoting from the previous night, along with his words, "Once I bring the goose down for you, we shall decide whether to braise or steam it." She had assumed he was merely flirting with her, oblivious to the fact that he was indeed serious. Such a man undoubtedly possessed a certain charm, just the thought of him made her body feel somewhat warm. At the same time, she felt a sense of exhilaration, as the Gu family had finally met their misfortune. Wen Wan displayed no hint of compassion. She lowered her gaze upon the coffee and spoke softly. "Then why do you seek me instead of Hou Xiaoting or Ho Mingzhu?" Gumu smiled faintly. "Wen Wan, I know you are a clever child, and you must understand the underlying truth. I also believe that your association with Hou Xiaoting is unavoidable. Your true affections lie with our Changqing. I assure you. The subsequent words were unbearable for Wen Wan to endure. It was utterly revolting. Anger nearly brought her to laughter as she retorted, Madame Gu, you are overthinking it. I harbor no feelings for Gu Changqing whatsoever. I suggest you consult a psychiatrist, otherwise, how could you ever believe that I, Wen Wan, would love someone who would bring ruin to my family? With that, she turned on her heel to leave. Gu Jingjing shouted from behind, Wen Wan, don't be so ungrateful. I refuse to believe you no longer love my brother. Isn't it your duty to help him? Wen Wan stood there, feeling each breath as a dull ache. Indeed. She had once loved Gu Changqing deeply, giving of herself foolishly. Thus, this mother and daughter pair were so resolute, even today. Wen Wan must unreservedly do anything for Gu Changqing. However, that was no longer the case. Wen Wan is a person, not a soulless beast devoid of emotions. Wen Man, unable to endure any longer, splashed the remainder of her untouched coffee onto Gu Jingjing's face. Gu Jingjing screamed in fury. Wen Wan coldly remarked, Miss Gu, you ought to learn the proper attitude of seeking assistance from Madame Gu. Gu Jingjing, unaccustomed to such indignity, seized the coffee intending to throw it at Wen Wan, but was swiftly restrained by an arm. The interloper was Gu Changqing. The atmosphere was hushed, all eyes were upon them. Gu Changqing gritted his teeth and admonished his sister. Have you caused enough trouble? It was the first time Gu Jingjing had witnessed such ferocity in him, and tears of grievance welled in her eyes as she implored, Brother, I am doing this for your own good. Look at her, conspiring against you with others, why do you continue to support her? Wen Wan, unwilling to linger, turned to leave. Gu Changqing called out to her, his tone remarkably calm, Wen Wan, I, Gu Changqing, do not require your intercession. Wen Wan uttered not a single word. She strode straight out, casting her past aside, vowing never to revisit those tender memories again. Gu's mother followed closely, her shrewdness evident. She would not easily let Wen Wan escape. Wen Wan, will you not even glance back at the bonds of the past? Wen Man trembled with rage. At that moment, a warm hand gently enveloped hers, while the other hand took the red wine from her grasp. Wen Man, flustered, raised her eyes and beheld Hua Xiaoting. Chapter 55, A Confrontation with Rivals, an Intense Glare. Wen Man appeared in a daze. Hua Xiaoting gently draped his arm over her shoulder and inquired nonchalantly, how did the wine find its way to the CAF? Wen Wan's spirits inexplicably lifted. She did not conceal her feelings from him, softly stating, I encountered an acquaintance and exchanged a few words. Hua Xiaoting's dark eyes fixed upon her, then he turned his gaze toward the acquaintance behind her, his demeanor neither warm nor cold. Ah, it is Changqing. In stark contrast to his indifference, Gu Changqing appeared considerably tenser. He was no fool, he discerned that Hua Xiaoting harbored an aversion towards him. Not solely due to Mingzhu but also because of Wen Wan. The two men locked eyes, and the air crackled with tension. Just then, Gu's mother emerged from the CAF, greeting them with enthusiasm, Ah, Xiaoting. She seemed to just realize that Wen Wan was with him, exclaiming in surprise, Wen Wan, how did you end up with Xiaoting? Weren't you previously involved with our Changqing? Suddenly, she halted, words unspoken. This was quite the effect, under ordinary circumstances. A man might take out his frustration on Wen Wan, but Hua Xiaoting was no ordinary man. How could he be swayed by a woman with such cunning? He tossed the laptop bag to Wen Wan and retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. As he lit one, he casually remarked, Changqing has been in a relationship? I thought Mingzhu mentioned that Gu Changqing was her first love? Ah. Gu's mother glanced at her son, a look of discomfort on her face. She quickly sought to clarify, I meant to say that Wen Wan's father is an accountant at Gu Corporation. Is that so? Hua Xiaoting exhaled a puff of smoke. Flicking off the ash, I had assumed that Changqing had a romantic entanglement with Wen Wan and then cast her aside, being rather heartless. Gu's mother nearly lost her composure. At that moment, Gu Changqing spoke in a calm voice, Elder brother is overthinking. Miss Wan and I have never had a past, nor will we have a future. Hua Xiaoting smiled, running his fingers through Wen Wan's hair, now I feel reassured. Wen Wan found him rather abrasive, yet he had come to her aid. She gazed up at him. Hua Xiaoting was inherently handsome, and every gesture exuded a mature confidence, causing Wen Wan's eyes to soften with a touch of feminine tenderness. Gu Changqing had spent 4 years in her company, and he was all too familiar with the nuances of her gaze. Wen Wan harbors affections for Hua Xiaoting. Gu Changqing stands upright, addressing his mother with a calm demeanor. Let us go. Gu Mu, with a complex expression, pulls Gu Jingjing along as they depart. Gu Jingjing, discontented, erupts in frustration once seated in the vehicle. Mother, why do we not expose Wen Wan? Isn't brother Hua a relative of our family? Surely he would support us. Gu Mu silences her with a sharp command. With a cold smirk, she retorts, do you truly believe that familial ties confer equality? Have you observed Hua Xiaoting's demeanor? If he does not give his assent, the union between your brother and Hua Mingzhu may not materialize. Gu Jingjing is momentarily taken aback. Gu Mu dismisses her further. Turning her gaze to her son, Changqing, you should comprehend the gravity of this marriage. No matter how you conduct yourself externally, you must not involve yourself with Wen Wan. Gu Changqing remains silent at the wheel. Understanding her son's strong will, Gu Mu refrains from further admonishment, confident that he possesses the discernment to navigate this situation. Moreover, his 4-year relationship with Wen Wan has not fostered profound affection. This discomfort shall fade with time, especially after he enters into marriage. As for Wen Wan's connection with the eldest son of the Hua family, it is utterly implausible that it will culminate in success. Chapter 56, Is there a physical issue at play? After some contemplation, she inquires, are you targeting the Gu family? Hua Xiaoting pauses momentarily before casually responding, are you seeking to plead for Gu Changqing? No. Wen Wan awkwardly fiddled with the 2 bottles of red wine. After observing her for a moment, Hua Xiaoting settled onto the sofa and turned on the television to watch the financial news. After a while, noticing that Wen Wan remained standing there, he spoke softly, aren't you going to cook? Wen Wan nodded. As she changed into her loungewear, she couldn't help but ponder, does Hua Xiaoting have no needs? Her current role consisted solely of cooking, cleaning, and running errands for him, perfectly complementing the 2-shift system with the housekeeper. It was hard to believe that Hua Xiaoting was quite so ascetic. As Wen Man busied herself with cooking, Hua Xiaoting was not idle either, having received several phone calls. Just as he set down his phone and contemplated taking a shower, Wen Man's phone, resting on the coffee table, illuminated briefly. Hua Xiaoting glanced towards the kitchen and, with a casual motion, picked up Wen Man's phone. Wen Man's phone password was known to him, and he easily unlocked it, discovering 2 WeChat messages sent by Gu Changqing. It turns out that some people's affections are worth nothing, they can change at a whim. Hua Xiaoting scoffed, if they are indeed worthless, then they should be discarded like refuse. After sending his response, he promptly deleted the messages and blacklisted Gu Changqing. Meanwhile, Gu Changqing was left in stunned silence. Wen Wan prepared a delightful spread of 4 dishes and a soup, both visually appealing and delicious, particularly excelling in a spicy crab dish that garnered praise from all who tasted it. After finishing her preparations, she called for Hua Xiaoting to join her for the meal. Hua Xiaoting, still engrossed in financial news, only reluctantly rose after she called to him twice, his expression remaining rather indifferent. Wen Wan discerned that he was in a foul mood and hesitated to provoke him. After taking a few bites, Hua Xiaoting suddenly remarked, among these 4 dishes, not a single one pleases my palate. Wen Wan was momentarily taken aback. She involuntarily replied, Antly mentioned your general preferences, so it shouldn't be an issue. Hua Xiaoting's gaze was intense as he remarked, why not simply ask me what I enjoy to eat? Wen Wan found herself at a loss for words. She had previously believed that cohabitation would primarily entail lying back and allowing him to indulge his desires, unaware that he would nitpick every aspect of their daily lives. She couldn't help but recall several occasions when, despite the palpable tension between them, he could halt their intimacy midway. Could it be that he harbored physical issues, yet felt too embarrassed to disclose them, opting instead to torment her in other ways? Wen Wan felt a tinge of sympathy. The esteemed and dignified lawyer Hua indeed possessed an imperfect facet. Wen Man was quite accommodating towards him, and I shall be more mindful next time. Hua Xiaoting let out a slight hum. Being particular and choosy, ultimately having only a few bites. You used to prepare meals for Gu Changqing, did you not? Are these dishes not to his liking? Wen Man has finally come to a realization, he has indeed acted out of concern for Gu Changqing and her. These dishes are undeniably his favorites. Wen Man's eyes glistened with a hint of redness. She found herself at a loss for words, feeling a sense of injustice. Hua Xiaoting said nothing further, settling onto the sofa as he lit a cigarette. Wen Wan began to tidy up the dining table, carefully packing the leftover dishes into a bag. She then changed into her slippers, preparing to head downstairs. Where was she going? Hua Xiaoting assumed she intended to dispose of the food in the trash. Wen Wan's voice carried a hint of nasal tone. Go downstairs and feed the dog. There will always be stray dogs that appreciate the dishes I prepare. Hua Xiaoting was momentarily taken aback, then a smile tugged at his lips. How audacious of her to criticize him in such a roundabout manner. Yet, at that moment, Lawyer Hua felt no anger. Instead, he found this side of Wen Wan rather endearing. Chapter 57, The Dark Little Thoughts of Men. Wen Wan possesses a hint of temper. After a refreshing bath that washed away the lingering scent of smoke, she leaned against the sink to tend to her skin. Hua Xiaoting had not been remiss in his attentions. Nearly 2 days after her arrival, he had sent over several sets of luxurious skincare products. Without inquiring further, Wen Wan eagerly opened and used them, pondering that perhaps this was a reflection of some of a man's hidden intentions. What man could resist soft, delicate skin? Having applied lotion to her upper body, she bent down to moisturize her calves. With her enviable figure, even such a simple gesture exuded a captivating allure. At least Hua Xiaoting found himself entranced. He approached her confidently, wrapping his arms around her from behind. Startled, Wen Wan hesitated but did not push him away, allowing him to indulge in his whims. After a moment, he leaned closer, his breath warm against her ear, and asked playfully, feeling warm? When Man discerned that his anger had subsided and thus acquiesced, I only arrived in the evening. Hua Xiaoting paused his movements, yet his body remained pressed against her back. Seemingly in a mood to engage in conversation, what do you wish to pursue after the lawsuit concludes? Surely, you cannot merely take on Jiang Shang as your sole student? When Man's mind was somewhat in disarray, and she followed his train of thought, saying, once this matter is resolved, I would like to teach in a different place. He playfully nibbled on her ear. When Man gradually regained her senses, and she discerned the meaning behind his words. Wen Wan inquired without affectation whether he would visit her when he traveled abroad. Deep down, she understood that he would not. The moment he bid her farewell marked the conclusion of their chapter. If this was his game, Wen Wan was willing to abide by it. She was not one to lack discernment. Perhaps it was her obedient demeanor that piqued Hua Xiaoting's interest. He held her delicate waist and engaged her in conversation about a recent scandal, causing her cheeks to flush and her heart to race, her legs feeling somewhat unsteady. She appeared both soft and endearing. Hua Xiaoting turned her body, pressing her against the wash basin as he kissed her. This kiss was undeniably different from those before. Imbued with a tantalizing sweetness, Wen Wan regarded him as a beast. She no longer dared to suspect that Lawyer Hua had any physical ailments. His vitality was simply overwhelming. Just as they were lost in each other's passions, Wen Wan's phone rang. The caller ID displayed Bai Wei's number. She nudged Hua Xiaoting, saying, I need to take this call. Hua Xiaoting reached out, retrieving her phone and activating the speakerphone in her presence. Wen Wan felt somewhat speechless. Thinking that Hua Xiaoting could be rather childish at times, their relationship hardly warranted such check-ins. She did not shy away from him and spoke with Bai Wei. Hello? Bai Wei on the other end furrowed her brows. Wen Wan, why does your voice sound so different? Ha? No, it's nothing. Bai Wei teased her. If I didn't know you were single, I would think you were involved with a man. When Man's face flushed crimson, and she muttered a soft curse. Hua Xiaoting leaned closer to her ear, chuckling softly, she is not wrong, you know. When Man, wary of Bai Wei overhearing, hurriedly covered herself with a bathrobe and dashed into the master bedroom. Bai Wei, I happen to need to discuss something with you. Shall we arrange a meeting for tomorrow? With the intervention of Hua Xiaoting, the Wen family assets had been unfrozen, and Wen Man wished to return Bai Wei's money. Bai Wei, having heard about Wen Boyan's release on bail, expressed her happiness for Wen Man. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Bai Wei revealed the primary purpose of her call. I have 2 matters to share with you. You're aware that the Gu family is facing some challenges, right? My husband mentioned that Gu Changqing is in quite a predicament. If things don't improve, he might end up incarcerated. He certainly deserves it. Just thinking about it brings me joy. Mentioning Gu Changqing made Wen Man anxious about Hua Xiaoting's reaction. She glanced sideways at him. Chapter 58, Hua Xiaoting. I wish to please you. Hua Xiaoting showed no signs of anger. He smiled gently before stepping into the dressing room to fetch some clothes for a shower. Wen Wan let out a sigh of relief and continued her phone conversation with Bai Wei. She wished to avoid discussing Gu Chongqing and instead inquired. What else did you mention earlier? After a brief silence, Bai Wei replied, our college is planning a reunion. I've heard that Ding Chang is the one spearheading it. That conniving person has her own ulterior motives and intends to collaborate with T University. T University? Gu Changqing is an alumnus of T University. So Ding Chang will undoubtedly reach out to him. Wen Wan is currently unwilling to participate. Bai Wei is also quite furious, exclaiming, this woman is insatiable. She revels in being a mistress, and while she covertly embraces that role, she insists on demanding the world's blessings for her choices. I believe she is targeting you. Spreading rumors about your heartbreak and unemployment, making you feel hesitant to show your face. Wen Wan chose to disregard such individuals. She merely mentioned that she would consider it before hanging up the phone. Raising her gaze, she noticed Hua Xiaoting standing at the bathroom door, clad in a bathrobe. His physique was quite impressive, and just a glance was pleasing to the eye. Wen Wan's gaze lingered, reluctant to shift away. Hua Xiaoting, drying his damp hair, approached her and leaned in with a low, teasing laugh. A class reunion? That is indeed a breeding ground for extramarital affairs. Wen Wan lightly bit her lip. I am not married yet. But you are mine now. Hua Xiaoting's prominent nose pressed against hers, his deep voice laced with temptation. Wen Wan suddenly felt that her past romantic endeavors had been in vain. She wrapped her arms around his neck and, with a deliberately soft tone, inquired. Shall I keep you informed? Hua Xiaoting rewarded her. After rolling around for quite a while, Wen Wan rested her chin on his shoulder and softly confessed, actually, I haven't made up my mind yet, but there is one thing I've decided. Wen Wan cradled his handsome face, her breath barely a whisper. Hua Xiaoting. All I desire at this moment is to see you happy. Hua Xiaoting's dark eyes were profound and enigmatic. Wen Wan, her cheeks flushed, leaned in to press her lips against his. The following day, Wen Wan visited the hospital. After recounting the events, Aunt Ruan suddenly brought up Hua Xiaoting. Aunt Ruan held a particularly favorable impression of him and specifically advised, cultivate a good relationship with Lawyer Hua, perhaps it could lead to a fruitful outcome. Wen Wan smiled faintly. She did not converse much with Aunt Ruan and soon departed from the hospital. As Wen Wan arrived at the hospital entrance, a white BMW suddenly came to a halt before her. The window rolled down, revealing Bai Wei. With a solemn expression, Bai Wei instructed her to get in. Wen Wan entered the car, fastening her seatbelt as she inquired, What's the matter? Have you had a quarrel with your husband? Bai Wei, feeling irritable and yearning for a cigarette, restrained herself in front of Wen Wan, mindful of her image. She then took Wen Wan to a CAF. Wen Wan pushed a bank card towards her, which contained the money owed to Bai Wei. In addition, Wen Wan had also purchased a small gift. However, Bai Wei was not in the mood to discuss this. She handed her phone to Wen Wan. This woman, Ding Chang, is determined to bring you down. Just look at how much mud she has slung at you on our college forum. Wen Wan hurriedly scrolled down to see. Indeed, a series of negative news articles about her appeared. Accusations of seeking out older men, associating with nouveau riche individuals, and having ambiguous relationships with unidentified gentlemen painted Wen Wan as a woman of questionable morals. Bai Wei exhaled, Wen Wan, you are supposed to be teaching children. With Ding Chang's actions, who would dare to allow you to educate anymore? The affluent women are particularly sensitive to the notion of someone enticing their husbands. Unless you possess a man more formidable than their spouses, surmounting this obstacle is exceedingly difficult. Chapter 59. It turns out that Wen Wan truly had an affair with Hua Xiaoting. Wen Wan continued to gaze at those negative messages. Her complexion is pale as snow. Bai Wei felt a pang of sympathy. She gently patted Wen Wan's hand and whispered, I am already devising a plan to have those individuals remove their posts. Thank you, Bai Wei. Yet, they both understood the terrifying nature of rumors. The whispers had already circulated widely, making it exceedingly difficult for Wen Wan to restore her image. It was a formidable challenge. Wen Man gently stirred her coffee, her voice trembling with emotion. By Wei, those children are the culmination of my years of dedication. 4 years of love have not only shattered her career but have also tarnished her reputation. Wen Man truly yearned to indulge in a drink. To relish in a moment of unrestrained abandon. If she were to become inebriated, these troubling thoughts would surely dissipate. You have come to the right person. Bai Wei may lack in some areas, but she excels in revelry and merriment. She escorted Wen Man to a clandestine underground bar that operates around the clock. With a name like 7-Second Memory, its irreverent nature was evident. Indeed, upon entry, the air was filled with the thunderous pulse of rock music. Young men and women, clad in scant attire, exuberantly exuded the essence of youthful vigor, their sweat and perfume intertwining to create an intoxicating aroma that sought to envelop all within its reach. How exhilarating is this experience? Bai Wei, well acquainted with the venue, settled into their usual spot, gracefully extracting a slender cigarette designed for women, and after lighting it, she inhaled with an alluring air of nonchalance. Wen Wan has never smoked, and Bai Wei does not permit her to do so. Bai Wei poured 2 glasses of fine liquor and handed one to Wen Wan. There are many eyes upon you, Wen Wan. Do you realize that you resemble a little white rabbit venturing into a den of wolves? Wen Man forced a bitter smile, her mind was far from such thoughts. She raised her glass and drank it in one gulp. Bai Wei was taken aback, pouring more wine while urging her, do take it easy, if you get drunk. I won't know how to explain it to Aunt Wan. She is quite strict with you. Wen Man momentarily lost her train of thought. It dawned on her that she was currently residing with Wu Xiaoting, and that she still needed to prepare dinner for him that evening. After sipping half a glass of wine, her courage swelled, accompanied by a touch of resentment. He hadn't even touched the meal she had prepared last night. She resolved not to cook anymore. When Wan had consumed nearly half a bottle of foreign liquor, and in a state of tipsiness, she leaned over the table and murmured, Bai Wei, I refuse to be resigned to this fate. In the past, Gu Chongqing manipulated me, and now Ding Chong has ensnared me. Why should I, Wen Wan, allow these individuals to shape and mold me at their whim? I shall take legal action against Ding Chang. Bai Wei, cautious not to overindulge for fear of being unable to manage Wen Wan, felt a pang of sympathy upon hearing her words and gently reassured her, very well. Let us pursue this matter. Wen Man, in a state of mild inebriation, surprisingly managed to access the campus network to record the moment, declaring her intention to preserve the evidence. Bai Wei found herself both exasperated and amused, thinking how adept she was at handling situations even in such a drunken state. With a flurry of activity, Wen Wan succumbed to a deep slumber, intoxicated. Bai Wei was left in a state of bewilderment. She gently tapped Wen Wan's face, calling out, Wen Wan? Wen Wan vaguely heard someone calling her, a voice reminiscent of a man from her dreams. With her eyes closed, she gently bit her crimson lip and uttered sweet, sultry words, Wu Xiaoting, my menstrual cycle has arrived. I am unable to attend to you. Bai Wei, upon hearing this, felt as though she had been struck by a bolt from the blue, her expression freezing in shock. Good heavens! What had she just heard? Wu Xiaoting. Menstrual cycle, attend to the implications were staggering. Wen Man's eyes parted slightly, glistening with a watery allure, undeniably enticing. Curious to know? Nonsense! Wen Man rested her fair and pristine face on her elbow, softly inquiring whether he was handsome, well-built, and quite skilled. Bai Wei felt a surge of irritation. Just then, Wen Man's phone rang, prompting Bai Wei to mutter curses while retrieving the device. To her surprise, the caller was Wu Xiaoting. Bai Wei was taken aback, her composure unraveling. It turned out that Wen Man indeed had an affair with Wu Xiaoting. Chapter 60, informing them of the class reunion. Bai Wei's mind raced with a torrent of thoughts. Steeling herself, she answered the call. Wu Xiaoting's voice was magnetic yet slightly husky. Why aren't you at home? Where have you gone? Bai Wei glanced at Wen Man, feeling a wave of indignation. It was no wonder Wen's father had suddenly become unavailable, and Gu Chongqing had also found himself in a troublesome situation. Both were clearly influenced by lawyer Hua. The notorious figure of the legal world stepping up for a woman was indeed a captivating spectacle. Bai Wei, adept at manipulation, deliberately softened her tone. Lawyer Hua. It's Bai Wei. Yes, I'm Wen Man's university classmate. We've met before. Indeed, she is quite upset, crying and drinking excessively. Her simple yet graceful actions contrasted with her words. Upon hearing Bai Wei's report, Hua Xiaoting furrowed his brow. Drinking? What's wrong with her? Bai Wei sighed lightly and began to weave a tale. Lawyer Hua, are you feigning ignorance? Wen Man is deeply infatuated with you and has had a complete falling out with Gu Changqing. Interestingly, Gu Changqing's former flame happens to be our classmate and Wen Man's colleague, who is mercilessly disparaging her. Wen Man adores children, she is utterly heartbroken. As she spun her yarn, Bai Wei found herself choking up with emotion. After a prolonged silence, Hua Xiaoting finally spoke. Where are you? Bai Wei, cautious not to over-explain, promptly provided the address. Once the call ended, her expression turned complex. She had previously assisted Wen Man but had never anticipated that Wen could captivate Hua Xiaoting, a figure so esteemed in B City. Recently, a renowned actress had attended an event, believing she might marry into wealth, only to leave without even obtaining Hua's business card. This incident had become a laughingstock in the entertainment industry. Bai Wei playfully pinched Wen Man's cheek, her smile reminiscent of a proud mother. You've truly made a name for yourself. Ha, one would be foolish not to leverage such resources. Without hesitation, Bai Wei dialed the contact for the class reunion. We'll both be attending the reunion next Saturday. Yes. Wen Man will come too. Why wouldn't she? Let the innocent remain untainted. After conveying this, Bai Wei gleefully set down her phone, amused. Many were eager to witness Wen Man's predicament. She decided to let them enjoy their merriment for a few days. She would surely astonish them when the time came. As Bai Wei reveled in her triumph, Hua Xiaoting approached. Clad in formal work attire, a light gray shirt and black trousers, his muscular chest and narrow waist epitomized the legendary physique, complemented by long legs that could enthrall Wen Man for an entire year. Perhaps due to his commanding presence, the surrounding music seemed to dim, all eyes drawn to him. Hua Xiaoting, accustomed to attention since childhood, remained unfazed. He located Bai Wei and Wen Man, the former alert while the latter had succumbed to slumber against the table. In the deafening bar, saturated with sweat and hormones, Wen Man's delicate features glowed in the darkness, her mint green dress enhancing her ethereal cleanliness. Hua Xiaoting nodded at Bai Wei before bending down to gently lift Wen Man in his arms. Wen Man awoke with a start. She opened her eyes in a daze, feeling as helpless as a frightened little rabbit. Are you still capable of fear? Hua Xiaoting's tone was rather unkind. Chapter 61, they truly seem like a perfect match. As Wen Man became intoxicated, her courage swelled remarkably. Instead of feeling apprehensive, she wrapped her arms around his neck and whispered, I'm in a foul mood and don't wish to cook. Bai Wei, observing the scene, felt her heart race with excitement. Lawyer Huan embraced Wen Man, and the image was undeniably shameful. She wished to linger a while longer, yet Hua Xiaoting seemed intent on preventing onlookers from reveling in the spectacle. Promptly lifting Wen Man and placing her inside his opulent golden continental parked at the entrance. Fortunately, Wen Man was well-mannered even in her inebriated state, sitting quietly. Bai Wei, hesitant to allow him to escort her friend, quickly waved her hands, exclaiming, No. Just take good care of Wen Man. Hua Xiaoting had heard of Bai Wei's reputation as a vivacious drinker and socialite, and he was surprised she could harmoniously coexist with someone like Wen Man. He maintained a reserved demeanor, nodded slightly, then made his way around to enter the vehicle. The luxurious golden continental glided away slowly. Bai Wei covered her face in astonishment, exclaiming, They truly make a perfect pair. Suddenly, she slapped herself hard, realizing it was no dream. Her dear Wen Man had indeed found a remarkably impressive man for herself. As Hua Xiaoting drove further, he glanced at the woman beside him at a red light. Despite her intoxication, she remained calm and quiet. There was no unpleasant scent of alcohol about her, rather, her drunkenness imparted an alluring quality. Her complexion was pale with a rosy hue, and her eyes sparkled with moisture. When the car came to a stop, Wen Man, in a daze, asked, Have we arrived? She reached for the door handle, only to be restrained by a strong arm. Wen Wan was momentarily taken aback. She lifted her gaze to meet his. Hua Xiaoting's expression was remarkably tranquil, his eyes deep and enigmatic. Had she not been acutely aware of his firm grip upon her? One would hardly discern the extent of his dominance from outside the vehicle. Hua Xiaoting. Wen Wan managed to utter a few words, her voice barely above a whisper. A subtle sound echoed within the car. He had locked the doors. Hua Xiaoting turned his head to regard Wen Wan. His tone soft yet commanding. Come sit on my lap. What? Wen Wan's face flushed crimson, as if it were about to bleed. Her mind was a haze, and she dared not contemplate the possibility of him making such a request. Hua Xiaoting did not press her, yet his gaze traversed her form, examining her from head to toe. Her dress fell just to her knees, crafted from silk, fitting her body with a soft elegance. The exposed portion of her calf accentuated its porcelain delicacy. Hua Xiaoting considered himself devoid of any particular inclinations, however. He was acutely aware of his fondness for Wen Wan's legs, finding them irresistible during their nightly embraces. Having just shared a moment in solitude with her, the faint remnants of alcohol stirred a longing within him. At this moment, he yearned to kiss her. Wen Man gazed intently at the handsome visage before her, as if enchanted, unfastening her seatbelt and obediently climbing onto his lap. She was not one to serve others. Instead, she simply wrapped her arms around his neck and hummed softly. Hua Xiaoting lowered his head and inquired gently, Am I the one attending to you? Or are you attending to me, Wen Man felt a warm flush in her mind. She was quite fond of the handsome face before her and attempted to kiss him, yet her efforts remained clumsy. After enduring for quite some time, Hua Xiaoting could no longer restrain himself. He unfastened his seatbelt and reclined the seat. Inside the car, an enchanting spring ambience enveloped them. When Wen Man awoke, it was already midnight. Sitting up in bed, she ran her fingers through her hair, recalling the events from the bar and the fiery kiss in the car. Drinking had led her astray. Just as she contemplated sending a message to Bai Wei, Hua Xiaoting entered the master bedroom. Leaning against the doorframe, he remarked nonchalantly, You did not prepare dinner. Wen Man hastily rose from the bed, inquiring, What would you like to eat? I shall prepare it immediately. However, as she reached the threshold of the bedroom, she was intercepted by Hua Xiaoting. Chapter 62, We Are Mutually Affectionate. Wen Man assumed that he would be displeased. To her surprise, Hua Xiaoting drew her closer and whispered in her ear, I have already had dinner. Wen Man blushed. He truly has no shame. Hua Xiaoting's mood was relatively pleasant as he took the lead to the dining hall, exclaiming, Come, let's dine. Wen Wan first went to wash her face. Upon entering the restroom, she turned on the faucet and splashed cold water onto her face vigorously, attempting to regain her composure. She needed to resolve the matter concerning Ding Cheng swiftly. Moreover, she was not inclined to confide in Hua Xiaoting. She was fully aware that she had already troubled him too much. Their relationship was clear to her. It was not as if she could simply indulge in a moment of vulnerability to elicit his sympathy. The time of Lawyer Hua was exceedingly precious. Wen Man composed herself and stepped out of the room. To her surprise, the dining table was already laden with an abundance of dishes, far more sumptuous than her own culinary efforts. Hua Xiaoting spoke calmly, I had the chefs from the mansion prepare this. After a moment's consideration, he added, If you find cooking unappealing, perhaps you should let the housekeeper handle it. Wen Man quickly replied, No need, I will handle it. She was aware that Hua Xiaoting valued his privacy greatly, and her aunt's visit in the evening would undoubtedly disrupt his work. She could not bear the thought of imposing such a sacrifice upon him. Hua Xiaoting refrained from insisting further and quietly continued his meal. Wen Wan felt that her purpose for being here was to serve him, so she proactively ladled a bowl of soup and presented it before him. Hua Xiaoting lifted his gaze. Wen Wan softly remarked, It looks quite delicious. However, Hua Xiaoting did not immediately drink the soup. Instead, he uttered a significant statement, If you were as proactive during a kiss, I would be quite pleased. The atmosphere suddenly became delicate, as both recalled the kiss shared in the car. What they termed a kiss encompassed so much more. Wen Wan's face flushed with embarrassment. How could this person drive after dining? After finishing her meal, Wen Wan tidied up the dishes and picked up her phone to review the recording. At that moment, with a clear mind, she realized that accusing Ding Cheng would be quite challenging. Ding Cheng had been exceedingly cautious, employing numerous interrogative phrases that would not constitute a crime. How infuriating! Wen Man's complexion was pale, and she remained unwilling to accept her fate. A slender hand snatched her phone away, casually gliding over the screen before remarking, Indeed, it cannot be reported. Wen Man was momentarily taken aback and instinctively asked, "You are aware?" Hua Xiaoting returned the phone to her, sat beside her, and countered. "Are you referring to knowing that you are being targeted, or that Gu Changqing has a woman outside?" Wen Wan pondered on the vastness of his heart. She had met Hua Mingzhu and could discern the deep bond between the siblings. Did Gu Changqing's reckless behavior not concern Hua Xiaoting at all? Hua Xiaoting smiled gently. His fingers delicately grasping Wen Wan's chin, his tone shifting to one of dangerous intensity. "Have you ever seen a toy that cares? As long as the toy knows who its master is, and as long as it is obedient, what does it matter?" Wen Man was taken aback, gazing at him in a daze, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Hua Xiaoting decided to clarify matters for her. Mingzhu had previously attempted to take her own life, thus it was inconceivable to ask her to part ways now. Since separation was out of the question, the only solution was to allow her to indulge until the novelty wore off. Therefore, the character and integrity of Gu Changqing were of little consequence. What truly mattered was that Mingzhu found joy in the present moment. Wen Wan's heart was a tumultuous blend of emotions. Though he spoke of Gu Changqing, was she not also a character in this tale? Hua Xiaoting treated her with boundless kindness, yet it could be distilled into a mere two words: happiness. She remained silent for a considerable time, pondering the nature of Hua Xiaoting. How could he fail to perceive her innermost feelings? He gently caressed her face and softly remarked, "We are different. Our affections are mutual. To put it more elegantly, we share a deep emotional connection. Wen Wan, do you not find my appearance appealing? My physique desirable?" Wen Man gently closed her eyes. Indeed. She relished it. Chapter 63, Where Have I Been Inappropriate? Wen Wan is aware of her affection for him. This fondness may stem from gratitude, or perhaps it is the sensory allure brought about by Hua Xiaoting's remarkable appearance. Regardless, her feelings remain genuine. Moreover, being with him should inherently bring him joy. Yet, she now finds herself in a state of melancholy, which seems utterly illogical. Wen Man lowered her eyelashes gracefully and, like a cat, uttered two words, "like." Hua Xiaoting gently caressed her lips with his slender fingers, his movements slow and deliberate, imbued with a hint of suggestiveness. Wen Man felt her cheeks flush and her heart race. Yet, she did not lose sight of the matter at hand. Gently wrapping her arms around his neck, she inquired, "Is there truly nothing we can do about Ding Cheng's scheme against me? Are you so concerned about the opinions of others?" Wen Man softened her demeanor to please him. Waiting until he was in good spirits before speaking, "I do not wish for the children I have taught to feel disappointed in me. To think their teacher one is an unseemly person." Hua Xiaoting buried his face in her neck, chuckling softly. His laughter carried a hint of playful mockery. "Teacher one is currently lying beneath me, how can she be considered proper?" Wen Man, although she had shared a bed with him on several occasions, they had never gone all the way. How could she bear to listen to such impure words? Embarrassed, she pushed him away and hurried into the master bedroom's bathroom. Hua Xiaoting, feeling particularly spirited tonight, swiftly followed her. As Wen Man finished her ablutions and applied her skincare products, he embraced her from behind, his chin gently resting against her shoulder. "Are you angry?" he inquired. "No. How could I dare to be angry?" Hua Xiaoting grasped her chin, compelling her to turn and share a lingering kiss with him. After indulging in their sweet affection for quite some time, he turned her around and held her close. Wen Man was exceedingly fearful of him, refraining from any abrupt movements. Hua Xiaoting gazed at her with his dark eyes and softly reassured, "Such matters do not necessitate legal proceedings, leave it to me. On that day, all you need to do is attend the class reunion as you normally would." Wen Wan hesitated for a moment and inquired, "Are you truly intending to leave? Am I not presentable enough? Or do you find it more honorable to be with an elderly man?" Wen Man gently explained, "I did not say that. I simply do not comprehend why you seem to disregard our relationship entirely." Hua Xiaoting, unfazed, replied, "We are both unmarried, a man and a woman. What is there to be cautious about in our interactions?" Wen Man fell silent. Still somewhat intoxicated, she embraced his waist, leaning comfortably against him, embodying a state of drowsiness. He appreciated her form, and inevitably made some subtle movements. Wen Man was roused from her slumber by him. Yet she felt utterly exhausted and had no desire to engage with him. Thus, she chose to feign sleep. From her rapid breaths, Hu Xiaoting could discern her state. Instead of pressing her, he leaned against her delicate shoulder and softly inquired, "How many days do you usually experience this?" Wen Wan's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. After a moment, she whispered, 5 days. Early in the morning, Wen Wan took the initiative to assist him in tying his tie. Bathed in the soft morning light, her delicate face radiated a subtle glow, captivating to behold. Hu Xiaoting grasped her hand gently and remarked, "Aren't you supposed to attend the class reunion? You should take some time to stroll about and purchase a few outfits." She candidly informed Hu Xiaoting that would require quite a sum of money. Hu Xiaoting chuckled lightly. Having been born with a silver spoon, he had never known financial hardship, and he found Wen Wan's concern amusing. He playfully pinched her cheek before donning $1 million watch, saying, "How much could buying clothes possibly cost? It sounds as if a little wife is reporting to her white-collar husband." "Ah. It's the perfect season for a wardrobe refresh. I could use a few shirts and accessories. Could you help me pick out a few as well?" When man understood that this was merely his excuse, he possessed countless shirts in his wardrobe. Nevertheless, women have an inherent inclination towards acquiring new garments. When man softly expressed her gratitude, Hu Xiaoting leaned in and kissed her gently, saying, "You are being too formal, Teacher Wen." Chapter 64. He could think of nothing but Wen Wan longed to bring a smile to his face. She gently wrapped her arms around his neck and affectionately called him husband. Hu Xiaoting was momentarily taken aback, and then a subtle wave of emotion stirred within him. This feeling lingered until they reached the office, where even Secretary Zhang noticed that Lawyer Hua was in an exceptionally good mood, appearing more handsome than usual. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Secretary Zhang knocked and entered. With a smile, she said, "Lawyer Hua, the legal advisor from Gu Corporation wishes to meet with you. I checked your schedule for this afternoon at 4. Declined, Hu Xiaoting replied nonchalantly. The relevant authorities have already filed a public prosecution regarding Gu Corporation's financial issues. They can resolve their problems themselves. Secretary Zhang was somewhat surprised, given the familial ties between the young master of Gu Corporation and Lawyer Hua. It was rather uncharacteristic for him to offer no concessions. Maintaining a professional smile, she replied, "Understood, Lawyer Hua." This news naturally reached Gu Changqing. He was not surprised. Hu Xiaoting's maneuver was clearly directed at him. At this moment, it was too late for him to retaliate, let alone offer assistance. This crisis was neither too severe nor too trivial, just enough to hinder Gu Changqing's ability to act, such as entangling with Wen Wan or dealing with Wen Boyan. Hu Xiaoting truly deserved the title of the King of Law, adept at manipulating others to his advantage. Gu Changqing, having operated in the business world for many years, prided himself on his ruthless nature, yet he found himself outmatched by Hu Xiaoting. Agitated, Gu Changqing stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, smoking one cigarette after another. He recalled that during Gu Corporation's greatest crisis, he had never smoked so excessively, for at that time, Wen Wan would gently admonish him, saying, "It's not good to smoke too much," followed by placing a mint candy in his mouth, its coolness refreshing. Back then, Gu Changqing found her bothersome. To him, Wen Wan was akin to a useless appendage. Though she was attractive, she lacked charm. Had it not been to use Wen Boyan as a scapegoat, he would never have entangled himself with her for 4 years. Yet now, in her absence, he felt an emptiness within him. Perhaps it was simply a matter of unaccustomedness. Gu Changqing reassured himself that it was merely a matter of adjustment. A knock echoed from outside his office. His secretary entered, informing him of some issues arising from a mall he had acquired earlier in the year. Gu Changqing replied coolly, "Go take a look." Half an hour later, Gu Changqing's car stopped at the Vine Mall. He spent the better part of the day addressing matters, and by the time he finished, it was already 4 in the afternoon. His secretary brought him a light meal. "President Gu, you haven't had lunch yet. Please eat something." Gu Changqing had no appetite. Descending from the 4th-floor office center, he found the elevator malfunctioning, forcing him to take the customer service lift instead. His mood worsened, his expression darkening. Just as the elevator was about to reach the 1st floor, his gaze flickered, and he caught sight of Wen Wan. Wen Wan strolled alone through the streets, carrying several shopping bags, her focus absorbed in selecting clothing at a renowned men's store. Her expression was intensely concentrated, even tender. Gu Changqing understood that she was choosing outfits for Hua Xiaoting. This scene struck him as jarring, prompting him to avert his gaze and hastily exit the mall. Taking refuge in his car. The secretary also spotted Wen Wan but dared not speak or inquire further. Observing her son's demeanor, Gu's mother hesitated, torn between concern and restraint. Once inside his room, Gu Changqing slammed the door shut and lay on the bed, shielding his eyes with one arm. His gaze felt warm, filled with thoughts of Wen Wan's gentle visage. Chapter 65, A sleepless night without him. Suddenly, Gu Changqing turned over, retrieving his phone to open a private album. Within it lay a solitary photo, Wen Wan, pure and demure. Compelled by some inexplicable impulse, he had captured this image. Later, he pursued Hua Mingzhu but decisively ended that relationship. Yet he could never bring himself to delete the photograph. Gu Changqing himself could not comprehend why he withheld the deletion. Clearly, his feelings were not profound. And he had not treated her kindly in the past. He gazed at the photo for an extended period until a knock at the door interrupted his reverie. Followed by his mother's voice, "Changqing, I need to speak with you." He acknowledged her softly and tucked away his phone. Gu's mother entered, her heart aching at the sight of her son's haggard expression. Yet, despite her sympathy, certain matters needed addressing. "Changqing, you and Wen Wan are part of the past. You are engaged to Mingzhu, do not let her down. Just look at Wen Wan, she's cohabiting with a man, and her reputation will inevitably suffer. How could our family accept such a daughter-in-law?" Her words were sharp. Gu Changqing frowned and replied coldly, "She never intended to reconcile with me." With that, he donned his coat, signaling his intent to leave. His mother called after him, "Where are you going?" Seated in his Lotus sports car, Gu Changqing hesitated to start the engine. He closed his eyes, reflecting on his mother's words, particularly the phrase, "Wen Wan is now living with a man." The thought gnawed at him, more painful than death. He pondered whether, had he not pressed her so relentlessly, Wen Wan might never have encountered Hua Xiaoting. Nor would she be living with him now. She cherished cleanliness, having cooked and then taken a shower. Wen Wan was in high spirits as she meticulously hung the garments she purchased today into Hua Xiaoting's expansive wardrobe. The soft fabrics harmoniously mingled with his luxurious, austere attire, creating an unexpected yet delightful contrast. Finally, she retrieved the items she had bought for him, 2 exquisite shirts and a fine leather belt, all from prestigious international brands, commanding a considerable price. Wen Wan gently caressed, envisioning the dashing figure of Hua Xiaoting, and could not help but feel a slight flush rise to her cheeks. At that moment, her phone chimed, revealing a call from Hua Xiaoting. Though Hua Xiaoting was not known for his amiable temperament, once their relationship was established, he treated her quite well. She had taken on a rather challenging case, necessitating overtime for the next few days. Wen Wan felt a twinge of guilt for the money spent today. On the other end, Hua Xiaoting was indeed occupied and swiftly ended the call. Wen Wan put down her phone, quietly gazing at the shirt hanging nearby. As a subtle joy faded away, she dined alone, and lying in bed by herself felt somewhat unfamiliar. Usually, Hua Xiaoting would hold her and engage in some activity. Wen Man suddenly felt a flush of embarrassment. How could she possibly anticipate an embrace from Hua Xiaoting? The aunt spoke in a familiar tone. "Lawyer Hua is often this busy, Miss Wen, do not take it to heart." Wen Man nodded gently. Hua Xiaoting had not returned for an entire night, and she found it difficult to indulge in comfort at home. After some contemplation, she instructed the maid to prepare an additional breakfast, intending to deliver it to him. Chapter 66, You must ensure his happiness and comfort. The maid, witnessing their affection, felt a surge of joy and promptly set to work with delight. She carefully packed the meal and took a taxi to the Injie office. Wen Wan hesitated to disturb Hua Xiaoting and instead called Secretary Zhang to convey her intentions. Currently in Hua Xiaoting's office, Secretary Zhang covered her phone and informed her superior, "Miss Wen has arrived, bringing breakfast and a change of clothes. She mentioned leaving them at the front desk for me to collect." Hua Xiaoting, engrossed in his documents, raised his gaze upon hearing this. His dark eyes fixed on Secretary Zhang for a considerable moment before he spoke, "Then you may go retrieve them." Secretary Zhang felt her cheeks flush under his penetrating stare. How utterly disarming. If she were not already married with children, she would find it impossible to resist such allure. However, did Hua Xiaoting not intend to see Miss Wen? Continuing to peruse his documents, he seemed to anticipate her thoughts and replied, rather indifferently, "We see each other every day, there is no need for such sentimentality." Secretary Zhang inwardly scoffed at his demeanor, thinking him rather repressed. Nevertheless, she promptly descended to the lobby, ensuring she collected the thoughtful breakfast before Wen Wan departed, and invited her to come upstairs for a visit. Wen Man offered a gentle smile. "No, I must make a trip to the hospital shortly." Secretary Zhang extended his best wishes and engaged in a brief conversation before allowing her to depart. He then ascended the stairs, bearing breakfast and a change of clothes for Hua Xiaoting, who had been busy throughout the night and was now feeling quite famished. Seizing the opportunity, he quickly freshened up in the lounge and changed his attire. Emerging, he appeared revitalized and full of vigor. Secretary Zhang, touching his own dark circles, silently lamented his superior's remarkable stamina. Once Hua Xiaoting finished his breakfast, he sent a message to Wen Man, "Did you purchase the shirt for me yesterday? Why wasn't it delivered?" "I did not buy a shirt for Lawyer Hua," came her response. Hua Xiaoting held his phone and chuckled softly. He found her modesty quite endearing. Wen Wan paid little mind to it. Just as she was about to open her ride-hailing app, Bai Wei called her. Bai Wei, with her forthright personality, immediately launched into a tirade about the national essence before finally addressing the matter at hand. "Wen Wan, you would never guess the outrageous antics of Ding Chang. She has truly sunk to a new low." Wen Man was taken aback. "What has she done now?" Bai Wei scoffed. "I have heard that Gu Changqing has rejected her, yet instead of seeking vengeance against him, she is fixated on you. Our school is primarily an educational institution, and this time, Ding Cheng has not only invited faculty members but has also brought in several distinguished parents. She aims to ensure that you are utterly incapacitated." Wen Man could hardly fathom that Ding Cheng could take such a step. How deeply must she loathe herself? She remained silent, while Bai Wei, anxious for her, inquired, "What did they say on your end? Has Hua Xiaoting agreed to assist you?" Wen Wan did not conceal anything from her, softly stating, "The night before last, he mentioned he would join me. But these past couple of days he has been quite busy. I fear he may not have the time to come." Bai Wei found herself in a mix of laughter and tears. She playfully scolded, "You foolish girl. No matter how busy he is, he can surely carve out a few hours. Let me tell you, if you wish for a man to assist you, you must first ensure he is pleased and comfortable." Comfortable? Wen Wan can hardly claim a lack of experience, for she has yet to truly engage with Hua Xiaoting. Bai Wei pays her no heed and coldly declares, "Wen Wan, I must inform you, you must secure Hua Xiaoting." Chapter 67, Dress like this, are you showing me? Wen Man felt her cheeks flush. Although she had been spending some time with Hua Xiaoting, the notion of taking the initiative in romantic matters placed a considerable psychological burden upon her. She couldn't possibly present herself to him in such a manner. Just the very thought of it filled her with embarrassment. Why does Wen Wan trouble herself with his affairs? She merely delivers breakfast and a set of clothes each day. Yet Hua Xiaoting has said nothing. On Wednesday, Wen Wan spent the entire day with Wen Boyan. In the evening, she busied herself in the apartment making jade dumplings, intending to send them to Hua Xiaoting the following day. While she was occupied, Hua Xiaoting's call came through. She was momentarily taken aback. Hua Xiaoting's tone softened. "Aren't you pleased to hear from me?" "Not at all," Wen Wan replied softly. "So, what would you like to eat?" Wen Wan did not anticipate that he would flirt with her over the phone. In her mind, she envisioned him impeccably dressed, seated in his office with an air of elegance. Yet, here he was, holding his phone and exchanging such intimate words with a woman. Even through the telephone line, Wen Wan could easily feel the spark. She softly replied, "I miss you." Hua Xiaoting did not speak further, he merely chuckled gently. That laughter caressed Wen Wan's ear like a warm breath, causing her cheeks to flush and her heart to race. While preparing dinner, her thoughts wandered aimlessly. After several days of busyness, a hint of fatigue lingered in his brow, yet he remained strikingly handsome. Noticing Wen Wan arranging the plates, he approached her from behind, embraced her gently, and whispered, "What time is the gathering on Saturday night, and where will it be held?" Wen Man was taken aback by his recollection and the fact that he brought it up himself. A wave of emotion stirred within her heart. Wen Wan gently grasped his hand, turning her face to facilitate his kiss. They had not seen each other for several days, and having never truly been together, The intensity of their feelings surged rapidly. Initially restrained, as their kisses deepened, the passion ignited. One man was particularly proactive and accommodating. Wen pressed his lips against hers and chuckled softly, "Do you miss me so much?" Wen Man wrapped her arms around his neck. Her delicate face adorned with an expression of deep emotion and surrender. She took the initiative to kiss him gently and said, "I have yet to receive the invitation. It should be at 7 in the evening. Once I know the location, I will convey it to you." With a hint of concern, she softly inquired, "It truly doesn't interfere with your work?" Wen smiled. He deliberately brushed her hands aside and remarked, "If you wish for me not to attend, then I shall refrain from going." Wen Man held him tightly, unwilling to let him depart, her delicate face flushed as if it might bleed. Wen gently brushed her cheek and teased, "So eager, are we? Teacher Wen, at least allow me the courtesy of a meal, at the moment. I fear I lack the strength to contend with you." No matter how brazen Wen Man could be, she no longer dared to embrace him. Thoughtfully, she prepared a meal for him, ladling soup into his bowl and adding 2 glistening, translucent dumplings. "Auntie mentioned you particularly enjoy these. I had intended to save them for your breakfast tomorrow." Typically, Wen resolved his lunch and dinner outside. Yet now, the presence of such a gentle and considerate person cooking for him felt rather delightful. Especially since he held a fondness for her figure. Although Wen faced a challenging case, he had a general direction and his spirits were lifted. Relaxed on the living room sofa, he casually flipped through the documents. Wen Man lingered in the bathroom for an extended period, mustering the courage to step out. This evening, she had deliberately donned a champagne-colored silk nightgown, exuding an alluring charm that was both revealing and enigmatic. Chapter 68, Wen understands women. While Wen looked down at her from his elevated stance. His dark eyes were profound, gazing at her with fervent intensity. Wen Wan felt her cheeks flush under his gaze. Yet she bravely suppressed her shyness and settled into his embrace, wrapping her arms around his neck and softly murmuring, "Wen, I am clean." Wen remained silent. He swiftly drew her closer, kissing her deeply. His kiss was fervent and powerful, as if he intended to melt her entirely. Wen Wan felt her legs weaken beneath her. Yet she endured quietly. She had anticipated that they would consummate their relationship that evening. However, after a prolonged moment of intimacy, Wen finally rested his head gently on her shoulder, breathing heavily. "I am too exhausted. Let us wait until a few days later, shall we?" Wen Wan's body trembled gently. She had never experienced such intense emotions before. All of this was bestowed upon her by Wen. Yet, at the critical moment, he declared that he would not proceed. What was she to do? Wen, being a mature man, merely smiled softly and lifted her in his arms, striding directly towards the bedroom. The door was slightly ajar, revealing an atmosphere rich with the essence of spring. As dawn broke, Wen Wan awakened. Wen was at the bedside, adjusting his tie, and upon noticing her stir, he bent down to grant her a morning kiss. Wen Man, in a state of playful reluctance, blushed slightly after their kiss, her breath still carrying the remnants of the night before. Wen, with a gentle demeanor, remarked, "I must attend a meeting shortly, you may rest a while longer. By the way, the maid has taken the day off." Wen Wan wished to rise and prepare breakfast for him. However, Wen gently pressed her down, his gaze profound. "I have instructed Secretary Zhang to bring a meal instead." Wen Wan let out a soft hum. After all, something transpired last night, leaving both somewhat unsatisfied, and they shared another prolonged kiss. Wen Wan belatedly realized that he was donned in the shirt she had purchased for him. The fabric, a rich brown hue, was complemented by a pair of charcoal gray trousers and a wine-red striped tie. He appeared more youthful, exuding an air of elegance and affluence. With such a visage, no woman could remain indifferent. Wen Wan gently caressed the fabric of the shirt, feeling a flutter of emotion stir within her. Wen glanced at his watch, planted another kiss upon her lips, and then took his leave. Wen Wan yearned for a few more moments of slumber. Having been kept awake for far too long the previous night, his expression was unmistakably one of impatience. In the afternoon, Bai Wei invited her to meet at a CAF. As soon as Wen Man took her seat, Bai Wei tossed out an invitation. indicating that it was for Saturday evening at the business hall on the second floor of the Yungjin Hotel. Wen Wan took it over for a closer inspection. Bai Wei cleared her throat and leaned in to inquire, "Has lawyer Hua agreed?" I observed his somewhat reserved demeanor and thought to myself, if only you were a bit more proactive, I believe lawyer Hua would be willing to reach for the stars or even the moon. Wen Wan couldn't help but recall the events of the previous night. Although they did not reach the conclusion, she could sense that Hua Xiaoting possessed remarkable skills and an understanding of women. Her cheeks flushed and her heart raced as she conservatively remarked, "It should be fine." Bai Wei felt a sense of relief. She nudged Wen Wan playfully with her arm and teasingly said, "I told you, when a man is satisfied, he becomes much more agreeable." Wen Wan nearly spewed her coffee. Bai Wei patted her back while sharing the latest intelligence. "I heard that Gu Changqing initially had no intention of going, but upon learning that you would be attending, he changed his mind and even contributed 200,000 for the drinks." Wen Man lowered her gaze and smiled gently. "There is truly no need for that." Bai Wei looked at her with a smile. "Indeed. When you mention Gu Changqing, you seem almost unfazed now. It is also true that your heart now belongs solely to lawyer Hua." Wen Man gently shook her head, saying, "It is merely a temporary arrangement. There is no future between us." Just as Bai Wei was about to offer some words of comfort, a few elegantly attired women emerged from the elevator across from them. Bai Wei gritted her teeth and remarked, "What a classic case of enemies crossing paths." Chapter 69, Lawyer Hua eliminates their husbands in an instant upon hearing this. Wen Wan involuntarily lifted her gaze. She beheld Ding Chang, who was engaged in conversation with several affluent ladies. These women were the mothers of her former piano students, with whom she had previously maintained a cordial relationship. However, following the tarnishing of Wen Wan's reputation, they collectively demanded her replacement. Ding Chang had taken on all of her students. Now, by chance, their paths had crossed, creating an atmosphere that was decidedly delicate. The affluent ladies managed forced smiles but did not take the initiative to approach. Wen Wan greeted her with remarkable composure. Ding Chang, having been cast aside by Gu Changqing, harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Wen Wan. Encountering her now, especially with her parents present, felt like a serendipitous opportunity to humiliate Wen Wan. Ding Chang strolled over with an air of nonchalance. She remarked lightly, "Wen Wan, I never expected to find you here. It seems you've been faring well since your resignation. The coffee here is certainly not within everyone's reach, especially considering the troubles your family has faced. You can no longer indulge as you once did." Wen Wan smiled faintly. Ding Cheng intentionally raised her voice. "The things said on the school forum can't be true, right? Wen Wan, you wouldn't be pursuing an old man for the sake of vanity, would you?" The affluent mothers gasped in unison, suddenly realizing Wen Wan's beauty. In the past, she frequently visited their homes for free tutoring, and perhaps it was to entice their husbands. Consequently, their impression of Wen Wan deteriorated even further. Wen Wan did not refute. She smiled and said, "There is indeed someone, just starting to get to know each other." Ding Chang was taken aback. She never anticipated that Wen Wan would so openly acknowledge it. Ah, it seems she has truly found a wealthy benefactor, ensuring her financial security for the rest of her life. Ding Chang also smiled, addressing the affluent ladies. Everyone has their own aspirations. The parents treated Ding Chang with gentle courtesy, reminiscent of how they once regarded Wen Wan. "We entrust our children to teacher Ding with complete confidence. The most crucial aspect is character. Teacher Ding certainly appears to be a person of integrity." Ding Chang basked in the adulation of the wealthy ladies, especially since they had usurped Wen Wan's place. A sense of unspoken satisfaction surged within her. She leaned closer to Wen Wan and whispered, "If I were you, I wouldn't attend the class reunion. Better to avoid embarrassment." Wen Wan lowered her gaze, letting out a gentle sigh. Is it truly worthwhile for a man like Gu Changqing? Upon entering university, she and Ding Chang were, in fact, quite good friends, yet their relationship gradually deteriorated because of Gu Changqing. Ding Chang scoffed and departed. The question of worth is not for Wen Wan to decide. She simply cannot bear to see Wen Wan experience any semblance of happiness. With the atmosphere now tranquil, Wen Wan turned her attention to Bai Wei. "You have shown remarkable restraint today. Usually, you would have lost your composure by now." Bai Wei tossed her hair playfully. "Of course, the best drama is saved for later." Wen Wan. What do you think the expressions on our classmates' faces were when Hua Xiaoting sat beside you? Those women we just encountered, despite their polished appearances. Their husbands rely on the Hua group for their livelihoods, not to mention the esteemed position of lawyer Hua in the legal realm. He could easily ruin their husbands in an instant. Wen Wan recalled that man and smiled faintly. She discreetly sipped her coffee and inquired, "Is he truly that remarkable?" Bai Wei teased, "How could you not know just how extraordinary he is?" Wen Man remained reticent. Just then, a message from Hua Xiaoting arrived on WeChat. Comprising merely a succinct line, "Teacher 1, how did you feel last night?" "Not bad," she replied, and scarcely had she sent it when her phone vibrated again. Hua Xiaoting had messaged anew. How audacious! Chapter 70, The Pride of Chinese Descendants. Xiao Jingyan. Bai Wei took a moment before managing to utter. Lawyer Hua certainly knows how to indulge. No matter how Bai Wei inquired, she could not glean any specifics. Wen Man felt utterly embarrassed to admit that last night they had indeed crossed a line, albeit without a genuine union. Despite this, Hua Xiaoting had still exerted considerable effort for quite some time. Bai Wei was eager to tease her a little more. At that moment, the LCD screen in the CAF displayed a news segment. The venue was thronged with reporters, creating a scene of fervent excitement. Bai Wei let out a soft scoff. Xiao Jingyan, truly the pride of the Chinese community. A concert ticket is worth its weight in gold. With countless admirers clamoring for attendance. Who could have imagined that 25 years ago, he was a destitute lad unable even to pay his rent? Wen Man, a pianist, is naturally acquainted with Xiao Jingyan. She holds him in great admiration, as her teacher once remarked during her student years that her playing style bore some resemblance to his. Wen Wan was elated for an extended period. Xiao Jingyan, such an unattainable figure, captivated her thoughts. Upon encountering news of Xiao Jingyan once more and hearing his name, a warm affection coursed through her veins. She still yearned to play the piano. Perhaps, Hua Xiaoting's suggestion was indeed wise. After everything concludes, she should pursue her studies in England. Wen Wan was lost in thought when Bai Wei inquired, "What's the matter, Wen Wan?" Wen Man smiled gently and replied, "It's nothing." Bai Wei then turned her gaze back to the screen and suddenly remarked, "Wen Man, have you noticed that Xiao Jingyan handles both hands quite adeptly? It seems you possess the same talent." Such a rarity indeed. Wen Wan couldn't help but take notice. Indeed, Xiao Jingyan was equally adept with both hands. Wen Man smiled unwittingly, perhaps due to the shared experience of playing the piano. Bai Wei nudged her playfully, saying, "Come on. The probability of that is quite low. And it has little to do with the piano, it's merely a coincidence." Wen Man let out a soft sound of acknowledgement. Her gaze intensely fixed on the refined gentleman displayed on the screen. Bai Wei remarked, "If I hadn't witnessed your affair with lawyer Hua, I would have almost believed you had fallen for an older man." Wen Man was about to explode. Bai Wei quickly clasped her hands in a plea for mercy. "Aunt, we should be concerned about what to wear to the class reunion. We cannot allow Ding Chang's little cousin to outshine us." Wen Wan had no intention of comparing herself to someone like Ding Chang, yet on that day, with Hua Xiaoting's imminent arrival, she contemplated the importance of maintaining her dignity. Thus, she selected 2 pairs of high-heeled shoes and restyled her long hair. Upon completing her transformation, Wen Wan found herself quite attractive. Hua Xiaoting smiled gently and remarked, "After such comfort last night, do you wish for more this evening?" Wen Wan's cheeks flushed, and she refused to speak further. England? How serendipitous. Wen Man's heart softened, "Then please treat him well." Hua Xiaoting nodded, about to say something further when a clear and elegant voice called from behind, "Xiaoting." He turned around to find a refined man in his 40s standing there. Hua Xiaoting whispered a brief message to Wen Man before ending the call. With a faint smile, he greeted, "Uncle Qiao, it's been a long time." The man was Xiao Jingyan, a longtime friend of Hua Zhendong, sharing a mutual admiration. Chapter 71, Xiao Jingyan once had a biological daughter. Xiao Jingyan smiled, "It has indeed been several years." "Xiaoting, I hear your career is thriving." Hua Xiaoting modestly deflected the compliment. After exchanging casual pleasantries, Hua Mingzhu descended the stairs, affectionately linking her arm with Xiao Jingyan as she playfully said, "Uncle Qiao, Dad invites you downstairs." Xiao Jingyan gently patted her hand with warmth. He stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, dressed in dark attire that blended seamlessly with the night outside. He furrowed his brow, raising his chin slightly as he delicately inhaled from a cigarette held between his long fingers. Xiao Jingyan mused to himself how exceptional Xiaoting had become. Hua Mingzhu's words faded into the background. On the terrace, Hua Xiaoting slowly finished his cigarette. The sounds of family urging him downstairs finally prompted him to descend at a leisurely pace. That evening, the Hua residence was bustling with important guests. The household staff was busy, creating a lively atmosphere. Hua Jindong had prepared a lavish feast to welcome his friend, warmly embracing Xiao Jingyan and saying, "Jingyan, it's been years, yet you remain as charming as ever. I, on the other hand, am starting to show my age." Hua Mingzhu chimed in playfully, "Dad, do you still wish to find a second spring?" Her words elicited laughter from the table. Mrs. Hua affectionately chided, "Enough nonsense. Just wait until your father scolds you." Hua Mingzhu cheekily stuck out her tongue, "Uncle Qiao will protect me." Mrs. Hua smiled gently and said to Xiao Jingyan, "Mingzhu has always enjoyed clinging to you." Xiao Jingyan gazed at Hua Mingzhu, a pang of sorrow striking his heart. Although he and his wife had a daughter, she was adopted, not biological. He wondered if, had he not prioritized pride over love back then, leading to his girlfriend's departure, he might have had a daughter of his own, as lively and delightful as Hua Mingzhu. With a heavy heart, he softly remarked, "Mingzhu is indeed very endearing," and reached out to gently ruffle her hair. Hua Mingzhu, puzzled, blinked her innocent eyes. Sensing his old friend's melancholy, Hua Jindong skillfully redirected the conversation, reviving the cheerful atmosphere. Yet amidst the revelry, he noticed his son's subdued demeanor. With a subtle sigh, Hua Jindong observed his son's distant expression. The welcome dinner lasted until the early hours of the morning. As the festivities drew to a close, the once bustling dining room appeared desolate under the refracted light of the crystal chandelier, with only the servants tidying up, the gentle clinking of dishes breaking the silence. Hua Jindong called out, "Xiaoting, I need to speak with you." Hua Xiaoting fixed a profound gaze upon his father. As they ascended the stairs, Hua Jindong whispered, "Let us talk in the study." Moments later, father and son arrived at the study. Hua Xiaoting closed the door and prepared a cup of detox tea for his father. Speaking in a calm tone, "Dad, what is so urgent that it must be discussed at this hour?" Hua Jindong took the tea but set it aside. His expression serious, "Xiaoting, today your uncle Qiao visited, yet you seemed rather unenthusiastic." Hua Xiaoting retrieved a cigarette, bowing his head to light it. The thin smoke curled upward, obscuring their faces slightly. With a faint smile, he replied, "That is not the case. I might just be a bit fatigued lately. A father knows his son well." Hua Jindong, after careful consideration, began slowly, "Xiaoting, I do not concern myself with your past with the Qiao family's daughter. However, I must insist that your youthful antics do not disturb my friendship with your uncle Qiao." Hua Xiaoting took a deep drag from his cigarette, extinguishing the butt in the ashtray. Chapter 72, Why Are You Back? The scent of alcohol is strong. Hua Jindong was visibly displeased. "Isn't this your home? Why are you wandering out at this late hour?" Known for his temper, he was authoritative with everyone. While others feared him, Hua Xiaoting did not. Hua Jindong waved him off, "Get lost. You, a mere lawyer, running around helping others with their troubles, and still full of energy." Hua Xiaoting responded with a mocking tone, "The Hua Group pays me 80 million a year as their legal consultant. I thought you would know, Dad." Hua Jindong threw a paperweight at him. "Leave." Hua Xiaoting promptly exited. Upon reaching his car, Hua Xiaoting handed the keys to the driver. The family driver, an old hand, sensed the young master's foul mood, and during the drive, he refrained from speaking, simply delivering him to his apartment. As the car came to a stop, Uncle Li reluctantly departed. Hua Xiaoting remained in his seat, pulling out a cigarette and placing it between his lips. The lighter flickered to life. His elegant fingers clasped the pristine white cigarette as he inhaled slowly, the smoke filling his lungs, the pain surging through him oddly comforting. After smoking 4 or 5 cigarettes, he finally stepped out of the car and entered the apartment. The door creaked open to a dimly lit living room. Though not entirely devoid of light, the curtains had been drawn back, allowing a soft moonlight to spill into the room, creating an ambience that felt almost ethereal. Hua Xiaoting tossed his coat onto the sofa and quietly made his way to the master bedroom, turning on the bedside lamp. Wen Wan lay in a deep slumber. Her porcelain-like face, as pure as white plum blossoms, resting upon the pillow. A cascade of chestnut-hued hair adorned the pillow, creating an enchanting sight. Huashouting's hand slipped beneath the covers, teasing her gently. Wen Wan was awakened by him. Her eyes glistened as she bit her lip and gazed at him. She dared not resist nor shift her position, surrendering herself to his whims. Huashouting cradled her head and kissed her. The entanglement grew deeper. After a long while, unable to withstand it any longer, Wen Wan rested her cheek against his shoulder, refusing to grant him another kiss. Huashouting exhaled a few words, the white wine from the family banquet. He held her close as they sat on the bed. Yet it seemed he had no intention of proceeding further. Wen Wan softly suggested, "You go take a shower, and I will take care of you afterward, shall I?" Her voice was incredibly gentle, and Huashouting could not help but lean down to kiss her again. Their lips entwined in a tender embrace. It felt as though they could kiss until the end of time. Wen Wan, unable to restrain her emotions, embraced him. Her delicate fingers tracing fleeting marks upon the fabric of his shirt. At that moment, both were consumed by desire. Huashouting contemplated surrendering to the impulse. Yet, he deemed it rather hasty to consummate their connection this evening. Ultimately, he concluded the kiss. "I shall take a shower and prepare some mushroom chicken noodles," he declared. As he began to disrobe and entered the bathroom, surprisingly scattering his garments across the floor in disarray, a stark contrast to his usual meticulous nature. Wen Wan, aware of his deliberate act, felt her cheeks flush and her heart race, too timid to gaze upon his form. Wen Wan picked up the clothes and placed them in the laundry basket before heading to the kitchen. With her culinary skills, she prepared the meal in under 10 minutes. The greens were vibrant, and the whites were pristine. A few drops of sesame oil were added, creating an appealing appearance and an enticing aroma. After taking a shower, Huashouting emerged and seated himself at the dining table to enjoy his noodles. Having engaged in numerous social gatherings, he found himself increasingly drawn to home-cooked dishes. While Wen Wan's cooking may not have been exquisitely refined, it perfectly suited his palate. As he ate, he attended to a few work-related messages on his phone before glancing at Wen Wan. "Have you done your hair?" Chapter 73, Huashouting's strong desire for control. Wen Wan gently caressed her long hair, lamenting, "It has become somewhat disheveled in my sleep." Huashouting offered a faint smile in response. He then added, "Send me the time and address, I still have a few busy days ahead." Huashouting diligently noted it down. As he lifted his gaze, he found Wen Wan gazing at him intently. Aware of her admiration for his appearance, he felt a flicker of male vanity and playfully pinched her cheek, teasing, "Are you mesmerized? Why didn't you dare to look while I was bathing?" His words were accompanied by the unmistakable charm of a mature man. Wen Wan's cheeks were flushed. She feigned an intention to tidy up the dishes, yet her hand was restrained by Huashouting, whose voice was unexpectedly husky. "Let the aunt take care of it tomorrow morning." Wen Wan discerned a hint of meaning from his tone, yet her nature was not one of initiative. Furthermore, as he lingered without making a move, she found it difficult to gauge his intentions. Wen Wan nestled in his embrace. He leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Let us save the rest for Saturday, shall we?" Wen Wan, feeling somewhat embarrassed, buried her face in his warm neck. Having spent considerable time with him, she understood him quite well. Huashouting possessed a strong desire for control. Even matters of intimacy on the bed were dictated by him. When to engage and to what extent were all under his command. Wen Wan could only submit to his whims. Late at night, exhaustion overtook her, and she fell into a deep slumber. In the shadows, Huashouting quietly gazed upon Wen Wan's delicate, pale visage. An impulse to indulge her suddenly surged within him. She would surely be delighted to awaken on Sunday morning, having enjoyed a splendid Saturday night. When morning arrived, Wen Wan stirred from her sleep, only to find that Huashouting had already departed from the apartment, and even the housekeeper had completed her chores and left beforehand. Wen Wan felt herself descending into a state of moral decline. She had inexplicably become enchanted by Huashouting's tenderness. Despite the nature of their relationship, each time he drew close to her, she was overwhelmed by intense emotions. Wen Wan pondered, could it be that she inherently possessed this affinity? Yet had not recognized it until now, with Huashouting uncovering this facet of her being? She dared not delve further into her thoughts and hastily rose to attend to her morning routine. Recently, she had little work to occupy her time, and her leisure hours were primarily spent in the company of her father and Aunt Wan. Wen Man does not reside at home. Whenever Wen Wan inquires, Aunt Wan discreetly conceals the truth for her. After lunch, she assists Aunt Wan in washing the fruits in the kitchen. Aunt Wan whispers, "I have heard that scoundrel Gu Changqing has been going through a rough patch lately, is it true? Has Hua Xiaoting truly dealt with him?" Wen Man nodded slightly. The matters concerning Gu Changqing had all been relayed to her by Bai Wei. Bai Wei mentioned that Hua Xiaoting had not dealt a fatal blow. Although Gu Changqing was currently in a rather precarious situation, it was anticipated that he would recover in a month or two. Wen Man confided in Aunt Wan, who clenched her teeth and exclaimed, "He has gotten off too easily." Wen Wan remained remarkably composed, stating, "The most important thing is that my father is fine. Gu Changqing, after all, was related to Hua Xiaoting by marriage. He could never genuinely jeopardize his sister's union for my sake." Aunt Wan, lost in her thoughts, suddenly remarked, "Wen Wan, I am sorry." She had previously vowed not to sell her daughter, yet ultimately, she watched helplessly as Wen Wan approached Hua Xiaoting. Deep down, she was acutely aware that Hua Xiaoting would not be a virtuous man, yet she continued to deceive herself in order to maintain her peace of mind. Wen Wan shook her head and said, "Aunt Wan, it has nothing to do with you." Just then, the doorbell rang. Aunt Wan was assisting Wen Wan with his rehabilitation and casually remarked, "Wen Wan, please open the door." Wen Man approached the door. As she opened it, the color drained slowly from her face. Standing outside was Gu Changqing, with 7 or 8 cigarette butts scattered at his feet, leaving one to wonder how long he had been there. Their eyes met, and Gu Changqing's gaze was shrouded in an impenetrable gloom. From within the room, Aunt Wan's voice echoed, "Who is it?" Wen Wan hastily replied, "It's the insurance salesman." With that, she stepped outside and closed the door. "Goodbye, Gu Changqing." She felt a stark absence of her previous emotions. Coldly, she inquired, "What brings you here? If you have come to visit my father, then that is unnecessary. Do you believe my father has not endured enough distress?" Gu Changqing discarded his cigarette onto the ground, delicately extinguishing it with the sole of his exquisite Italian leather shoe. When he lifted his gaze, his eyes were profound as he said, "Wen Wan, I have come to see you." Wen Wan found it amusing. How could he still have the audacity to bring it up? Gu Changqing was not surprised by her refusal. He swallowed hard, softly stating, "You know I would never cast it aside. Wen Wan, I could never bear to part with it. Do as you wish." As Wen Wan opened the door and was about to step inside, Gu Changqing suddenly embraced her from behind, murmuring against her body, "Wen Wan, do not be so aloof. You were never like this before." In that moment, Wen Wan felt an overwhelming hatred towards him. She forcefully broke free from his grasp and retaliated with a sharp slap across his face. "Gu Changqing, have some dignity. We have long since turned the page." Gu Changqing stood frozen, his handsome features marked by hurt, and even after receiving the slap, he did not react. Wen Wan is not soft-hearted. She understands Gu Changqing better than anyone. At this moment, he is disheartened and unable to confide in his delicate fiancée, which is why he clings to her kindness. However, Wen Wan is a person, not an emotional waste disposal unit. She is not a mere piece of toilet paper. Wen Man endeavored to maintain her composure as she addressed Gu Changqing with clarity, "Mr. Gu, you shall continue along your sunlit path, while I shall traverse my solitary bridge. I have chosen to forget the past, and I kindly ask that you do the same." Gu Changqing gazed at Wen Man before him. Her gentle visage remained. Yet it no longer bore the meekness of yesteryears. He had always believed that Wen Man's love for him was unwavering, that she would forever be his. Yet, in this moment, Wen Man had released her hold on the past, while he remained ensnared by nostalgia. Gu Changqing, after all, was a proud man. He slipped a hand into his pocket, grasping tightly the key to an apartment, one that had once belonged to Wen Man. He chuckled lightly, adopting a tone of indifference, "Indeed. We should both forget. It is for the best of us." Wen Wan remained silent. Gu Changqing leaned closer. His tone laced with a hint of danger. "Do you truly believe that Hua Xiaoting loves you? Take a look at the magazines and newspapers. How many women aspire to marry him? At this moment, Gu Changqing displayed a trace of genuine emotion. Wen Man is a piece of meat he never had the chance to savor. Once it seemed inconsequential, yet now it occupies his thoughts day and night. Chapter 75, She is truly ruthless. Severing ties with utter clarity. Wen Wan lowered her gaze and smiled gently. She was aware of her relationship with Hu Xiaoting. Yet he had never treated her unfairly. At the very least, their time together had been marked by transparency and integrity. Wen Man remained silent, while Gu Changqing wore a bitter smile. Previously, he had perceived her as gentle, yet now he comprehended the ruthless depths of her indifference. Indeed. How could he have anticipated this? At that time, he had pursued Hu Mingzhu and, with a mere phone call, informed Wen Man of their separation. He had expected her to weep and plead for him to stay, but she had only fallen silent for a fleeting minute before softly uttering fine. From that day forth, Wen Man never reached out to him again. She severed ties with an unwavering decisiveness. At times, Gu Changqing found himself lost in thought. Did Wen Man truly love him? How else could she exhibit such nonchalance? Suddenly, he turned away and departed. Upon descending the stairs, he retrieved the apartment key from his pocket and casually tossed it into the trash bin. Wen Wan stood for a while. From within, Aunt Rowan's voice echoed. Wen Wan, why are you still outside? Wen Man responded with a soft acknowledgement, gathering her emotions before stepping into the room. Wen Boyan had fallen asleep, and Wen Man tidied up, preparing to leave, while Aunt Rowan escorted her to the door. Upon opening it, the scattered cigarette butts could not be concealed. Aunt Rowan surmised the truth and, still somewhat agitated, exclaimed, Is that scoundrel here again seeking you out? Wen Man, you must be cautious. Gu Changqing is nothing but a thoroughly ungrateful wretch. Wen Wan gently patted Aunt Rowan's hand, offering a soft reassurance, Do not worry, I shall not. At that moment, Hu Xiaoting happened to call. With Aunt Rowan present, Wen Wan felt rather uncomfortable speaking. That was the only relic left to her by her mother. Hu Xiaoting had also spent a few days in the office. It had been several days since they last met, and he seemed eager to flirt. Are you so delighted because you missed me? He teased. Where exactly have you missed me? Wen Wan found him particularly shameless. Lawyer Hu was merely donning a facade of seriousness on the outside, while his true nature was replete with concealed desires. Wen Wan, unwilling to be at a disadvantage, softly declared, I want to go everywhere. On the other side, Hu Xiaoting was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Wen Wan would be so audacious, daring to provoke him so directly. This unexpected boldness heightened his anticipation for the events of the following evening. Although Wen Wan had suggested that she had never been with a man, Hu Xiaoting had always perceived this as a playful flirtation between the sexes, not to be taken seriously. Hu Xiaoting's Adam's apple gently bobbed as he murmured, Little rascal. Wen Man's voice was gentle as she said, I will help you draw the bath. After finishing her words, she hung up the phone. Hu Xiaoting, with his slender fingers slightly curled, loosened his tie. Almost immediately, he shut his laptop and donned his coat, striding towards the exit. Secretary Zhang was somewhat taken aback, having assumed that Lawyer Hu would be working late into the night. Hu Xiaoting was in high spirits. He signed a check for 50,000, instructing Secretary Zhang and her colleagues to enjoy a dinner together. A gesture of appreciation for their recent hard work. As he signed, his handsome features bore a subtle smile, exuding an indescribable charm. Chapter 76, I miss you. Everywhere. Upon glance, it was the client of the case. His client's voice trembled with anxiety, Lawyer Hu. The opposing party has suddenly presented new evidence that is very detrimental to me. Hu Xiaoting gently caressed the steering wheel, his brow furrowing. Send me the information. After hanging up, he swiftly received the message, confirming that the situation was indeed quite troublesome. The scene was filled with lamentations. Hu Xiaoting picked up his phone, contemplating a call to her, but then realized she should be resting. Ultimately, he opted to send a WeChat message, There is an urgent matter to attend to. I will head directly to Yunjin Hotel tomorrow evening. Just as he finished the message, Secretary Zhang entered with a stack of documents. Lawyer Hu. The meeting has been prepared. Late at night, the apartment. Wen Man rested her delicate face on the dining table, her porcelain complexion illuminated by the soft Golden glow of the light. The phone on the table vibrated a few times, while the water infused with essential oils had already grown cold. After Wen Wan had completed her simple morning routine, she climbed into bed. Despite her overwhelming fatigue, sleep eluded her. Perhaps that was indeed the case. She found herself thinking of him incessantly. In a daze, she dozed off until the following morning when a call from Wei awakened her. Wen Wan rose to answer the call, her voice somewhat hoarse. Wei jested, "It's nearly 10 o'clock, Wen Wan, are you still asleep? Is lawyer Hua's demand truly that great?" Wen Wan felt a flush of warmth on her face. Wei released her grip and said, all right. I'm merely reminding you to dress nicely. We have a tough battle to face tonight. Although we may not continue in the teaching profession in the future, we cannot allow that little brat to tarnish our reputation." Wen Wan felt deeply touched. Since the incident at her home, Wei had been by her side. She softly said, "Thank you, Wei." Over there, Wei, with a slender cigarette between her fingers, coughed lightly and replied, "No need to be so sentimental. My dear. Remember me when you achieve success and wealth." Wen Wan smiled. After hanging up the phone, she recalled how Wu Xiaoting had stood her up. Wen Wan bit her lip. Cradling her phone as she ordered a complete set of nourishing and invigorating dishes for Wu Xiaoting. Having engaged in mischief, her spirit soared. And she rolled around in bed for several moments. She did nothing but await the lawyer's response. After approximately half an hour, Wu Xiaoting sent a message, "I will let you know this evening whether I require this." Wen Wan glanced at her phone, her cheeks flushed with warmth. She delicately typed a few words, "Bring it on." After sending the message, she paid it no further mind. Following a light meal, she indulged in a luxurious bath. Exfoliating her skin, washing her hair, and applying a facial mask. Wen Wan felt as though she had never experienced such a grand occasion in her life. Wen Wan entered the dressing room, wrapped in a towel, and chose a deep brown evening dress. The design was simple yet elegant. Crafted from form-fitting silk and adorned with a delicate layer of sheer fabric. The rich brown hue accentuated Wen Wan's fair complexion, adding an air of femininity. She styled her hair into soft curls and spent half an hour perfecting her makeup. Once completed, she gazed at her reflection in the mirror, captivated by her beauty that exceeded her expectations. Wen Wan's cheeks flushed with a gentle hue as she envisioned herself embracing and kissing Wu Xiaoting while adorned in this exquisite attire. The mere thought filled her with an overwhelming sense of anticipation. As time was of the essence, Wen Wan prepared to hail a taxi. However, upon descending the stairs, she was greeted by the sight of a sleek black McLaren parked at the entrance, a pair of long legs elegantly propped against the luxurious vehicle. Clad in a classic English suit, with polished shoes that gleamed, he presented a striking visage that was even more captivating than usual. Wen Wan was momentarily taken aback. Wu Xiaoting? Hadn't he mentioned going directly to the hotel? Chapter 77, These legs could be enjoyed for a year. Wu Xiaoting leaned against the car. A languid smile gracing his lips. Are you mesmerized? Wen Wan could not tear her gaze away. He was so dazzlingly handsome that simply standing there, he resembled a striking work of art. Wu Xiaoting straightened his posture and approached her. From a distance of 2 steps, he looked down at her. Were you disappointed last night? His tone was surprisingly earnest, causing Wen Wan's face to flush as she discerned his implication. Just as she attempted to mask her reaction, Wu Xiaoting had already wrapped his arm around her waist, pulling her close. Their bodies brushed against each other, and an undeniable sensation surged between them. Wu Xiaoting leaned in, whispering in her ear, "Your waist is truly slender. The dress is quite lovely." After speaking, his gaze lingered briefly on her fair, elongated legs. As they settled into the car, Wen Wan glanced at Wu Xiaoting. He was already remarkably handsome, but today he appeared even more distinguished. Noticing her gaze, he turned towards her, a playful smile dancing on his lips as he seriously remarked, "Teacher 1, do restrain yourself." Wen Man felt her face flush at his words. However, Wu Xiaoting leaned in, whispering softly in the flesh behind her ear, "Do try not to soil your dress, alright?" What a scoundrel he is. Wen Man turned her face away to glance out of the window. "You drive," she instructed. Wu Xiaoting chuckled softly, gently pressing the accelerator. 20 minutes later. The sleek black sports car arrived at the only six-star hotel in B City. To their surprise, the doorman recognized Hua Xiaoting, greeting him with utmost respect. "Mr. Hua, are you here for a meal?" Hua Xiaoting responded with a modest nod. Wen Wan glanced at the high heels adorning her feet. Lawyer Hua, ever considerate, was a man no woman could resist. A spark ignited within her, prompting her to lean in and kiss him. Hua Xiaoting's gaze was profound, his voice low. "So eager? We are, after all, at the entrance of a hotel." Wen Wan felt a twinge of annoyance. As she alighted from the vehicle, she tossed over her shoulder, "I shall go ahead, you can find me in the banquet hall later." Hua Xiaoting merely smiled, neither affirming nor denying her words. Wen Wan descended from the car and watched as he drove away, only to feel a twinge of regret. What if Hua Xiaoting fled? As she pondered this, Bai Wei approached. Arriving without her husband, Bai Wei could not help but whisper upon seeing Wen Man's figure. "Wen Man, those legs of yours must have cost Lawyer Hua half his life." Wen Man had only been teased by Hua Xiaoting. Bai Wei joked about it, but she felt somewhat embarrassed to mention it. Her relationship with Lawyer Hua remains quite innocent. These intimate matters are unknown to Bai Wei. She is only concerned about one thing: where is Hua Xiaoting? Wen Wan gently flicked her chestnut-colored long hair, feeling somewhat uneasy as she spoke. "I'll go park the car, you can head upstairs first." Bai Wei teased. "Sure. It feels like an old married couple." She was eager to witness the moment when Ding Chang would be caught off guard, pulling Wen Wan into the elevator. The elevator was empty, and Bai Wei couldn't help but take advantage of the situation, playfully remarking, "These legs are truly splendid." Wen Man, her cheeks flushed and heart racing, cast a sidelong glance at her. Bai Wei wore a beaming smile. As the elevator arrived at the banquet hall floor, the doors opened to reveal Ding Chang standing at the entrance. This evening, she was adorned in a striking red fitted gown, exuding an air of grandeur. Bai Wei chuckled, remarking, "How festive." Her gaze quickly fell upon Gu Changqing, who occupied the finest spot within the hall and had evidently noticed their presence. A flicker of astonishment passed through Gu Changqing's eyes. He had always known that Wen Man was beautiful, yet tonight she radiated an allure that was distinctly different. Exuding femininity that made a man yearn to embrace her, to share an intimate moment with her. Bai Wei leaned in closer to Wen Man and whispered, "I suspect Ding Chang has strategically positioned herself beside Gu Changqing. She is relentless, determined to overshadow you." Wen Wan found herself at a loss for words. She had severed all ties with Gu Changqing, and Ding Chang had misidentified her as a rival. Moreover, her efforts to adorn herself had little to do with Gu Changqing. Rather, they resonated more with a promise made to Hua Xiaoting. He had declared that they would reach the climax tonight. Chapter 78, Hua Xiaoting, I am Wen Wan's boyfriend. At the mere thought of Hua Xiaoting, Wen Wan's eyes glistened. She was at that enchanting age, caught between girlhood and womanhood, and when she was moved, her allure was undeniable. Gu Changqing sat amidst a circle of former classmates, who surrounded him with a flurry of respect and flattery, addressing him as President Gu. Among them were several beautiful women eager to please. In the past, he might have chosen one for a fleeting dalliance, offering some favor in return. Yet now, Gu Changqing found none of them appealing. They all paled in comparison to Wen Wan. As he leisurely sipped his pre-dinner wine, Gu Changqing's gaze remained fixed on Wen Wan. Nearby, she and Bai Wei had contributed their share of the expenses. Ding Chang unceremoniously accepted the money, feigning a smile as she remarked, "I truly apologize, Wen Wan. It's rather unfortunate that you have to contribute given your family's decline. How about we share the burden instead?" Her voice was loud enough for all to hear, deliberately aiming to embarrass Wen Wan. Wen Man smiled faintly, "No need, I can afford it." Ding Chang counted the money, glancing at Wen Man in surprise. "You paid for 2 people? Wen Man, are you truly planning to bring that old man of yours to the reunion?" Before Wen Man could respond, she covered her mouth and laughed delicately. "It seems your uncle possesses quite a strong sense of possessiveness." The hall fell into a profound silence, with the old classmates exchanging knowing glances. Wen Man was once the belle of the music academy, hailing from a family of moderate means. Yet one could hardly foresee her descent into such dire circumstances. Previously, when the campus forum buzzed with rumors, few believed them. However, with Ding Cheng's direct admission, the truth became undeniable. Reactions ranged from sympathy to ridicule, with some clearly distancing themselves. Those who once shared a table with Wen Wan discreetly requested to change seats. The fickleness of human sentiment was laid bare, stark and chilling. Even several deans from the music academy quietly lamented that life outside was far less innocent than within the school walls. Observing the atmosphere, Ding Cheng smiled with satisfaction. This was precisely her intention. After all, who could blame Wen Wan for finding companionship with an older man? Gu Changqing furrowed his brow, pondering Ding Cheng's audacity. Who had given her the confidence to bully Wen Wan with such impunity? Just as he prepared to rise, the elevator doors opened slowly, revealing Hua Xiaoting stepping out. Tall and striking, he exuded an air of cold elegance. The banquet hall erupted in a flurry of excitement. Disbelief washed over the crowd at the sight of the illustrious Hua Xiaoting. My goodness! He is even more handsome in person. Such poise, those legs, and that aristocratic nose. Why is Hua Xiaoting here? The presidents of both the Music Academy and T University had already risen, as did various esteemed parents, all eager to greet Hua Xiaoting. In B City, those who forged connections with the Hua family often found fortunes. Despite Hua Xiaoting's aloof demeanor, making an appearance was undoubtedly advantageous. After all, a face-to-face meeting fosters camaraderie. Unexpectedly, Hua Xiaoting was remarkably approachable today. He deftly declined an offered cigarette, explaining, "My girlfriend doesn't allow me to smoke." Ah. A girlfriend? He gently wrapped his arm around Wen Wan's slender shoulder, smiling, "There is no need for formality, I am here to dine just like all of you. Wen Wan prefers I refrain from smoking at home." Everyone was left in stunned silence. The implications of Hua Xiaoting's words were profoundly significant. Wen Wan? It was just mentioned that the one following the old man was, in fact, Hua Xiaoting's girlfriend. The banquet hall fell into a profound silence, with no one daring to utter a word for a considerable time. Hua Xiaoting wore a charming smile as he called out to Gu Changqing, "Changcheng. It seems you are quite surprised that I am dating Wen Wan." Gu Changqing felt a stiffness enveloping his entire body, rendering him nearly immobile. How utterly ridiculous! Just moments ago, he had contemplated coming to Wen Wan's aid, yet she had already brought along her gallant protector, the most esteemed and powerful man in B City. Gu Changqing raised his glass and drained it in one gulp. Then, with an indifferent smile, he remarked, "A match made in heaven, it's rather splendid." At his words, all the gentlemen present extinguished their cigarettes in unison, for Hua's girlfriend had a disdain for smoking. Chapter 79, How delightful! What a scene of chaos! The synchronized extinguishing of cigarettes created a spectacle that left Wen Wan feeling both embarrassed and infuriated. When had she ever forbidden Hua Xiaoting from smoking? At home, he indulged freely, sometimes reclining against the headboard while smoking, even pressing his lips against hers when the mood struck. How brazen of him! Yet, witnessing so many distinguished individuals deferentially bowing before Hua Xiaoting ignited a flicker of vanity within her. Hua Xiaoting, with a captivating smile, inquired, "Teacher 1. Is this enough of a display of dignity?" Wen Wan understood that all malicious rumors would eventually dissipate on their own, as many would readily clarify matters in order to curry favor with Hua Xiaoting. However, such concerns had become trivial, her focus was solely on Hua Xiaoting. He wrapped an arm around Wen Wan as they made their way inside. The astute individuals present had promptly vacated the prime seats, allowing Hua Xiaoting and Wen Wan to settle down comfortably. Several school officials regarded Wen Wan with affectionate expressions, advising her gently, "Wen Wan, do take good care of lawyer Hua." Wen Wan smiled gently. Subsequently, in the banquet hall filled with hundreds of guests, numerous individuals approached to offer toasts. Hua Xiaoting was capable of consuming alcohol, yet he chose to drink according to the company he kept. In this hall, there was not a single person who warranted his respect, thus, he politely declined with water in place of wine, engaging in casual pleasantries. Wen Wan had grown accustomed to caring for him, effortlessly preparing his meals. Bai Wei sat opposite her, at that moment entirely devoid of the desire to tease Wen Wan, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Silly child! At last, she has recovered. Fool, seek happiness. She firmly believed that with such an attitude from Hua Xiaoting, Even if he did not marry Wen Wan, the future arrangements would still be favorable. The banquet hall buzzed with liveliness, yet Ding Cheng stood at the entrance. To her astonishment, Wen Wan had managed to entangle herself with Hu Xiaoting. What merit did she possess? In what way was Ding Cheng inferior to Wen Wan? Jealousy distorted Ding Cheng's features as she held a glass of red wine and approached Hu Xiaoting and Wen Wan. With a cunning smile, she proposed a toast, Mr. Hua. I am a university classmate of Wen Wan, it is a pleasure to meet you. Hu Xiaoting, relishing Wen Wan's attentions, glanced up upon Ding Cheng's arrival and swiftly deduced her identity. She was none other than Gu Changqing's fleeting romance. Hu Xiaoting casually wiped his hands with a napkin. Embodying the nonchalance characteristic of a scion from a prestigious lineage, each finger akin to a work of art. He discarded the napkin and suddenly turned to Wen Wan, exuding an air of respect towards his girlfriend. I know her, would that displease you? This inquiry left Ding Cheng somewhat embarrassed. The onlookers exchanged knowing glances. As many were aware of the intimate details surrounding Ding Cheng and Gu Changqing, who had been rather indiscreet during their clandestine encounters, clearly showing a lack of regard for her. Yet, Ding Cheng displayed audacity, daring to openly pursue Hu Xiaoting. Wen Wan is still by your side. Wen Man had always been aware of Hu Xiaoting's malicious nature, she was not easily deceived. This is your freedom, she remarked. Hu Xiaoting pinched her cheek, as if to let her off the hook. Subsequently, he unexpectedly stood up and politely addressed Ding Cheng, saying, Miss Ding, I shall accept this glass of wine. A collective gasp echoed through the room. Could it be that lawyer Hua had such poor taste? Chapter 80, When Man was in no condition to drink. So I shall do it for her. Upon Hu Xiaoting's declaration, a profound silence enveloped the gathering. Surely. Lawyer Hua was aware of the connection between Gu Changqing and Ding Cheng. It was blatantly evident that he was exerting his authority. Ha! Truly deserving of his title as the king of hell in the legal realm. Under the watchful eyes of the assembly, Gu Changqing rose from his seat. Setting aside his status as Hua's future son-in-law, it was clear that a single word from Hu Xiaoting could spell doom for the Gu family. Thus he felt obliged to show this respect. Gu Changqing was not only ruthless but also adept at bending when necessary. He raised his glass, lightly clinking it with Ding Cheng's, and drank it down in one swift motion. Ding Cheng was caught off guard, completely unresponsive. Gu Changqing paid her no mind. He straightened his posture beside Wen Man, poured himself another drink, and filled a glass for Wen Man as well, raising it high. My elder brother will be driving. So I toast to my future sister-in-law. Wen Man was taken aback by Gu Changqing's sudden hostility towards her. Was he out of his mind or perhaps unwell? By way. Unable to bear the tension, exclaimed Gu Changqing, if you wish to drink, I shall accompany you. Gu Changqing firmly grasped her shoulder, preventing her from rising. Miss Bai. I am conversing with Wen Man. The atmosphere became palpably silent, as everyone was aware that Wen Man had pursued Gu Changqing for 4 years during her youth. At that moment, Gu Changqing's demeanor was unmistakably challenging, leaving no one daring to utter a word. Wen Wan's body was rigid. A soft chuckle echoed in the air. Hu Xiaoting gently rested one hand on the back of Wen Wan's chair, his smile exuding elegance and warmth. He inquired tenderly, do you know how to drive? Wen Man nodded in confusion, and then her hand was clasped by him. Hu Xiaoting stood up once more. Smiling at Gu Changqing, Wen Man is not in a condition to drink, so I shall drink for her. The moment he uttered these words, whispers filled the air. Ding Cheng had previously claimed he needed to drive, and now he was able to drink? Such blatant double standards. Hu Xiaoting, undeterred by any sense of shame, elegantly lifted Wen Man's wineglass and downed a glass of red wine. Meanwhile, Gu Changqing gripped his own glass, his knuckles turning pale. With a cold smile, he remarked, what depths have they sunk to? Gu Changqing, in a foul mood, also downed his drink in one go. Hu Xiaoting merely smiled faintly. His strikingly handsome features were accentuated by a subtle dimple when he smiled, rendering him quite charming. The women present were utterly captivated by him. Eager to engage in conversation with Lawyer Hua, especially the parents of students who sought to curry favor for their husbands. However, Hu Xiaoting paid them no mind. Reserving his gentleness solely for Wen Man, treating others with the aloofness of a distant moon, only to be admired from afar. The atmosphere revitalized. With more people approaching to toast, yet none dared to overstep and pressure Hua Xiaoting into drinking. Unexpectedly, he broke his own rule and proceeded to indulge in several more glasses. Wen Wan prepared a dish for him, gently pressing it down. Hua Xiaoting gazed at her with profound eyes. Perhaps it was the influence of the wine, but Wen Wan sensed something unusual in his gaze, causing a faint blush to rise upon her cheeks. Beneath the table, Hua Xiaoting squeezed her hand. His voice was husky as he murmured, "Let us leave first, shall we?" When Wan discerned the hidden desire in his gaze, she lightly bit her lip, astonished that he could flirt with her in such a public setting. Yet, she found herself unable to resist the allure of Hua Xiaoting. She neither acquiesced nor declined his advances. Hua Xiaoting chuckled softly, rising to bid farewell to several deans from the conservatory, exchanging a few polite remarks that left the officials visibly taken aback. Wen Wan gazed at his effortless demeanor, pondering, whose reunion is this, after all? At that moment, Ding Cheng approached, still clad in the form-fitting gown that accentuated her figure. Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, her voice dripping with allure. "Are you leaving, Lawyer Hua?" Wen Wan was naturally close to Hua Xiaoting, and she heard everything. She couldn't help but admire Ding Cheng, who not only had the ability to set aside her pride but also possessed remarkable skills in charming men. Curiously, she glanced at Hua Xiaoting, wondering if he would be captivated by Ding Cheng. In Chapter 81, as they kissed in the car, she feigned reluctance yet offered encouragement. Hua Xiaoting remained silent. Ding Cheng, unwilling to forfeit such an opportunity, sought to impress. In a familiar tone, she spoke to several principals, saying, "I know the manager of this restaurant. They have agreed to give me a 5% discount." The principals praised her competence. Ding Cheng then turned to Hua Xiaoting, continuing, "This 6-star hotel rarely offers discounts unless one has significant connections." Amidst astonished gazes, Ding Cheng felt that Hua Xiaoting might regard her with newfound respect. She couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Ha! In what way could Wen Wan compete with her, besides looks? At that moment, a deep male voice resonated from the entrance, shouting, "So this is where you are." It was Lin, the manager of the hotel. He warmly shook Hua Xiaoting's hand, his tone affectionate. "When my subordinate mentioned you were here for a meal, I couldn't believe this esteemed figure would grace my humble establishment. But here you are." Hua Xiaoting smiled modestly. "You flatter me, Lin. Calling me manager Lin feels distant." "After all these years of camaraderie," Lin replied. His keen eyes then fell upon Wen Wan. Hua Xiaoting introduced her, saying, "This is my girlfriend, Wen Wan, who accompanied me to the reunion." Lin bent slightly to greet Wen Wan with a gentle handshake. His words sweet as honey, "Sister-in-law, not only are you beautiful, but your grace is also extraordinary." Wen Wan exuded grace and elegance. President Lin, having once received a profound favor from Hua Xiaoting, who had saved his life and fortune through a perilous lawsuit, now found a justifiable reason to repay his debt of gratitude. He seized upon the opportunity presented by Wen Wan, stating, "As this is my first encounter with my sister-in-law, I did not prepare anything special, thus, today's meal and drink shall be entirely complimentary." A sum of several 100,000, simply waived? Wen Wan felt uneasy, fearing that Hua Xiaoting owed someone a favor. However, Hua Xiaoting graciously accepted, wrapping his arm around Wen Wan's fragrant shoulder with a smile. Expressing his gratitude to General Manager Lin for the hospitality and promising to treat him to a meal another day. General Manager Lin, understanding the nuances of such situations from his own experiences, saw Hua Xiaoting off to the elevator, ensuring the farewell continued until they reached the ground floor. Inside the banquet hall, silence enveloped the room, particularly uncomfortable for Ding Cheng, who felt humiliated as Wen Wan effortlessly garnered the admiration she sought. Ding Cheng perceived herself as a mere jester in comparison. Grabbing a bottle of wine, she poured herself a drink, forcing a smile while lamenting that a bottle worth several thousand was being consumed on Wen Wan's account, free of charge. As tears welled in her eyes, she glanced at Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing turned on his heel and walked away. In her inebriated state, Ding Cheng shouted after him, "Gu Changqing, you scoundrel! I love you. I love you more than Wen Wan does." Gu Changqing paused, casting a cold smile over his shoulder, retorting, "Your love is too cheap." Ding Cheng then broke down in tears, creating an exceedingly awkward atmosphere. Who could have anticipated such a conclusion to this gathering of classmates? Wen Wan followed was shouting to the underground parking lot. She took a seat in the driver's seat, removed her high-heeled shoes, and softly remarked, "Had I known, I would have brought a pair of flats." Wen Man's legs are exquisite, and her insteps are equally enchanting, both in shape and hue. Was shouting reclined against the back of his chair, gazing at her, causing Wen Man's cheeks to flush and her heart to race. He murmured, "How can you drive barefoot? Shall we ascend upstairs to a room, Wen Man had never been intimate with a man, leaving her somewhat reserved. Thus, she gently cradled his handsome visage and softly suggested, "Perhaps we should hire a chauffeur." Was shouting remained silent, his dark eyes profoundly enigmatic. After a brief pause, he lifted her effortlessly, embracing her with a tender grip. Wen Man gently tapped him, saying, "This is the parking lot. We shared a kiss here last time. And you held me tightly." His prominent nose pressed against hers, their breaths mingling in a warm exchange. Wen Wan observed his intense emotions and, feeling a mix of reluctance and acquiescence, allowed it to unfold. A man under the influence of alcohol is undeniably different from his usual self, markedly more indulgent. Chapter 82, Hua Xiaoting, "Please be gentle." Hua Xiaoting, overwhelmed by his feelings, pressed his forehead against Wen Wan's and spoke in a hushed tone. "I will ask President Lin to arrange a car for us." Wen Man gently bit her lip. After indulging in alcohol, Hua Xiaoting resembled a beast. President Lin was quite dependable and promptly dispatched a trusted chauffeur to safely escort them to the apartment. After enduring for what felt like an eternity, Hua Xiaoting began to kiss Wen Man the moment they entered the elevator. Once they arrived home, as Wen Man changed into her slippers, he embraced her slender waist from behind, playfully nibbling on her earlobe, remarking, "You look exquisite in that outfit." Wen Wan was taken aback. She had assumed that she would need to bathe and freshen up. However, Hua Xiaoting had already swept her into his arms, lowering his head to kiss her while deftly removing her high heels with one hand. His passionate demeanor was both forceful and alluring, leaving Wen Wan utterly unable to resist. She wrapped her arms around his neck, her gaze soft and tender. Hua Xiaoting, "Be gentle." In the intimacy of the moment, he was fervent, and Wen Wan reciprocated, allowing him to indulge without restraint. Until Hua Xiaoting was taken by surprise. It turned out that this was Wen Wan's first time. Despite having been with Gu Changqing for 4 years, they had never truly been intimate? Although Hua Xiaoting had no particular fixation on such matters, the realization that this woman, pure and untainted, had chosen him brought him joy. He gently kissed Wen Wan and, with a tender voice, said, "I wish you had told me earlier, Wen Wan. Otherwise, I would have been even gentler." Wen Wan's cheeks flushed a delicate crimson as she gently turned her face away. Earlier? In the intimate moments of their embrace within the hotel parking lot, not far off sat Gu Changqing in a black car. He watched for an extended period, almost in a state of self-torment, as he observed Wen Wan kissing Hua Xiaoting. He could even discern the moment she leaned in to kiss the man's chin. Every subtle shift in her expressions was crystal clear to him. Wen Man harbors feelings for Hua Xiaoting. This realization rendered Gu Changqing pale. The driver in front gripped the steering wheel, not daring to breathe until Gu Changqing softly spoke, "Let's go." His tone was indifferent, "To the club." The driver, a trusted aide, was aware of which establishment Gu often frequented, thus he turned the car around. At the gathering, Gu Changqing indulged in alcohol. Upon reaching the private room of the club, he, under the influence of liquor, summoned Ning Ning to accompany him. Ning Ning was quite fond of Gu Changqing, after all. Who wouldn't be enamored by a handsome, affluent, and generous man? Leaning beside him, she shared drinks and serenaded him with a few romantic songs. However, Gu Changqing was not in need of such frivolities, he merely sought a woman to alleviate his resentment towards Wen Man. Yes, resentment. Ning Ning, resembling Wen Man, became the outlet for his frustrations. He was far from gentle, tormenting the girl in his embrace. Leaning close to her neck, he rasped, "What do I lack compared to him? Have you given all your affection to him? Wen Man, tell me. Tell me." Perhaps overwhelmed by his fervor, the girl began to cry. Her petite frame trembled. "Mr. Gu, I am not Wen Man. I am Ning Ning." Gu Changqing, with bloodshot eyes, stared at her, his gaze somewhat terrifying. The delicate face in his arms was indeed not Wen Man. That woman was currently thriving, she would not exhibit such a pitiful demeanor. Gu Changqing clenched his teeth in anger, he yearned to continue, but both physically and psychologically, he could not accept another. Not even a face strikingly similar to Wen Man's. He rolled over onto the couch, half slumped, and gently closed his eyes. Leave, I wish to be alone. Chapter 83, Wen Man, I beg you to love me again. The girl gazed at Gu Changqing. He raised his elbow to shield his eyes, his voice hoarse. Leave. How utterly disgraceful. How could he, Gu Changqing, have fallen to such depths? Ning Ning's tear-streaked face slowly composed itself as she adjusted her attire. As she stood from the couch, her legs trembled. Barely able to support her, yet she dared not linger, fearing to upset him further. She mustered her strength and exited the room. No sooner had she closed the door than a sound of shattering glass echoed from within, accompanied by what resembled the lament of a wounded animal. She thought. So even such a rough man possesses deep feelings. That girl named Wen Man must be exceedingly fortunate, loved deeply by a man like Gu. The manager heard the commotion and hurried over. Upon seeing the girl's state, he reprimanded her. How could you serve Mr. Gu like this? Ning Ning bit her lip, nearly drawing blood. She hugged herself, as if this could shield her, and stammered, Mr. Gu mistook me for someone else, I told him I'm not. And he suddenly lost his temper. The manager, impatient, glanced at the door and admonished her, it's not a big deal. Even if Mr. Gu mistook you for someone else, you must endure it. Even if he views you as merely an object, you should still be grateful for his discerning eye. To earn your keep here, you must ensure the guests are entertained. Ning Ning lowered her head, too afraid to protest. Initially, the manager intended for her to apologize to Gu Changqing, but just then, another customer arrived, specifically requesting Ning Ning to accompany him for drinks. The manager, considering the importance of the patrons, sent her off. After arranging for Ning Ning, the manager approached Gu Changqing to apologize. As the door swung open, the stench of alcohol flooded out. The floor was strewn with shards of glass and fine liquor. The manager's heart ached. Gu Changqing had ordered 2 more bottles. Upon seeing the manager, he merely lifted his eyelids, raising the mug to drink voraciously. The manager, akin to a devoted servant, poured for him, tactfully attempting to console him. Mr. Gu, it's not worth harming yourself over a woman. Gu Changqing squinted, who said that? The manager, sharing a drink with him, added, Mr. Gu used to be so carefree. Gu Changqing momentarily lost himself in thought. Indeed. In the past, he never troubled himself over women, even during his years with Wen Man. He had never ceased to indulge with other women, satisfying his physical needs before returning to woo Wen Man. A mere gentle kiss would bring her immense joy. Gu Changqing lowered his head to light a cigarette. As he exhaled slowly, he queried the manager, if a woman has been with another man, would she become more devoted? Would her affection endure? The manager chuckled ambiguously. Gu Changqing had nearly forgotten, until the manager casually inquired, where is she? He recalled the girl's tear-stained face, which was quite captivating. Seeing Gu Changqing's lingering interest, the manager cleared his throat, she has gone to another room, if Mr. Gu likes her. I'll ensure she accompanies you next time. Gu Changqing remained silent. He was in a foul mood, continuing to drink until he was thoroughly intoxicated. In his drunken state, his mind was flooded with images of Wen Man sitting on Hu Xiaoting's lap, kissing him, her shy yet passionate demeanor driving Gu Changqing to madness. He was inebriated. Yet a fire burned within him. He even contemplated storming into Hu Xiaoting's home to drag Wen Man out, wishing to confess his regrets. To relinquish the power of the Hu family, to forsake all other women. He merely sought her affection. It was only in this state of inebriation that he suddenly realized, being loved by Wen Man was the happiest period of his life. Chapter 84, Mr. Gu. Shall we invite Lawyer Hua to assist you? Gu Changqing, heavily intoxicated, staggered outside. By chance, he passed by Ning Ning's room, where the door was slightly ajar, allowing him a glimpse inside. Ning Ning was nestled in the embrace of a wealthy heir, submissively allowing him to kiss her. The man skillfully coaxing her until she trembled all over. Ning Ning's profile bore a striking resemblance to Wen Man. However, Gu Changqing, inebriated and his mind clouded, mistook Ning Ning for Wen Man. A crimson haze enveloped his eyes. Wen Wan was engaged in an intimate kiss with another man, and it seemed she was about to take it a step further. Gu Changqing felt a surge of blood rush to his head, fueled by alcohol. He forcefully kicked open the private room door, only to be met with a piercing scream from within. Gu Changqing seized the collar of the feeble man and delivered a punch, exclaiming, "Who allowed you to embrace Wen Wan? She is mine. She is my wife." The wealthy second-generation heir, bewildered by the sudden assault, took a moment to process before his anger flared. He retaliated with a kick aimed at Gu Changqing, shouting, "Are you out of your mind? What is your wife doing in a place like this? Are you so pathetic that you rely on her to support you while she earns money in this manner?" Gu Changqing, provoked, retaliated with a flurry of punches. The other man, frightened, began to cry out and create a commotion. The manager, hearing the ruckus, rushed in only to be taken aback by the scene before him. After previously attempting to mediate, he realized Gu had not calmed down at all. In fact, his condition seemed to have worsened. The manager intervened and, unfortunately, took a few hits himself. Ultimately, security had to be called in to restrain the frenzied Gu Changqing. While the affluent heir wiped the blood from his mouth and coldly threatened, "I'll kill you," Gu Changqing responded with a chilling smile. "Come on, kid. Let us see who ends up dead." The two men clashed once more, blood spattering as they fought. The manager, covering his face, lamented, "Fine. Let these two gentlemen tire themselves out first, I'll step in to mediate when they're exhausted." The wealthy heir had never encountered such humiliation. He refused to make peace. With a mocking smile, he regarded Gu Changqing, saying, "You should be ashamed to be jealous over a club girl." Despite the manager's attempts at reconciliation, the heir still opted to call the police. In the dead of night, Gu Changqing found himself seated on a bench in the police station, where the chief recognized him. "Ah. Isn't this the brother-in-law of the king of the legal world?" The chief, maintaining a semblance of politeness, offered him a cigarette. "Mr. Gu, I suppose this is your second visit?" Gu Changqing lit the cigarette, his mind clearing slightly as he glanced at the affluent heir beside him, feeling disdainful. Why should he stoop to engage with such a petty individual? The chief sat across from him, speaking earnestly, "Mr. Gu, people engage in civilized friendships. Why do you involve yourself in such matters? Is this merely to boost our KPI?" He chuckled, "If only we had more individuals like you in our district, we wouldn't need to loiter on the streets all day, being familiar with each other." The process was straightforward. The chief prepared the necessary paperwork and kindly inquired, "Shall I call lawyer Hua for your bail?" Initially, Gu Changqing was adamant in his refusal. But then he remembered that Hua Xiaoting was currently in bed with Wen Wan. Summoning Hua Xiaoting at this moment would undoubtedly irritate him. Gu Changqing exhaled a puff of smoke. "Fine then." The chief shook his head with a smile, saying, "Mr. Gu, I'm not saying this to criticize you. As the son-in-law of the Hua family, you should value your reputation. Such actions cannot always be overlooked." "Value my reputation." Gu Changqing felt momentarily lost. Wasn't he at power and influence he had always desired? Why, then, had he recently lost his composure to the extent of considering sacrificing everything for Wen Wan? Yet, at this moment, the influence of alcohol clouded his rationality. He took a deep drag on his cigarette and declared, "Call him." The wealthy heir finally pieced together Gu Changqing's identity, and after connecting the dots, he exclaimed, "Damn! Are you out of your mind? You have a beautiful fiancée. Yet you run to a club and go mad. What on earth has triggered you?" Gu Changqing wore a bewildered expression. What had triggered him? He couldn't quite articulate it himself. Chapter 85, Lawyer Hua, you certainly look spirited. When he received the call, Hua Xiaoting had just finished with Wen Wan. When Man was utterly exhausted, yet Hua Xiaoting found her lacking, he gently teased her by wrapping his arms around her waist. When Man could no longer endure it, biting her lip, "You, please stop, I wish to take a bath." Hua Xiaoting, being considerate, gently whispered near her ear, "I shall prepare the bathwater for you." When Man's ears, adorned with a delicate blush and a hint of fine fluff, appeared utterly endearing, prompting Hua Xiaoting to gently reach out and stroke them. When Man pulled the quilt over her face, refusing to let him touch her. Feeling shy? Who was it just now that held me tightly and wouldn't let go? Hua Xiaoting embraced her, quilt and all, and then gently extricated her from the covers. He was once again intent on teasing her. Wen Wan softly implored. I am feeling unwell, could you allow me to take a bath? Hua Xiaoting chuckled softly, what are you so afraid of? He brushed aside her damp long hair and planted a gentle kiss on her smooth forehead, finally relenting in letting her rise from the bed. Hua Xiaoting possessed an admirable physique, yet Wen Wan dared not gaze upon him. The sound of water running in the bathroom echoed softly. Hua Xiaoting did not press her further. While she indulged in her bath, he took a moment to rinse off in the shower outside. Upon returning to the bedroom, Hua Xiaoting leaned back against the headboard, relaxed, as he lit a cigarette, exhaling slowly. The recent case was nearly resolved, granting him a sense of indulgence. At that moment, the phone on the bedside table rang. Hua Xiaoting frowned, who could be calling at this hour? He held the cigarette between his lips and answered the call, the voice on the other end somewhat indistinct, this is Hua Xiaoting. It was Officer Zhao from the precinct. Zhao spoke with warmth, Lawyer Hua, you haven't retired for the night yet? I apologize for intruding upon your evening. The situation is this, we have a dispute involving your prospective brother-in-law. Would it be convenient for you to come by? Gu Changcheng? Hua Xiaoting exhaled a cloud of smoke. His tone turned somewhat frosty, knowing I am enjoying my night, you still ask me to come? I am not Gu Changcheng's guardian. Officer Zhao treaded carefully, Mr. Gu is involved in a brawl at the club over jealousy, if you do not come, shall we summon Miss Wen instead? Hua Xiaoting let out a light snort. He leisurely continued smoking, his cheeks hollowing beautifully with the effort, exuding a captivating allure. On the other end, Officer Zhao hesitated, uncertain of his stance. He held his breath, afraid to urge him. After a long pause, Hua Xiaoting suddenly chuckled softly, so it is Mr. Gu who has requested my presence, is it not? Officer Zhao was taken aback. Damn! Remarkable! However, he felt it inappropriate to meddle in their familial matters, only responding with a chuckle. Very well, I shall come by shortly. Hua Xiaoting ended the call, rose, and changed into another outfit. He knocked on the glass door of the bathroom, I have to attend to some matters. You should rest and not wait up for me. Wen Wan could not help but feel a tinge of disappointment. Was he leaving tonight as well? Hua Xiaoting, perceiving her emotions, stepped carefully through the puddles to the edge of the bathtub, crouching down and reaching in with his large hand. Wen Wan's cheeks flushed as she grasped his arm, trying to prevent his antics. Wen Man was reluctant to let him go. She wrapped her arms around his neck and boldly kissed him. Hua Xiaoting kissed her for a moment, gently murmuring against her crimson lips, I just changed my clothes. And you've already made them wet again. Wen Man's face flushed with embarrassment. Hua Xiaoting, in a good mood, tidied up his clothes and stepped out. He arrived at the police station where Zhao, brimming with energy, greeted him warmly. Lawyer Hua, you truly are a troublemaker, crawling out of bed at such an hour. He gave a thumbs up, remarking, it's already 2 a.m, the vigor of youth is remarkable. Chapter 86, Gu Changcheng, you are in dire need of discipline. Hua Xiaoting maintained a composed smile. Where is President Gu? Zhao raised his chin with assurance, rest assured, we are treating him well. Hua Xiaoting strode inside. The atmosphere in the station was lively, with several individuals present. A wealthy young man was enjoying a bowl of instant noodles, slurping contentedly. The manager sat quietly, along with a girl clad in a black spaghetti strap dress, covered by a suit, shivering uncontrollably. Upon hearing footsteps, she looked up, momentarily stunned. She had never encountered such a distinguished and noble-looking man. His refined demeanor rendered her utterly self-conscious, making her feel unworthy of his presence. Hua Xiaoting's gaze fell upon her face, which bore a resemblance to Wen Man's, and he quickly grasped the situation's context. He cast a cold smile towards Gu Changcheng. Their eyes met, and Gu Changcheng's dark pupils held a barely perceptible provocation. Others might not notice, but Hua Xiaoting was acutely aware. He let out a soft scoff, choosing not to take offense. Zhao, what procedures must I complete? Hua Xiaoting inquired softly. Zhao had already prepared the receipt. Just a signature and payment, Lawyer Hua. Hua Xiaoting glanced at the document and replied nonchalantly, I will bail all of them out, and regarding tonight's events. Zhao understood the unspoken urgency. The wealthy elite dread scandals, especially with a reckless son-in-law causing distress. He smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, Lawyer Hua, this matter will be resolved here. Hua Xiaoting swiftly completed the paperwork. The wealthy young man protested loudly, I didn't ask him to help, I don't want to owe him a favor. As Zhao was about to scold him, Hua Xiaoting raised a hand casually, saying, that's fine. I'll call Mr. Li to come and collect him. Let him know what his good son has been up to. The young man's face turned crimson. He realized, to his dismay, that this man knew his father. Seeing him subdued, Hua Xiaoting chose not to press further and exited the station. Ignoring the young man, he got into his car and leisurely lit a cigarette. Gu Chongqing approached. Hua Xiaoting coolly instructed, get in. Seemingly expecting this, Gu Chongqing smiled slightly and opened the door to enter the vehicle. As soon as he was inside, Hua Xiaoting started the engine, the luxury car accelerating rapidly. Gu Chongqing, having consumed copious amounts of alcohol, felt nauseous, suspecting Hua Xiaoting was doing this on purpose. Hua Xiaoting drove swiftly, leaving the bright city lights behind. Inside the car, silence reigned. After about half an hour, he parked by the seaside. The surroundings were tranquil, with only the sound of waves lapping against the shore. Get out, Hua Xiaoting commanded coldly. Gu Chongqing laughed bitterly, following Hua Xiaoting out of the car. Upon exiting, Hua Xiaoting immediately removed his coat and unbuttoned a few shirt buttons, opting for action over words. He threw a punch, sending Gu Chongqing stumbling back several steps. Steadying himself, Gu Chongqing wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Hua Xiaoting retaliated with a kick, exclaiming, Gu Chongqing, do you really think the Hua family is a pushover? If you disliked Mingzhu, why did you toy with her feelings? Watching her adore you to the point of contemplating suicide must have brought you a sense of accomplishment, right? Gu Chongqing fell to the ground, clutching his abdomen in agony, yet he managed to force a smile. I am a scoundrel. I wronged her. But what about you? Hua Xiaoting? Are you unaware of my identity? Then, why did you marry my sister? How are you any better? You were fully aware that Wen Man was my ex-girlfriend. Why did you provoke her? Gu Chongqing's eyes turned bloodshot. Chapter 87, Regret? Discovering you have fallen for her? Hua Xiaoting laughed coldly, let me explain why. He stood in the bracing night wind, clad in white, with black hair and strikingly handsome features, resembling a divine being. Hua Xiaoting looked down at Gu Chongqing, scoffing. Now you regret it? Only after Wen Man chose to be with me did you realize your feelings for her, that you cannot live without her? Gu Chongqing. It has always been your choice, from the trap you set for Wen Boyan to your deliberate seduction of Wen Man. You had ample opportunity to retract your steps, yet time and again, you chose power. Gu Chongqing swayed unsteadily, his face pale. Hua Xiaoting sneered, you abandoned her yourself. You personally placed her in my arms. Gu Chongqing's lips trembled, and his whole body quaked, struggling to regain control. Hua Xiaoting gazed at him, delivering another chilling laugh. Gu Chongqing, put away that facade of a love-stricken saint. Where was your concern before? Suddenly, Gu Chongqing fixed his gaze on Hua Xiaoting. A series of faint kiss marks adorned Hua Xiaoting's neck, dense enough to suggest prolonged intimacy. Gu Chongqing's throat tightened. He couldn't help but wonder how many times they had been together that night. Hua Xiaoting followed his gaze and glanced down. As they had engaged in passion earlier. Wen Man had nestled against his shoulder, unable to contain herself, gently nibbling at him. The air in the bedroom had been thick with desire. Although Wen Wan and he share only a transient relationship, he does not regard her with disdain, on the contrary, to a certain extent. He finds himself quite fond of her, her temperament, culinary skills, and every aspect of her being. Hua Xiaoting extinguished his cigarette and addressed Gu Chongqing, the limits of human endurance are finite. You should be grateful that Mingzhu still holds affection for you, otherwise, given your actions, you would have long since found yourself behind bars. Gu Chongqing chuckled softly, as if a sudden realization dawned upon him. Thank you, elder brother, for your guidance. From now on, I shall strive to be a good husband, ensuring that Mingzhu never sheds a single tear. Hua Xiaoting, accustomed to encountering various ruthless individuals, found himself regarding Gu Chongqing with newfound respect. Just moments ago, he appeared as if on the brink of despair, yet now his demeanor had transformed entirely. How ruthless! How heartless! Hua Xiaoting had no intention of lingering further in this conversation. Fortuitously, his phone rang. Wen Wan was calling. He answered it in front of Gu Changqing. Haven't you gone to sleep yet? Why are you still waiting for me? Do you wish to continue this? Hua Xiaoting showed no restraint in revealing his desires, flirting openly in the presence of Gu Changqing, and he even put the call on speakerphone. Wen Wan's voice was soft and gentle. Hua Xiaoting, can we do it again tomorrow night? Gu Changqing felt his entire body stiffen, his fingers curling tightly, almost breaking under the strain. Hua Xiaoting drove away, leaving Gu Changqing standing motionless by the sea. The ocean breeze carried away Wen Wan's words. Yet they were indelibly etched in Gu Changqing's heart. She had said, Hua Xiaoting, we will do it again tomorrow night. There was no hint of reluctance in her tone. Rather, it was sweet, as though she had just been thoroughly cherished by a man not long ago. A warm sensation coursed down his cheek. When he reached up to touch it, he realized it was a tear. Gu Changqing, shedding tears, what a farce, an immense jest. She was merely a woman. What right did she have to evoke such emotions in him? Affection, who hasn't entertained feelings for a few individuals? Chapter 88, Is it shameful to compliment a man's looks? He opened the door, and warm, golden light spilled from the bedroom, adding a touch of warmth to the cold, opulent decor. Hua Xiaoting entered the bedroom. When man slept lightly, as soon as he entered, she awakened. She propped herself up against the headboard. Her voice tinged with the huskiness of recent slumber. Do you desire a midnight snack? It's rather late, there's no need to prepare anything. I shall take a shower. When man felt perplexed, had he not taken a shower before going out? Could it be? Observing the clarity in her gaze, Hua Xiaoting leaned in and kissed her gently, inquiring, what occupies your thoughts? Do you truly believe I possess the energy to seek anyone else? You have ensnared my very soul. Wen Wan's face flushed, and she hesitated to inquire further. Hua Xiaoting undressed and entered the bathroom, carelessly tossing his white shirt onto the floor. Wen Wan picked it up and placed it in the laundry basket, intending to wash it by hand the following day. Suddenly, her gaze froze. The shirt was stained with blood, and upon sniffing it, she detected a faint metallic scent. She glanced towards the bathroom, furrowing her brow in concern. Had Hua Xiaoting gotten into a fight so late at night? Wen Wan is not foolish, she immediately associates Gu Changqing's earlier indiscretion with the man in question. When Hua Xiaoting emerges, he is draped in a black bathrobe, his body still glistening with moisture. He envelopes Wen Wan from behind, leisurely tracing her form, one hand cradling her head as he kisses her. The position is somewhat uncomfortable for her neck, yet perhaps due to a sense of guilt, Wen Wan remains particularly docile, allowing him to kiss her. She senses that his mood is not quite favorable. Just as the tension begins to rise, Hua Xiaoting confines Wen Wan beneath him, his dark eyes as deep as ink. He does not act further, merely gazing intently at her. When man gazed at his handsome features with fascination, her delicate fingers tracing the bridge of his prominent nose and the alluring curve of his chin. Blushing, she softly remarked, Hua Xiaoting, you are truly handsome. Hua Xiaoting was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. What woman praises a man like this? Isn't that a bit shameless? When man gently arched her body, leaning in to bestow a soft kiss upon his lips, the delicate contact was extraordinarily enticing. This night, she had truly embraced womanhood. And the ecstasy she felt was a gift from Hua Xiaoting. A surge of emotion coursed through Hua Xiaoting as he lowered his head to kiss her, his touch imbued with tenderness. After a prolonged embrace, he reclined and drew her into his arms, letting out a gentle sigh. Time to sleep. Wen Wan nestled against his shoulder, one hand embracing his waist, her eyes tightly shut in a haphazard manner. Yet, Hua Xiaoting gazed at her in the darkness for quite some time. Her features were striking yet subtle, her brows naturally defined without the touch of makeup. It was no wonder Gu Changqing found it difficult to let go. If he were in the same position, he too might struggle to part with her so easily. As dawn broke, Wen Wan awoke to find herself alone in bed, save for a single long-stemmed white rose resting beside her pillow, its petals glistening with fresh dew. A wave of joy surged within her as she beheld it. Turning onto her side, she picked up the flower and inhaled its fragrance, before rolling playfully on the bed. Wen Wan's cheeks flushed, recalling the passionate encounter of the previous night. Wen Wan is a mature woman. She does not indulge in the notion that being with a man is a form of suffering. On the contrary, she derives pleasure from it. At that moment, a faint sound emanated from outside, followed by a knock on the door. The housekeeper cheerfully announced, "Miss Wen, Lawyer Hua has sent you a gift. Please rise and have a look." Wen Man gently bit her lip. "Ah, has Hua Xiaoting sent a gift?" Chapter 89, You Are My Morning Dew. She eagerly anticipated seeing it. Wen Man, with her cascading chestnut locks, dashed outside barefoot. Wen Wan, however, paid no heed. Her gaze was fixated on the grand piano by the floor-to-ceiling window, her heart profoundly stirred. It was said that King Ludwig II once played upon it. It bore a melodious name, Morning Dew. Wen Wan was captivated by the tender caress. A single red rose rested upon the piano lid, and she suddenly recalled how, after their embrace last night, Hua Xiaoting had whispered in her ear, "You are my morning dew." Her cheeks flushed a delicate shade of crimson. Somewhat overwhelmed by the romance of the moment, her aunt, noticing her demeanor, expressed her delight, eagerly encouraging, "Miss Wen, do play a piece for me, so that this simple soul may also indulge in the melody." Wen Wan let out a soft hum as she settled down and lifted the piano lid. Her slender fingers gracefully danced across the black and white keys, producing a gentle melody. She played a piece titled Clair de Lune. Although her aunt lacked an appreciation for the arts, she found Miss Wen's playing delightful, especially as Miss Wen donned a vintage lace nightgown, her waist-length chestnut hair cascading in soft waves. Seated there, she resembled a captivating oil painting, exuding an indescribable beauty. How fortunate Lawyer Hua truly is! Wen Man completed a piece, her fingers caressing the warm piano keys, unable to part with them. Wen Wan answered the phone. "Have you received the gift?" Hua's shouting smile was subtle. For some reason, upon hearing his voice, when one felt her cheeks flush, she gently bit her crimson lip. "It's too precious." "As long as you like it," he replied. "Do you like it, Wen Wan?" A prolonged silence ensued, and just as Wen Wan began to feel anxious, Hua Xiaoting's voice, slightly husky, broke through, "I will await your gratitude this evening." Wen Wan is no longer an innocent young girl, she comprehends his intentions. Not only does he desire it, but she harbors the same longing. Wen Man, still inexperienced in the ways of the world, lacked the audacity to broach such a topic with him, especially considering the presence of the housekeeper. She gazed up at the floor-to-ceiling windows and softly uttered, "Hua Xiaoting, I wish to change the soft furnishings." She was aware that she was indulging in a sense of entitlement, however, at her tender age, it was only natural for a girl to be cherished by a man. Moreover, she could discern the limits of Hua Xiaoting's willingness to accommodate her desires. Indeed, he acquiesced to her request. Wen Wan was filled with immense joy, at that moment. She longed to be by his side, for she undoubtedly would steal a kiss. It was evident that Hua Xiaoting shared this sentiment, but as he spoke again, his voice was rendered hoarse. "We have a meeting soon, let's discuss this later tonight." Wen Wan nodded obediently. After hanging up the phone, she could not resist caressing the piano. In that moment, Wen Wan was enveloped in immense joy. Yet she had not considered how she would carry the piano away when the time came for her to depart. Her emotions were uncomplicated. She overlooked the fact that such extravagant affection was merely a means by which a man of stature indulges a woman, showering her with adoration when enamored, only to withdraw cleanly and decisively when the novelty wanes. Those left behind are merely the spoiled. The aunt prepared breakfast, cheerfully announcing, "Miss Wen, today you shall indulge in a Western-style meal." The technician mentioned that this piano is referred to as Louis XIII, and thus, it deserves to be accompanied by a proper Western feast. Wen Wan couldn't help but chuckle. She caressed the glossy black lacquer of the piano, softly murmuring, "It is Louis II." Auntie laughed, saying, "Look at how foolish I am." Chapter 90, She truly has a fondness for Hua Xiaoting, doesn't she, Mrs. Li? Wen Wan speculated that it was Director Li from the music center. Director Li had always been very considerate towards her, making it impossible for Wen Wan to decline the invitation. On the phone, Director Li said little, merely chuckling, "It's good news, we shall discuss it further during lunch." Wen Wan felt a tinge of curiosity. With 2 or 3 hours remaining until lunch, she decided to measure the dimensions of the living room's floor-to-ceiling curtains and took some photographs of the apartment, resolving to visit a furniture store in the afternoon. At noon, she met Director Li at a grilled fish restaurant. Being a southerner who relished spicy food, Director Lee enjoyed the meal while Wen Wan accompanied him, soon noticing a thin layer of crimson forming on her face. Once they had nearly finished eating, Director Lee finally broached the subject at hand. "You are aware, of course, that Ding Cheng has been collectively boycotted by the parents." Wen Wan was taken aback. She involuntarily exclaimed, "How could that be? Just a few days ago I saw her getting along quite well with those parents, appearing rather favored." Director Lee smiled ambiguously and replied, "Wen Wan, are you genuinely unaware? Or merely pretending not to know?" Wen Man's expression shifted as she hesitated, finally inquiring, "Is it related to me?" Director Lee, no longer keeping her in suspense, candidly replied, "It is indeed connected to the illustrious lawyer Hua. He attended a class reunion with you, and the impact was akin to that of an atomic bomb." Wen Man. "Those parents are astute individuals, they are now eager to curry favor with Hua Xiaoting through you." She shrugged, adding, "They are clamoring to replace Ding Cheng and request that you teach their children." The fickleness of human sentiments left Wen Man with a faint, detached smile. When Wan deduced the identity of the individual, it was Gu Changqing. Although she had parted ways with him, he still infiltrated her world with relentless persistence. Yet, Wen Wan had already cultivated a heart as tranquil as still water. Director Lee, with his astute perception, wisely refrained from further inquiries, particularly regarding Wen Wan's relationship with Hua Xiaoting. After all, such matters pertain to the complexities of romantic entanglements. Wen Man gathered her emotions. She did not wish to dwell on the past, regardless of Gu Changqing's thoughts. She resolved not to be influenced by him any longer. She aimed to completely forget this individual. Wen Man took a taxi to a furniture store. She meticulously selected a rich Baroque-style fabric and ordered a pair of floor-length curtains. In accordance with this hue, she also chose 2 lake blue vases, one large and one small. The total cost for these items amounted to an astounding 340,000. Wen Man felt no sorrow. She believed that the Morning Dew piano deserved nothing but the finest accompaniment. The manager, having completed the transaction, respectfully presented a small gift. "Miss Wen, we will ensure the delivery and installation of the item by 4 o'clock this afternoon, so please rest assured." Wen Man smiled. "As you command, Miss Wen." When Wan gazed at those few simple words, her heart stirred gently. She realized that she indeed harbored some affection for Hua Xiaoting. She felt no shame in this revelation. It was entirely natural for women to be drawn to a man like him. Upon returning to her apartment, the installation team swiftly arrived to set up the curtains. And the result surpassed Wen Wan's expectations. Paired with the morning dew, it was truly breathtaking. Wen Man once again arranged fresh flowers in the vase, adorning it with exquisite lace delicately placed in its rightful spot. The entire apartment has undergone a remarkable transformation, exuding a softer ambience. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Wen Wan blushed slightly, questioning how the doorbell could have been rung without a key. Hua Xiaoting wrapped his arm around her slender waist, pressing her against the entrance cabinet. Chapter 91, Wen Wan, allow me to teach you, shall we? Hua Xiaoting leaned in to kiss her, his skillful technique rendering Wen Wan utterly captivated. As she clung to his neck, obediently surrendering to his affections. After a prolonged embrace, Hua Xiaoting teased her, "If Teacher Wen does not grant me passage, how might I enter?" A seemingly simple statement, yet he imbued it with an unmistakable air of intimacy. Wen Wan's cheeks flushed crimson. Yet she found it difficult to express her feelings. She embraced him and softly inquired, "What do you think?" Hua Xiaoting, having removed his coat, stepped inside to take a look around. He was somewhat astonished by Wen Wan's aesthetic choices. To him, they seemed to reflect a professional level of design. "Did you select this yourself? Do you like it?" In response, Hua Xiaoting lifted her effortlessly and strode directly towards the morning dew. Wen Wan found herself positioned atop the cool surface of the piano. Beneath her was the chilling steel of the instrument, while before her loomed the fervent form of a man. A sense of unease washed over her, for she had heard whispers of certain men who took pleasure in playing atop a piano. Hua Xiaoting tenderly caressed her face. "Like it, how could one not?" he murmured. "My little morning dew, play a melody for me." When one finally realized her misunderstanding, feeling a tinge of shame as she questioned herself. Could it be that she was more eager than Hua Xiaoting when it came to matters of the heart? Reluctant to admit this, she hastily concealed her thoughts. The sight of Wen Wan playing the piano is exquisite. Dressed in a flowing white gown that accentuates her slender waist and graceful figure, she appears particularly inviting for a man's embrace. Hua Xiaoting stands quietly behind her, watching. He leans down to kiss her. Wen Wan. Her cheeks flushed and heart racing, surrendered to the kiss that grew increasingly fervent, until her body was gently pressed against the piano. The morning dew emitted a soft, burdensome murmur. Wen Man gradually regained her senses. Leaning against his shoulder, she bit her lip and pleaded, "Not here, please." Hua Xiaoting gazed down at her, captivated by the depth of her emotions, his voice husky as he asked, "Do you not enjoy this place? Or is it my company you detest?" His dark eyes fixed upon her, his large hand resting gently on the back of her hand. "Allow me to teach you." Wen Wan's face felt as though it were ablaze, and soon after, she found herself in his embrace, being carried into the master bedroom. This evening, Hua Xiaoting exhibited an unusual tenderness, as if he possessed boundless patience, meticulously guiding her. Wen Wan experienced the utmost joy that a woman could ever know. And so it concluded. Wen Man, exhausted and unwilling to move, leaned against him for a moment of respite, her damp, tea-colored locks entwining with his robust physique, adding an air of intimacy. Hua Xiaoting reclined against the headboard, indulging in a cigarette. Wen Man found his smoking demeanor incredibly alluring. Hua Xiaoting gently lowered his gaze and said, "Accompany me to a dinner tomorrow evening. It is hosted by an elder, the Chinese musician Xiao Jingnian we visited last time." "Xiao Jingnian?" Wen Man propped herself up on the bed, gazing at Hua Xiaoting. "Do you know Xiao Jingnian?" Hua Xiaoting's dark eyes dimmed momentarily, before he feigned nonchalance. "Uncle Xiao is a lifelong friend of my father." "What, do you admire him?" Wen Wan refrained from speaking candidly, yet her gaze sparkled with clarity. Hua Xiaoting extinguished his cigarette and, in a swift motion, positioned himself atop her. That night, he showed her no mercy, indulging in her repeatedly with an almost beastly fervor. Wen Wan sensed that he had been deprived for an extended period, otherwise, he would not possess such fervent enthusiasm. As dawn broke, Hua Xiaoting roused Wen Wan from her slumber once more. Wen Man tilted her head to gaze upon his striking features, his jawline chiseled to perfection. And she felt a surge of emotion. Just as the passion reached its peak, a faint sound emanated from outside, likely indicating that the housekeeper had arrived to tend to the chores. Wen Wan, feeling bashful, was reluctant. She leaned against Hua Xiaoting's shoulder and whispered, "Don't. Auntie is coming." Chapter 92, Be good, let us not quarrel over trivial matters. Hua Xiaoting's gaze was profound. He leaned closer to her delicate ear. His voice husky and unrecognizable, "What if I grant Auntie a 6-month leave? Then the apartment would be just the two of us, and we could indulge whenever we wish." "Wen Wan, what do you think?" "Let us not make a fuss, we can do it tonight instead," Wen Wan coaxed him gently. Hua Xiaoting tenderly grasped her hand. Wen Man softly called out, leaning against his shoulder, and fell silent. Hua Xiaoting, having settled her, soon indulged in his own desires. Meanwhile, the housekeeper outside was quietly engaged in her chores when she suddenly detected some commotion from the master bedroom. Being an experienced woman, she quickly surmised what was occurring, and her old face flushed with embarrassment. After listening for a while, the housekeeper thought to herself that lawyer Hua must not have had a woman for many lifetimes, given the ruckus he was making. She hoped that Miss Wen, being so refined, would not be mistreated. Inside the bedroom, Hua Xiaoting, mindful of the working hours, found himself unable to fully enjoy the moment. He took a shower, changed into a fresh set of clothes, and while tying his tie, he walked over to the large bed. Having been preoccupied with passion all night, he nearly forgot something of great importance. Leaning down, he gently brushed Wen Man's cheek and said, "How about you pick out a few evening gowns during the day?" Wen Man knelt gracefully, obediently assisting him in fastening his tie. She was adorned solely in a men's shirt, one he had discarded the previous night. As she bent, she inadvertently revealed a captivating sight, and Hua Xiaoting, already inclined towards desire, found his gaze narrowing involuntarily. He gently grasped her, his breath becoming slightly unsteady. Wen Man's cheeks flushed as she allowed him to act as he pleased. She pondered for a moment before speaking. "Last time, I purchased a few dresses, they should suffice." Hua Xiaoting furrowed his brow, seemingly displeased. Yet, his tone remained gentle. I will have Secretary Zhang deliver them. At that moment, a myriad of emotions stirred within her. Refusing would be impolite, yet acquiescing felt equally troubling. However, she recognized that Hu Xiaoting did not need to constantly consider her feelings. She adjusted his tie, smoothing out the creases with delicate care. The air was thick with silence. Hu Xiaoting gently embraced her, asking, "Are you upset?" "It is merely a matter of having Secretary Zhang bring them over to spare you the trouble of choosing. If you are not pleased, you can invite Bai Wei to accompany you." Wen Man sensed the significance he attached to the banquet, and she was acutely aware that her choices would hardly captivate his interest. After some contemplation, a faint smile graced her lips. She would have Secretary Zhang handle it, for her taste was impeccable. Hu Xiaoting did not persist further. He gently caressed her face and coaxed softly, "Let us not quarrel over trivial matters, shall we?" Hu Xiaoting had assumed control. Whatever he desired was entirely justified. Just as when the ant had come earlier, she was reluctant to continue. Yet Hu Xiaoting's wishes compelled Wen Man to accompany him. If he were displeased, she would have to endure it. Wen Wan's emotions were complex. She felt a sense of grievance, yet she could not articulate this feeling. Their relationship had always been thus. Her presence was meant to bring him joy. How could she expect him to constantly indulge her? Hu Xiaoting recognized her genuine displeasure. Their interactions had been pleasant lately, and he derived great enjoyment from their time together. So he suppressed his own frustration and attempted to cheer her up. "This evening, I shall bring you a necklace, all right? It seems you used to wear one around your neck. Why haven't I seen it lately?" In truth, he could not recall the style of the necklace Wen Wan had once adorned, but their current discord prompted him to seek topics of conversation. Hu Xiaoting took a step back, and Wen Wan, sensing the shift, responded in kind. She did not tell him the truth, she merely replied ambiguously, "I accidentally lost it." Chapter 93, The Way Lawyer Hu Pampered Women. Wen Wan felt her cheeks flush from his flirtatious words. Gently caressing his handsome features with her fingertips, she whispered, "If you don't leave soon, you'll be late." Hu Xiaoting gazed at her. In truth, he was uncertain of himself, despite no longer being a callow youth. He found himself irresistibly drawn to utter words that rendered her flustered and bashful. In matters of romance, Wen Wan was akin to a blank canvas. And Hu Xiaoting took pleasure in shaping her into his envisioned ideal, deriving immense satisfaction from this endeavor. The housekeeper protested, "Mr. Hua, you've hired me to work. And since my tasks remain unfinished, how can I accept your payment without completing them?" Hu Xiaoting leisurely sipped his black coffee. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Let us do this, I'll have Secretary Zhang transfer 3 months' salary to you. During this period, you may rest at home. We shall discuss matters again after 3 months. His calm demeanor elicited a flush from the housekeeper. Earlier that morning, the noise made by Mr. Hua had been quite pronounced. She had faintly overheard much of it. Being a modest person, she had never imagined that men could make such sounds during intimate moments. The housekeeper dared not ponder further. She tidied up swiftly and took her leave. Before departing, she quietly advised, "Mr. Hua, please treat Miss Wen well. She is a good girl." Hu Xiaoting folded the newspaper at hand and smiled, "I shall." Wen Man had been worn out throughout the night, and she awoke only by noon, utterly exhausted. After a light meal, Secretary Zhang arrived with a team of individuals in tow. Among them were stylists, makeup artists, and several employees from luxury boutiques, each struggling with large suitcases, creating a scene that nearly startled Wen Man. Secretary Zhang, a seasoned professional, possessed a keen insight into people. Although her superior merely cohabited with Wen Man at this juncture, she sensed his profound affection for her, leading her to speculate that he might soon formalize their relationship. Thus, Secretary Zhang was particularly attentive to matters concerning Wen Man. She instructed the boutique employees to unveil all the gowns. They presented an array of contemporary ready-to-wear and haute couture pieces, amounting to 30 exquisite garments, each tailored to Wen Man's measurements. With a smile, Secretary Zhang conveyed, "Lawyer Ho wishes for you to select 5 pieces from both the ready-to-wear and haute couture collections for future occasions." She lowered her voice slightly, adding, "You will have ample opportunities to accompany Lawyer Hua to social engagements. These selections are merely the essentials, and we will also ensure the jewelry is coordinated subsequently." Wen Wan is a woman, what woman does not cherish beautiful garments? However, when she moved in, she never anticipated that being with Hu Xiaoting would entail social engagements. She had assumed her role was solely to satisfy his physical needs. Secretary Zhang advised her, noting that lawyer Hu possesses an extensive network, and she should not squander such a valuable resource. She addressed her as Wen Wan, adding, "As a woman, never be foolish. What you hold in your hands is of utmost importance." Although Wen Wan did not comprehend these matters, she was aware of Secretary Zhang's good intentions. She quietly expressed her gratitude and focused intently on selecting a dress. Accidentally glancing at the price tags, she was inwardly astonished. Ready-to-wear garments began at a minimum of 50 to 60,000, while the most expensive haute couture piece exceeded 2 million, and these gowns were typically worn only once. Wen Man, wishing to preserve Hu Xiaoting's dignity in the eyes of others, maintained her composure while selecting several garments that suited her, which collectively amounted to over 3 million. Such extravagance, spending money as if it were water. In Chapter 94, he was captivated by Wen Man's appearance. Secretary Zhang smiled, "Miss Wen has an excellent eye. I've noticed considerable changes here. No wonder lawyer Ho remarked early on that Miss Wen possesses both skill and taste." Her eloquence deftly dispelled any lingering frustration Wen Man had felt towards Hu Xiaoting, allowing her to accept these gifts of evening wear with newfound ease. Relaxing her demeanor, she permitted the stylist to transform her. This gathering bore a somewhat personal nature, thus requiring a less ostentatious approach. The stylist selected a deep-hued cocktail dress featuring delicate straps, which hugged her figure closely while the hem gracefully flared to reveal her long, fair legs. The stylist marveled, "Miss Wen, your physique is truly remarkable. And your skin is beyond reproach." She scrutinized the details. Wen Wan possesses a delicate visage, adorned with exquisite features and softly tinted chestnut hair. The stylist conversed with her, suggesting, "This gown is better suited for black hair. Allow me to craft a hairstyle for Miss Wen, should you find it appealing? You may visit my salon for a permanent transformation." Wen Man gently caressed her long hair, which was naturally colored. She yearned to experiment with other shades. The stylist worked swiftly, soon transforming her flowing locks into sleek perfection, followed by the application of a temporary dye and a touch-up. Once the entire look was complete, the makeup artist softly remarked, "You truly resemble the leading lady from the blue-on-white porcelain music video, though Miss Wen's complexion is even fairer and more luminous. And her legs are remarkably straighter." Others concurred, sharing the sentiment. Wen Wan was astonished by her own beauty. Could it be that this is the power of wealth? After seeing off the others, Secretary Zhang, concerned that she might smudge her makeup, took it upon himself to carefully hang the gown chosen by Wen Wan in a separate cabinet. She naturally remarked, "In a couple of days, I shall select a few sets of jewelry to complement the various gowns." Wen Wan did not decline, she understood that this was Secretary Zhang's duty. As Secretary Zhang departed, she cast a lingering glance at Wen Wan, who quietly pondered that recently, lawyer Hua had been arriving late to work, perhaps this would become a norm. With such a delightful person at home, who could bear to rise from bed? He intended to change his attire and take Wen Wan to the banquet. But upon seeing her, his gaze became entranced and immovable. The gown she had chosen was exquisite. He spoke in a hushed tone, gently unfastening the buttons of his shirt. Wen Wan handed over a black shirt. He was adorned in a black shirt paired with a light brown suit, a brown vest, and a dark brown tie. The tie clip was exquisitely crafted, embellished with jewels. Hu Xiaoting hesitated to accept it, his dark eyes tinged with a subtle hue of desire. His voice rendered hoarse and unrecognizable, "I'll change it later." Wen Wan remained oblivious, her body having already succumbed to his grasp. When Wan felt her body grow weak under his influence, she raised her arms to encircle his neck, softly murmuring, "We'll be late." However, Hu Xiaoting was relentless. He glanced at the time and became increasingly bold in his entanglement with her, burying his face in the crook of her neck, teasingly urging, "Just once." With that, he turned her body around and kissed her fervently. The dark green dress lay scattered across the floor, forming a graceful circle, while Wen Wan was cradled in his embrace, reveling in the moment within the cloakroom. And then, it was all over. Wen Man, exhausted to the point of reluctance to step outside, found herself being tenderly assisted by Hu Xiaoting, who meticulously arranged her gown. He then produced a delicate diamond chain from his pocket and gently fastened it around her slender neck. "Do you like it?" I selected it myself, he murmured, planting a kiss on her earlobe as they both gazed at their reflections in the mirror. Wen Wan gently caressed the exquisite diamond necklace. She could discern its lavishness and how perfectly it suited her, but most importantly, she appreciated the thoughtfulness behind it. At that moment, any lingering discord from the early hours dissipated entirely. She turned and wrapped her arms around his neck, planting a soft kiss on his chin. It's beautiful, I adore it. Huashouting chuckled softly. Chapter 95, Miss Wen, you remind me of a dear old friend as they entered the car. They were already on the brink of being late. The relentless passage of time. Perhaps sensing her thoughts, Huashouting halted at the red light ahead. He held her hand, delicately brushing his fingertips across her palm. What do you think? When Man was disinclined to speculate, she turned her flushed face towards the window, concealing her emotions. Huashouting gently brushed her delicate cheek and smiled, saying, I am not as chaotic as you imagine. There are no other women by my side. I am too occupied with work to indulge in frivolities. When Man felt her cheeks flush and her heart race, he truly was audacious. If he wasn't playing, then what had he been occupied with these past few days? Huashouting leaned closer to her ear and teasingly remarked, isn't it true that Teacher Wen also appears quite eager each time? We both know who enjoys the game more. Wen Wan was so naive. She could hardly withstand his demeanor, and in her anger, she chose to ignore him. Yet, despite her irritation, she maintained a facade of decorum at the banquet for the sake of Huashouting. Huashouting was a well-known and influential figure in B City. And upon entering the banquet hall, he was immediately surrounded by admirers showering him with compliments. They were particularly captivated by his companion. Having heard rumors of a woman cherished by Lawyer Hua, and they were curious to catch a glimpse of her. Upon seeing her, they were indeed struck by her beauty. Her gentle features exuding an allure that invited affection. While Huashouting engaged in pleasantries, Wen Wan gracefully linked her arm with his, wisely choosing not to intrude. Concerned that she might feel bored, he contemplated leading her to select some delicacies before finding a quiet place to sit. Brother, a soft, delicate voice called out. And Hua Mingju approached, her arm wrapped around Gu Changqing. Upon seeing Gu Changqing, Wen Wan's body tensed slightly. She had not anticipated encountering him in such a setting. Her physical reaction did not go unnoticed by Huashouting. He cast a sidelong glance at her before smiling lightly at his sister. I thought you wouldn't come. Hua Mingju leaned affectionately against Gu Changqing's shoulder, playfully pouting. It was Gu Changqing who wanted to meet Uncle Qiao, so I brought him along. As she toyed with her fiancé's shirt buttons, she teased, I never knew you held such reverence for art. Gu Changqing indulged her with a few compliments. Yet his gaze remained fixed on Wen Wan. Huashouting couldn't help but scoff. He was all too aware of Gu Changqing's intentions for being there merely to see Wen Wan. At times, he found himself admiring Gu Changqing's persistence, as he let go of a morsel he had clung to for 4 years. Now feigning deep sentiment as someone else took it away. What a foolish display! Fortunately, at that moment, Xiao Jingyan arrived, clad in a sleek black tailcoat, exuding youth and charm due to his impeccable grooming. Shouting, Mingju, Xiao Jingyan greeted cheerfully, lightly patting Huashouting on the shoulder. Huashouting nodded politely and introduced Wen Wan. This is my girlfriend, Wen Wan. She has admired Uncle Qiao since her childhood and insisted on attending today's banquet upon learning of your presence. Wen Man? Xiao Jingyan was momentarily taken aback. He regretted his earlier obsession with finding her. Yet, he had never been able to uncover any news of her. Even the Lu family in B City had no record of her whereabouts. Whispers circulated that she had been cast out by the Lu family due to an unwed pregnancy. Uncle Qiao? Huashouting's voice was slightly hoarse. As he spoke, a hint of sorrow flickered in his gaze. Chapter 96, Uncle Qiao, look at me. Wen Wan's heart softened, uncertain of how to console him. As Xiao Jingyan gazed upon her features, he was struck by their uncanny resemblance to someone from his memories. He shook his head, contemplating that his longing for Lu Xiaoman must have conjured this illusion. Being a public figure, he quickly regained his composure. Xiao Jingyan mused that Xiao Ting had finally found a girlfriend, who appeared to be quite a lovely girl. Uncle Qiao, you only have eyes for Wen Wan. Why not cast a glance my way? Hua Mingju pouted, exuding charm. Xiao Jingyan chuckled softly. He gently wrapped his arm around the young one, affectionately teasing. You already have a boyfriend, why do you still cling to Uncle Qiao like you did in your childhood? Huo Mingzhu, having grown up abroad, was quite audacious in front of Qiao Jingyan, akin to a little daughter. Upon hearing his words, she slightly pouted, declaring, even if I get married, I won't forget Uncle Qiao. Qiao Jingyan looked at her, his eyes filled with tenderness. Wen Wan quietly observed. She pondered that Qiao Jingyan must be quite fond of children, as he gazed at Huo Mingzhu as if she were his own. In the small reception room, Qiao Jingyan could no longer contain his emotions and eagerly inquired, Xiao Ting, have you made any progress on the matter I entrusted to you? Huo Xiaoting, after a meticulous investigation, shook his head gently, indicating there was still no news. Disappointment washed over Qiao Jingyan as he cautiously retrieved a delicate chain from his pocket, adorned with a pink diamond. With a pained whisper, he lamented. This was something she wore back then, it has been so many years, and I never expected to see it again. Huo Xiaoting accepted the chain, his brow slightly furrowing as a sense of familiarity washed over him. He felt as though he had encountered it before. Yet the memory eluded him, perhaps it belonged to a client? After contemplating for a moment, he returned the chain to Qiao Jingyan, assuring him, Uncle Qiao, rest assured, I will continue my investigation. Qiao Jingyan patted his shoulder, stating, I must consider the feelings of Qiaoan's mother, so I appreciate your assistance, Xiao Ting. Huo Xiaoting's handsome brow twitched slightly at the mention of that name. Observing his expression, Qiao Jingyan chose not to say more and instead engaged in casual conversation. Wen Wan waited for half an hour, yet Huo Xiaoting did not emerge. Being her first time attending such an event, she felt somewhat bored and decided to step out to the terrace for a breath of fresh air. The banquet hall was situated on the 68th floor, offering a splendid view of the nightscape. Wen Wan leaned against the railing, having indulged in a bit of wine, her profile exuding an enchanting softness in her gaze and brow. Gu Changqing stood at the entrance of the terrace. A sardonic thought crossing his mind, was it the mere thought of Huo Xiaoting that elicited such a tender expression from her? Perhaps it was the pang of unfulfilled desire that prompted her to utter those hurtful words. Congratulations on becoming young master Huo's nominal girlfriend. With Versace haute couture and countless jewels, Wen Wan, are you not elated now? As he spoke these scornful words, what he truly wished to convey was that he could provide her with all of this as well. Yet now, no matter how he tried, those words would not escape his lips. The fierce night wind blew. Wen Wan slowly turned her head, casting a glance that could topple a city. Gu Changqing felt a sudden pang in his heart, as if half of it had gone numb. Wen Wan lowered her gaze with a faint smile and remarked, Gu Changqing, what do you hope to gain from mocking me? The thrill of revenge? If so, feel free. Gu Changqing chuckled. But then a cruel expression crossed his face as he stepped closer to Wen Wan. When he was merely a foot away, he scoffed, have you forgotten so swiftly? Have you so easily accepted another man, sharing your bed with him? His words were brutally coarse, causing the corners of Wen Wan's eyes to redden. It seemed Gu Changqing had forgotten who had wronged whom and who bore the burden of betrayal. Yet, what could one expect from a person like him? How could he possibly comprehend the depth of Wen Wan's longing for a lifelong companion? Chapter 97, Huo Xiaoting's possessiveness. Wen Wan's eyes glistened with a hint of redness as she locked gazes with Gu Changqing under the veil of night. Their 4-year relationship had woven an intricate tapestry of emotions, entwined with both affection and resentment, regardless of the underlying sentiments. A barrier of glass separated them. Huo Xiaoting, clutching a glass of red wine, observed them with an impassive expression, a flicker of displeasure dancing in his eyes. He was not fond of the emotions flickering in Wen Wan's gaze. Perhaps she no longer harbored love for Gu Changqing, yet that man had indelibly marked her heart. A wave of self-deprecation washed over him as he acknowledged the strength of his possessiveness, a common flaw among men. Huo Mingzhu appeared at his side, her gaze fixed on the sight of Gu Changqing and Wen Wan together, suddenly overcome with unease. She murmured, brother, how could Gu Changqing and Wen Wan be together? Huo Xiaoting wished for his sister to remain oblivious to the truth. He scrutinized the couple, fabricating a lie. Forgotten? Last time, Gu Changqing refused to save Wen Wan. She resented him, and he likely does not favor her either. Huo Mingzhu accepted this explanation, yet her curiosity led her to inquire about another matter. Brother, isn't Wen Wan Jiang Rui's girlfriend? How did she become yours? Hua Xiaoting smiled lightly. I pursued her before Jiang Rui had the chance. Is there a problem? Hua Mingzhu regarded him with a hint of bewilderment, then teasingly remarked, Brother, you must find her quite attractive. Hua Xiaoting did not deny it. He pulled his sister closer, gently resting his chin atop her head, and chuckled, Did you not say she has a great figure, cooks deliciously, and is well-mannered? Is there anything else you wish to know? Hua Mingzhu expressed her disdain. Indeed, men were often creatures of base desires, and her admirable brother was no exception. Brother? How vulgar! She retorted, but then, with a hint of gossip, she asked, Are you two living together? Hua Xiaoting merely smiled faintly. Vulgar which man isn't? It would be rather hypocritical to restrain oneself in the presence of a woman one wishes to embrace. Suddenly, Hua Mingzhu recalled something serious and softly informed him. Mother has recently taken a liking to fortune-telling. She consulted a master who said that your fated partner belongs to the rabbit zodiac. The rabbit? Hua Xiaoting found himself inexplicably reminded that Wen Wan was indeed born in the year of the rabbit. What a coincidence! He maintained a composed facade as he gently tapped his sister's head. Do you really believe in such superstitions? Hua Mingzhu pondered and replied, That's true. The fortune-teller indicated she is compatible with someone born in the year of the sheep. Gu Changqing is not, so the prediction must be inaccurate. As the siblings conversed, Wen Wan, wishing to distance herself from Gu Changqing, turned away from the terrace, only to encounter the Hua siblings. Gu Changqing also turned, spotting Hua Xiaoting and Hua Mingzhu standing across from him. He felt a chill run down his spine as he wondered how Hua Xiaoting had managed to persuade his sister, who appeared unperturbed, even waving at him with a smile. Hua Mingzhu approached, wrapping her arms around his, sweetly stating, Gu Changqing, Wen Wan is now my brother's girlfriend. You should treat her well from now on. Gu Changqing gazed at her radiant face and then shifted his attention to Wen Wan, saying with a meaningful tone, Rest assured. I shall treat her well. Hua Mingzhu tiptoed to plant a kiss on his cheek, exclaiming, I knew you cared for me the most. Gu Changqing, behaving like a doting elder brother, made her exceedingly happy. She then chirped, Brother says Wen Wan's cooking is excellent, shall we go out for a late-night snack? She beseeched Wen Wan, Please, I cannot get used to the food here. Faced with that vibrant and endearing face, Wen Wan found it difficult to harbor any dislike. Yet, deep down, she acknowledged that her fondness for Hua Xiaoting had rendered her particularly lenient towards Hua Mingzhu. This realization filled her with embarrassment as she glanced at Hua Xiaoting. Hua Xiaoting caught her gaze, feeling a surge of anger. Was she truly so eager to spend time with Gu Changqing? Did she wish to bring him into their home? Hua Xiaoting fixed his gaze upon Gu Changqing. As a fellow man, Gu Changqing swiftly grasped his irritation and feigned politeness. Am I being too intrusive? Hua Xiaoting scoffed lightly, his arm gently encircling Wen Wan's waist. Certainly not. Wen Wan did not anticipate his agreement. When they were finally alone, she couldn't help but softly inquire, Are you certain? Hua Xiaoting gazed at her for a while and slowly replied, I assumed you were quite receptive to it. Weren't we having a delightful conversation just now? Wen Wan surmised that he must have misunderstood, which explained his sardonic demeanor. She chose not to elaborate. She was acutely aware of her past with Gu Changqing, and if their encounters in public were to cause him discomfort, there was little she could do. Nonetheless, she felt a tinge of grievance, her eyes slightly reddening at the corners. Xiao Jingyan happened to notice this and approached with a smile, remarking, Have the young couple had a quarrel? Xiaoting, as a man, you ought to be a little more accommodating towards the young lady. After all, she is cherished as a pearl in her parents' eyes, and there is no justification for her to feel wronged in your presence. He gave Hua Xiaoting a light pat on the shoulder, advising him to temper his temper. Hua Xiaoting held him in high regard and nodded in acknowledgement. Xiao Jingyan had other guests to attend to and departed, but not before casting a meaningful glance at Wen Wan, stating, There are not many who can provoke Xiaoting's ire. Wen Wan had once stumbled profoundly with Gu Changqing, long past the days of her submissive demeanor. She merely offered a faint smile. Xiao Jingyan held a certain admiration for her. This young lady possessed quite a spirit. He harbored a favorable impression of Wen Wan and, in a rare gesture, bestowed upon her 2 VIP tickets to a concert, adding, Do come by when you have the time to listen. Wen Man was somewhat taken aback. Clutching the ticket, She softly expressed her gratitude, the earlier displeasure dissipating entirely. Upon returning, she had just settled into the car. Hua Xiaoting, with both hands on the steering wheel, turned to glance at her radiant face, his voice slightly husky. "Are you this happy?" Wen Wan presented him with 2 tickets to the concert. Were they from Uncle Qiao? Hua Xiaoting was rather taken aback, for Qiao Jingyan was not typically one to engage in social interactions. However, today he seemed quite fond of Wen Wan, not only speaking on her behalf but also presenting her with tickets. Wen Man was aware that he was still displeased due to Gu Changqing, so she deliberately sought to appease him. While waiting for the traffic light to change, she rested her delicate chin on his shoulder and softly inquired, "Will you accompany me?" Hua Xiaoting turned his head, his gaze profound. "Do you wish for my company?" As Wen Man noticed a softening in his demeanor, she gently embraced his arm, saying, "Who else could I find besides you? Hua Xiaoting, please tell me." Her voice was tender and enchanting, yet imbued with a refreshing clarity. Hua Xiaoting swallowed hard, filled with regret. At that moment, he truly did not wish to be at odds with Gu Changqing, all he desired was to be with Wen Man. The green light illuminated the road ahead. Hua Xiaoting started the engine, activating the car's sound system to play a beautifully romantic melody. Occasionally, he would gently grasp her hand. Wen Man speculated that he was upset, and involuntarily softened, leaning gently against the genuine leather chair, her gaze fixed upon his handsome profile, her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush. Chapter 99, Just a Kiss. Upon arriving at the apartment, Hua Xiaoting removed his coat and casually tossed it onto the sofa. Wen Wan softly remarked, "I will go change into another outfit." Hua Xiaoting cast a deep glance at her, remaining silent, and gestured for Hua Mingzhu and Gu Changqing to take a seat. However, Hua Mingzhu tugged at Gu Changqing, exploring the surroundings. Her fingers glided over the Louis XIV piano, exclaiming, "Brother, you are truly extravagant, this piano must have been air-freighted, right? Moreover, the apartment is utterly transformed from before." Hua Xiaoting retrieved a bottle of red wine and 4 glasses from the wine cabinet, pouring leisurely while casting a half-smile at Gu Changqing, remarking, "It's all thanks to Wen Wan. When a woman stays at home with little to do, she enjoys creating a stir." Hua Mingzhu expressed her envy. "Brother is really good to Wen Wan." Gu Changqing, however, felt somewhat ill at ease. He had come over in a moment of bravado, but upon stepping into the apartment, he felt an overwhelming discomfort. The air was saturated with traces of Wen Wan's life, incessantly reminding him that the woman who had once loved him for 4 years was now cohabiting with another man. He lifted his glass, gulping down its contents. Hua Xiaoting gently swirled the wine in his glass, in an exceptionally good mood. Just then, Wen Wan emerged in a new set of loungewear, a soft fabric in a pale pink hue. Preparing to cook, she tied her hair into a ponytail, revealing a delicate, fair neck that was particularly alluring. Hua Xiaoting observed her for quite some time before adopting a host's demeanor, saying, "Just make something simple, don't heed Mingzhu's words, she is on a diet. And no matter how much you make, she will only take a couple of bites." Due to the incident of the kidnapping, Hua Mingzhu felt a lingering sense of guilt towards Wen Wan. She eagerly added, "Wen Wan, I assure you I will eat everything you prepare." With a gentle smile, Wen Man ventured into the kitchen. Hua Xiaoting set down his cup and followed closely behind. He shut the door, finding Wen Man rummaging through the refrigerator for ingredients, and pressed her against it. "What's the matter?" Wen Man inquired softly. Hua Xiaoting looked down at her from his height, and suddenly lowered his head to her neck. His voice a husky murmur, "Without makeup and dressed like this, you appear quite youthful." The warmth of his breath brushed against her skin, causing a slight tingling sensation. She gently pushed against his shoulder, saying, "There are guests outside, you should keep them company." Hua Xiaoting playfully nibbled at the tip of her nose. "What guests? They are clearly rivals." Wen Man found herself ensnared by him, leaving her with no choice but to embrace his neck and rise on her toes to kiss the corner of his mouth. Just a gentle kiss. Hua Xiaoting was remarkably handsome, and she effortlessly felt a spark. Wen Man's face was flushed with a rosy hue. In the confines of the car, Hua Xiaoting found himself utterly captivated. With the delicate warmth of her presence enveloping him, he could scarcely contain himself. He tightened his grip around her slender waist and, in a husky whisper, coaxed her for a few more kisses. With a swift motion, he lifted her onto the countertop, holding her head gently as their lips met. Hua Xiaoting was overwhelmed with desire, shifting angles in their embrace, yet it always felt insufficient. In that moment, he harbored a profound disdain for the engaged couple in the living room. Wen Wan, still retaining a semblance of composure, blushed as she said, "You've been inside for quite some time now, it's time for you to leave." Hua Xiaoting regarded her with a gaze that bore the hallmark of a seasoned man's flirtation. He inquired, "How am I supposed to exit in this condition, Wen Wan? Please enlighten me." Wen Man blushed and softly murmured, "Just say you're going to take a shower. Walk faster, and you won't be seen." Hua Xiaoting wore a smile that was both teasing and enigmatic. "Are you truly willing to put me through such humiliation?" Wen Wan was reluctant, she could see his deep yearning. Just as she was about to comfort him, the kitchen door swung open, revealing Gu Changqing. Upon his entrance, Wen Wan and Hua Xiaoting were still locked in an embrace, with Wen Wan wearing a face full of emotional surrender, while Hua Xiaoting was equally affected. Chapter 100. Gu Changqing, elder brother and sister-in-law are truly affectionate. This was the first time Gu Changqing had witnessed such a scene. His blood seemed to freeze in his veins as he beheld the woman who should have been his, kissing another man in the kitchen with such urgency. Had there not been guests in the house, they might have indulged in an impromptu rendezvous right then and there. Gu Changqing's heart felt like a frozen winter. Yet his facade radiated warmth. Elder brother and sister-in-law are indeed very loving. I came to fetch a bottle of ice water. He retrieved 2 bottles of ice water from the refrigerator, giving them a gentle shake. The atmosphere was decidedly delicate. Hua Xiaoting, with his thick skin, no longer felt the concerns he had moments ago. He released Wen Wan, casually straightening his clothes in front of Gu Changqing, particularly smoothing out his belt and pants with meticulous care, and then, with an apologetic smile, said, "Changqing, I shall take a shower first. Feel free to make yourself at home." With that, he generously left them alone together. Wen Man was aware that he was being deliberate. Once he departed, she had no desire to engage in conversation with Gu Changqing and silently began preparing the meal. The refrigerator door was firmly shut. Gu Changqing bent down, gazing intently at Wen Man, drawing very close to her. Wen Wan took a step back. He scoffed and said, "Wen Wan, there is no need for you to fear me. In the future, we must all coexist harmoniously as a family, mustn't we? I have noticed how attentive he is towards you." After speaking, he slammed the refrigerator door shut and strode out. Wen Man sensed that he had been experiencing some dissatisfaction lately, and thus vented his frustrations on her, which she found rather pointless. What did he do? Wen Man grasped his hand, attempting to push him away. Yet, he insisted on holding her close, undoubtedly taking advantage of the situation. Wen Man felt a warmth on her cheeks and softly replied, "I prepared pasta for them and also seared 2 portions of foie gras." Hua Xiaoting kissed the tender flesh behind her ear and, in a hushed voice, inquired, "What about mine?" Wen Man tilted her face slightly, resting against his shoulder as she softly spoke, "Your stomach isn't well, I've warmed up some fish dumplings for you, along with a serving of jelly and cold noodles." Hua Xiaoting gazed at her, and after a moment, he gently pressed his lips against hers. In that instant, Wen Man felt a profound sense of happiness. Coming from a middle-class family, she had never harbored grand ambitions. All she desired was a respectable career and a perfect family. Although she knew she shouldn't dwell on it, she truly cherished living alongside Hua Xiaoting. As they enjoyed their late-night snack, Hua Mingzhu could not stop praising the food. Not only did she finish her portion, but she also snatched Hua Xiaoting's cold noodles, her cheeks puffed up with delight as she exclaimed, "Wen Man, I'll definitely come again next time." Wen Man smiled faintly. Her relationship with Hua Xiaoting left her without the position to prevent Hua Mingzhu from approaching. Instead, Hua Xiaoting cast a glance at his sister, remarking, "If you keep eating like this, who will marry you when you get fat?" Hua Mingzhu leaned against Gu Changqing's shoulder, playfully cooing, "I have Gu Changqing." Gu Changqing could not help but look towards Wen Man. Wen Wan did not avert her gaze out of discomfort or fear, rather, she found it unnecessary. Hua Xiaoting, seemingly oblivious to the subtle tension in the air, reclined on the sofa, taking hold of one of Wen Wan's hands and playfully toying with it. Meanwhile, he maintained a charming smile as he engaged Gu Changqing in a discussion about stocks, market trends, and offered some advice. Wen Wan holds deep admiration for him, as she knows she can never achieve the same. Ultimately, Gu Chongqing could no longer endure and decided to take his leave. Ahead, Gu Chongqing quickened his pace. Hua Xiaoting, with his hands tucked into his pockets, observed his silhouette, a faint smile curving at the corners of his lips. Chapter 101, Her affection extends to all associated. When Man had just finished her bath, instead of donning her pajamas, she chose to wear one of his black shirts. Loose-fitting and complemented by her flowing black hair. The effect was nothing short of stunning. She knelt by the bed, applying a lotion to her body, her movements accentuating her alluring curves. Hua Xiaoting embraced her from behind, gently taking the lotion from her hands, replacing her touch with his own. When Man gently leaned against him and inquired softly, "Have you left?" Hua Xiaoting responded with a low hum. He tenderly brushed aside her long hair, attending to the delicate skin of her neck, and then quietly asked, "The hair color is temporary, isn't it? Why hasn't it washed away?" Wen Wan blushed. She softly remarked, "I find you quite appealing, I shall wash it again tomorrow." Hua Xiaoting chuckled lightly. He meticulously completed her grooming, then gently laid her back, admiring her enchanting visage. Her flowing black hair blended seamlessly with the sheets. Her delicate face resembling a picturesque painting, and those tender legs were utterly captivating. When Man embraced him, her eyes shining with extraordinary brilliance. By the time he was satiated, it was already past 2 in the morning. When Man nestled in Hua Xiaoting's embrace, lulled by the pleasant scent of his presence, on the verge of slumber. However, a sudden thought crossed her mind, prompting her to softly inquire, "What if Mingzhu retrieves my phone number and decides to come again?" Hua Xiaoting, resting with his eyes closed, responded in a calm voice, "If she wishes to come, then let her come." Wen Wan raised an arm, delicately extending her slender, pale fingers to trace along his prominent nose. After a moment of hesitation, she finally inquired, "Hua Xiaoting, should I tell Mingzhu about my past with?" Hua Xiaoting narrowed his elongated eyes into a slight slit, fixating on her as he asked, "Are you referring to your history with Gu Chongqing?" When Man felt somewhat anxious, unable to articulate her thoughts. Hua Xiaoting closed his eyes once more, drew her body down into his embrace, and gently nuzzled her hair before saying, "There is no need for that." Wen Wan mulled over these words repeatedly, yet failed to grasp their meaning. Subsequently, Hua Mingzhu visited 2 more times. Fortunately, she did not bring Gu Chongqing along, but came by herself to partake in the late-night snacks. Hua Mingzhu, though pampered, possessed a rather innocent disposition. She would even gift Wen Wan small trinkets, claiming they would enhance the couple's affection. When Man was caught in a mix of laughter and tears. "How did you come to know this?" Wen Wan took the coat from his hands and hung it up for him. Hua Xiaoting pinched her cheek, remarking, "What a scent of fried food. You usually do not indulge in such fare." Wen Wan preferred light cuisine, her skin exceptionally delicate, and Hua Xiaoting found this habit quite commendable. When Man embraced his neck and took the initiative to kiss him. At the vigorous age of Hua Xiaoting, especially considering that they had just truly come together, it was almost a nightly ritual for them. When Man took the initiative, he mistakenly believed that she desired him. He embraced her, their lips colliding in a clumsy kiss, teetering on the brink of intimacy in the entrance hall. When Man kissed him for a moment and softly said against his prominent nose, "I had some today too. It was quite delicious. Mingzhu brought over an air fryer." Hua Xiaoting was rather taken aback. He had not anticipated that Wen Man would bond with Mingzhu, and even be influenced by her. He lazily gave her a light pat. "What is there that cannot be learned? Just follow the example of this lazy girl." When Man hesitantly remarked, "I see nothing wrong with it." Hua Xiaoting gazed at her for a long while before leaning in to whisper, "It seems you have quite an affection for Mingzhu." Teacher 1. Would you say this is a case of loving the house and its crow? Chapter 102, I'm sorry, but I cannot accompany you tonight. Wen Wan's cheeks flushed. "I do not like you." She softly huffed, and then proceeded to tidy up the remnants of the dinner table. However, Hua Xiaoting loosened his tie and rolled up his sleeves. "Don't clean up, I shall eat this instead." His demeanor was unusually agreeable tonight, prompting Wen Wan to take the initiative to fry a few pieces of chicken wings and prepare some snacks for him, even opening a bottle of red wine. Hua Xiaoting, unaccustomed to such delicacies, surprisingly found them quite delightful. He took a sip of the red wine, letting the velvety aroma dance upon his palate. In matters of romance, Wen Wan was quite proactive. She embraced him from behind, leaning in to kiss him tenderly, their lips entwined for what felt like an eternity. Unable to resist, Hua Xiaoting pulled her onto his lap, causing half a glass of red wine to spill onto the floor, but neither of them cared. Wen Man never imagined she would possess such a side to her character, boldly displaying affection with a man in a restaurant. When Hua Xiaoting, with eyes ablaze, sought her confirmation, she hesitated slightly. Hua Xiaoting gently coaxed her, assuring her that there were no outsiders at home and that it was perfectly normal for such an intimate moment to unfold in the living room. Wen Wan felt her cheeks flush and her heart race. She perceived herself as having fallen from grace. Hua Xiaoting gently called her name, Wen Wan. Wen Man gently rested her head upon his shoulder, her slender arms softly encircling his waist. In the aftermath, she felt she had indulged herself too much. Particularly upon awakening in the early morning, her body aching. On the bedside, there lay a white rose, which she knew had been plucked by Hua Xiaoting during his morning run, still adorned with dew. Wen Wan holds a deep fondness. Wen Wan gently caressed the pristine white pillow, pondering to herself, which woman could possibly resist a lover like Hua Xiaoting? At this moment, she was acutely aware that this was not a favorable situation, yet she found herself unwilling to change. Wen Wan lay down for a while before rising to freshen up and tidy her home. Outside, the dining area was impeccably clean. Yet on the living room sofa lay a tangle of garments belonging to a man and a woman. Wen Wan surmised that Hua Xiaoting had done this deliberately. She methodically arranged everything. At noon, she sent a WeChat message to Hua Xiaoting, reminding him not to forget Xiao Jingyan's concert that evening. He expressed his apologies to Wen Wan, explaining that he had a case to discuss with a client that night and might not be able to accompany her. Wen Man felt a tinge of disappointment. Hua Xiaoting gently reassured her, "You have a good relationship with Bai Wei, why not invite her to listen?" Bai Wei? Wen Wan let out a soft sigh. Bai Wei had been in Hong Kong these past few days, entirely absent from the mainland. After pondering for a considerable time upon hanging up the phone, she resolved to invite Jiang Sheng to attend. Jiang Sheng possessed a notable talent for playing the piano and was her sole student. So extending an invitation for her to listen to Xiao Jingyan's concert would not be a misuse of the VIP ticket. Wen Wan dialed a phone call to Jiang Sheng. Although Jiang Sheng was young, she held an immense admiration for Xiao Jingyan, which made her leap with joy. "Thank you, Teacher Wan." Wen Wan gently instructed Jiang Sheng to wear a dress. Jiang Sheng, though petite, possessed a clever wit. "I understand, this is a matter of etiquette." Wen Wan smiled gently. Her mood considerably lifted. She chose a floral long dress, accentuated by a slender coffee-colored belt that complemented her hair color in a beautifully romantic manner. She hailed a cab to fetch Jiang Sheng. Coincidentally, lawyer Jiang Ming was at home and greeted Wen Wan warmly, saying, "Wen Wan has arrived. Jiang Sheng has been waiting for you for quite some time," positively elated. Jiang Ming personally brewed a cup of coffee for her, smiling, "With you around, I have nothing to worry about. The driver will take you both over shortly." Wen Man did not decline his kindness. Jiang Sheng skipped down the stairs enthusiastically, calling out, "Teacher Wan." Following her was Zhang Rui, who descended slowly, his eyes, subtly tinged with the allure of peach blossoms, fixed on Wen Man. With a casual tone, he remarked, "Dad, I'll take them over." Jiang Ming chuckled warmly, "That works. You can accompany them." Chapter 103, Is Wen Man the daughter of Xiao Jingyan? Wen Wan felt uneasy. Yet she found it difficult to refuse in the presence of lawyer Jiang. Zhang Rui cast a glance at Jiang Sheng, who promptly took Wen Wan's hand and exclaimed, "The new car my brother purchased is truly impressive. How could Wen Wan possibly refuse the little girl?" As she settled into the car, she turned to Zhang Rui and said, "I appreciate your help tonight." Zhang Rui, while adjusting his hair in the rearview mirror, stole a glance at Wen Wan and chuckled at her words. "Have we been apart for only a few days, Wen Wan? And you're already treating me like a stranger?" Wen Man offered a faint smile, choosing not to utter another word. Zhang Rui swallowed hard twice, exhaling softly as he started the engine. On the road, he spoke little, a stark contrast to his previous demeanor. Wen Wan believed that he found it difficult to speak due to her relationship with Hua Xiaoting. However, she remained oblivious to the fact that when Gu Changqing had cornered her, it was Zhang Rui who had encouraged Hua Mingzhu to call Hua Xiaoting. He had painted a harrowing picture of the Wen family, and being rather naive, Wen Mingzhu had unwittingly divulged this gossip to Hu Xiaoting. Thus, the current predicament came to be. Wen Jiaping is at peace, and Wen Man is now with Hu Xiaoting. Jiang Rui is uncertain if he has ever felt regret. Yet upon encountering Wen Man, emotions stir within him. She is someone he has cherished for a long time. How could he bear to see her in discomfort or distress? Wen Man let out a sigh of relief. She still owed Jiang Rui a favor and truly did not wish for their relationship to become strained. She took Jiang Shang's hand and said, "All right, I will treat her to a delightful meal." Jiang Rui blew them a kiss, winking playfully, "Teacher 1. You look exceptionally beautiful today." Wen Man's face flushed a delicate shade of crimson. Jiang Rui truly is. Upon entering, Jiang Shang quietly remarked, "My brother has recently started dating a girl." She gestured with her petite hand, indicating that the young woman possessed an exceptionally alluring figure. Wen Wan gently ruffled her fluffy head, finding her adorable. Xiao Jingyan was performing only 2 shows in City B. The Grand Theater was filled to capacity. And it was rumored that the best VIP tickets had skyrocketed to 150,000 each. After experiencing the performance, Wen Wan felt that Xiao Jingyan was indeed worth it. She admired him deeply. At the last banquet, there had been little opportunity for conversation, and this time was no different. As soon as the concert concluded, Xiao Jingyan was besieged by reporters, inquiring about his upcoming schedule and personal life. When questions about his romantic life arose, Xiao Jingyan suddenly spotted Wen Wan in the audience. The young girl was gazing at him with evident admiration in her eyes. He was momentarily taken aback. Her appearance bore a striking resemblance to that of Lu Xiaoman from years past, who had once sat in his dilapidated rental apartment, gazing at him with similar reverence. Ah! Xiao Jingyan's daughter? At that moment, Wen Wan's face was prominently displayed on the LCD screen, and the crowd buzzed with excitement. For the young girl indeed bore a resemblance to Xiao Jingyan, especially in her eyes. Moreover, she occupied the most coveted VIP seat in the hall. Such a misunderstanding caught him off guard. Having weathered numerous storms in the entertainment industry, Xiao Jingyan understood that failing to clarify the situation would only bring trouble to Wen Wan. Thus, he personally invited her to the stage. Holding the microphone, Xiao Jingyan gazed at Wen Wan with warmth and affection as he explained, "This young lady is indeed someone I know, a familiar junior. If possible, I would gladly regard her as a daughter." He exuded grace and elegance, his demeanor charming and refined. Wen Man found it difficult not to develop a fondness. Within her heart lingered a sense of regret, for in this lifetime, she may never uncover the identity of her biological father. Chapter 104, An Unexpected Encounter with Hu Xiaoting, the Cauldron of Jealousy Overturned. Exiting the concert hall, Wen Man still carried a subtle sense of regret. Jiang Sheng gently tugged at her hand, "Teacher 1, I am hungry." Wen Wan was aware of a delightful Italian restaurant just across the street. So she took Jiang Sheng there. At merely 14 years of age, Jiang Sheng seldom had such opportunities, and she was particularly elated. Wen Wan led her over. But upon entering the restaurant, she unexpectedly encountered her bedfellow, Hu Xiaoting, who had claimed to be working late. He was dining with a mature and elegant woman. Wen Wan recognized this lady. She had seen her at the restaurant where she played the piano, and Hu Xiaoting had also been dining with her then. Their relationship. Wen Man could not help but ponder deeply. Hu Xiaoting mentioned he was working late tonight, and it turned out to be this kind of overtime. On the dining table, several documents lay neatly arranged, neglected in the corner. At that moment, Hu Xiaoting held a glass of brandy, a charming smile gracing his lips, his demeanor exuding delight. The woman, too, mirrored this sentiment. Her voice was infused with a gentle allure as she said, "Xiaoting, I look forward to our next collaboration." Hu Xiaoting subtly furrowed his brow. The woman was the widow of a wealthy Hong Kong businessman, whose sudden demise left behind a fortune of billions. Hu Xiaoting had represented her in this legal battle. Their relationship was far from one where she could address him as shouting. Just as Hu Xiaoting was about to speak, he caught sight of Wen Man. Wen Man was seated beside a young child, whom she recognized as Jiang Ming's little daughter, Jiang Shang. Wen Man and Jiang Shang attended the concert, perhaps lost in thought. The woman lightly urged him, "Xiaoting?" Hu Xiaoting nodded discreetly, "Just a moment." He rose and approached Wen Wan's table, seating himself beside her, and in a hushed tone inquired, "What brings you here for dinner?" Wen Wan perused the menu and softly remarked, "I do not wish to indulge in fried chicken today, I yearn for a change of palate." Such words bore an undertone of acidity. Shouting gently tapped the table, offering a subdued explanation, "It is a client." Wen Wan cast a glance in that direction. And the woman was also squinting her eyes, scrutinizing her, clearly perceiving her as a rival in love. Wen Wan is not foolish. Upon hearing the woman address him as Xiaoting, she surmises that beyond their professional relationship, the woman harbors certain intentions, which must be tacitly accepted by Xiaoting. Otherwise, their conversation would not have ventured into such personal territory. Xiaoting obstructs her view of the menu, a rare display of public discourtesy on his part. Wen Wan exhibited remarkable restraint as she softly uttered, "Don't frighten the child." Xiaoting glanced at Jiang Shang, who was wide-eyed in his direction, rendering Xiaoting momentarily speechless. He cast a lingering look at Wen Wan, who calmly perused the menu with an air of nonchalance. The beautiful widow, her eyes glistening with emotion, inquired with a hint of awkwardness, "Xiaoting, is this your friend?" Xiaoting took a small sip of brandy, his expression unflinching as he replied, "This is my wife and my daughter." The widow was taken aback. Not yet 30, possessed both a wife and a daughter? The ages did not align. Xiaoting, wishing to avoid entanglement, swiftly rebuffed the woman's advances. Had it not been for his fortuitous encounter with Wen Wan, he mused that he would have handled the situation with more subtlety, especially considering the commission at stake was a staggering 12 billion. The widow, proud in her own right, sensed Xiaoting's disinterest. She took the initiative to conclude the meal, bidding farewell as she departed. Xiaoting escorted her to her car, extending his hand for a handshake. "Ms. Chu, farewell." The woman, leaning against the car door, wore a somewhat melancholic expression as she remarked, "It's a pity that a lawyer of your age is already married." Xiaoting offered a slight smile, graciously holding the car door for her. With no choice but to enter the vehicle, the door swung open, and Jiang Rui jumped out. Chapter 105, Xiaoting, you don't want her, but I do. Xiaoting regarded Jiang Rui, then recalled the individuals in the restaurant, suddenly comprehending the situation. Jiang Rui was still thinking about Wen Wan. He lowered his gaze to light a cigarette, here to pick up Jiang Shang? Jiang Rui chuckled softly, having witnessed the earlier exchange. Xiaoting frowned. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Despite being only a few years his junior, Jiang Rui dared to jest lightly, given Xiaoting's established status. Jiang Rui cast a glance into the restaurant, choosing silence as he quietly smoked. Once he finished a cigarette, he spoke softly, "Xiaoting, I'm serious. If you do not truly desire Wen Wan, let her be with me." Xiaoting's fingers, holding the cigarette, trembled slightly. The city's vibrant neon lights reflected off Jiang Rui's youthful visage, illuminating his face in a flickering glow as he asserted with an unexpected gravity, "I want her." After speaking, Jiang Rui swallowed hard, not daring to meet Xiaoting's gaze as he strode back into the restaurant. Xiaoting remained stationary, finishing his cigarette with a cold chuckle. This young man! How audacious! Upon re-entering the restaurant, he found Jiang Rui seated beside Jiang Shang. Observing her as she conversed with Wen Wan, his eyes betraying his affection, Xiaoting, though only sharing a physical connection with Wen Wan, felt a twinge of discomfort at the sight of another man coveting her. He settled beside Wen Wan, and as he did, she sensed a warm breath against her ear. A delightful blend of aftershave and tobacco. "Would you like to eat something else?" Xiaoting inquired gently. With Jiang Rui present, there was a hint of deliberate intent in his demeanor. Wen Wan is not foolish, she is acutely aware of his intentions. Jiang Rui has aided her and is her friend, she has no desire to embarrass him in public, nor does she wish to provide others with a spectacle. She dabbed her lips with a napkin and gently stroked Jiang Shang's small head. Jiang Shang, innocent to the complexities of the adult world, sweetly replied, "Teacher 1. Please come early. I will practice the piano diligently." Wen Wan once again expressed her gratitude to Jiang Rui. Jiang Rui, appearing nonchalant and carefree, replied, "Please. Do not mention it, as long as Jiang Shang is happy." He gently patted Jiang Shang's little head. There, on top, lingered the warmth from Wen Wan's fingertips. And Jiang Rui squinted slightly, feeling an almost perverse enjoyment. Hua Xiaoting cast a glance at him, then rose to retrieve his coat and proceeded to settle the bill on his own. Wen Wan did not compete with him, granting him ample respect. Once seated in the car, Hua Xiaoting placed his hands on the steering wheel and casually inquired, "How did you end up attending the concert with Jiang Shang? What is there to discuss with a child?" When Wan discerned his implication, it was merely a desire to prevent her from associating with Jiang Rui. Indeed, Hua Xiaoting had bestowed upon her immense kindness, and it was only fitting that she repay him. However, if the price of her affection for him meant wounding the heart of a friend, then Wen Wan would not acquiesce. Her voice was barely above a whisper, "Hua Xiaoting, you may dine with female clients, and thus I too may share a meal with my students, especially since Jiang Rui is the brother of Jiang Shang." This was the first time Hua Xiaoting experienced her temper, and for a moment, he was taken aback. Wen Wan's heart was heavy with sorrow. After entering into a relationship with Hua Xiaoting, he treated her with such kindness that she began to forget the nature of their agreement. Although she could comprehend his need to work late, she was acutely aware that this evening's overtime could have easily been scheduled for another time. His last-minute cancellation felt like a stark reminder of her inconsequentiality in his life. She was merely a woman he turned to for companionship in bed. Nothing more, nothing less. A seemingly trivial incident jolted Wen Wan into clarity. Only now did she realize that when she had asked him whether he intended to inform Hua Mingzhu about her past with Gu Changqing, Hua Xiaoting had casually dismissed it as unnecessary. Indeed, it was unnecessary. When Man was quite impressed with herself, from beginning to end, she maintained her composure. Hua Xiaoting listened quietly until she finished. Wen Wan's words resonated deeply, and he found himself in agreement, yet an overwhelming discomfort lingered within him. After a prolonged silence, Hua Xiaoting spoke softly, acknowledging, "Fine. I have overstepped my bounds." He gently pressed the accelerator, igniting the car's engine. The atmosphere within the vehicle became eerily silent, as neither party seemed inclined to break the stillness. Upon returning to the apartment, Hua Xiaoting retreated to his study. In truth, he had no official matters to attend to. He merely sought solitude in that space. As he settled into the quiet, his mind was consumed by the echo of Jiang Rui's two declarations, "Brother Xiaoting, I am serious. If you do not genuinely desire Wen Wan, then let her be with me. I want her." Indeed, Hua Xiaoting harbored a fondness for Wen Wan. Yet he had never contemplated a future with her. At the age of 28, if he wished to marry, given his circumstances, he could have already established a family. The thought of a potential separation from Wen Wan gnawed at him. Would she accept Jiang Rui? This possibility left Hua Xiaoting in a state of profound discomfort. Yet he found himself at a loss for an outlet. Wen Wan has already fallen asleep, leaving a small nightlight aglow, casting a gentle, hazy light. Hua Xiaoting, devoid of the inclination to bathe, simply reclines beside her. Wen Wan lay on her side, unresponsive. Yet he was aware that she was not asleep. So he embraced her from behind, kissing the delicate skin behind her ear to tantalize her. Typically, Wen Wan would easily succumb to her emotions, but at this moment, she felt nothing. She did not resist, in fact, she turned her body to allow him to take the lead. She fulfilled her obligation to satisfy him. Hua Xiaoting had demands that surpassed those of the average man, and after being with Wen Wan, he required such intimacy almost every night. Although they had experienced some unpleasantness that evening, it did not hinder their connection. However, as his desires surged, he noticed that Wen Wan seemed distant. Her face was buried in the pillow, lost in thought, appearing somewhat absent-minded. What occupied her mind? Hua Xiaoting held her slender shoulders, kissing her softly while quietly inquiring, a hint of dissatisfaction evident in his tone. When Man opened her hazy eyes. After a moment of contemplation, she softly remarked, "I am pondering what to prepare for breakfast tomorrow morning." Hua Xiaoting's gaze deepened as he fixed his eyes upon her for a considerable while. Suddenly, he rolled over beside her, paused momentarily, and then rose to head towards the bathroom, saying, "Just whip up something. Do as you see fit." Wen Wan gently adjusted her nightgown. After a while, the sound of running water emanated from the bathroom. It was Hua Xiaoting taking a shower. He emerged about 20 minutes later, his body enveloped in a cool, damp mist. As the nightlight was extinguished, Wen Wan softly closed her eyes in the darkness. She was aware that he would not embrace her again that night, which was quite agreeable, as it simplified matters. just as she began to drift into a deep slumber. Hua Xiaoting leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Wen Wan, my interference in your relationship with Jiang Rui is indeed crossing a line. And your sulking with me is also a transgression." When Man opened her eyes, her expression devoid of emotion as she softly inquired, "Do you still desire it?" Chapter 106, Does their behavior constitute a Cold War? Hua Xiaoting speculated that she was genuinely upset. He leaned closer to her ear and whispered, "Just an inconsequential person. Is it worth creating such a fuss with someone like me?" It was late, and when Man did not wish to engage in further turmoil with him. Her demeanor softened as she gently embraced his waist, murmuring, "I trust you." Subsequently, she closed her eyes to rest, her breathing gradually becoming steady. Hua Xiaoting found himself unable to sleep. Bathed in the moonlight, he gazed at her delicate face, gently grinding his teeth. Wen Wan has truly fallen asleep. After their somewhat significant conflict, she appears disinclined to communicate with him or resolve the issue at hand. Hua Xiaoting, not one to possess a particularly amiable temperament, reciprocates her coldness, choosing not to indulge her whims any further. As dawn breaks, he awakens to find the space beside him empty. Wen Wan is not in bed. Outside, the faint sounds of household chores can be heard. There should be no place for quarrels between them. Once Hua Xiaoting comes to this realization, he releases his lingering thoughts. Rising to wash up and donning formal attire, a light gray shirt and black trousers, complemented by a business overcoat. As he fastens his watch, he steps outside to find Wen Wan setting the dining table. The morning light bathes her in a gentle glow, rendering her presence particularly soft and inviting. Yet, Hua Xiaoting recalls the fiery temperament Wen Wan displayed the previous night. A little rabbit, when provoked, can indeed bite. He takes a seat, sipping coffee while perusing the morning newspaper. Wen Wan prepared a Western-style breakfast for him, consisting of an egg sandwich. As Hua Xiaoting took a bite, he found the flavor to be more delectable than those from outside. He gazed at it intently. Wen Wan sat beside him and, noticing his gaze fixed upon the sandwich, gently inquired, "Is it not to your liking?" Hua Xiaoting turned to her, and after a moment's pause, he smiled and replied, "It's quite good." Wen Wan said nothing, leisurely sipping her milk. Hua Xiaoting noticed that she had once again lost her train of thought. He remained silent, taking his coat and stepping outside. When Wen went to the entrance to retrieve the leather shoes he was about to wear, her attentive service might have flattered another man. However, Hua Xiaoting did not perceive it this way. The more gentle and amiable she was, the clearer it indicated her growing distance from him. When Man is currently treating him as her financial backer, Hua Xiaoting finds it hard to determine whether this is good or bad. Nonetheless, he is not particularly pleased. He gazes at her, his tone somewhat indifferent. "In a couple of days, I will be traveling to H City on business. Will you accompany me?" Wen Wan was somewhat taken aback. After contemplating seriously, she remarked, "Jiang Sheng has 2 classes this week, so she may not be available." Hua Xiaoting did not press the matter further and stepped out, opening the door. Wen Wan gazed at the closed door, pondering whether this could be considered a Cold War. In truth, the discord between them was not of an outrageous magnitude. They had not engaged in any tumultuous quarrels. However, upon witnessing him on a date with that enchanting client, Wen Wan found herself unable to treat him as she once did. At the very least, she could no longer partake in intimate gestures with him. She was a human being, not a mere machine. After Hua Xiaoting departed, Wen Wan meticulously tidied every corner of the apartment, leaving it immaculate. Around noon, the pawnshop called her. Wen Wan hurriedly answered the phone. "Hello, is there any news?" The manager on the other end apologetically replied, "Miss Wen, I am truly sorry. Your necklace was purchased by an intermediary at that time, and he did not leave any contact information. We have exhausted all means to locate him." Wen Wan felt a tinge of disappointment. The manager offered her a few words of comfort. Wen Wan caressed her feverishly warm phone, pondering whether her connection with her parents was indeed so tenuous. Following the events of last night, she resolved to seek employment. Hua Xiaoting could be a part of her life, but he must not become her entirety, otherwise, when the day of their separation arrived, she would find herself ensnared in an inescapable quagmire. Her resume was impressive, and she could easily secure a position. Yet Wen Wan wished to explore her options further. Upon returning home, she realized that today marked her 24th birthday. Aunt Ruan had prepared a delightful three-tiered cake, accompanied by a sumptuous spread of dishes and longevity noodles. Wen personally placed the birthday hat upon her head, smiling warmly as he said, "Fortunately, I am able to celebrate your birthday with you." From childhood to the present, he had never missed a single birthday of his beloved child. Aunt Ruan gently nudged him, reminding him to be more mindful of his words. Man's eyes glistened with moisture. She stepped forward to embrace Wen and Aunt Ruan. Perhaps they were not her biological parents, yet they had bestowed upon her an abundance of love. At least for now, her father was safe. Contemplating this, the grievances she felt the previous night diminished significantly. During dinner, Wen inquired about her recent work. Man hesitated for a moment and then said, "I have resigned from my position at the music center and am preparing to seek another opportunity." Wen harbored no doubts. Aunt Ruan appeared contemplative. After dinner, she summoned Wen into the bedroom, closing the door behind her and directly inquiring, "Have you had a disagreement with Hu Xiaoting?" Wen did not conceal her thoughts. She vaguely stated that one must ultimately have a job, though she did not articulate it directly. Aunt Ruan understood well that following Hu Xiaoting in such an unclear manner would inevitably lead to grievances. Moreover, Hu Xiaoting had yet to visit Billionaire, which made his intentions unmistakably evident. He was merely toying with Wen. Aunt Ruan quietly wiped away her tears. From the safe, she retrieved a savings book containing 5 million, which represented half of Wen savings. Wen was unwilling to accept. Aunt Ruan took her hand and pressed it into her own. With a voice tinged with emotion, Aunt Ruan said, "At that time, there was no other choice." "I am sorry, my dear. Wen, now that you are with someone. Although the Hu family possesses boundless wealth, relying solely on another's fortune can render a girl contemptible. In your leisure time, consider purchasing him a few garments or leather shoes. Do not be overly frugal, lest others look down upon you." Man felt an overwhelming sadness. Aunt Ruan continued, "I think you should stop looking for a job and rent a room to create your own music studio. With your talent, I believe you will excel. Ultimately, every young woman should have her own career." Man lowered her gaze to the passbook. After a considerable pause, she gently embraced Aunt Ruan, expressing her gratitude. Aunt Ruan wiped away her tears and added, "You must never disclose the matter regarding Hu Xiaoting to your father. His health cannot endure such distress." Wen nodded, acknowledging her understanding. She stepped outside, fatally aware that Aunt Ruan had been weeping alone in the bedroom for quite some time. Secretary Zhang moved swiftly. Hu Xiaoting stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, engaged in a phone call, his tone markedly grave, as if issues had arisen concerning a case in City H. After ending the call, he turned his gaze toward Wen. His business trip had been advanced, likely extending for a week. Wen initially intended to discuss the matter of opening the music room with him, but realizing that the timing was decidedly inappropriate, she softly inquired, "What time is your flight?" Hu Xiaoting's gaze was profound as he replied, "In 2 hours." Wen tilted her head to gaze at him. She thought that he was indeed very busy, so much so that he lacked even the time to engage in a cold war with a woman. Just as Wen was at a loss for words, Hu Xiaoting picked up his luggage and said to Secretary Zhang, "Wen will accompany me to the airport." "What?" Man was momentarily taken aback. Hu Xiaoting gently tapped her on the head, teasing, "Are you dazed? If you change your mind now, I can have Secretary Zhang book another flight." Chapter 107, Hu Xiaoting, are you unwell? At this moment, Man felt it would be foolish to accompany him. Hu Xiaoting gazed at her for several seconds, remaining silent. In the underground parking lot, Hu Xiaoting had parked 3 cars. One was his usual Bentley Continental, while the other 2 were sports cars that he seldom drove. He opened the door of a red Ferrari and settled into the passenger seat. As Man just got into the car, he handed her the keys, saying, "From now on, use this for transportation. It's not safe for you to travel late after teaching Zhang Shang." A vehicle for her convenience? Wen gently bit her lip, expressing her desire to purchase a vehicle on her own, stating that the current car was too ostentatious and not quite suitable for her. Hu Xiaoting did not object. The card he provided to Wen had a monthly limit of 50 million, acquiring a car would pose no difficulty. Wen Wan spoke little, gently pressing the accelerator. Hua Xiaoting, having been occupied throughout the day, lacked the energy to discuss the events of the previous night. As Wen Wan drove smoothly, he leaned back in his seat, closing his eyes to rest. An hour later, Wen Wan parked the car in the underground garage. She turned to call him. Hua Xiaoting gently blinked, slowly opening his eyes. His almond-shaped eyes, complemented by a chiseled jawline, were strikingly handsome. Wen Man gently inquired, "Shall I accompany you upstairs?" Wen Wan felt he was quite fatigued. She had received considerable kindness from him, and it was only natural and reasonable for her to express her concern. "You too. Send me a message upon your arrival." Perhaps both parties had softened, as the atmosphere had shifted somewhat. Hua Xiaoting's gaze lingered upon her lips. Wen Man leaned in and initiated a kiss, and as she lifted her head, she gently said, "Safe travels." However, Hua Xiaoting suddenly grasped the back of her head, deepening the kiss. Wen Man was taken aback. She found him to be exceedingly warm, his skin unnaturally feverish. "Hua Xiaoting, are you unwell?" He released her lips but did not let go of her. Instead, he pressed his forehead against hers. His voice was hoarse. "It seems that I am indeed ill, feel for yourself." Wen Man turned her face away uncomfortably, her breath slightly uneven as she reminded him, "If you delay any longer, you will miss your flight. Hurry me, Hua Xiaoting embraced her, yet with one hand, he opened the car door. Wen Wan quietly pushed him away. She observed his somewhat clumsy manner of handling the luggage and, feeling a pang of compassion, thought to herself, "If you feel unwell, simply ask the flight attendant for some basic medication." Hua Xiaoting's gaze was profound as he replied, "Understood." Wen Wan felt an almost overwhelming impulse to accompany him to City H, concerned for his health with no one else by his side. Yet, in the end, she restrained herself. Upon returning to her apartment, an air of desolation enveloped her. She pondered the unusual Cold War between her and Hua Xiaoting, reflecting that their restraint was likely due to the nature of their relationship, which truly was not suited for quarrels. Jealousy and disputes were the domain of genuine couples. And they were not that. Nevertheless, despite this distinction, Wen Wan still wished to show her concern for him. She calculated the time and, 3 hours later, called Hua Xiaoting to inquire about his well-being. "I'm fine. But I must cut this short, I have a negotiation to attend to." Wen Wan softly hummed before hanging up the phone and settled down in front of the Louis XV piano by the floor-to-ceiling window, gently playing a melody. Her affection for Hua Xiaoting remained undiminished by their recent Cold War, it merely taught her the art of restraint. The following morning, Wen Wan contemplated making a phone call but hesitated, fearing it might disturb him. Ultimately, she decided against it. With Hua Xiaoting absent, she took the opportunity to focus on matters concerning the music studio. She reached out to her mentor, Director Li, seeking her counsel. In a cheerful tone, Director Li suggested, "Wen Wan, let us have a meal together." Upon arriving at the restaurant, Wen Wan discovered that Director Li also aspired to venture out on her own. Director Li shook her head. Wen Wan reassured, "One can always find what pleases the heart." Director Li offered Wen Wan a slice of meat. "What do you think? Would you like to join me? Consider the investment at hand. By the end of the year, your salary and dividends will not be insignificant." Wen Man pondered for a moment. Collaborating with Sister Li would allow for a larger scale, and in terms of operations, Sister Li was far more astute than she. Wen Wan consented. Ultimately, they reached an agreement wherein Wen Wan would invest 2 million, acquiring a 30% stake. With such an opportunity at hand, Wen Wan felt quite elated. After dinner, she made a point to call Aunt Ruan. Upon learning that it was Director Li on the line, Aunt Ruan repeatedly affirmed, "She is trustworthy. Indeed, she is quite dependable." Following this, a moment of silence ensued. Wen Wan was aware of Aunt Ruan's concerns. She spoke gently, "Aunt Ruan, I am perfectly fine. Hua Xiaoting treats me very well, and besides, he is young and handsome, how could I possibly feel wronged?" Aunt Ruan chuckled at her words. After a moment of hesitation, she softly inquired, "In that regard, have you too?" "Wen Wan, I fear for your well-being." Wen Man's face flushed with warmth. Understanding Aunt Ruan's implication, she replied ambiguously, "Rest assured, Hua Xiaoting is always attentive." Aunt Ruan's cheeks turned crimson, and she felt too embarrassed to pursue the matter further. Wen Wan shifted the topic of conversation. She informed Aunt Ruan of her intention to select a car, to which Aunt Ruan wholeheartedly agreed, asserting that embarking on her own career necessitated having a vehicle, otherwise, it would be unseemly to venture out for business discussions. Furthermore, she advised Wen Wan to utilize the family's funds for such significant purchases, cautioning her against spending Huishouting's money, lest she become overly indebted and find herself in a difficult position to explain later on. Upon hearing this, Wen Wan felt a warmth envelop her. She softly reassured, "I understand, Aunt Ruan, please do not worry." In the music room, Director Lee had made arrangements, leaving Wen Wan with some leisure time, thus, she decided to go car shopping. Considering her family's financial situation, a budget of 300,000 to 400,000 was deemed appropriate. She opted for the BMW dealership. Under the guidance of the sales representative, Wen Wan swiftly made a decision to purchase a car priced at 350,000 within an hour. She paid the full amount and, as she lifted her gaze to converse with the salesperson, she caught sight of an acquaintance in her peripheral vision. Wen Wan initially thought she must be mistaken, but upon closer inspection, it was indeed Ding Chang and Yao Zian, the latter being Bai Wei's husband. At that moment, Ding Chang was affectionately clinging to Yao Zian's arm, engaged in lively banter, clearly there to purchase a car. Perhaps discontented with the price, Yao Zian hesitated. In an instant, Ding Chang planted a passionate kiss on him, prompting Yao Zian to immediately finalize the purchase, his extravagant demeanor evoking a wave of emotion in Wen Wan's eyes. Bai Wei had been in a relationship with Yao Zian since their university days, marrying shortly after graduation. How could he be entangled with Ding Chang? Wen Wan's mind was in utter disarray, leaving her uncertain about how to convey her thoughts to Bai Wei. Ding Chang also spotted Wen Wan. Her previously coy demeanor darkened, and she promptly dragged Yao Zian away, clearly wishing to shield him from the sight of Wen Wan. Wen Man was lost in thought for a considerable time. "Miss Wan?" the salesperson inquired with a smile, "Do you have any further questions?" The salesperson held a fondness for her, as clients who were both amiable and undemanding were indeed a rarity. Moreover, Miss Wen possessed an undeniable beauty and exuded warmth. After completing the formalities, Wen Man exited the 4S dealership. Having arrived in Huishouting's vehicle today, she was just about to get in when a voice called out from behind, "Wen Man, let us have a word." Chapter 108, Wen Man, your prowess is truly remarkable. Wen Wan closed the car door. A faint flush graced the corners of her eyes as she cast an angry glance at Ding Chang. Ding Chang's gaze fell upon the red sports car, and with a hint of jealousy and mockery, she remarked, "Wen Wan, do you look down on me so much? In truth, we both rely on men for our sustenance. Who among us is truly more noble?" Wen Man scoffed coldly. She retorted, "So, you believe that destroying others' happiness is justified, and you feel no remorse at all?" Ding Chang chuckled. She said to Wen Man, "Let us sit down in the CAF for a moment. Since that class reunion, I have been eager to discuss something with you." Wen Man found it utterly unappealing to engage in conversation with such a person. Nevertheless, for the sake of Bai Wei, she entered the CAF, cat poop CAF. Wen Man refrained from speaking first, fearing that once she opened her mouth, she would inevitably spill the coffee in her hand onto Ding Chang's head. On the contrary, Ding Chang seemed to have a plethora of words she wished to express. Taking a sip of her coffee, she smiled confidently and said, "Don't think that my relationship with Yao Zian is a recent development. In fact, we have been together since our university days." Wen Wan was unexpectedly furious. Ding Chang stirred her coffee gently, raising an eyebrow, "Do you not believe me? Wen Wan, do you recall that Christmas gathering? Yao Zian came to accompany Bai Wei, handsome, wealthy, and generous. Bai Wei even naively introduced him to each of us in the dormitory. As a result, that very night, I ended up with Yao Zian. He seemed quite pleased afterward, gifting me an iPhone. Subsequently, we developed a steady relationship. During Bai Wei's menstrual period, I would accompany Yao Zian to bed. He was quite generous with me, covering nearly all my university tuition." Wen Wan felt as though her blood had turned to ice. She could scarcely believe what she had just heard. After a moment of silence, she gritted her teeth and said, "Back then, weren't you secretly enamored with Gu Chongqing?" How could you possibly have become entangled with Yao Zian? Ding Cheng chuckled, her laughter causing her body to tremble with delight. Wen Wan, you truly are naive. Does my affection for Gu Changqing conflict with my liaison with Yao Zian? Besides, I eventually won over Gu Changqing. Wen Wan, would you like to hear the tale of my affair with Gu Changqing? In Ding Cheng's eyes, there was an unmistakable glimmer of seduction and mischief. Wen Wan mused that when one becomes utterly shameless, it is likely a testament to Ding Cheng's prowess. Wen Wan's voice was frigid. I don't want to. Ding Cheng was taken aback, not expecting Wen Wan to show such disinterest in the story. As she stood there in stunned silence, Wen Wan had already risen, preparing to depart. In a moment of panic, Ding Cheng reached out and grasped Wen Wan's arm, her grip unexpectedly strong. Wen Wan furrowed her brow slightly. Ding Cheng's facade, which she had maintained for so long, finally shattered. She gritted her teeth, exuding an air of aggression. You claim you do not wish to know. Wen Wan, in truth, you are the most callous of all. Were you not the one who professed your love for Gu Changqing so fervently? Were you not the one who spared no effort in attempting to become his girlfriend? And yet, when you uttered the word no, it was as if it were all forgotten, while I remain here, reveling in the few encounters we shared. Wen Wan, you profess to have feelings for him, but Gu Changqing has fought for you, landing himself in jail twice, and has drunkenly lost himself in despair for you. Did that ever move you? Did you ever feel a pang of sorrow for him? Let me tell you, I, Ding Cheng, feel that sorrow. Despite Ding Cheng's impassioned words, Wen Wan remained unmoved. She smiled faintly and replied, Ding Cheng, what you describe is not compassion, it is mere self-deprecation. With that, Ding Cheng slumped down in defeat. Wen Wan placed $100 bill on the coffee table and quietly departed. She settled into her car, holding her phone, hesitating for quite some time, genuinely uncertain about how to communicate with Bai Wei. It seemed inappropriate to speak untruths, yet concealing the truth felt even more disloyal. However, to her surprise, Bai Wei called that very evening. Wen Wan, could you please come over? Wen Wan sat up abruptly from her bed, urgently inquiring, what is the matter? Bai Wei wept uncontrollably, unable to articulate a single word. Wen Wan was aware of the situation. She threw back the covers and rose, saying, don't do anything foolish. I will be there shortly. On the other end of the line, Bai Wei wept bitterly. When Wen Man arrived at the villa where Bai Wei and her husband resided, the scene was still chaotic. Ding Cheng was draped in a provocative camisole, her hair resembling a bird's nest, and her face bore the marks of Bai Wei's fury, with blood visible on her skin, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. Bai Wei herself was not in a much better state, her dress had lost several buttons, and there were unmistakable handprints on her face. Wen Wanqin's heart sank. She suspected that it was Yao Zian who had struck. Upon seeing Wen Wan, Bai Wei threw herself into her embrace, weeping bitterly. Wen Wan. Boo-hoo. I want a divorce. Wen Wan certainly loathed Yao Zian's betrayal and resented his actions towards Bai Wei. However, at this moment, she knew better than to exacerbate the situation. She assisted Bai Wei in sitting down, deliberately ignoring the pair of despicable lovers, and proceeded to fetch ice to soothe Bai Wei's injuries. Wen Wan felt a deep sense of guilt. Had she informed Bai Wei earlier, Bai Wei would not have had to endure domestic violence. Bai Wei, in tears, exclaimed, he strikes me for the sake of a wretched woman. Clutching onto Wen Wan, she trembled with rage. They have been together for several years. My marriage bed is on the verge of decay from their illicit encounters. Wen Wan felt a profound sorrow. She glanced at Yao Zian, seeking to discern his attitude. Yao Zian was in a fit of anger. Although he held a deep affection for Bai Wei, her temper was excessively fierce, unlike Ding Cheng, who always humbled himself before him, exuding a gentle demeanor that brought him comfort. A man, after all, expects to be treated with respect in exchange for his generosity. Yao Zian showed no inclination to relent. Instead, he resolutely declared, if you loved, then you loved, if not, then leave. Upon hearing this, Bai Wei wept once more. Wen Wan speculated that she did not wish to divorce, for she harbored feelings of love for Yao Zian. Wen Man endeavored to remain calm as she addressed Yao Zian, saying, considering the years you have shared with Bai Wei, do you truly believe that your behavior towards her today is appropriate? Regardless of the outcome of your marriage, a man should always retain his dignity. She deftly touched upon his emotions and continued, Bai Wei has lived for 24 years. And you are the only man in her life. As anticipated, Yao Zian's demeanor began to soften. He approached Bai Wei, who was still heartbroken and unwilling to respond. In a moment of frustration, Bai Wei raised her hand to strike him. Yet, as their altercation unfolded, the two found themselves entwined together. Wen Man felt a sense of helplessness, yet she respected Bai Wei's choice, emphasizing the importance of Yao Zian's future conduct. The estranged couple reconciled. Ding Cheng's complexion turned pale. Today, she had staked everything, deliberately allowing Bai Wei to catch her, harboring the intention of forcing a confrontation. However, that scoundrel Yao Zian had the audacity to claim he was merely toying with her. Ding Cheng covered her face, glaring at Wen Man with a cold sneer. Before Wen Wan could utter a word, Yao Zian impatiently urged everyone to leave. Get lost, let's sever ties from now on. Such an outcome left Wen Wan feeling quite melancholic. In the following days, she was preoccupied with matters regarding the music studio and had not managed to meet Bai Wei. However, from their conversations over the phone, it was evident that she and Yao Zian were basking in a blissful harmony reminiscent of newlyweds. When one found herself unable to judge such a marriage, perhaps many women would choose to forgive, just as Bai Wei did. After a few busy days, Wen Wan had nearly forgotten about Hua Xiaoting, and their communication had been sparse. Upon entering the lobby of her apartment, the lights were on, and she paused in surprise. Hastily taking a few steps forward, he was seated on the sofa, engaged in a phone call, with a wheeled suitcase beside him, clearly just having returned home. Upon noticing Wen Wan, Hua Xiaoting's gaze deepened, and he gently beckoned her over. Wen Man changed her shoes and sat beside him. Hua Xiaoting, holding his phone, spoke of business while casually caressing her figure. His gaze remained fixed upon her face. Chapter 109, Hua Xiaoting, rest assured, I shall not entangle myself. Wen Man had not seen him for several days. At this moment, being enveloped in his embrace, her heart inevitably softened. She reached out to gently touch his forehead. And where her fingertips met, it still felt somewhat warm. Wen Wan gently bit her lip. How has he been taking care of himself during these days? Wen Wan caressed his handsome face and silently mouthed, I will fetch the thermometer. However, Hua Xiaoting restrained her hand, preventing her from departing. He swiftly concluded the call and then pressed Wen Wan down onto the sofa, kissing her. Wen Man turned her face aside, her voice trembling slightly, Don't. You still have a fever. Hua Xiaoting leaned against her neck, so close that he could see the delicate downy hairs on her skin, which were rather endearing. In a hoarse voice, he replied, What does it matter? Perhaps it will help me recover more swiftly. Wen Man was reluctant. She turned her head, her delicate and fair fingers tracing his handsome features as she softly spoke, You are still unwell, please be obedient. Hua Xiaoting looked down at her from his elevated position. After a moment, he sat up and said, Please help me make some congee, I must visit the office shortly. Wen Man nodded. She first went to the kitchen to prepare porridge in a pressure cooker, deliberately adding some lilies. Seizing the opportunity, she fetched the family medicine box and took Hua Xiaoting's temperature. As expected, he still had a slight fever, measuring at 38.8 degrees. Wen Wan spilled a cup of boiled water, along with a piece of fever-reducing medication. Hua Xiaoting, who typically shunned medication, gazed at Wen Wan with his dark eyes and commanded, Feed me. Despite his illness, Wen Wan indulged him, bringing the medicine to his lips. As he gently curled his tongue around it, leaving a moist ring, he maintained his gaze fixed upon Wen Wan. Wen Man could not help but blush. She coaxed him into drinking half a glass of warm water. And only after she noticed him feeling somewhat better did she head to the kitchen to tend to the pot of lily porridge. When she brought it to the dining room, she found Hua Xiaoting seated on the sofa, smoking. Given his frail health, he had only taken a few puffs before breaking into a fit of coughs. Wen Wan gently took the cigarette from his hand and extinguished it. Hua Xiaoting did not lash out at her, instead, he leaned back on the sofa and slightly raised his chin, signaling Wen Wan to feed him the porridge. Wen Man truly seemed to have lost all her temper. She couldn't help but ponder what kind of person would be able to become his wife, enduring his fastidious nature. Yet, regardless of what the future may hold, the current Hua Xiaoting was someone she could not refuse. Wen Man fed him congee, yet he remained unruly. Wen Man persevered in feeding him a bowl of porridge, and as soon as she placed the bowl down, he pulled her onto his lap. Hua Xiaoting. You are still unwell. Wen Wan gently pushed him away. Hua Xiaoting grasped her chin, kissing her fervently, while his other hand stealthily explored uncharted territories. He leaned closer to her ear, his voice husky, "Do not move, immerse yourself in the sensation." Half an hour later, Wen Wan emerged from the changing room, adorned in a new outfit. Recalling the earlier events, a wave of tenderness washed over her. This was the first time Hua Xiaoting prioritized her pleasure over his own. "Wen Wan, are you ready?" Hua Xiaoting's raspy voice resonated from outside. Startled, she dared not dwell further on her thoughts and hurriedly composed herself. Inside the elevator, she could not help but murmur, "You need to rest. Can't your work wait until tomorrow?" Hua Xiaoting cast a glance at her, replying, "I have a meeting to preside over." When Wan ceased her persuasion, recognizing that further attempts would overstep boundaries and lead to annoyance, both for herself and the other party. Upon arriving at the ground-level parking lot, she unlocked a pristine white BMW. Hua Xiaoting squinted slightly. It was evident that this new vehicle was a recent acquisition by Wen Wan. However, the card he had provided her did not reflect any considerable expenditures, indicating that this car was purchased with her own funds. Hua Xiaoting settled into the passenger seat, casually loosening his tie, and nonchalantly inquired, "Why didn't you use my card?" Wen Man, wishing to avoid a direct confrontation with him, vaguely stated, "Father is fine, the situation at home is quite satisfactory. Aunt Ruan provided me with some money, which I used to purchase a car." Hua Xiaoting gently placed his hand on the steering wheel, preventing her from driving. "And what else?" Wen Man had no intention of concealing anything from him, so she candidly revealed, "I plan to establish a music studio with my former colleagues, preparations are nearly complete." After speaking, she gazed at him in silence. Although she was an independent individual and did not require his approval for her endeavors, it was preferable for their relationship to be devoid of significant disagreements. Hua Xiaoting shifted his hand away. Leaning back in his chair, he softly inquired, "Have you decided against pursuing further studies in the United Kingdom?" Wen Man did not anticipate that he would pose such a question. She couldn't help but overthink the matter. After a moment of contemplation, she replied softly, "Lawyer Hua, rest assured, when that day comes, I will not cling to you, nor will I seek to disrupt anything. Therefore, whether I go to England or not makes no difference." After Wen Man finished her assurances, a faint blush adorned the corners of her eyes. Hua Xiaoting observed her in silence. This exchange was far from pleasant, they both understood the underlying tension. It had been several days since Hua Xiaoting had seen her, and just recently, they shared a brief moment of intimacy in the apartment. She had tenderly cared for him, and it would be utterly ungracious of him to mistreat her further. Thus, he offered a gentle smile and inquired, "What seems to be the matter? You have taken to calling me Lawyer Hua. I too believe it is quite commendable for a woman to pursue her own career." Wen Wan's heart felt a sense of relief. Wen Wan felt an innate joy. As she relaxed and drove, she began to discuss matters regarding the music room, inevitably mentioning the difficulty in finding a suitable venue. However, she remained optimistic, stating that a fitting place could always be discovered, especially with Sister Li's extensive connections. She shared her delight with him. Hua Xiaoting exhibited remarkable patience, which naturally alleviated the minor tensions he had felt prior to his business trip. As they reached their destination, Wen Wan proactively suggested, "Shall I pick you up tonight?" Hua Xiaoting chuckled softly and replied slowly, "What kind of woman picks up a man from work every day? What would people think of me?" Wen Man faltered, instructing him to remember to take his temperature. If it proved unmanageable, she would accompany him to the hospital the following day. Hua Xiaoting smiled, alighting from the car. He proceeded to the office, where his first order of business was not a meeting but summoning Secretary Zhang. "Please assist me in retrieving Miss Wen's expenditure records," he requested. Secretary Zhang paused momentarily, quickly deducing that Lawyer Hua and Miss Wen had encountered some discord. She promptly set to work, and within 10 minutes, she presented the data before Hua Xiaoting, stating, "Here are the expenditure records linked to Lawyer Hua's supplementary card. Miss Wen has not utilized this card for spending since a week ago." Hua Xiaoting instructed Secretary Zhang to leave the room. He gazed quietly at the transaction list before leaning back in his chair. She refrained from spending his money. purchasing her own vehicle, and embarking on her own career. This was a decision befitting a woman of refined upbringing. Hua Xiaoting never doubted Wen Man's character, recognizing her contentment with a modest lifestyle. Nevertheless, he was willing to financially support Wen Man, even contemplating compensating her should they part ways, but certainly not at this moment. Her recent actions were not in alignment with Hua Xiaoting's desires. He yearned for a more uncomplicated relationship. After weighing his options, Hua Xiaoting conceded slightly. He leaned forward and dialed the intercom. "Secretary Zhang, please come in." Chapter 110, Deception. "Aren't we in a romantic relationship?" Secretary Zhang was momentarily taken aback. She jested. "Is Lawyer Hua planning to open a milk tea shop?" Hua Xiaoting reclined comfortably in his leather chair, savoring his coffee, and after a brief pause, he replied. "It is Wen Man who wishes to open a music studio." Connecting the dots from her earlier inquiry, Secretary Zhang realized the couple was at odds. Lawyer Hua was attempting to placate her. She immediately checked and remarked, "There are number 200 square meter spaces available. But there is a 400 square meter office on Zhengdao Road, well decorated and currently vacant." "Very well. Retrieve the keys," Hua Xiaoting instructed. After a moment's contemplation, he added, "Also, bring over the latest seasonal clothing and jewelry catalogs." Secretary Zhang was taken aback. She had never witnessed Lawyer Hua making such an effort to charm a woman before. Although he was typically generous, this level of thoughtfulness was unprecedented. Secretary Zhang departed, and Hua Xiaoting continued to sip his coffee. He selected an array of exquisite clothing and jewelry, instructing that they be delivered to the apartment on Saturday. Having completed these tasks, he then entered the conference room to commence the meeting. When Man had yet to succumb to slumber, she sat on the carpet before the sofa, clad in her nightgown, with several reports haphazardly strewn across the coffee table. "I prepared a late-night snack, would you care for a bite?" Hua Xiaoting removed his coat, carelessly flinging it over the back of the sofa, and leaned in to share a lingering kiss with her. After a considerable moment, he spoke in a husky voice. "I shall take a shower first, then I will join you for a meal." Wen Wan thoughtfully brought him his pajamas. After he finished his shower, she took his temperature once more. Fortunately, it had decreased to 38 degrees. "Drink more boiled water, and you should feel better by tomorrow," she said with a gentle smile. Hua Xiaoting savored her care, feeling utterly at ease both physically and mentally. While enjoying a midnight snack, he suddenly inquired, "Did you care for Gu Changqing in the same way before?" Wen Man was taken aback. However, before she could utter a word, Hua Xiaoting had already interrupted her. He smiled lightly and said, "Just asking casually." Wen Man felt there was nothing to be coy about. She lightly replied, "When two people are together, it is only natural to care for one another. But what happens after a separation?" Wen Man rested her chin on her hand, her delicate fingers gently gliding across his nose. He was truly exquisite. Wen Man candidly expressed to him, "Once we have parted ways, there is no need for further concern." After a moment's contemplation, she added, "It would be better if we ceased all communication." Wen Man believed this was the answer that Hua Xiaoting desired. She spoke the truth. Yet Hua Xiaoting appeared somewhat displeased upon hearing it. He furrowed his brow slightly but refrained from voicing any comments. That night, as they retired to bed, Hua Xiaoting merely kissed her for a brief moment and did nothing further. Wen Wan contemplated that he was perhaps simply exhausted. Men inevitably experience moments of helplessness. Early in the morning, Hua Xiaoting shattered her thoughts. Having just recovered from illness, he embarked on a morning run, leaving Wen Wan no choice but to rise from bed and prepare breakfast. The doorbell chimed melodiously. Wen Wan assumed that Hua Xiaoting had forgotten his keys and, without further thought, proceeded to open the door. Outside stood a distinguished lady, elegantly attired in designer garments, accompanied by a chauffeur burdened with an array of nourishing supplements. The visitor was none other than Madame Hua, Hua Xiaoting's mother. Upon seeing Wen Wan, Madame Hua was utterly delighted. She had heard from Ming Zhu that Xiaoting was cohabiting with someone, yet she had been skeptical. Now, witnessing the reality, she was pleasantly surprised to discover it was someone she knew. In contrast to Madame Hua's elation, Wen Wan appeared rather uncomfortable. She greeted her politely, addressing her as auntie, and ushered her inside. Madame Hui instructed the chauffeur to bring in the supplements before sending him away, concerned that he might intimidate Wen Wan. Taking a seat on the sofa, Madame Hui sipped the tea poured by Wen Wan, her gaze fixed intently. Quite nice. This place has undergone significant changes. It seems you have been living together for quite some time. Madame Hui then invited Wen Wan to sit down, casually inquiring a few questions before asking about her zodiac sign. Wen Man is aware that Madame Hui has misunderstood, yet she finds it difficult to clarify the situation, as she indeed spent the night with her son. Wen Man could only softly reply, she was born in the year of the rabbit. Born in the year of the rabbit? Lady Hui's mind raced as she fervently prayed to the Western deities, thanking the heavens for this fortuitous connection. If her son, Xiaoting, had indeed formed such a bond with someone born in the year of the rabbit, there was hope for him to marry before turning 30. With this conviction, Lady Hui treated Wen Man with even greater kindness. Observing the array of supplements piled in the living room, he turned to his mother. Mom, what brings you here? Xiaoting asked with a calm demeanor. Lady Hui cast a gentle glance at her son and replied, I heard from Secretary Zhang that you haven't been feeling well. I was worried, so I thought I'd bring you some things and check on you. I'm relieved to see you have someone here to take care of you. With a playful wink, Lady Hui secretly communicated to her son, born in the year of the rabbit. Xiaoting glanced at Wen Man, noticing her discomfort. Having finally met her future daughter-in-law, Lady Hui was reluctant to take her leave. She removed her Chanel coat and exquisite watch, saying sweetly, You and Wen Man should go change your clothes. I'll prepare breakfast, and you can enjoy it before heading to work. Xiaoting slowly wiped the sweat from his face with a towel and cast another glance at Wen Man. Wen Man found herself in a particularly awkward situation. Suddenly, he chuckled and said, All right. With that, he led Wen Man into the master bedroom. As the door closed, he teased her, My mother hasn't cooked in decades, today. She is fortunate to have the benefit of teacher Wen's presence. Wen Man gently bit her lip. Even in her naivety, she could discern the misunderstanding, saying, It seems she has misinterpreted, thinking I am your girlfriend. Hui Xiaoting wrapped his arms around her slender waist and leaned in to kiss her. Their lips lingered in a tender embrace for an extended moment before he rested his forehead against hers and softly inquired, Are you not? Wen Wan lifted her head, her eyes glistening with emotion. She murmured softly, I know I am not. Hui Xiaoting gently pecked the corner of her lips, and with a husky voice, he spoke to her, I have no wife, nor any other woman. Each night, we share the same bed, and we have engaged in intimate moments. Wen Wan, would you not agree that we are indeed a couple? He truly lived up to his profession as a lawyer. Wen Wan found herself at a loss for words to refute him, her eyes tinged with a faint blush of anger. I do not wish to deceive your mother, she asserted. Hui Xiaoting chuckled softly, gently opening the door, and leaned in close to whisper in Wen Wan's ear in a coaxing manner. Shall we inform her now that our relationship is merely physical, and that we are simply cohabiting temporarily, ready to part ways as soon as we feel comfortable? Wen Wan, is that how you intend to explain it to her? You are insufferable. Just as Hui Xiaoting was about to retort, the soft voice of Madame Hui resonated from the living room, Xiaoting, Wen Wan, have you changed your clothes yet? This was her first time as a mother-in-law, and she was brimming with excitement. She gently knocked on the door, only for it to swing open at her touch. To her astonishment, her son, who had previously expressed reluctance towards marriage, was seen pressing the young lady against the sofa, kissing her deeply. Madame Hui's face flushed with embarrassment. Truly, Xiaoting Chapter 111, 1. You are quite mischievous. Madame Hui quickly closed the door behind her. Wen Man remained trapped beneath Hui Xiaoting. She pushed him away in dissatisfaction, exclaiming, You did this on purpose. To which he provocatively replied, Indeed. Would you care to punish me? Hui Xiaoting's voice carried an alluring undertone. Wen Wan gazed at the magnified handsome visage before her, and a sense of affection enveloped her. Nevertheless, she remained considerate of Mrs. Hui and gently urged, You should get up, your mother is still outside. Hui Xiaoting's dark eyes blinked at her, remaining still and silent. Hui Xiaoting. He lowered his head and bestowed a delicate kiss upon her lips, then reached out to retrieve a document pouch. Wen Man sat up. What is this? Hua Xiaoting followed suit, a smile gracing his lips. Open it and see. Wen Wan cautiously opened it. Wen Wan was taken aback. She raised her eyes to meet his. Is this your office? Rented to me? Hua Xiaoting responded with a nonchalant hum. The towel in his hand was wrapped around her delicate neck. With a gentle tug, Wen Wan was compelled to lift her face, their foreheads touching intimately. So close that a mere shift from either could lead to a kiss. Wen Wan gazed at him, feeling in that moment his sincerity and respect. Women are often tender-hearted. As he took a step forward, she was also willing to take a step towards him. Wen Wan, her cheeks flushed, leaned forward gently and placed a soft kiss upon him. Hua Xiaoting did not close his eyes. Instead, he lowered his gaze to observe how Wen Wan kissed him. Her skills in the art of kissing were rather unrefined, yet he found it particularly enchanting. After the kiss, he tenderly grasped her slender waist and whispered, "Are you no longer angry?" Wen Wan remained silent, yet her gaze softened with tenderness. She was quite enchanting, provoking a desire to draw closer to her. However, Hua Xiaoting, mindful of his mother's presence, refrained from making any bold moves and merely said in a hushed tone, "Let us not make a fuss. Let us keep things as they were, shall we?" With the conversation having reached this juncture, Wen Wan realized that further hesitation would be unreasonable. After a moment's contemplation, she replied, "The rent of 200,000 is too little, let us make it 500,000. Hua Xiaoting did not contest her proposal. Instead, he placed a gentle kiss on her lips before heading to the bathroom. As he opened the bathroom door, he turned to Wen Wan and said, "About my mother." Wen Wan gazed affectionately and said, "Auntie, as long as you are happy. You may call me daughter or son if you wish." Hua Xiaoting fixed his eyes upon her and chuckled softly after a while. "Teacher Wen, you truly are mischievous." He emerged from his shower in high spirits. Upon his return, he found Wen Wan engaged in preparing breakfast with her mother. Bathed in the morning light, her gentle features were endearing. And Hua Xiaoting discerned that his mother held a fondness for Wen Wan, which made him more inclined to accommodate her. The breakfast was a delightful affair, enjoyed by all. Mrs. Hua, in her conversation, casually mentioned a friend who had recently welcomed a lovely granddaughter. After sharing this, she inquired of Wen Wan, "Man, do you like children?" Wen Wan was enjoying a glass of milk when she choked slightly, causing a few drops of milk to splatter onto the tip of her nose. Hua Xiaoting gently offered her a tissue to wipe it away. His movements were tender, yet his gaze was audacious. As she recounted the incident, her eyes brimmed with warmth. Wen Wan did not lie, this was indeed a part of her life plan. She yearned for kinship, for a child of her own. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Hua was filled with delight, unsure of how to express her joy. She immediately served Wen Wan a soft-boiled egg and began to speak animatedly. "There are not many young people today willing to have 2 children. Wan, you will make a wonderful mother." She cast a glance at the child's father, who, while sipping his coffee, was engrossed in the morning newspaper. Yet, beneath the table, his foot gently brushed against Wen Wan's calf. Wen Wan delivered a swift kick to him. Hua Xiaoting cast a glance her way, then set down his coffee cup and remarked to his mother, "Wen Wan is willing to bear children, but it also depends on the cooperation of the other party." Mrs. Hua was further moved, her eyes glistening with tears, as if she envisioned several adorable grandchildren rushing towards her, calling her grandma. Their conversation flowed with fervor. Wen Wan greatly admires Hua Xiaoting. He possesses not only a remarkable skill in dealing with women but also an adeptness in handling his own mother. As Wen Wan changed her clothes, Hua Xiaoting accompanied his mother downstairs. In the elevator, the mother and son shared a moment of intimacy. Mrs. Hua expressed her feelings, saying, "Xiaoting, it brings me great joy to see you settled. Our family does not require a marriage to enhance our situation, all I wish for is your happiness. Wen Wan is a splendid girl, I can see how much she cares for you. Do be considerate of her, after all, you are 4 years her senior." Hua Xiaoting swallowed hard, responding with a soft hum. Mrs. Hua then asked him to take Wen Wan to his sister's birthday party, to which he consented, opening the car door for her. Just as Mrs. Hua was about to enter the vehicle, she turned back. Hua Xiaoting tensed, his fingers clenched and then relaxed. A faint smile graced his lips as he reassured her, "Don't worry, Mom, I understand." However, Mrs. Hua remained uneasy, saying, with her gentle disposition and charm, "It would be hard to find another like her." If you lose her, I will be in tears every day searching for you. Hua Xiaoting gave a faint smile before Mrs. Hua finally got into the car and departed. He watched the vehicle leave, choosing not to ascend immediately but instead lingering downstairs to smoke a few cigarettes. With a hint of crimson in his eyes, Hua Xiaoting reflected on his past with Xiaowen, who he had known since childhood due to their families. He admired her beauty and passion, always respecting her boundaries, wishing to preserve the best for their wedding night. On the Qixi festival of their graduation year, he endured an 18-hour flight to England, only to witness Xiaowen in a compromising situation with another man upon entering their apartment. The floor was littered with remnants of their time together. Despite her tears and promises of fidelity, they parted ways. Hua Xiaoting left the apartment and climbed upstairs, his expression blank as he retrieved a small velvet box. Inside lay a diamond ring. Today was meant to be the day he proposed to Xiaowen, but now it was all for naught, as there would be no future with her or any other woman. Hua Xiaoting no longer harbored dreams of marriage. Over the years, suitable women had come and gone, yet he had not once reconsidered the idea of marriage. Chapter 112, Lawyer Hua, please manage your partner. Noticing his troubled demeanor, Wen Wan gently inquired, "What's wrong?" Hua Xiaoting's dark eyes locked onto hers. Wen Wan has changed into a new outfit, a dark-hued floral long dress, elegantly complemented by a champagne-colored long coat. Her chestnut hair cascades down her back, exuding a gentle beauty. Hua Xiaoting beckons, and Wen Wan approaches him. He leans against her shoulder and quietly says, "I called Aunt Ruan and learned that your birthday was a few days ago. Shall I celebrate your belated birthday on Saturday?" Wen Man was taken aback. Hua Xiaoting looked up, gently kissed her for a moment, then said, "Take me to the office." Wen Man sensed that he harbored some concerns. She was not foolish. She surmised that it pertained to the person occupying his thoughts. Wisely, Wen Man refrained from inquiring directly. Instead, she playfully embraced his neck, teasing, "As long as you desire, I can escort my benefactor to work every day." Hua Xiaoting chuckled, lazily patting her side before retreating to the dressing room to change into another outfit. When Man approached the morning dew, gently caressing it. Hua Xiaoting is an excellent lover, yet he is certainly not a good husband. He indulges her, but he will never truly love her. Wen Wan felt fortunate for her early realization, otherwise, she would have truly lost herself in the haze of emotions. In the near future, she would undoubtedly confess her feelings to him, revealing her desire to share a lifetime together. As Wen Wan was lost in thought, Hua Xiaoting emerged and noticed her distraction. When Man gazed at the meticulously attired Hua Xiaoting and offered a faint smile, "Lawyer Hua looks exceptionally handsome today." Hua Xiaoting curled his lips slightly. On the way to the office, Wen Wan and he exchanged no words until Hua Xiaoting alighted from the vehicle. At which point he whispered, "I may be quite occupied in the coming days." "I understand you are indeed busy," Wen Wan replied, exhibiting her profound empathy. Reflecting on this, Hua Xiaoting leaned in and bestowed a gentle kiss upon her. When Man caressed the steering wheel and teased him, "It's only been a few days. Yet how have we already acquired the air of an old married couple? Even our kisses have become so matter-of-fact." Hua Xiaoting, who had initially been in a rather gloomy mood, suddenly felt a spark of life within him, as if invigorated by her words. He found it rather exhilarating. He gazed at her with a light chuckle and replied, "Just you wait. Once I'm done, I shall take care of you." Wen Wan gazed at him with a gentle smile, "Yes, I shall wait." As Hua Xiaoting exited the vehicle and entered the office, Wen Wan remained seated in the car. Quietly contemplating, it seemed that it was indeed true. Wen Wan did not ponder too much. She arranged to meet Sisterly at a CAF. As Sisterly entered with great energy, she exclaimed, "It's truly sweltering today," and swiftly downed a glass of iced coffee. "How refreshing." Leaning back, Sisterly began to share her frustrations about renting a place with Wen Wan. When Man slid a contract across the table towards her. "I believe this is more refreshing than iced coffee." Sisterly, though skeptical, picked it up and was instantly astonished. "Goodness! Is such fortune truly possible?" A 400 square meter premium office space, newly renovated, available for an annual rent of merely 500,000. After scrutinizing the document, she kissed Wen Man fervently, exclaiming, "Wen Man, you are indeed my savior. Securing this contract must have required considerable effort, right? Though Sisterly is single, it does not hinder her imagination from conjuring up an elaborate narrative involving Wen Man and Hu Xiaoting. The thought alone is exhilarating. Wen Wan uneasily brushed her hair aside and said, "Actually, it's not that difficult," he offered it willingly. Sister Li seemed quite pleased. She remarked, "A woman must always plan for herself, following him without any clarity or commitment is of no benefit. One must present something substantial in return." "All right. I appreciate your help with this matter." Sister Li, being a straightforward person, pondered for a moment and increased Wen Wan's stake to 40. Wen Wan found it quite fair. The two enjoyed their coffee, inevitably engaging in a few light-hearted conversations. Wen Man paused for a moment, momentarily lost in thought. Gradually stirring her coffee, she remarked, "Bai Wei might be unaware." As for Sister Li, being an outsider, it would be inappropriate to elaborate too much. It's best to keep things vague and move on. However, Wen Wan was quite attentive. As she settled into the car, she made a phone call to Bai Wei. To her surprise, before she could utter a word, Bai Wei took the initiative to say, "Wen Wan, you must be inquiring about the trivial matters concerning Yao Ziyan and Ding Chang, right?" Wen Wan found it challenging to articulate her thoughts, letting out a soft sigh. Bai Wei's voice trembled, revealing her distress. With the conversation reaching such a poignant juncture, Wen Wan felt it was difficult to offer any counsel. Yet, as Bai Wei was her dearest friend, she could not simply stand idly by. Thus, she invited Bai Wei to sing and share drinks together. Bai Wei consumed a considerable amount of alcohol, alternating between laughter and tears, exclaiming, "Wen Wan, why are we so unfortunate, both of us being deceived by Ding Chang? How does she possess such prowess? If we compare looks and figure, she falls several ranks below us. Why do men seem to be captivated by her? Is it because she is flirtatious?" Wen Wan pondered for a moment and found herself in agreement. Following Bai Wei's words, she remarked that Bai Wei always seemed to encounter those who would accept her. Bai Wei, resting her head on the table, began to ramble nonsensically, declaring that she could only deceive that fool, Yao Ziyan. "You know, Wen Wan, last time Ding Chang went to Gu Changqing's place, he was beaten to a pulp. And as for her supposedly seducing Hu Xiaoting, just look, he doesn't even spare her a glance. The only one who falls for her is that imbecile Yao Ziyan." Ultimately, Bai Wei ended up hugging the toilet, thoroughly ill. Once she regained her composure, Wen Wan gently embraced her and whispered, "Bai Wei, consider divorce." At merely 24 years of age, Bai Wei was young and beautiful. Yao Ziyan was not worth a lifetime of devotion. A timely cessation could lead her to either pursue a career or seek a new partner, which would surely be preferable to her current situation. Bai Wei paused in contemplation, murmuring, "I wish I could. I too desire a divorce, but I feel so unwilling. After all these years of affection, it seems it cannot compete with that wretched woman." Wen Wan's heart was as cold as ice. She called Yao Ziyan, requesting him to come and pick her up. However, to her disappointment, Yao Ziyan, while being quite courteous over the phone, refused to come. He said, "Wen Wan, it's best if you refrain from involving yourself in our matters. I may have strayed and indulged in affairs, but does that absolve Bai Wei of any wrongdoing? Which man can endure her temper?" Wen Wan was somewhat irate. Coldly, she remarked, "If you cannot endure it, you may as well divorce her. Then, you can pursue any young girl you desire. Why must you seek out a woman we all know to be repulsive?" Yao Ziyan, "It's one thing for you to be reckless, but we women do not wish to share public restrooms daily." Meanwhile, Yao Ziyan glanced at his phone in disbelief. Is this really Wen Wan? How can her temper be even worse than his wife's? Why is she so fiery? What does Hu Xiaoting see in her? Does he relish her rebuking him, or her calling us men public restrooms? Curiously, Yao Ziyan found himself at a dining gathering alongside Hu Xiaoting. Others assumed it was Yao Ziyan's wife checking in on him, jesting, "Did Bai Wei give you a hard time again? Having had too much to drink?" Yao Ziyan turned to Hu Xiaoting and chuckled, "Lawyer Hua, it's your partner over there who called me a public restroom. Perhaps you should have a word with her about proper conduct?" With this remark, the entire private room fell silent. Yao Ziyan, now quite inebriated and tongue-tied, stubbornly thought, "I'm merely toying with a woman. Bai Wei wouldn't dare to speak up. Why should Wen Wan, an outsider, have any authority over me? What power does she wield?" The atmosphere grew even more hushed. Amidst the stillness, Xiaoting chuckled softly. Wiping his mouth with a napkin, he rose and declared, "I am leaving." Some attempted to dissuade him, saying, "Lawyer Hua, please stay. Yao Ziyan has had too much to drink and may have offended you. How about we let him down 3 shots, and we can let this matter pass?" Xiaoting smiled with restraint. Looking at the now sober Yao Ziyan, he calmly stated, "You questioned whose influence Wen Wan is leveraging. Allow me to clarify, it is my influence. Wen Wan is under my protection. And I have not raised my voice at her. Who are you to criticize me?" Yao Ziyan felt a wave of confusion wash over him. After Xiaoting's words, he truly departed. Once he was gone, the private room remained quiet for a considerable time. Someone patted Yao Ziyan on the shoulder, saying, "Go apologize to Xiao." "Yao Ziyan, I'm not saying this lightly. No matter how flirtatious the women outside may seem, they are merely distractions, not lasting affairs. That Ding Chang girl has a poor reputation. Do not act foolishly, lest you become the laughingstock of our circle." Yao Ziyan wiped his face, fully awakening from his stupor. Hesitantly, he inquired, "What about Xiaoting and Wen Wan? Surely it is just a fleeting fling? After all, Xiaoting was renowned within their circle as a workaholic who had no intentions of marrying. He found it hard to believe that Wen Wan could captivate him." Others chuckled. Whether Xiao and Wen Wan's relationship will flourish is uncertain, but it is evident he is invested. Have you ever seen Xiao publicly embarrass anyone? Or treat a woman with such deference? No? So, my dear brother, congratulations. Before the words had even fully left their lips, Yao Ziyan was already rushing out. Ultimately, he found Wen Wan and Bai Wei at a KTV, but Xiaoting was nowhere to be seen. Yao Ziyan was filled with fury. He felt deceived. However, he had come this far and could not neglect his wife. Approaching Bai Wei, he placed a hand on her shoulder, saying, "Is there anything you cannot discuss at home? It is rather embarrassing to air our grievances in front of friends." Bai Wei was washing her face when she heard her husband's voice, causing her to stiffen. Yao Ziyan awkwardly added, "I said it was merely a game. Your status as the main wife remains unchanged." Bai Wei, with reddened eyes, slowly finished washing her hands. Wen Wan harbored concerns for her. Bai Wei forced a smile and said, "Wen Wan, as long as you do not look down upon me, consider it a favor to accompany me for a meal when you have the time." Upon hearing this, Wen Man felt a profound sorrow within her heart. She yearned to advise Yao Ziyan to treat Bai Wei with greater kindness, however, the words eluded her. After repeated betrayals, what good could possibly come of it? Her spirits were quite low, and it took her a considerable time to turn off the engine after parking the car beneath the apartment building. He sat on the sofa, watching television, seemingly awaiting her arrival. Wen Man raised her brow and gazed at him. Xiaoting patted the seat beside him and inquired, "What seems to be the matter?" "Teacher Wan?" Wen Wan leaned against him, exhibiting a rather gentle demeanor. In truth, Xiaoting had overheard her speaking through Yao Ziyan's phone. And he discovered that Wen Wan possessed many facets, often flustered and blushing in his presence, yet fiercely assertive when confronting Yao Ziyan. He found this duality quite exhilarating. Initially, he had planned to wait until Saturday to celebrate her birthday before indulging in more intimate moments. However, he was now filled with longing. He pressed Wen Wan onto the sofa and kissed her. At first, she was reluctant, but Xiaoting had an intimate understanding of her body and easily ignited her desire. Their clothes were strewn across the floor. Wen Man's eyes brimmed with emotion, embodying a captivating allure. Xiaoting found himself particularly enchanted by her demeanor, his spirit soaring to exhilarating heights. Just as the atmosphere thickened with passion, Xiaoting's phone began to ring incessantly. The persistent chime of the notifications went unnoticed by him. Yet Wen Man struggled to maintain her focus, gently nudging him, "Your phone. Do not mind it." Xiaoting replied, pressing his lips to hers, their kisses growing ever more fervent. The phone fell silent for a moment, only to stubbornly resume its ringing shortly thereafter. Wen Wan pressed her lips against his. "You take the call, we shall continue later." Xiaoting's gaze was profound as he stared at her for a moment before releasing her, turning to answer the phone. "Uncle Qiao, it's me, Xiaoting." Yet, after only a few steps, he embraced her once more, one hand encircling her slender waist, casually caressing her figure. Unable to withstand such intimacy, Wen Wan stumbled and fell into his arms. Hua Xiaoting looked down at her. He was already handsome, and at that moment, he exuded the charm of a mature man. Unable to resist, Wen Wan kissed his chin, feeling the slight prickle of his stubble, which had just begun to grow. Scratching her softly, Hua Xiaoting gazed at her while conversing with Xiao Jingyan. Xiao Jingyan's voice was filled with excitement. Xiaoting, I have located the intermediary for the jewelry. Once we find him, it will not be difficult to find my child. Hua Xiaoting gently caressed Wen Wan's lips, smiling lightly. Congratulations, Uncle Qiao. Xiao Jingyan sighed, his mood sinking again. Unfortunately, just a couple of days ago, that person was in a car accident and remains in a coma. Xiaoting, I fear he might become a vegetable. If that happens, I may never find Xiao Wan or my child. Hua Xiaoting inhaled deeply. Wen Wan gently bit his finger. His gaze was profound. On the other end of the line, Xiao Jingyan frowned. Xiaoting, what's the matter? Hua Xiaoting chuckled softly, just a playful nip from a cat. Uncle Qiao, you needn't worry. I will consult the relevant experts to ensure his swift recovery, allowing you and Auntie to reunite. Speaking of this, Xiao Jingyan sighed lightly. After all these years, I wonder if she is married. Xiaoting, I merely wish to see her once, to know whether she is well, and about that child. I have a premonition that it is a girl. Xiaoting, are you listening? Hua Xiaoting, stirred by Wen Wan, could not help but respond earnestly. He stifled his breath. Uncle Qiao, I am listening. Xiao Jingyan murmured to himself, that child must be 24 by now, of an age to consider marriage. Hua Xiaoting, playfully teasing the girl in his arms, found it particularly amusing, and took the opportunity to reassure Xiao Jingyan, Uncle Qiao, Auntie is beautiful, so that young lady must be as well, her future will be bright. Perhaps she is already married with children. Xiao Jingyan felt comforted. He sighed softly, lately, I have been worried about what would happen if she encounters a scoundrel. Xiaoting, your words bring me peace. Xiaoting, are you listening? Xiaoting? Chapter 114, Xiao Jingyan prepares for DNA testing. Hua Xiaoting's chiseled features tightened as he grit his teeth. Uncle Qiao, I am here. He lowered his gaze upon Wen Wan. Her expression of enchantment delighted him, stirring deeper emotions within him. Faint sounds of intimacy drifted through the phone line, rather suggestive. Xiao Jingyan, seasoned in such matters, could easily guess. He cleared his throat. Xiaoting, it's getting late, I shall not intrude further. He ended the call. When it comes to elder relatives, one can hardly wait to hang up. This is more frequent than 3 meals a day. No, this cannot continue. A person like Xiaoting is absolutely unacceptable. He chuckled bitterly. In this vast sea of humanity, he could not locate that child, let alone fathom her romantic involvement with Xiaoting, who was currently with Miss Wen, seemingly a fitting pair. Meanwhile, Hua Xiaoting discarded his phone. He had thoroughly enjoyed the entire evening. When Man admitted that she was indeed somewhat infatuated. Hua Xiaoting was exceptionally handsome, and his ardent understanding of women was impossible for her to remain indifferent to. Hua Xiaoting leaned against the headboard to rest, habitually lighting a cigarette. When Man particularly relished the sight of his gaunt cheeks when he smoked, exuding a distinct masculinity. Hua Xiaoting's phone chimed twice. He picked it up, glancing at it while continuing to smoke. When Man, having just bathed and applying her skincare products, softly inquired, is there still work to be done at this late hour? Hua Xiaoting replied with a gentle smile, not at all. It's Uncle Qiao. He is searching for the child he lost. This week, Uncle Qiao submitted his DNA for registration. If that child has also done the same, a match could be found. Wen Wan was momentarily taken aback. The DNA database. If she were to enter the DNA registry, would there be a chance of finding her biological father? Lost in her thoughts, Hua Xiaoting lightly patted the space beside him. As Wen Wan approached, he embraced her and pressed a kiss to her lips. His voice husky and alluring. Did you like the batch of jewelry and clothing that arrived today? Wen Wan certainly adored jewelry, no woman could resist its allure. However, even without a keen understanding of market value, she could discern that those pieces were worth at least 20 million. Leaning on his shoulder, she candidly expressed, they are far too precious. I cannot accept them from Hua Xiaoting. What is there to fear? Hua Xiaoting mused softly, his fingers delicately toying with her hair. Though his eyes were closed in contemplation, he thought to himself that he would gift her the 400 square meter office in the future, if she cherished it. He would even transfer ownership of this apartment to her name. He genuinely cherished her and was willing to make sacrifices for her. Lost in his thoughts, he felt a wave of emotion surge within him. He leaned closer to her ear and whispered, "Wen Wan, allow me to do it once more." Ever since Hua Xiaoting had broached the subject of DNA, Wen Wan found herself frequently reflecting upon it. She was torn, wanting to pursue it yet fearing the ramifications for Wen Boyan and Aunt Ruan. Below the music room, there was a CAF that served her favorite brew. Each time she visited to check on progress, she would pause there for a moment. The afternoon sun cast a languid glow, and Wen Wan rested her chin in her hand, lost in thought. Then, a cultured voice broke the silence, "Miss Wan." When Man raised her eyes in astonishment upon seeing the visitor, it was none other than Xiao Jingyan. When Man quickly stood up, greeting, "Hello, Mr. Xiao." Xiao Jingyan, dressed in a light-colored casual suit, exuded an air of ease. With a subtle smile, he remarked, "You are dating Xiaoting, yet you still address me so formally?" When Man playfully pulled out the chair for him, saying, "You may also call me Miss Wan." "It is my fault. I shall call you Man." When Xiao Jingyan uttered that name, his voice tightened slightly, imbued with a sense of nostalgia. When Man handed him the menu with a gentle smile, saying, "My father sometimes calls me Xiao Man." Xiao Man. Xiao Jingyan momentarily lost himself in thought as he gazed upon Wen Man. Her delicate features bore a striking resemblance to the young Lu Xiaoman, and given her age, he couldn't help but entertain a flicker of hope. Thus, he subtly inquired, "Have you met both of Xiao Ting's parents?" Wen Man was somewhat taken aback. Although Xiao Jingyan was her elder, the topic at hand felt rather abrupt. After careful consideration, she opted for a safe response, "We are still in the early stages of our relationship, and it hasn't yet reached the point of meeting the parents." Xiao Jingyan did not pursue the matter further. Just then, his coffee arrived, and he took a delicate sip with a smile. "May I inquire about your parents' professions?" Wen Wan gazed at the coffee for a long while before softly stating, "My father is an auditor. My mother passed away when I was very young. But now I have an aunt who treats me very well." After Wen Man spoke, she offered a faint smile towards Xiao Jingyan. However, the corners of her eyes glistened with moisture, tinged with a hint of crimson, clearly betraying her longing for her mother. In that fleeting moment, Xiao Jingyan felt a sharp pang in his heart. He murmured softly, "She has passed away. So young to depart, it cannot be my little man." His little man was in such good health, the fortune teller had proclaimed she would live a long life, filled with wealth and honor. After a prolonged silence, Xiao Jingyan finally realized his lapse in composure. Out of courtesy, he intended to inquire about Wen Man's mother's name. Yet, just as the words were poised on his lips, his phone rang. Glancing at the screen, he offered a polite smile to Wen Man, saying, "I apologize. It is a call from my daughter. She has arrived in B City, and I must go to the airport to pick her up." Wen Wan nodded gently. For some inexplicable reason, Xiao Jingyan felt a twinge of reluctance. Despite knowing it was inappropriate, he softly caressed Wen Wan's hair and said kindly, "When we meet again, Uncle Xiao will treat you to something delightful." Wen Man smiled gently. When she smiled, two small canine teeth appeared, adding to her charm. Xiao Jingyan found himself momentarily lost in thought. She bore an uncanny resemblance. Had it not been for her mother's passing, there would have certainly been more questions to ask. When Man mentioned this matter to Hua Xiaoting, stating that she had encountered Xiao Jingyan at a CAF, Hua Xiaoting replied with a faint smile, "Isn't Uncle Qiao your idol? Did you not seize the opportunity to share a cup of coffee with him?" His words seemed rather out of place. Wen Wan intentionally remarked, "Isn't my idol you?" Hua Xiaoting was evidently pleased by her words. Subsequently, Wen Wan expressed a hint of regret, saying, after only a brief conversation, he received a phone call from his daughter, who mentioned needing to go to the airport to pick someone up. Xiaowen. Hua Xiaoting's body stiffened slightly. He chose not to respond to Wen Wan, instead fixating his gaze upon the television. The content being aired was lost on him. Recently, Wen Wan has been getting along quite well with him. Hua Xiaoting is mature and exceptional, and there are many matters she is eager to inquire about him. At this moment, she cannot help but wish to discuss the topic of DNA, seeking his perspective. However, after speaking for quite a while, not a single word of hers seemed to register with Hua Xiaoting. Hua Xiaoting. Hua Xiaoting. Wen Man possesses a graceful beauty and a gentle disposition. Her character equally admirable. In her spare time, she meticulously tends to him, embodying the essence of a devoted partner. Hua Xiaoting understands that as long as he desires, he can wholly possess her, both physically and emotionally. Wen Wan harbors feelings for him, and he is well aware of it. Her eyes can never conceal her emotions. Yet, he desires freedom, he yearns not to be tethered or led astray by a woman once more. He simply wishes to relish the present nature of their relationship. He believes it to be quite splendid. Chapter 115, His White Moonlight Returns. Hua Xiaoting gently caressed Wen Wan's long hair, his voice barely above a whisper as he said, "I apologize, but I have some official business to attend to." With that, he rose and made his way toward the study. His abrupt actions compelled Wen Wan to ponder further. Just moments ago, she had mentioned Xiao Jingyan's daughter. Xiaoan. Wen Wan suddenly felt a chill enveloping her. Xiaoan was the person who resided in Hua Xiaoting's heart. Yet, she had encountered Xiao Jingyan numerous times, and Hua Xiaoting had engaged in such activities with her over the phone, even teasing her on several occasions. But he had never divulged to her that his past was intertwined with Xiaoan. No one had informed her. Everyone was aware, except for her, Wen Wan. The early autumn night bore a slight chill. Wen Man sat alone on the sofa in the living room, separated from Hua Xiaoting by merely a wall. Yet at that moment, it felt as though they were worlds apart. To some extent, she had indeed been touched by her emotions. The roses by her bedside in the early morning, the morning dew, and the lingering intimacy of the night. Wen Man smiled gently, realizing that none of these mattered. The mere mention of Xiaoan was enough to outweigh everything between her and Hua Xiaoting. Wen Wan did not foolishly presume to engage him in conversation, for they were nothing to each other. Even she, no matter how naive, understood the profound impact that the recent revelation had on Hua Xiaoting. That formidable bombshell still held unparalleled sway over him. Wen Wan was not one to seek humiliation. He desired solitude, and she afforded him that space. Nevertheless, she prepared a late-night snack for him, carefully placing it in an insulated container on the dining table, so that when he chose to emerge from his study, it would be readily visible to him. Wen Wan quietly sat in the living room, reviewing the financial report of the music studio, and after a refreshing bath, she indulged in skin care. Her 4-year unfulfilled romance with Gu Chongqing had taught her that a man's heartache seldom leads to a favorable conclusion. In the deep of night, Hua Xiaoting sat in his study. The ashtray on the wooden desk was filled with cigarette butts, and the room was enveloped in a haze of smoke. After finishing the last cigarette, he crushed the empty pack and tossed it into the trash bin. His eyes felt weary, a gentle reminder that time was slipping away. Hua Xiaoting stood up and walked straight out. The living room was dimly lit, with only a small nightlight illuminating the space. In the soft glow, he easily spotted the supper laid out on the dining table. Opening it revealed a comforting dish of rock sugar stewed pear, perfect for soothing the lungs. Hua Xiaoting sat down and took a few bites before making his way into the master bedroom. Wen Man had already fallen asleep. Hua Xiaoting speculated that she had discovered something. After taking a shower, he embraced her from behind. Wen Wan wished to remain in slumber. Yet he was resolute in his determination to rouse her. Hua Xiaoting. Wen Man sighed softly, turning to face him as she whispered, "I am a bit weary and do not wish to continue." However, Hua Xiaoting had no such intentions. He merely desired to converse with Wen Man. Gently resting his forehead against hers as he confessed, "I had been in a relationship with Xiaoan for several years. She is the daughter of Uncle Qiao." Wen Man was momentarily taken aback. She leaned close to his heart and softly inquired in a place where he could not see, "Do you wish to reconcile with her?" "No," Hua Xiaoting replied, his voice tinged with a certain chill. "She is engaged." Wen Wan chose not to inquire further. She contemplated that this ambiguous explanation, rather than being intended for her, seemed more like a self-justification he was delivering to himself. He was convincing himself that his past with Xiaowen had come to an end, especially now that Xiaowen was engaged. From beginning to end, in every conceivable way. It had nothing to do with her, Wen Wan. Wen Wan understood everything all too well. She tightened her embrace around his neck and deliberately remarked, "That's great. I have no desire to be a mistress." Hua Xiaoting felt an irritation gnawing at him. At times, Wen Wan could be quite provocative. Wherever he felt discomfort, she would jab at it. Instead of retaliating, he tenderly tousled her chestnut-hued hair and murmured, "Tomorrow is Mingzhu's birthday banquet, make sure to dress beautifully." Wen Wan smiled faintly. Wen Man is beginning to feel sympathy for her own predicament. The following day marks the birthday of Hua Mingzhu. It is likely to be her final celebration within the Hua family, who dote on their daughter, choosing to host the festivities at the Hua residence. Hua Zhendong and his wife have spared no expense, ensuring that everything is of the finest quality. The Hua mansion is resplendent, featuring a live band, delectable cuisine, and elegantly attired distinguished guests. Hua Mingzhu is positively exalted. Wen Wan chose a white silk gown, featuring an off-the-shoulder design at the front, while the back was adorned with an expanse of sheer fabric, secured by delicate straps embellished with a circle of pearls the size of grains. It was a beautiful ensemble that exuded sensuality. Initially, Hua Xiaoting forbade her from wearing it, claiming the back was too revealing. However, with her long hair cascading down, it left only a hint of allure, a tantalizing balance of exposure that was even more enticing. Wen Wan, entwined with Hua Xiaoting, accompanied him to meet various esteemed elders. He never concealed their relationship, approaching it with utmost candor. Mrs. Hua radiated joy. At last, her son Xiaoting had found someone special. When inquired about the prospect of marriage, she smiled with modesty, saying, "Our Wen Wan is still quite young, being a rabbit in the zodiac, let her and Xiaoting enjoy a couple more years of courtship." While her words were gracious, behind the scenes, she cast a wistful glance at her son. They shared the same bed daily. Yet there seemed to be no unforeseen developments, such as an unexpected pregnancy. Wen Man followed Hua Xiaoting for a while. Her feet ached painfully, and she seized the opportunity to excuse herself and rest in the small garden. Before her, a shadow loomed. Wen Wan lifted her gaze and was surprised to find Gu Changqing before her. Today, Gu Changqing appeared to be in far better spirits than during their previous encounters. Wen Wan speculated that the crisis facing the Gu family had likely been resolved. Today coincidentally marked the birthday of Hua Mingzhu, and she genuinely wished to extend her congratulations to him, after which she hoped to sever all ties. Gu Changqing discerned Wen Wan's aloofness. He chuckled softly. "Hua Xiaoting brought you to such a gathering, I presume you are rather pleased? Do you believe you might soon marry into the Hua family?" Wen Wan, did you notice how he introduced you to Hua Zhendong? Wen Man gazed intently at him and inquired, "What exactly do you wish to convey?" Gu Changqing leaned forward, a flicker of fire igniting in his eyes. A hint of sarcasm graced his lips as he remarked, "You are aware that Hua Xiaoting has no intention of marrying. Are you not? Do you comprehend the reasons behind his reluctance?" Before he could finish, Wen Man's gaze drifted to a certain spot. She softly replied, "I know." Gu Changqing was momentarily taken aback, then followed her line of sight. At the entrance of the Hua family's garden, a slender figure adorned in a flowing crimson gown swayed gracefully, her long, seaweed-like black hair cascading down to her waist, exuding a beauty that burned with fervor. Hua Xiaoting, clad in a black tuxedo, locked eyes with her. A tale of infatuation and longing unfolded in their shared gaze. Wen Wan cast her eyes down with a gentle smile. Hua Xiaoting proclaimed that she was his morning dew. No, she was not. Xiaowen was his red rose. While Wen Wan was merely a light porridge that Hua Xiaoting had sampled, nothing particularly special. Chapter 116, Wen Wan, let us give it a try. The surroundings were tranquil and serene. Wen Man gazed at the old lovers reunited after a long separation. Hua Xiaoting's expression was intricate, a blend of anguish, astonishment, and disbelief. Wen Wan was uncertain whether he still loved Xiaowen, or to what extent, yet it was evident that Hua Xiaoting harbored deep-seated hatred. Hatred is indeed the antithesis of love. He had never forgotten Xiaowen. Gu Changqing, observing from the side, mockingly inquired, "Wen Wan, do you feel utterly uncomfortable at this moment?" Wen Wan smiled faintly. Gu Changqing mocked, "What pleasure can I possibly give you?" Shouldn't you be utterly content now? You ought to radiate the brilliance of a saint. Gu Changqing slowly clenched his fingers. What had he gained? What happiness was he experiencing? He had lost the woman who loved him for 4 years, watching her cohabit with another man. All of this was of his own making. Hua Xiaoting's words were undeniably true. It was Gu Changqing himself who had placed Wen Wan beside Hua Xiaoting. It was he who had let her slip away. Gu Changqing's throat moved slightly. Unable to contain himself, he spoke. Wen Wan, perhaps I could relinquish everything. Shall we start anew? Wen Man suddenly lifted her gaze, disbelief flooding her eyes. Gu Changqing, how could he possibly think they could start anew? He had ruthlessly trampled upon her, only to lightly utter an apology. And then resume as if nothing had happened? How utterly absurd. Wen Wan's eyes were slightly reddened, and her lips trembled gently. She fixated on Gu Changqing, harboring an unprecedented hatred for him. At that moment, a soft, delicate voice pierced the air. Gu Changqing, Wen Wan, so it is you two here. This sound startled the old lovers. Hua Xiaoting slowly turned his head. He beheld Gu Changqing and Wen Wan standing very close, gazing intently into each other's eyes. Wen Man's eyes glistened with a faint crimson hue, reminiscent of impending tears, while Gu Changqing's gaze bore the weight of unspoken memories. Hua Xiaoting's elongated eyes narrowed slightly, a flicker of displeasure stirring within him. Xiaowen, with her cascading seaweed-like black hair, approached with a teasing lilt in her voice, inquiring, "Girlfriend?" Hua Xiaoting offered no denial. Xiaowen drew closer, her laughter a soft whisper against his ear. "Xiaoting, it has been quite some time. Over the years, I have worried that my past actions might have caused you to shy away from women. Seeing you now brings me great joy." Hua Xiaoting maintained a reserved smile, responding, "It has indeed been a while. Moreover, you are overthinking it." Xiaowen tilted her lovely head, her exquisite features and vibrant crimson lips radiating confidence in the sunlight. In that moment, Hua Xiaoting found himself momentarily lost, realizing that Xiaowen had seemingly remained unchanged throughout the years. Wen Wan possesses a temperament that is entirely distinct from that of Xiaowen. Wen Wan possesses a homely disposition and a passion for cooking. Her temperament is stable and easily appeased. Naturally, Wen Wan also enjoys adorning herself beautifully. Wen Wan. As Hua Xiaoting turned around, he realized that the original spot was now devoid of any presence. Wen Man is no longer here. He thought, she must have seen him. And also Zhouwen. Hua Xiaoting was momentarily taken aback. Zhouwen squinted slightly. "Xiaoting, won't you take me on a tour of the residence?" she said playfully, as if they were long-standing friends. Zhouwen attempted to link her arm with his, but Hua Xiaoting subtly evaded her. "Zhouwen, this is inappropriate." Zhouwen's expression stiffened slightly. She softly replied, "Xiaoting, you never used to refuse me." Hua Xiaoting strode towards the grand residence, his voice drifting back. "Zhouwen. As you said, that was in the past." They departed. In a corner, on the second floor of a small villa, Gu Changqing observed with cold indifference. He noticed Hua Xiaoting was lost in thought, fixated on the spot where Wen Man had stood. When did Hua Xiaoting become so concerned about Wen Man? He should have realized by now that Hua Xiaoting's gaze on Wen Man was filled with pure male desire. A man understands another man best. If Hua Xiaoting was constantly infatuated with a woman, what else could it be if not love? What else could it signify if not possession? Gu Changqing gently closed his eyes. Hua Xiaoting's feelings for Wen Man had already surpassed those for Zhouwen. Yet, he loved without self-awareness. Gu Changqing had no desire to reveal this to him. Not in the slightest. A birthday banquet had taken on a different flavor due to Zhouwen's arrival. Even Mrs. Hua was deeply concerned. Wen Wan smiled gently. She found it difficult to explain to Madame Hua that her relationship with Hua Xiaoting was merely physical companionship. Throughout the entire afternoon and evening, Hua Xiaoting scarcely caught sight of Wen Wan. Indeed, the Hua residence was quite expansive. With a little effort, one could easily avoid another. The night was as cool as water. Wen Wan leaned against the pavilion, a glass of cocktail resting on the stone table. The hall resonated with the enchanting melodies of Western music, exuding beauty and romance. Wen Wan thought that the guests should be dancing joyously by now. She did not indulge in self-pity, for this affair had never truly concerned her. She had no intention of vying for anything. as Hua Xiaoting's demeanor had long made it clear that her affections meant nothing. Perhaps she should find an excuse to leave soon. Wen Wan. A gentle call echoed in her ears. Wen Wan raised her gaze and beheld Zhang Rui. Typically clad in casual attire, he epitomized the standard second-generation style, however. This evening he appeared particularly dapper, far more handsome than usual. He approached Wen Wan, towering over her, necessitating that she tilt her head upward to meet his gaze. Zhang Rui's voice was deeper than usual as he inquired, "Aren't you going to dance? It would be such a pity to be dressed so beautifully and not partake in the festivities." Wen Wan smiled faintly, saying, "I won't go. It feels quite pleasant to enjoy the breeze here." Zhang Rui, with a rare sharpness, inquired directly, "Is it because of Hua Xiaoting and Xiaowen?" His bluntness left Wen Wan feeling somewhat uneasy. Leaning closer, Zhang Rui's nose nearly brushed against hers as he whispered, "Wen Wan, do you like him? So much so that you dare not appear before him, fearing the scene of an old flame dancing might wound you, isn't it? Coward." Wen Wan's slender neck trembled slightly as she gazed at Zhang Rui before her, as if encountering this person for the very first time. Zhang Rui caressed her face in a seemingly ethereal manner, his voice dripping with irresistible charm. "Are you wondering why I am doing this? It is simply because I wish for your happiness. After all, isn't the essence of life to seek joy? As long as you have ample romantic prospects, Hua Xiaoting won't stand a chance with you. Wen Wan, let us give it a try. I assure you, you will witness a completely transformed Hua Xiaoting." Chapter 117, He knows. He just chooses not to give. Wen Wan's worldview was shattered by Zhang Rui. She does not relish the thrill of tumultuous romantic games. Her sole desire is to be with the one she loves. Even if it is not Hua Xiaoting, she firmly believes that one day she will encounter that special someone. Wen Wan fled. She was frightened away by Zhang Rui. In the pavilion, Zhang Rui set aside his frivolity and gazed expressionlessly at Wen Wan's retreating figure. She had consumed a modest portion of her cocktail, which remained there, a delicate shade of pink that appeared rather sweet. Zhang Rui gently picked it up, his fingers brushing over the lip mark left by Wen Wan, and then slowly sipped from that very spot. In their circle, there were quite a few girls like Xiaowen, equally capricious in nature, yet each possessed a distinct beauty. Wen Man is distinct. She possesses numerous virtues that many girls in this circle lack. Moreover, her respectable background prevents her from being petty. She is, without a doubt, the epitome of an ideal wife in their social milieu. Gu Changqing failed to appreciate her. Hua Xiaoting is preoccupied with reclaiming his youthful pride, perhaps leaving no room for Wen Man in his thoughts. In Zhang Rui's eyes, a spark ignites. Xiaoting, if you cannot cherish a woman, then I shall cherish her in your stead. When Wen Man entered the banquet hall, she was well prepared. Indeed, they were a perfect match. Moreover, their synergy was remarkable. Hua Xiaoting held Xiaowen's slender waist as she twirled in his embrace. Wen Man quietly observed the scene before her. She thought to herself, fortunately, she was not deeply entangled. Thankfully, she and him were not truly engaged, otherwise, how would she navigate such a situation? As the music concluded, Hua Xiaoting and Xiaowen both breathed lightly, and applause erupted around them. Having grown up abroad, Xiaowen, with her fiery enthusiasm and vivacious character, boldly kissed Hua Xiaoting on the cheek in front of everyone, exclaiming, "Xiaoting, our synergy remains unparalleled." Hua Xiaoting was taken aback by her unexpected gesture, momentarily stunned. Suddenly, he felt a different gaze upon him and slowly turned his body. It was Wen Man. She stood amidst the crowd, watching them, though she could not ascertain how long she had been there. As a couple living together, he should have comforted her and soothed her emotions at that moment, or perhaps offered some explanation. However, after careful consideration, Hua Xiaoting realized he must take into account Xiao Jingnian's dignity. And to console Wen Man in front of so many elders would be tantamount to publicly announcing their engagement. Hua Xiaoting was unwilling to be bound. Instead, he simply gazed at her, their eyes conveying an understanding that spoke volumes. Wen Man understands. How could she not? He is aware of her affections and even more cognizant of her desires. She yearns for a long-term, stable relationship, one that is exclusive and enduring. Yet, he is reluctant to provide it. At this moment, the music swells once more, and the elders cheer for Hua Xiaoting and Xiaowen to dance again. Hua Xiaoting initially intends to decline, but Xiaowen, with a soft chuckle, teases, "Are you afraid your girlfriend might feel jealous? Or have you found it impossible to forget me, to the extent that you hesitate to share even a dance? You think too much." Hua Xiaoting replies with a frosty tone. He once again wraps his arm around Xiaowen's waist. Her movements are graceful, and in her gaze directed at Hua Xiaoting. There lies ambition and possessiveness, a rather enticing combination, indeed, providing a significant thrill for men. Yet, Hua Xiaoting's mind wanders elsewhere. Wen Wan's waist felt even more delicate in his grasp, especially when he embraced her from behind, igniting an overwhelming impulse within him each time. Yet, Wen Wan chose to depart prematurely. She politely bid farewell to Madame Hua, expressing her discomfort and requesting a carriage to take her home. Madame Hua was nearly in tears. As a woman herself, she understood the unsavory nature of her son's actions. After all, how could he still be dancing with someone after all these years of separation? Ignoring his proper girlfriend, what could he possibly find to discuss with a foreign woman? Unable to leave and unwilling to become the subject of ridicule, Madame Hua discreetly instructed Hua Mingzhu to escort Wen Wan. Hua Mingzhu was equally vexed. Throughout the journey, she incessantly criticized Xiaowen, inadvertently revealing the affair Xiaowen had with her brother. Her delicate face flushed with indignation. Given this situation, there was no way she could ever enter the Hua family home. Rest assured, Wen Wan, my mother holds her in the lowest regard. When Man gazed at Hua Mingzhu, she was truly a naive girl, which is why Hua Xiaoting cherished her so dearly, reluctant to divulge the darker truths about Gu Changqing to her. Even when Man herself found it hard to harbor any animosity towards her, in fact, she felt a twinge of affection. When Man let out a soft sigh. In truth, she was also unable to step through the gates of the Hua family. These thoughts remained unspoken. Instead, she simply took out an exquisite little box from her bag and placed it gently into Hua Mingzhu's hands. When Man sincerely expressed, "Mingzhu, happy birthday." Although Hua Mingzhu was typically carefree, she felt a tinge of sadness at that moment. With a hint of concern, she inquired, "You're not planning to break up with my brother, are you?" "Break up?" When Man smiled softly, gently asserting her decision. Between her and Hua Xiaoting, there was only an end to their relationship, with no notion of a breakup. As for Wen Man, Hua Mingzhu curled her lips in a teasing manner. She left in a huff. She raised the box in her hand, exclaiming, "A gift from Wen Man." Eager to see its contents, she sat on the sofa and began to unwrap it. Hua Xiaoting, initially intending to leave, found himself inexplicably curious about what Wen Man had chosen for Mingzhu. She had never mentioned sending a gift exclusively. Upon opening the box, it revealed not luxurious jewelry, but a bright yellow peace talisman. Beneath it lay a scroll of handwritten scriptures, which upon inspection turned out to be a personal transcription by the abbot of Lining Temple. Such a precious gift must have required immense effort from Wen Man to procure. Hua Mingzhu's lips quivered as she softly remarked, "This is the finest gift I have ever received." Hua Xiaoting reached out to affectionately ruffle his sister's hair, responding with a gentle, "Mingzhu will surely enjoy peace year after year." With that, he took the car keys and strode toward the parking lot. After removing her makeup and indulging in a bath, she wrapped herself in a black silk robe and stood before the floor-to-ceiling window. Rarely did she take the initiative to drink, yet tonight she craved a small sip. As the warmth of the alcohol enveloped her, Wen Man contemplated an end. An end with Hua Xiaoting. Wen Wan contemplated deeply and devised numerous plans. Subsequently, a sense of melancholy enveloped her, prompting her to open the morning dew and play a piece titled Moonlight Lover. As Hua Xiaoting entered, he beheld Wen Wan seated at the piano, lost in her music. There were no tears, no hysteria, only a hint of sorrow woven through the melody, yet this sorrow was remarkably restrained. This was Wen Wan, whose temperament stood in stark contrast to Xiaowen's. The piano's sound abruptly ceased. Chapter 118, Hua Xiaoting, tell me, what does it mean to truly embrace life? Wen Man's tone was exceptionally calm. Are you enjoying yourself? Hua Xiaoting removed his coat, casually tossing it onto the sofa, and approached her side. He toyed with the glass of red wine on the bar, his gaze profound. Wen Man typically refrains from consuming alcohol, leading an exceedingly disciplined life. Her indulgence in drink signifies a profound discontentment, and regarding the cause of her distress, Hua Xiaoting surmises it to be himself. In a husky voice, he inquires, "Are you upset?" A prolonged silence ensues. Wen Man looked up at him and softly inquired, "Hua Xiaoting, are you weary of this now?" Hua Xiaoting, well aware of her implication, understood that she wished to conclude this. Was it because of Qiaowen? Suddenly, Hua Xiaoting lifted her into his arms and placed her atop the piano. The piano emitted a low, mournful wail. Wen Man struggled. Her demeanor at this moment steeped in shame, as Hua Xiaoting appeared to be toying with her. Clad only in a black silk bathrobe. Her struggles were insufficient to conceal her delicate figure, and her fair skin provoked a tightening in Hua Xiaoting's throat. He rolled his Adam's apple and leaned closer to her ear, whispering, "Are you so concerned about Qiaowen's presence? Teacher Wen, can you not handle this?" Wen Wan momentarily lost her composure. The alabaster skin behind her brow, accentuated by prominent veins, was striking. Yet, she suppressed her emotions. She gently raised her gaze. Her crimson lips slightly parted. "Hua Xiaoting, pray tell, what does it mean to truly indulge?" Before he could respond, she took the initiative to wrap her arms around his neck, her lips softly meeting his in a tender kiss, which she deepened with fervor. Hua Xiaoting's body surged with a jolt. Wen Wan had never behaved this way before. He had always relished their intimate encounters, and now, overwhelmed by passion, he forgot their earlier dispute, surrendering to the kiss. The piano continued to echo, lamenting. "Lawyer Hua, would this signify the ability to indulge?" Wen Wan's voice was notably composed. Hua Xiaoting lifted his gaze, his eyes fixed upon her. Wen Man smiled at him. She said, "I apologize, Lawyer Hua. I overstepped tonight. I shall be more mindful in the future." Pausing for a moment, she added with a hint of sarcasm, "I will follow in your footsteps at all times. If I can manage it." Hua Xiaoting narrowed his eyes. He gently caressed her cheek. At that moment, he found it difficult to articulate his feelings. He yearned for her to be sensible and to adhere to the agreements between them, yet, when she was so compliant, he couldn't help but recall the lingering glances she had exchanged with Gu Changqing earlier that day. Passionate and profound. Thus, had she exhausted all her emotions on Gu Changqing, leaving only a fragment for him, Hua Xiaoting? How absurd that he had felt a sense of pride due to her affection, even contemplating her potential suffering. Hua Xiaoting smirked coldly. He leaned closer to her, exuding an air of inevitability. The methods he had previously refrained from using on her would all be employed tonight. Wen Wan allowed him to kiss her for a while. Her tone indifferent, "I have come." "What did you say?" "Hua Xiaoting, I have my period." Hua Xiaoting paused, his handsome face flushing slightly. His breath in disarray as he gazed at her. Perhaps unable to contain himself, he drew Wen Wan into his embrace and reached to check. "Hua Xiaoting! Hua Xiaoting, you scoundrel!" Hua Xiaoting released her. Slowly, he slid down to sit on a stool, pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and inhaled deeply. Lost in thought, Wen Wan adjusted her bathrobe, her body still trembling slightly, leaving her uncertain whether it was from desire or anger. Hua Xiaoting, with his elongated fingers, held a cigarette, exhaling smoke in languid wisps. Soon, a delicate veil of smoke enveloped them, obscuring their faces from one another. Hua Xiaoting flicked off the ash from his cigarette and smiled. He remarked, "Wen Wan, I am far from weary of you. I truly adore your form." Wen Man smiled faintly. How utterly despicable. He seems poised to strip away all those genteel facades, does he not? This is the true essence of Hua Xiaoting. Wen Man felt utterly exhausted and wished to cease her entanglement with him. She inquired earnestly, "May I go to sleep now?" Hua Xiaoting revealed a smile characteristic of a mature man, holding a cigarette in one hand while gently caressing her delicate face with the other. After having his fill of playful banter, he finally murmured, "Very well." Wen Wan understood that within this brief half-hour, their relationship had reached a freezing point. She was not particularly concerned. A man like Hua Xiaoting was beyond her control. Since there was no possibility, she resolved to guard her own heart. She would indulge him until his interest waned. As for Qiaowen, she had no reason to worry about her. Qiaowen was his former lover, not hers. Wen Wan enjoyed a peaceful night's sleep. Without his declaration of an end, they could not truly conclude. In the following days, Hua Xiaoting became increasingly occupied. She refrained from meddling in his personal affairs, as she herself was quite busy. The preliminary work for the music room was nearly complete. She and Sister Lee had chosen an auspicious date and were merely awaiting the grand opening. As she settled into the car, she received a call from Bai Wei, whose voice was laced with hesitation, as if she were struggling to find the right words. "Has Yao Zian been troubling you again?" Wen Wan expressed her concern for her friend. Bai Wei immediately erupted with indignation. "Yao Zian is a scoundrel, I have long since given up on him. But what about you, Wen Wan? Why haven't you taken a better look at your own romantic prospects?" Wen Wan felt a sudden flutter in her heart. She smiled gently and inquired, "What's the matter?" Bai Wei, unable to contain herself, blurted everything out. "Hua Xiaoting has had several social engagements recently. And Xiaoan has attended them all. As if that weren't enough, Hua Xiaoting is on a business trip to Hong Kong, and Xiaoan is accompanying him. I can't quite explain it. Wen Wan, just take a look at the newspapers, and you will understand." Wen Man felt a sense of bewilderment wash over her. Ah. So, it turns out that Hua Xiaoting had gone to Hong Kong a few days ago, and she had been completely unaware. Was their relationship so strained that communication had faltered, or were they simply too engrossed in their own lives to share even a word of explanation? Wen Wan smiled faintly. Bai Wei was momentarily taken aback, and after a considerable pause, she finally spoke, "Wow. Wen Wan, your level of awareness is astonishing." Wen Wan could still make a jest, Lawyer Hua merely imparted his wisdom through example. Chapter 119, Whom you reunite with is your own choice. After hanging up the phone, Wen Wan remained in a daze for quite some time. How could she truly be indifferent? How was that even possible? After all, she too harbored feelings for him. Wen Man composed herself just as she was about to start the car when a call from Hua Xiaoting came in. Wen Wan answered the phone, her voice as gentle as ever. Hua Xiaoting. On the other end, Hua Xiaoting was momentarily taken aback by her soft tone. His voice came out slightly hoarse as he inquired, "Where are you?" Wen Wan fell silent for a few seconds before responding affirmatively. After hanging up the phone, she gently caressed her slightly warm device, her emotions swirling within her. In truth, the current dynamic between her and Hua Xiaoting rendered his request for her to lie in bed rather mundane, and asking her to prepare a meal felt somewhat excessive. Those sweet domestic moments had once been like poison cloaked in sugar, moments she had willingly indulged in. Now, he was in pursuit of the ethereal moonlight of his youth, while she, Wen Wan, remained beyond the reach of any remedy. With no maid at home, she ventured to the supermarket to procure some groceries. After checking out, a group of cheerful young individuals at the entrance playfully handed her several copies of a newspaper. "Here's the revised experience edition of the B City Evening News, sister. Take a look. It's rife with gossip from the affluent circles, the content is quite sensational." They addressed her affectionately, their camaraderie evident. Wen Wan paid little mind as she casually stuffed the newspaper into her shopping bag and placed it in the trunk. To be precise, it was the gossip surrounding Hua Xiaoting and Xiaoan. They had encountered each other at a banquet in Hong Kong. At the hotel entrance, Xiaoan, adorned in a black evening gown, clutched the hem of Hua Xiaoting's attire with her delicate, pale fingers. The faint redness around her eyes betrayed her tears. Yet she stubbornly fixed her gaze upon the man ahead. Hua Xiaoting slightly turned. The camera captured only half of his face, but Wen Wan could discern the hatred and pity evident in his eyes. She lingered on these images for quite some time. Wen Man gently blinked her eyes. She casually tossed the newspaper aside and calmly prepared the meal. Hua Xiaoting had a penchant for slightly tangy dishes, yet his stomach was rather delicate. Wen Man prepared a dish of lemon fish for him, simmered a bone broth, and stir-fried 2 vegetable dishes. By the time she finished, it was nearly 7 o'clock. As Wen Man hesitated whether to make a call to inquire, a phone call from Hua Xiaoting came through. His voice was melodious on the line. Wen Man was not angry, she calmly remarked, "If you intend to drink, please hire a driver." Hua Xiaoting remained silent for a considerable time. Finally, he responded, "All right." After the call ended, Wen Man gazed at the array of dishes before her, lost in thought for quite some time. Eventually, she slowly sat down and ate her meal in solitude. There was still an abundance of food left. which she packed into a container, intending to go downstairs to feed the little dog once she finished her meal. Around 10:30 in the evening, he spotted Wen Wan in the small garden beneath the apartment building, crouched under a tree, feeding a small white dog. Hua Xiaoting was aware that she often descended to feed the dogs, but this was the first time he had witnessed it. The early autumn night was somewhat chilly, and she had donned a baseball jacket over her shirt. The garment belonged to him and was slightly oversized, accentuating her petite and delicate frame. Hua Xiaoting did not approach her. He stood beside the car, lit a cigarette, and quietly observed her. He watched as Wen Wan gently caressed the little dog, admired the flowers and plants, yet he did not see the slightest hint of sorrow on her face. After a moment, Wen Wan patted the small white dog once more and made her way upstairs. Hua Xiaoting walked over to the tree and glanced at the remnants of what she had prepared for dinner, lemon fish. The food that was meant for him now filled the dog's belly. The little white dog, unfamiliar with him, barked fiercely in his direction. Bai Wei sent over a 30-second video. Wen Wan gently clicked open. Inside the luxurious private room of an upscale club, several circles of individuals were engaged in various games, among whom Wen Wan recognized a number of familiar faces. Naturally, there was also Hua Xiaoting and Xiaowen. Hua Xiaoting lounged on the sofa, indulging in a cigarette, and his smoking demeanor remained one that Wen Wan found appealing. Xiaowen sat beside him, engrossed in a card game with others. After presumably losing, she turned her head to exchange a few words with Hua Xiaoting. He chuckled softly. As the video concluded, the screen faded to black. Wen Wan understood that Bai Wei had good intentions, and she could only manage a helpless smile. Just as she contemplated deleting the video, the door lock clicked softly open. Hua Xiaoting appeared at the threshold. He wore a crisp white shirt and impeccably pressed gray trousers, complemented by a black overcoat. The attire mirrored that of the video from earlier, indicating that he had indeed met with Xiaowen this evening. Wen Wan gazed at him with tranquility. Hua Xiaoting changed his shoes and removed his coat, casually glancing at the dining room. Wen Wan smiled faintly. "I have already eaten." Hua Xiaoting nodded slightly. He settled himself at the dining table, perusing a newspaper while casually requesting, "Please bring me a bowl of noodles." However, as soon as he finished speaking, his gaze froze. The newspapers in her hands were filled with gossip and scandal concerning him and Xiaowen, some of which were captured in a hotel setting, appearing rather ambiguous. He turned his attention to Wen Wan, a subtle furrow forming on his brow. Wen Wan softly remarked, "I bought groceries at the convenience store." They simply slipped them into the bag. Hua Xiaoting set down his newspaper. He recalled her demeanor downstairs moments ago. She appeared utterly unconcerned. During their week of estrangement, she seemed to be doing quite well. Although it was he who had stirred up a scandal with an old flame, Hua Xiaoting found himself eager to provoke Wen Wan. He let out a scoff. "Aren't you curious?" His accusatory expression made Wen Wan uncomfortable. She lowered her gaze with a faint smile and replied, "Rest assured, Lawyer Hua, I shall not overstep my bounds by meddling in your personal affairs. With whom you associate or reunite is entirely your prerogative." Hua Xiaoting lowered his head to light a cigarette, then regarded her with a wry smile. Wen Wan felt indifferent. She articulated with conviction, "As for whether I care or not, that is my prerogative." Hua Xiaoting perceived a newfound assertiveness in Wen Wan. She was eloquent, refusing to be slighted in the slightest. He swallowed hard twice and instructed her to prepare the meal. Wen Wan possesses an exquisite figure. Even while cooking, her back remains perfectly straight. Her chestnut-colored hair is elegantly tied into a bun, revealing a delicate neck, complemented by her long, slender legs. Hua Xiaoting hasn't experienced such sensations in quite some time. Just as he was about to head to the kitchen, Wen Wan's phone on the dining table lit up. It was a message from Bai Wei. The kitchen's range hood was too noisy for Wen Wan to hear it. Chapter 120, Sister-in-Law, Happiness Must Be Fought For. Hua Xiaoting glanced at the message. Such matters are difficult to explain, even for him, the party involved, and he certainly does not come out of it unscathed. However, given that this woman was once a lover, it is entirely clear what it means when a woman persistently pursues a man. Hua Xiaoting merely found it rather amusing. For a man, this was a slight thrill. Yet, he had no intention of rekindling their past romance, nor did he wish to become the third party. Wen Wan did not inquire, nor did he intend to provide an explanation. Wen Wan happened to bring out the dish, while Hu Xiaoting held her phone in his hand. The atmosphere was somewhat delicate. Finally, it was Wen Wan who broke the silence. By way means no harm, please do not put her in a difficult position. Hu Xiaoting set the phone aside, scoffing softly, his expression a mixture of amusement and disdain. You are quite adept at worrying about others, why do you not concern yourself? Wen Wan retorted, Hu Xiaoting, do you wish for me to care or not to care? Hu Xiaoting's breath became somewhat heated. Wen Wan understood the futility of communication. And with a self-deprecating smile, she lowered her gaze and remarked, no matter what, I can perform it for you. The atmosphere was undeniably oppressive, prompting her to change the subject. You go ahead and eat your noodles, I will take a shower. However, after taking just a couple of steps, her arm was firmly grasped. She turned around. Hu Xiaoting furrowed his brow tightly. He had lost all appetite, his focus solely on holding Wen Wan's arm, though he himself was uncertain about what he truly wished to grasp. Regret was not part of his sentiment. Wen Wan desires what he is unwilling to offer. Nor can he provide it, for he has no inclination towards marriage. Is there a pang of sympathy? Perhaps not as much as one might think. He merely finds himself unaccustomed to this version of Wen Wan. She appears rather indifferent, as if nothing truly matters. Perhaps after the act, the ache within becomes even more profound. Wen Wan and Hu Xiaoting remain in a state of suspended tension. Wen Wan remained indifferent. Yet Aunt Ruan seemed somewhat restless. A few days later, Aunt Ruan called to invite Wen Wan for a shopping excursion. After receiving the call, Wen Wan pondered. Aunt Ruan has always been frugal, and her unexpected request to buy clothes must be related to the matter concerning Hu Xiaoting. Sure enough, Aunt Ruan, armed with a bank card, accompanied Wen Wan on her shopping excursion, insisting on purchasing outfits for her, proclaiming that every girl must dress beautifully. Wen Wan had purchased a few items. While enjoying her coffee, she gently tapped Aunt Ruan's hand, saying, I have plenty of clothes. There is no need to be overly extravagant. Aunt Ruan glanced at her. Wen Wan smiled faintly. After sipping her coffee, she remarked, this is a matter between them. Aunt Ruan, it is not my place to interfere. Aunt Ruan felt a pang of sympathy for her. In a hushed tone, she scolded, when he was pursuing you, he would come and go in a flurry of cars, attending to you in the hospital and helping you deal with Gu Changqing. As she spoke, her sadness deepened. Why is it that once he won your heart, he no longer cherished you, transforming your relationship into something so desolate? What is it about you that falls short? Wen Wan handed a tissue to Aunt Ruan. As Aunt Ruan wiped her tears, she remarked, do not hold it against me for speaking out. I once harbored great hopes that Hu Xiaoting would cherish you. Wen Wan gently patted the back of her hand and softly reassured, he made his intentions clear from the very beginning. There is nothing to complain about. Besides, Miss Zhao's pursuit of him is her own affair. If he allows her advances, that is his predicament, Aunt Ruan. I have no reason to blame anyone. Perhaps Hu Xiaoting did not perceive any issue with it. However, in Wen Wan's eyes, such indulgence was sufficiently ambiguous. In the future, she would undoubtedly part ways with Hu Xiaoting. Why should she compete with an unrelated woman? She confided to Aunt Ruan that she now aspired to build a career. At last, Aunt Ruan was appeased. She shifted from tears to laughter, saying, it is good that you've come to understand. Pursuing a career is commendable. Upon returning to the apartment, just as she prepared a dish, a knock resounded at the door. Wen Wan found it rather peculiar. Who could it be at this hour? Peering through the cat's eye, she was astonished to see Hua Mingzhu. Hua Mingzhu entered, carrying several bags, and upon placing them at the entrance, she exclaimed, Wen Wan, these are all gifts from my mother for you. Wen Wan glanced over the items, all of which were quite exquisite. 2 limited edition platinum bags, a Patek Philippe diamond watch, along with several accessories. Just as she contemplated declining, Hua Mingzhu had already approached the dining table and began to indulge in the dish without hesitation. Wen Wan. After Hua Mingzhu finished her meal, she finally had a moment to speak. Delicious. Wen Wan, please prepare another portion for me later. Suddenly, she recalled her own task. Wen Wan, allow me to take you out for some fun. Wen Wan tidied up the dishes with a faint smile, inquiring, "Where to?" Hua Mingzhu, seldom engaging in mischief, wore an unnatural expression on her delicate face as she replied, "We're off to a delightful place, you need only accompany me." Fearing that Wen Wan might decline, she added provocatively, "You left early for my birthday, so consider this a belated celebration." Wen Wan was quite fond of her, and upon reflection, she readily agreed. Hua Mingzhu ushered her into the dressing room, personally selecting a gown and accessories for her. The dress was a flowing, pastel-hued chiffon creation, cinched at the waist, exuding an exquisite and romantic allure. Coupled with Wen Wan's hair color, she bore a striking resemblance to a certain leading actress. Hua Mingzhu gazed in awe, murmuring, "How could my brother bear to let such beauty go?" After uttering this, she shyly stuck out her tongue. Wen Wan was not angry. She picked up her phone and donned a pair of nude high heels. "Where shall we go?" But Hua Mingzhu dared not say. Her mother wept daily at home. Yet she could not intervene in the affairs of the young couple. She had specifically instructed Hua Mingzhu to take Wen Wan to catch someone in the act. Mrs. Hua had conveyed her directions thus: "Your brother is still a bachelor at his age, it would be a shame for him to lose a rabbit-born companion. Mingzhu, you must not neglect your brother." Hua Mingzhu replied, "I will take care of it. I will attend to it immediately." After inquiring with Jiang Rui, she hurried over to find Wen Wan. At that moment, when Wen Wan asked about their destination, she responded mysteriously, "It's a wonderful place." Hua Mingzhu had driven over and invited Wen Wan to ride in her car. Wen Man could hardly withstand her enthusiasm. Half an hour later, the crimson sports car came to a halt in front of the Lan Kwai Fong clubhouse. The doorman recognized Hua Mingzhu and respectfully greeted her as Miss Hua, while discreetly casting a glance at Wen Man, who was strikingly beautiful and previously unseen. Hua Mingzhu, of course, noticed this and felt a sense of pride, exclaiming to herself, "My sister-in-law." Wen Wan ascended to the third-floor VIP lounge, inquiring, "Have you invited any other friends?" Hua Mingzhu paused at the entrance of box 308. She opened the door, gesturing for Wen Wan to enter, her heart laden with unease. "Yes, there are quite a few friends." Wen Man, caught off guard, stepped inside. Once her eyes adjusted to the light within the private room, she was taken aback. The individuals present were mostly familiar to her, belonging to the circle of Hua Xiaoting and Jiang Rui, with Xiaoan also among them. Wen Wan turned to look at Hua Mingzhu, who was running swiftly. "Sister-in-law. Happiness must be fought for on one's own." Chapter 121, Wen Wan, Call Me Husband. The private room fell into silence. The men, who had been drinking and playing cards, all paused to gaze at Wen Wan. Xiaoan sat beside Hua Xiaoting, embodying the demeanor of a hostess. Wen Wan's situation is exceedingly awkward. Although it can be said she came to socialize, no one extended an invitation to her. If it is suggested that she came to catch someone in the act, her relationship with Hua Xiaoting is non-existent. Yao Zian, having previously had a falling out with her, was the first to target Wen Wan, his tone laced with sarcasm. "What brings Wen Wan here? Shall we have some fun together?" Wen Wan turned her gaze towards Hua Xiaoting. Clad in a casual ensemble of a black shirt and black trousers, he sat languidly on the sofa, exhaling plumes of smoke. His nonchalant demeanor was unlike anything Wen Wan had ever encountered. Hua Xiaoting cast a sidelong glance at Wen Wan, seemingly displeased, and chose not to intervene. Suddenly, Xiaoan leaned in and planted a kiss on Yao Zian's cheek, then, with a teasing smile, remarked, "Zian, do refrain from jesting with Miss Wen. A girl of her disposition likely cannot afford such playful banter." Wen Wan tightly grasped her hand. Once again, someone declared that she was unworthy of the game. Xiaoan and Hua Xiaoting were known for their connection. Hua Xiaoting's gaze was profound. Yao Zian let out a scoff, finally relieving some pent-up frustration. At that moment, someone spoke up, "All right, let's not force Wen Wan any longer, let's continue the game." The atmosphere grew lively once more. But just then, a soft voice emerged, "I can play." The voice was faint, nearly drowned by the clamor, yet Hua Xiaoting caught it. It was Wen Wan who spoke. No one dared to utter a word, even a fool could see that Hua Xiaoting was decidedly displeased. Perhaps Wen Wan had not given him the respect he desired. In the ensuing silence, Jiang Rui chuckled lightly and said, "Since Wen Wan claims she can play, then she surely can." He pulled Wen Wan to sit beside him and poured her a glass of red wine. If we lose the game, we must drink. If we win, we can make any request of anyone. There are no limits. Was Xiaoting's voice was low and serious. Zhang Rui. Zhang Rui, however, was in high spirits, responding. Brother Xiaoting, are you unable to play? Xiaoan has already bestowed numerous passionate kisses. Why are you unwilling to share with Wen Wan? Ha ha. It's clear that a true sister-in-law is different, she protects her interests. Was Xiaoting cast a glance at Wen Wan. He extinguished his cigarette. Unusually joining the fray, let us go. The rules were straightforward, it was merely a game of high card. In the first round, Yao Zian emerged victorious. Although he had a grudge against Wen Wan, was Xiaoting's ambiguous attitude made him hesitant to take risks. Thus, he shared a deep kiss with Xiaoan. The passion was palpable, leaving the onlookers blushing and breathless. After their kiss, Xiaoan playfully remarked to Wu Xiaoting, if I win, I want to kiss you deeply. Wu Xiaoting chose to ignore her. Wen Wan held the smallest hand of cards, having sipped half a glass of red wine. Her already fair complexion appeared even more radiant after the wine, her features taking on a flirtatious allure. Zhang Rui, seated beside her, could not remain entirely indifferent. His gaze toward Wen Wan was unmistakably filled with admiration. Even those present, if blind, would sense the palpable tension in the air. Just then, in the next round, Zhang Rui emerged victorious. The private room fell into a hushed silence. Damn! What a spectacle to behold! Wu Xiaoting cast aside his cards. His penetrating gaze fixed intently on Wen Wan. Before Wen Wan could react, Zhang Rui leaned over her, his hands resting on either side of her head. He straightened his handsome nose and gently brushed against Wen Wan's. Wen Man gazed up at him, utterly at a loss. Her long eyelashes gently fluttered down. Her ears tinged with a delicate pink, rendering her both adorable and alluring. Zhang Rui's gaze darkened. In the corner, Gu Changqing flicked away the ash from his cigarette, pondering sorrowfully that if he were Zhang Rui, even if he had his leg broken by Wu Xiaoting, he would still steal a deep kiss from Wen Man. After 4 years of affection, he had yet to savor her essence. Everyone believed Zhang Rui would succumb to the urge to kiss Wen Man, yet only she understood that he would not. His eyes reflected a cautious reverence. Zhang Rui's Adam's apple bobbed, he truly yearned to kiss her, but he refrained. Instead, he leaned close to Wen Man's ear and softly murmured, I want to hear you call me husband. Silence enveloped the surroundings. No one dared to utter a word. For Wu Xiaoting's expression was exceedingly grim. Zhang Rui could have simply stolen a quick kiss, a fleeting touch that would bear no consequence. Yet to compel Wen Man to call him husband seemed excessive. How could Wu Xiaoting ever share a bed with Wen Man afterward? Yao Zian cleared his throat. Zhang Rui, that's enough. He raised his eyebrows pointedly. Zhang Rui met Wu Xiaoting's eyes, a smirk playing on his lips. Brother Xiaoting can handle it. Wu Xiaoting remained silent, bowing his head to light a cigarette. Exhaling wisps of smoke languidly. Xiaoan chuckled. Ah! Wen Man probably desired Xiaoting's attention, how naive of her. Such trivial games within their circle bore little significance. Calling someone husband in jest was the mildest jest of all. Xiaoting would hardly care. In the end, the only one left in an awkward position would be Wen Man herself. At that moment, Zhang Rui lowered his head once more, his body nearly overlapping with Wen Man's. Though they did not touch. His gaze and voice were tender as he implored, Wen Man, call me husband. Wen Man, having indulged in wine, was in high spirits. She gazed deeply into Zhang Rui's eyes, as if, in that fleeting moment, her entire universe revolved solely around him. It felt as though they were two souls irrevocably in love. Wen Wan's crimson lips parted slightly, her voice a sultry whisper, Zhang Rui old. The final word lingered unspoken. Her hand was forcefully grasped and pulled, leading her to tumble into a warm embrace. Wu Xiaoting guided Wen Wan towards the doorway, casually remarking, charge it to my account tonight. The surroundings fell into a hushed silence. Zhang Rui adjusted his attire and shrugged with a smile at the onlookers, saying, I always told you, Xiaoting can't handle this. As Wen Wan departed, he turned to Xiaoan, why don't you just call me husband? Xiaoan's face turned pale. She had never anticipated that Xiaoting would care for Wen Wan to such an extent. Did he not love her, Xiaoan? He could watch her kiss another. Yet he was unable to tolerate Wen Wan addressing someone else as husband. Hua Xiaoting led Wen Wan outside. The night breeze dispersed the remnants of her inebriation. She attempted to free herself from his grip, but Hua Xiaoting held her firmly as they reached the parking lot, where he ushered her into his golden Continental. Once inside the vehicle, Hua Xiaoting did not start the engine immediately. He grasped the steering wheel, his gaze fixed ahead. "Did Mingzhu bring you here?" Wen Man was already feeling aggrieved, turning her face away to ignore him. Hua Xiaoting turned to the side, observing her profile. Perhaps it was merely his illusion. But he felt that Wen Man grew more beautiful with each passing day, and every encounter with her evoked a distinct sensation. He gazed at her intently. Then pressed the accelerator. "Get out of the car." He unfastened his seatbelt, exited the vehicle, and made his way around to her side. Wen Man understood his intentions. They were merely to act upon his desires. However, she was unwilling, she had no desire to comply. Chapter 122, If not calling him, should I call you instead? Wen Man refused to exit the vehicle. She remained inside, looking up at him. Her delicate, fair visage was tinged with a sense of grievance, particularly evident in the glistening corners of her eyes. Hua Xiaoting bent down and surprisingly lifted her out. "Shall you walk on your own? Or would you prefer that I carry you?" Wen Man, fearing embarrassment, implored him to let her down. Hua Xiaoting, "I do not wish to become a subject of your scandalous gossip." Hua Xiaoting complied, releasing her. His gaze, profound and penetrating, traversed her features, lingering on her delicate face, slender shoulders, and the romantic attire she adorned. After a prolonged silence, he spoke in a hushed tone, "The dress is quite lovely." Wen Wan's face flushed with anger. Wen Man felt no sense of honor whatsoever. She was merely a companion for his amusement, while Chaoan remained the ethereal moonlight in his heart. At the hotel reception, Hua Xiaoting presented his identification and withdrew several thousand yuan. As the receptionist registered his details, she discreetly scrutinized him. Hua Xiaoting was a well-known figure in B City. A diamond bachelor, though rumors of a girlfriend had surfaced. Moreover, the young lady by his side was exceptionally beautiful, likely to be his girlfriend. The receptionist's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she handed him a room key. "Room 3601, she wished Mr. Hua a pleasant stay." Hua Xiaoting accepted the key from her. Displaying an unruffled demeanor as he engaged in such endeavors in a place like this, his movements both graceful and aesthetically pleasing. For the first time, Wen Wan found herself in a hotel with a man, feeling utterly uncomfortable throughout the experience. As they entered the elevator, Hua Xiaoting pressed her against the wall, gripping her chin to kiss her. Wen Wan could not evade his advances, each attempt to escape was thwarted as he held her in place with his knee. Wen Wan's body softened, and Hua Xiaoting let out a low chuckle. After their kiss, they gasped for breath, particularly as delicate blue veins appeared at the corners of Wen Wan's brows. Hua Xiaoting gently caressed that spot. Suddenly, he recalled the earlier scene at the club, where Wen Wan appeared to be somewhat affected while in Jiang Rui's embrace. A flicker of discomfort washed over him as he pressed his forehead against hers and asked, "If I do not take you away, will you truly call Jiang Rui husband?" Wen Man slowly opened her eyes, gazing at him in a daze. After a prolonged moment, she finally comprehended the meaning behind his words and realized that there was no escaping today. Resolutely, she decided to irritate him a little. Wen Wan embraced Hua Xiaoting, her voice soft and melodious as she whispered against his neck, "You can call out, can't you?" Hua Xiaoting's body tensed slightly. Wen Man released him, leaning against the elevator wall and exhaling softly, "If I don't call him, should I call you instead?" Her words were undeniably provocative. Yet, Hua Xiaoting found himself ignited by her challenge. Many women desired to share his bed, but he seldom felt any inclination. However, Wen Man was different. Despite their numerous encounters, each time she gazed at him with glistening eyes, he found himself unable to resist. This feeling was something Chaoan could never provide him. Though Chaoan was indeed beautiful, her allure bore an air of aggression, coupled with past grievances that had extinguished any fantasies he might have harbored about her body, let alone any impulses. Wen Wan's beauty is captivating, exuding a gentle and tender grace that makes a man yearn to embrace her. The elevator, a public space, witnesses Hua Xiaoting's remarkable restraint. He merely caresses her cheek, his elongated gaze fixed upon her as if he were attempting to decipher every nuance of her being. Though no explicit actions transpire, the atmosphere within the elevator ignites with an undeniable intensity. With a chime, the elevator doors glide open. Shouting seizes Wen Wan's hand and unlocks the door to his suite. He carries her to the floor-to-ceiling window, leaving only a small nightlight to illuminate the room, bathing her in a soft glow as he admires her beauty. After a lengthy pause, he cradles her face and kisses her. As the passion between them reaches a boiling point, Wen Wan suddenly turns away, struggling against him. She feels a deep sense of grievance. What is this? Each day, he flirts with the light of his heart while seeking solace in her when his desires emerge. Xiaoting kisses her chin, his voice husky. What's wrong? Weren't we just fine? Wen Wan pressed her forehead against the transparent glass, her voice fragmented. I am not here to seek you tonight. I know. But what of it? Don't you desire it? Wen Wan, your body betrays your thoughts. Xiaoting, in this matter, was particularly domineering and forceful, leaving Wen Wan unable to resist. In the fervor of the moment, he could not help but recall Jiang Rui's affection for her, and Gu Changqing's lingering thoughts of her, which inevitably rendered his demeanor far more brutal than usual. Wen Wan has always been somewhat hesitant. However, Xiaoting is quite enthusiastic. He has never been this impulsive before. It is a definitive conclusion. When man felt unwell and was weary enough to desire slumber. However, she lay awake for quite a while before finally sitting up in bed. Xiaoting, you are utterly ineffectual. Xiaoting raised a hand to shield his eyes and, with the other, drew her into his embrace. It's merely an occasional occurrence. Besides, you are in your safe period. Wen Man was quite resolute. In the enveloping darkness, she softly inquired, if I were to become pregnant, would you permit me to carry the child to term? Her voice trembled with unshed tears. Xiaoting, I will not terminate the pregnancy. If I conceive, I shall give birth, regardless of whether he desires it or not. The night deepened around them. Xiaoting, weary and longing for slumber, had indulged himself this evening after a prolonged abstinence from intimacy with her. Yet, Wen Man's unwavering determination to remain awake left him unable to recline in peace. The bedroom light flickered on. He rose, dressing himself. I shall go to the pharmacy. Wen Wan sat up, gently biting her lip. Could you please purchase an external ointment? I'm feeling quite uncomfortable. Xiaoting's gaze was profound. Wen Man averted her gaze, feeling a twinge of pain. Xiaoting rose from the bed, fastening the buttons of his shirt and pulling up his trousers. After approximately 20 minutes, he returned bearing a small box of medicine and a tube of ointment. When he handed them to Wen Man, a palpable discomfort lingered between them. He had never before purchased such items for a woman. Wen Man had neither tasted nor applied the ointment. She sat on the bed, perusing the instructions. And once she comprehended them, she reached for the bottle of mineral water on the bedside table, unscrewed its cap, and swallowed the medication with a sip of water. Xiaoting observed her intently from the edge of the bed. Wen Man remained remarkably calm, devoid of the hysterics often depicted in television dramas when a female lead takes emergency contraception. He couldn't help but inquire, does this medication terminate my pregnancy? Wen Man cast a glance at him, her surprise evident. What could be troubling him? Wen Man ignored him. She donned a bathrobe and rose from the bed, preparing to head to the bathroom to apply the medication. Xiaoting intercepted her, his handsome face tinged with a hint of concern. Let's do it here. I shall assist you. Wen Wan, of course, would not agree. The bond between them was not intimate enough to reach such a level. Xiaoting tidied up and embraced her from behind. Wen Wan felt utterly exhausted and had no desire to stir. As dawn approached, Xiaoting sensed a wave of heat emanating from her embrace. Upon reaching out to touch her, he discovered that her body was feverishly hot, indicating she was likely unwell. Possessing a modicum of common sense, he surmised that this condition was a result of his own actions. Gently, he patted Wen Wan's cheek and declared, "You have a fever. I shall take you to the hospital." Wen Wan felt somewhat dazed. As she opened her eyes, her gaze, glistening with moisture, fixed upon him, fragile like a pitiful little creature. A strange flutter stirred within Hua Xiaoting's heart. Chapter 123, Xiaoting, are you serious? Wen Wan reclined upon the pristine white pillow. Perhaps due to her illness, she appeared considerably more delicate, her tone imbued with a hint of softness. I do not wish to go to the hospital. The thought of such matters necessitating a hospital visit was one she could not bear to face. Hua Xiaoting gently caressed her cheek and retrieved his phone from the bedside table to make a call. Secretary Zhang, please find a doctor to come over. Yes. Room 3601 at the XX Hotel. It is not for me, it is for Wen Wan, who is unwell. The secretary on the other end of the line was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend. Why would anyone forsake the comfort of home for a hotel? Hua. The esteemed lawyer was indeed indulging in extravagance. Secretary Zhang, a seasoned professional, promptly contacted a reliable family physician and personally escorted him to the hotel. Upon arrival, Hua Xiaoting opened the door. Before the elderly gentleman could utter a word, Hua furrowed his brow and exclaimed, "Why is it a male doctor?" Secretary Zhang retorted, "Do doctors come in only male and female?" Hua did not allow them to enter but instead instructed Secretary Zhang, "Please summon a female doctor. Preferably one with considerable experience and discretion." He discerned that Wen Wan was quite sensitive about her reputation. Secretary Zhang, quick-witted as ever, swiftly arranged for a leading female specialist from B City, who indeed possessed remarkable expertise, prescribing oral medication without the need for intravenous treatment. By noon, the temperature had dropped significantly. However, Wen Wan was still feeling quite fatigued and had a strong inclination to sleep. Secretary Zhang remained, assisting in tidying up the hotel suite, all the while silently astonished. Hua Xiaoting was in the bedroom, seated on the sofa, attending to some affairs on his phone before coming over to check on Wen Wan, gently caressing her hand. Her fingers were delicate and soft, indicating she seldom engaged in household chores. Since residing in his apartment, he had allowed the maid to take leave, leaving all domestic responsibilities to Wen Wan, yet she had not uttered a word of complaint. Hua Xiaoting suddenly recalled the days when they had just begun cohabiting. Those moments were truly delightful. Back then, whenever he looked at her, her cheeks would flush. She harbored feelings for him, a truth he had always been aware of. Yet now, her blushes before him had become infrequent. In contrast, it was Jiang Rui who had made her blush slightly last night when he asked her to call him husband, bringing forth that familiar shyness he cherished. Just the thought of it left Hua Xiaoting feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Secretary Zhang summoned a doctor once more, who attributed her condition to the consumption of emergency contraception. However, with Wen Wan unwell, he found himself filled with regret. He approached her gently, stroking her cheek, vowing, "You shall not take that again." Wen Wan felt embarrassed and turned her face away. However, Hua Xiaoting lowered his head and gently pressed his lips against hers, their kiss lingering for quite some time, until her cheeks flushed a delicate pink, at which point he finally released her. Wen Wan tilted her head, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She murmured softly, "Hua Xiaoting, perhaps you should have had your fill by now." There was indeed an unspoken understanding between them. Hua Xiaoting remained silent, merely gazing at her. He was far from satiated. How could he be? Up to this moment, all he desired was to be with her intimately. The stillness in the air was laden with discomfort. When Wan did not wish to plead with him, she choked on her words, saying, "I will no longer accompany you to the hotel." Hua Xiaoting's Adam's apple bobbed as he recalled the madness of the previous night. Just as the atmosphere thickened, his phone rang, a call from an old friend. Hua Xiaoting activated the speakerphone. "Jing Chen, what is the matter?" On the other end, a man named Jing Chen chuckled lazily. "Xiaoting, why not come out and have some fun tonight? I know your temperament. Just give her the cold shoulder for a few days, but don't go overboard." Hua Xiaoting offered no rebuttal, instead casting a knowing glance at Wen Wan. Wen Wan's anger flushed her neck with a faint crimson hue as she hurled a pillow in frustration. "To hell with your jealousy. Hua Xiaoting. Go play with whoever you wish, it has nothing to do with me." Hua Xiaoting replied with a calm smile, "It was Jing Chen who said so, not me." On the other end of the line, the speaker seemed momentarily at a loss for words. After a considerable pause, he switched to a different tone, inquiring, "Where is my sister-in-law? I was just joking. It was certain that Jing Chen's childhood friend would undoubtedly come, and Wen Wan dared not intervene. In their circle, no woman supported by a man had ever been known to take charge. They all complied and behaved submissively. As for the few who occasionally displayed a temper, they went wherever they pleased. Hua Xiaoting, however, calmly stated, "I'm not going, it's rather dull." The other person was taken aback. "Xiaoting, I have a mission here," he replied. Hua Xiaoting directly asserted, "Wen Wan is unwell, and I am staying home to care for her." The individual fell into a stunned silence. They were accustomed to being tended to by women. How could Xiaoting be the one to care for a woman? Xiaoting was not a doctor. Was he? Jing Chen's voice grew slightly grave. "Xiaoting, are you serious?" Hua Xiaoting, honoring Wen Wan, smiled faintly as he ended the call. He turned to Wen Wan, his lips curling into a charming smile. "Teacher Wan, are you satisfied with this?" Wen Wan had no desire to pay him any mind. Yet, his accommodating and considerate nature gradually eased the tension in their relationship. Throughout the weekend, aside from attending to her needs, Hua Xiaoting dedicated his time to working in the study, even descending to feed the little white dog. Wen Wan's health was fragile. Though he never laid a finger on her, he reveled in stealing kisses, each one rendering her breathless and disoriented, eliciting a low chuckle from him in those intoxicating moments. Whether she was smitten or suffering, Hua Xiaoting remained utterly indifferent. After 2 days of recuperation, Wen Wan felt significantly better and suddenly craved a cup of coffee. As she was in the midst of brewing it, the doorbell rang. Hua Xiaoting was in the study, so she went to answer the door, assuming it to be Hua Mingzhu. Upon opening the door, she was momentarily taken aback. Standing at the threshold was Xiaoan, her beautiful face adorned with a smile, in stark contrast to the malevolent demeanor she had exhibited that night. Wen Man did not dare to underestimate this white moonlight. She did not obstruct their meeting. Instead, she stepped aside to invite Xiaoan in and then approached the study door to speak with Hua Xiaoting, saying, "Miss Xiao has arrived, would you like to meet her?" Chapter 124, Hua Xiaoting, I confess. Hua Xiaoting was somewhat taken aback. "Xiaoan?" Wen Man nodded. Wen Wan exhibited an impeccable demeanor. Finally, Hua Xiaoting lowered his gaze to resume his perusal of the documents and, in a nonchalant tone, instructed, "Have her come to the study." As Wen Man turned, he lifted his gaze to behold her silhouette. In the living room, Joan was exploring the luxurious apartment, her eyes fixated on the Morning Dew piano, her face contorting with jealousy. The Morning Dew, it is said, was often played by Louis II for his beloved wife. Did Hua Xiaoting gift it to Wen Man, signifying his affection for her? Impossible. Joan resolutely refused to accept such a notion. Furthermore, she knew Hua Xiaoting well. He favored minimalist decor. How could he possibly tolerate Wen Man transforming this space into a cozy haven, saturating it with her very essence? It was everywhere. Wen Man stepped out and fixed her gaze upon Xiaoan. Only when Xiaoan noticed her did she speak. "He is waiting for you in the study." A knowing smile graced Xiaoan's lips. She raised the document bag in her hand. "I have a financial case to entrust to Xiaoting. I trust you don't mind?" Wen Wan smiled faintly. She thought to herself, fortunately, she is not Hua Xiaoting's wife, otherwise she might truly be driven to a heart attack from frustration. Wen Man exuded an air of elegance. As I brewed coffee, I inquired if she would like a cup. Joanna, with her exquisite fox-like eyes, flashed a hint of a smile and graciously replied, "Thank you." With that, she stepped into the study. The sound of conversation drifted from within, suggesting a discussion of business matters. Wen Wan felt little interest and proceeded to the kitchen to brew coffee. As she had guests, she prepared an extra cup. Just as she finished brewing and was about to pour, Xiaoan approached her, leaning casually against Wen Wan and remarked, "I saw that Morning Dew. It was the birthday gift I yearned for when I was 22. Such veiled insinuations were not lost on Wen Wan. Xiaoan merely intended to convey that Wen Wan had taken something she no longer desired. With a gentle smile, Wen Wan inquired, "The piano is in the living room. Would you care to play a few notes?" Xiaoan's expression shifted unexpectedly. She had not anticipated that Wen Wan would prove to be quite formidable. Lowering her gaze, she chuckled softly, "Morning Dew and the white gown from Hua Mingzhu's birthday banquet. Miss Wen, do you comprehend the significance of these?" Wen Wan gazed at her with an air of innocence. Joanna took out her phone and posted an old photograph. It captured the moment when 24-year-old Hua Xiaoting stood beside 22-year-old Joanna, who was adorned in a white gown, nestled closely against him, resembling a prince and princess. A perfect match. Behind them stood the morning dew, which at that time was on public display. Wen Man gazed at Hua Xiaoting from 4 years ago. He appeared more youthful, with softer facial features, embodying the archetype of a charming young gentleman that any girl would be drawn to. Upon noticing her silence, Xiaoan let out a delicate laugh. Wen Wan lifted a cup of coffee and took a delicate sip. Ah, too hot. She raised her eyes to look at Joanne and calmly remarked, whether it is morning dew or that man, Hua Xiaoting, if you could take them away, I would be quite grateful. For Wen Wan yearned to sever ties with Hua Xiaoting. She aspired to embark on a new chapter of her life. Joanne was momentarily taken aback. She found it hard to believe, viewing it instead as a provocation from Wen Wan. Joanne picked up a cup of coffee, wearing a cheerful smile. You mustn't hold it against me. I truly despise you. As she spoke, she carelessly spilled coffee onto her own arm, letting out a shriek. Miss Wen, why did you douse me with coffee? It burns. Shouting. She glared at Wen Wan with a malicious look, a hint of victorious smirk gracing her lips. Wen Wan lowered her gaze to the coffee in her hands. What a pity. She then looked towards Miss Xiao and offered a faint smile. Miss Xiao, I must admit that I hold a certain admiration for your father, however. I truly did not anticipate that Xiao Jingyan would have such a despicable daughter. Your pursuit of Hua Xiaoting is your own affair, but attempting to ensnare and disgust me is wholly unacceptable. By the way, I almost forgot to mention, your coffee has been served with ice. So it likely one tea reached the scalding temperature to evoke any sympathy from your Xiaoting. Wen Wan gently tossed her long hair. Allow me to assist you, she declared, before slowly pouring the steaming cup of coffee, at least 85 degrees Celsius, onto Xiaoan's delicate arm. Instantly, the tender skin blushed a vivid red. Xiaoan cried out in pain, tears streaming down her face. At the doorway stood Hua Xiaoting, his icy gaze fixed upon Wen Wan, a chill emanating from his eyes. Wen Man gently lifted her eyelids, their gazes meeting. With a faint smile gracing the corners of her lips, Wen Wan declared, Hua Xiaoting, I plead guilty. Hua Xiaoting brushed past her. His voice was barely a whisper, audible only to Wen Wan. Teacher Wen, do you wish to leave me so desperately? Do you believe that scalding Xiaoan will provoke me? Or is it that she genuinely desires to part ways with me and be with Zhang Rui? Alas! She regretted that he had seen through her entirely. Unbeknownst to Xiaoan, a tempest brewed between them. She flitted into Hua Xiaoting's embrace like a wounded bird, her voice sultry. Xiaoting, Miss Wen does not care for me. It hurts so much, stay with me. Come to my house, I have 2 bottles of wine. We can sip wine and chat under the covers. Xiaoan brazenly seduced him in front of Wen Wan, her demeanor as innocent as that of a white lotus, leaving Wen Wan feeling utterly inadequate. It is quite unfortunate for Wen Man that the coffee just now was not hot enough. Otherwise, she would have certainly made Xiaoan experience the harsh realities of society. Hua Xiaoting kept his gaze fixed on Wen Man. After a considerable pause, she showed no intention of offering an explanation, seemingly intent on pushing him away. Hua Xiaoting lowered his head to look at Xiaoan. I will take you to the hospital for treatment. Xiaoan refused. Xiaoting, you do not care for me at all. I need red wine, I need your comfort. Hua Xiaoting gently pushed her away. He walked ahead, his voice indifferent. Why not let Wen Man show you some concern? Her bandaging skills are quite proficient. Xiaoan stamped her foot. She was indeed intimidated by Wen Man. She could not fathom why Wen Man, merely a woman supported by Xiaoting, would not grovel before her, the daughter of a prominent family. How dare she spill coffee on her? Hua Xiaoting waited outside for quite some time. Xiaoan emerged, but Wen Man had yet to appear. Wen Wan had already tidied up the remnants and proceeded to prepare more coffee beans. Quietly, she remarked, you should go. It's a perfect opportunity for you two to catch up. Hua Xiaoting detected a hint of resentment in her tone. Their interaction over the past couple of days had been rather pleasant, and considering the comfort he had experienced that night at the hotel, It was only natural for Wen Wan to exhibit a touch of sulkiness, especially after feeling unwell and being provoked by Wen Hua shouting embraced her from behind. Are you upset? You spilled coffee on her, yet I did not hold it against you. Chapter 125, Wen Wan, I have never laid a hand on her. Wen Man gently bit her lip. How shameless he is. Hua Xiaoting is enamored with her physique. He has yet to tire of it. Thus he is willing to occasionally indulge her. As for Wen, he harbors disdain and even hatred for her in his heart, nevertheless. He continues to dangle a glimmer of hope before her, much like a cat teasing a mouse. With this thought, Wen Man's heart became as tranquil as still water. Hua Xiaoting gazed deeply at her silhouette, and after a moment, he stepped outside. Waiting at the entrance was Wen, her face ashen. She had witnessed it all. She saw Hua Xiaoting coaxing Wen Man, observing how he subtly cared for her. She once believed that all of this was hers alone, but upon witnessing it firsthand, she realized the position in Hua Xiaoting's heart had quietly been usurped by another. Wen remained undeterred. She softly suggested, why not come to my place for a drink? Hua Xiaoting neither agreed nor disagreed, remaining silent until they were in the car. When he finally spoke, Wen. Your persistence over the past few days has been a slight thrill for me as a man, but we both know this is merely a game, nothing more. Wen's complexion turned pale. Hua Xiaoting lowered his gaze to light a cigarette. He slowly exhaled smoke rings, looking at Wen. What we had is in the past. I cannot truly engage with you again. We have parted ways, but there remains the bond with Uncle Wen. Let us not make this more awkward than it needs to be. Wen trembled, her lips quivering. Is it because of that, Wen Man? Have you fallen for her? Hua Xiaoting remained silent. There was no need to report his private life to Wen. After a long silence, Wen managed a faint smile. Xiaoting, I wish you happiness. Wen Wan believed that Hua Xiaoting might not return home for the night. After all, it was a reunion with an old flame, and moreover, Wen had taken the initiative to visit tonight for that very reason. At this moment, Wen Wan had already fallen asleep. He removed his outer garment and embraced her from behind, gently nibbling at her neck. His hands, too, ventured forth to explore her form. Wen Man gently reminded him. And Hua Xiaoting's voice was husky as he asked, are you feeling better? Wen Man grasped his hand, preventing any untoward actions. There was still a hint of pain. Although Hua Xiaoting had experienced satisfaction that night after a prolonged period of leisure, his youthful vigor compelled him to desire the embrace of a woman each evening. He found himself irresistibly drawn to the thought of kissing her. When one felt a sense of resistance within her, she turned her head away, denying him the kiss. Her voice fragmented and trembling. Hua Xiaoting. I am tired, please, don't do this. Hua Xiaoting, I do not wish to. At last, she uttered the truth. Hua Xiaoting, propped on one arm, leaned down to gaze intently at her. He understood what troubled her. His eyes, dark and profound, were fixed upon her, and he could not help but gently nuzzle her with his nose. Wen Wan, I have never touched her. Not in the past, nor at present. When Man found herself easily exposed, her innermost thoughts laid bare, leaving her both embarrassed and vexed. She turned her face away, refusing to meet his gaze. How would I know? Hua Xiaoting, in quite a good mood that evening, playfully nibbled at the tip of her nose, which was adorably plump. His voice carried a hint of mischief, embodying a man's playful charm. I have my ways to prove it. Would you care to give it a try, Teacher One? As he spoke, he took her hand, drawing it towards himself. When Man let out a soft scream, gently struggling. The more she resisted, the more intrigued the man became. His impulses intensifying. He teased her, saying, now you understand, right? I haven't exerted my strength on any other woman, I've reserved it all for Teacher One. Whenever you are willing, just let me know, When Man was on the verge of tears from the bullying. Her delicate nose was flushed with red. Hua Xiaoting leaned close to her ear, his voice hoarse as he made an audacious request. Wen Wan was reluctant, yet he was frighteningly assertive, ultimately coaxing her into compliance. In the heat of the moment, his phone rang. The caller ID bore no label, but Wen Wan surmised it was Wen. She turned away, softly murmuring, you may answer it. Hua Xiaoting glanced at the screen, hung up, and promptly powered off the device. He refrained from further tormenting her. instead embracing her gently from behind. From now on, I shall not see her, we shall return to how we were before, yes? Wen Wan remained silent. However, his demeanor tonight was quite commendable, and coupled with her affection for him, it was only natural for her heart to flutter as he sought to appease her. Yet, when he began to caress her once more, she found herself no longer resisting. Wen Wan has become increasingly occupied, while Chowan seems to have vanished from their lives. Wen Wan regarded him with a demeanor that was neither warm nor cold. The night before last, when he desired her, Wen Wan did not rebuff him. She allowed him to indulge, though there was always a certain lack of initiative between them. Hua Xiaoting had taken her only once. Afterwards, he leaned against the headboard, smoking, and said nothing. Yet his gaze was profound. Wen Wan experiences an undeniable sense of exposure. Ever since Chowan's return, their interactions have undeniably transformed. The music room is set to open soon, and Wen Wan has received numerous congratulatory gifts, with an array of beautifully wrapped boxes piled upon her desk. Wen Wan carefully unwrapped each item, registering them meticulously. These would all require reciprocation in due time. When she unsealed a box adorned with a shimmering golden hue, she noticed the inscription on its exterior seemed somewhat familiar. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was a gift from Hua Xiaoting. Wen Wan was quite taken aback that he would deliver the gift to the music room, but after all, it was a delightful surprise. No woman could possibly resist such a gesture. She gently unwrapped it, expecting him to present her with exquisite jewelry, but to her astonishment, inside lay a pair of butterfly specimens, preserved for a millennium. The two butterflies exhibited a significant size disparity, likely representing a male and a female. Their vibrant colors and lively postures were remarkably well preserved, making them a rare find. Hua Xiaoting had also included a card. Wen Wan gently opened it, revealing but a single sentence, dedicated to my little morning dew. Wen Wan, being a young girl, despite her vigilance and disappointment towards him, could not resist such a gift and such sweet words. As she gently caressed it, the hardened part of her heart began to quietly crumble. At that moment, her phone rang. It was a call from Hua Xiaoting. Wen Wan hesitated for a moment before answering the call. Hua Xiaoting's voice was gentle. Have you received the gift? Do you like it? Wen Wan let out a soft hum. She remarked, this is a butterfly from the South African Ice Age. To this day, only this pair remains. How did you know I liked this in high school, Hua Xiaoting? Hua Xiaoting chuckled gently, seated in his office, his body subtly rotating in the leather chair. Wen Wan is not an innocent young girl. Hua Xiaoting's invitation is evidently aimed at engaging in a relationship with her, and he seeks her enthusiastic cooperation. Chapter 126, It turns out, she has overestimated herself. Wen Wan remained silent for an extended period. However, Hua Xiaoting exhibited a measure of patience as he gently remarked, I will come to pick you up this evening. After a considerable interval, Wen Wan heard herself respond with an affirmative. She understood that when Hua Xiaoting desired something, he would invest considerable effort to attain it. He sought to establish a connection with her, and he was endeavoring to win her over. She was uncertain as to why he possessed such an understanding of women, but when he truly initiated his advances, she realized she could not refuse him. That night was more romantic and passionate than any they had previously experienced. Every corner of the apartment was imbued with his affectionate whispers. He held her close, and they entwined for much of the night. Wen Wan must concede that she derived the utmost pleasure and the most exhilarating sensations from Hua Xiaoting. It was early in the morning. When Wen Wan awoke, Hua Xiaoting was at the bedside tying his tie. Noticing her wakefulness, he leaned down and bestowed a gentle kiss upon her. Are you truly attending the opening banquet? Wen Wan inquired softly, her eyes sparkling anew after the events of the previous night. Hua Xiaoting replied with an affirmative sound, there is a court hearing that may delay me. But I can certainly make it by 9 in the evening. How shall teacher Wen introduce me then? Wen Wan embraced his neck and spoke a few words in English. Hua Xiaoting's expression shifted slightly. Had it not been for the pressing time, he would have acted on his impulses immediately. He had a court hearing scheduled for the morning and soon departed. Wen Wan felt a slight ache in her body, however. The music room was a venture shared solely between her and Sisterly, and she had no justification for allowing Sisterly to toil alone. After resting for a while, She rose to her feet. Throughout the day, she attended to parents, adorned in a delicate pale pink gown that accentuated her slender waist. Wen Wan elegantly swept her chestnut hair up, adorned with a pair of pearl earrings, exuding a particularly refined and graceful charm. As Wen Wan meticulously applied her makeup, she caught a glimpse of herself in the mirror, a flush creeping onto her cheeks. Whether it was her own overthinking or not, her current appearance seemed somewhat deliberately tailored to cater to Hua Xiaoting's aesthetic preferences. She was acutely aware of his tastes, and she understood that her chosen attire would undoubtedly evoke a strong desire in him to embrace her. Wen Wan dared not dwell further on her thoughts. After tidying herself up, she descended the stairs, ready to embark on her journey. Today marked a significant occasion for her. Her father and Aunt Ruan would also be attending, and Hua Xiaoting had expressed a desire to meet them. Despite her efforts to conceal her emotions, she was acutely aware of the faint anticipation stirring within her. Perhaps Hua Xiaoting regarded her in a different light. Perhaps, this time, he was truly sincere. When one sat within the confines of the vehicle and sent him a WeChat message, "I have arrived at the hotel, please message me when you get here." She drove alone to the banquet hotel, where her parents and friends had already gathered. After mingling for a while, Aunt Ruan, having waited for an extended period without sighting Hua Xiaoting, pulled Wen Wan aside and quietly inquired, "Where is Lawyer Hua? Wasn't he supposed to come?" Wen Wan smiled gently and said, "He might be delayed due to a court hearing." Aunt Ruan let out a sigh of relief. "I see. I was under the impression that you two were having yet another disagreement." Wen Man remained silent. Yet the subtle elegance in her eyes and the arch of her brows revealed the charm that comes from being cherished by a man. Aunt Ruan, being experienced, scrutinized her closely but chose not to inquire further. At that moment, Sister Li approached, holding a list of gifts in her hand. There were 2 monetary gifts noted, which I believe are not particularly suitable to disclose to you. Wen Wan did not think too much and took a look, asking, "What is the issue?" However, upon reviewing the contents, she fell silent. One entry was from Gu Changxing, amounting to 5 million, while the other was from Jiang Rui, equally 5 million. Sister Li cleared her throat and inquired, "Did they discuss this beforehand, or are they simply at odds?" Sister Li gave her a thumbs up and complimented her appearance, saying, "You are quite suited to light-colored dresses. Each time you wear one, it sets you apart. It must be due to your exquisite skin. Wen Wan, your complexion is particularly fine." Wen Wan smiled lightly. She raised her hand to check the time. It was already past 8:30. Soon, Hua Xiaoting should arrive. She did not wish to disturb him at work, so she refrained from calling. 9 o'clock. 9:30. Hua Xiaoting had still not appeared. And Aunt Ruan could no longer hold back, gently pulling Wen Wan aside to whisper, "Why hasn't he come yet? Your father is already inquiring." Wen Man stepped onto the terrace and dialed Hua Xiaoting's number. His phone was turned off. Wen Wan's complexion gradually lost its color. She forced a smile at Aunt Ruan, saying, "Perhaps they are already on their way." Although Aunt Ruan held on to hope, she could see Wen Wan's discomfort. She gently reassured her, "I will find an excuse for your father. Wen Wan, do not take it to heart." Wen Man let out a soft hum. Aunt Ruan had departed. Wen Wan remained on the terrace, hesitating for a moment before dialing her secretary's number. Upon receiving her call, Secretary Zhang was quite taken aback. Lawyer Hua had left at 8:30. Wen Man expressed her gratitude. She pondered that Hua Xiaoting might be caught in traffic. Nevertheless, she clung to a flicker of hope, wishing that during this significant and bustling moment in her life, he would arrive to say, "Congratulations, my little morning dew." Yet, he did not appear. The lively banquet continued until 10:30, with guests gradually departing, even when Boyan and Aunt Ruan had been arranged to take their leave. Yet Hua Xiaoting remained absent. His phone, still powered off. Wen Man was acutely aware of Hua Xiaoting's professional nature and his cautious demeanor, as he seldom turned off his phone. A faint sense of unease lingered in her heart, yet she was reluctant to accept it. Their time together had been so harmonious in recent days that she was unwilling to entertain the thought of him jeopardizing their equilibrium because of that individual. She resolved to have a sincere conversation when they met again. As Wen Man and Sister Li departed, a sudden rift appeared in the sky as they entered the car. The night sky illuminated abruptly, resembling a vivid tear that was gruesomely rent apart, leaving one in astonishment. The rain cascaded down as if it were pouring from above. Wen Wan dialed Hua Xiaoting's number once more, but it remained unreachable. She lowered her gaze, starting the engine. The rain poured down increasingly harder, and the wipers swung back and forth incessantly, rendering her view hazy. Wen Wan felt a disquiet in her heart. Driving in such weather was perilous. A hotel stood nearby, and she hesitated, contemplating whether to spend the night there. Yet, her thoughts drifted back to Hua Xiaoting. His phone was off. Could it be that something had happened to him? Wen Wan retrieved her mobile phone, contemplating whether to dial his number once more to ascertain if he was available. However, as she held the device to her ear, her gaze became transfixed. Across the street, a golden Continental was parked, and through the glass, she beheld Hua Xiaoting. He sat there quietly, his expression a blend of bewilderment and anguish that she had never witnessed before. At that moment, the car door swung open. A tall, slender figure emerged from the passenger seat, and Wen Wan recognized it as Xiaowen recklessly dashed into the rain-soaked night. After a brief interval of several seconds, Hua Xiaoting exited the vehicle. He quickened his pace, swiftly catching up to Xiaowen. With a firm grasp, he pulled her into his embrace. Wen Wan's grip on her phone was unnaturally rigid. How revealing this was of his reasons for shutting down, how illuminating of his excuses for standing her up. The windshield wipers continued their relentless motion, rendering everything before her both starkly clear and achingly vague. She beheld Xiaowen embracing Hua Xiaoting, and she noted that Hua Xiaoting made no effort to disengage from Xiaowen's embrace. It appeared that Xiaowen was in tears. Hua Xiaoting's hand rested gently upon her head, his expression a tumult of hesitation and anguish. Observing the once fervently enamored couple, Wen Wan could not help but emit a faint, ironic smile at her own audacity. Chapter 127, How could she have believed he was genuinely invested? Indeed, it was only she, Wen Wan. Ha! How absurdly confident she had been to think that she held a more significant place in Hua Xiaoting's heart than Xiaowen. The very thought now struck her as ludicrous. How could she have presumed that he was earnest in their connection? How could she have thought he wished to meet her parents? It was nothing more than her solitary delusion of romantic sentiment. Wen Wan's lips trembled. She could no longer bear to witness the tender embrace of the former lovers. Each frame of their intimate union felt to her like a gruesome slaughter. It was a scene drenched in blood, excruciatingly unbearable. Wen Man gripped the steering wheel, oblivious to the inclement weather and the perilous nature of her driving. Her sole desire was to escape this slaughterhouse that she called her own. Yet, Hua Xiaoting had spotted her. They exchanged glances through the veil of rain. Wen Wan sat in the car, while he stood in the rain, embracing his ethereal moonlight, lost in a tender embrace. Time seemed to stand still. Wen Wan's eyes were filled with a prickling discomfort. She no longer gazed at him, instead lowering her gaze and offering a faint smile. It was truly too embarrassing. She intended to drive away, but Hua Xiaoting had already pushed past Xiaowen and was striding toward her. He reached out to pull the car door open. Wen Wan locked the car door. Hua Xiaoting tapped on the driver's side window, calling out her name loudly. Wen Wan! Wen Wan, open the door! Wen Wan stiffly turned her head to meet his gaze, her eyes glistening with tears. She was acutely aware of how unseemly and unbecoming she appeared. Yet she lacked the strength to conceal it. Hua Xiaoting stared into her eyes, taken aback, and forcefully rapped on her car door. Wen Wan, open the door! Rainwater poured into his mouth, drowning out his voice. Wen Man, in a daze, self-deprecatingly thought how difficult it must be for a noble son like him to explain and apologize to her. Yet, she no longer desired it. Wen Wan gently pressed the accelerator, and the white BMW slowly drove away in the rain. The wheels splashed water onto the ground, creating ripples that spread outwards. Hua Xiaoting was compelled to step back a few paces, standing motionless in the rain, his mind filled with the image of Wen Wan crying with red eyes. How long had she watched? How long had she wept? Xiaowen rushed over, gazing in the direction of the departing car, her voice soft. Xiaoting, I'm sorry for making your girlfriend angry. I didn't mean to. I was just upset, just wanted to drink, simply couldn't think straight. Hua Xiaoting remained silent. He craved a cigarette, but when he fished one out of his pocket, the tobacco had already become damp. Frustrated, He hurled the cigarette pack away and cursed under his breath. Xiaoan lingered beside him, cautiously saying, "Xiaoting, if I hadn't carelessly thrown your phone into the water, Wen Wan wouldn't be this angry." With an impassive expression, Xiaoting walked towards the Bentley Continental. Water dripped from his clothes, making a mess of the car. Yet he seemed indifferent to it. Xiaoan entered the vehicle, still wanting to say something. Xiaoting coldly interjected, "Xiaoan, this is the last time. If you're feeling low again, just call 120. Xiaoan burst into tears, her sobs interspersed with fragmented words. "Xiaoting, have you abandoned me too? Xiaoting, you are my only family in B City." Xiaoting glanced at her momentarily. Tonight, Xiao Jingyan had called, asking him to check on her. He had intended to settle her before seeking out Wen Wan, but Xiaoan had been drinking and was intent on taking pills, even tossing his phone into a fish tank. She parked the car in front of a hotel. As she stepped out, she was drenched, her face pale and her teeth chattering. The receptionist swiftly processed her check-in, handing her the room key and a tissue. "Miss, room 1804. Wenman wiped away the water stains on her body and murmured her gratitude. Upon entering the room, Wen filled the bathtub with water. That exquisite gown was discarded into the trash bin, its soaked fabric clinging together, much like herself, in a state of utter disarray. Wen languished in the bathtub, her spirits decidedly low, and she found herself unable to resist the temptation of a drink. After sipping half a glass, she leaned against the edge of the tub, allowing a soft laugh to escape her lips. She did not wish to feel this way, yet every time she closed her eyes, her mind was inundated with the image of Xiaoting embracing Xiaoan. She recalled his words, "From now on, I shall not see her, and we will remain as we once were." He had even gifted her such exquisite specimens, striving to win her favor, which had moved her deeply, leading to an intimate night spent in his company, ensuring his comfort. And now, merely a few days later, he was once again holding Xiaoan with a gaze filled with profound affection. Wen laughed until tears streamed down her face. She deserved it. Who told her to believe in him? Who urged her to be unable to restrain her affection for him? How could she have thought that a man like Xiaoting would ever develop genuine feelings for her? After soaking for half an hour, Wen felt utterly languid, her body devoid of strength. The doorbell chimed. Wen assumed it was room service and propped herself up to wrap a bathrobe around her. However, when the door opened, standing outside was Xiaoting, who appeared no better off than she was, drenched from head to toe. Wen was blocking the doorway. Xiaoting's gaze was profound, and his voice was rendered hoarse beyond recognition. "Wen, allow me to enter." Wen turned sideways to allow him entry. They indeed needed to converse, as the current circumstances warranted clarity on certain matters. Xiaoting took a towel to wipe his face. Once finished, he extended his hand toward Wen. This gesture was rather affectionate, yet Wen remained unmoved, stating coolly, "Just speak plainly, there's no need for pretense." Xiaoting recognized her anger. He stepped closer, lowering his voice, and said, "I had no intention of meeting her, it was Uncle Qiao who asked me to check on her, mentioning that Xiaoan's condition is quite poor." Wen listened in silence as Xiaoting gently caressed her face. "It is only natural for you to feel angry. Xiaoan threw my phone into the water, which is why I was unable to call you." Wen lowered her gaze and smiled gently. She lifted her head to look at him and asked, "Xiaoting, are you explaining or deceiving?" Xiaoting furrowed his brow slightly. A man of his stature seldom condescends to explain himself to a woman, let alone grovel. Wen smiled once more. "Is it truly impossible to make a call? You simply do not care enough." Wen spoke, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, yet she stubbornly refrained from crying. For such a person, it was not worth it. "You are not." Xiaoting furrowed his brow, yearning to reach out to her. Wen stepped back, refusing his touch, and met his gaze. Her voice was soft yet resolute. "You are correct, I am not. Xiaoting, have you ever encountered a woman who shares your bed yet also cooks for you? Ties your necktie, delivers your dry cleaning, cleans your home, and prepares your bathwater?" Chapter 128, Xiaoting, it is time for us to part ways. A chilling silence enveloped the air. Xiaoting's Adam's apple moved subtly. He was unaware that the very pleasures he relished brought Wen such anguish. He gazed at her intently. After a long pause, he finally spoke softly, "I had no idea you cared so deeply." Wen Wan chuckled self-deprecatingly. She gazed at him and candidly declared, "I do care, I have taken this seriously. Hua Xiaoting. I simply cannot afford to play this game any longer." "So what of it?" Suddenly, she composed herself, her voice tinged with weariness. "Hua Xiaoting, let us put an end to this." Hua Xiaoting stared back at her. Wen Wan's eyes were red. How could she be unaware? She was acutely aware of Hua Xiaoting's capabilities. He had no intention of marrying. He indulged in amusement wherever he found it, and she, Wen Wan, was perhaps the most entertaining diversion he had ever encountered. Which explained why he had yet to grow weary of her. He truly was formidable. Damn it! Wen Wan clenched her fingers tightly, exerting great restraint to maintain a nonchalant tone. "That's perfectly fine. Lawyer Hua, should you ever need anything, do not hesitate to call, I am at your service." Hua Xiaoting fixed his gaze on her delicate face, his tone surprisingly light. "So, are you suggesting that when you need me, I should expect you to come over to the apartment to keep me company at night? Are you planning to move out of your family home?" After finishing his words, he stepped closer, pinning Wen Wan against the television cabinet. The screen reflected their intertwined figures, creating an atmosphere of undeniable intimacy. Hua Xiaoting's patience wore thin. He had never gone to such lengths to appease or indulge a woman. In a surge of anger, he grasped her exquisite chin and forcefully kissed her. At that moment, Wen Wan was far from willing. Yet, instead of pushing him away, she embraced his neck passionately, intertwining their lips in a fervent kiss. Soon, Hua Xiaoting felt an insatiable fire igniting within him. He caressed Wen Wan's cheek and, in a husky voice, confessed, "I desire to do this." Wen Wan emulated his demeanor, caressing his handsome visage. She raised herself slightly, whispering sweetly in his ear, "This is not a matter for the apartment, Hua Xiaoting. Our relationship is only suited for a hotel. Moreover, let us refrain from mentioning the word home, for that would tarnish something exquisite." Hua Xiaoting paused his actions, propping himself up to gaze down at her. Her delicate face was pale and her features were like a painting. Yet, she exhibited no sign of passion. Her earlier entanglement with him was merely a fleeting performance. He gently traced the arch of her brow with his long fingers, a spot he cherished the most. Wen Wan trembled gently. Hua Xiaoting, though irritated, found his masculine pride hindering him from proceeding further despite his desires. He leaned down and lightly bit her earlobe. "Teacher Wen, you are absolutely right. I have broken up with Xiaowen, yet the ties of our forebears remain. It could never reach the tumultuous state we find ourselves in. If you wish to move out, that is your choice, but darling, do not harbor regrets," he said with a touch of malice, "having been spoiled with sweetness by me. Will it not be difficult for you to suddenly face emptiness? When it comes to playing the rogue, women are eternally no match for men." Wen Wan's face flushed with anger. Hua Xiaoting let out a soft chuckle. He rose to his feet at the foot of the bed, deliberately adjusting his belt in her presence. His languid movements imbued with a hint of mockery. Wen Wan understood that this was truly Hua Xiaoting. No matter how remarkable his achievements or how illustrious his reputation as the ruler of the legal realm and a financial genius, it could not overshadow the fact that he belonged to that circle. Men within such circles tend to be adept at the art of seduction and skillfully navigating the complexities of relationships with women. Wen Wan kicked him in a fit of anger. Hua Xiaoting effortlessly captured her foot, advancing towards her in that very posture. "Don't move. Wen Wan. I actually feel quite sorry for you most of the time. You wouldn't want to engage in those tricks." In Wen Wan's eyes, tears glistened. Hua Xiaoting made brief contact with her once more. Despite his deep longing, he gritted his teeth and chose to depart. As he left, the door slammed shut with a resounding bang. Wen Wan contemplated that she might have displeased this man of noble lineage. But what did it matter to her whether he was happy or not? She had no desire to move. Instead, she simply pulled up the blanket and drifted off into slumber. Upon awakening, she found herself clutching a pillow. Habitually, she murmured, "Hua Xiaoting." Suddenly, her eyes flew open. It was not Hua Xiaoting. How could it be him when they had quarreled so fiercely the previous night? Wen Wan rubbed her eyes. feeling a discomfort that was both sour and astringent. Just as she contemplated washing her face, a call from Sister Lee interrupted her. Wen Wan. There is something quite important we need to discuss. Wen Wan reclined against the pillow. Sister Lee, what do you think? Sister Lee's voice was imbued with excitement, yet tinged with a hint of difficulty. Wen Wan. Here's the situation. Our former employer at the music center is planning to emigrate and wishes to transfer ownership of the center. I have inquired, and it appears the asking price is approximately 30 million. Wen Wan paused momentarily. Sister Lee, do you wish to partake? Sister Lee chuckled softly. How could I possibly consume it all on my own? I am merely consulting you about this. Wen Wan, this truly presents a splendid opportunity, should we succeed. We could monopolize at least 30% of the market in City B. After a brief hesitation, she inquired, Wen Wan, how are things on your end? Wen Man also holds a positive outlook. This is primarily due to the well-established operation of the music center, with instructors being elite professionals in the industry. It is an endeavor that promises profit without loss, however. Wen Man confided in Sister Lee. Her voice barely above a whisper, I have fallen out with Hua Xiaoting. I can only contribute up to 3 million at most. Sister Lee was not taken aback. After all, Hua Xiaoting had stood her up the previous night, it was only natural for tensions to arise. Sister Lee, ever pragmatic, replied, Your word is all that matters. If we lack funds, we shall seek external financing. I am willing to humble myself if necessary, we will surely secure the necessary capital. Wen Man felt deeply moved. In her moment of despair, she was grateful to have someone like this to pull her back from the brink of sinking into the mire. She softly replied, Rest assured. Sister Lee, I will also contemplate a solution. Sister Lee then offered her a few more warm words of encouragement. Wen Man's heart seemed to ache less now. She rose from her bed and called the customer service to request a complete outfit be brought to her from the hotel mall. After freshening up, she prepared to step outside. She was uneasy about the 5 million from Gu Changqing and Jiang Rui being sent via courier. Wen Wan drove to deliver Jiang Rui's check to the reception of his company. Jiang Rui was in a meeting. By the time he received the check, Wen Wan had already departed. He called her to express his grievance. Wen Wan, are you denying me even the chance to share a meal? Wen Wan has always treated him well. Her tone was gentle as she said, Jiang Rui, perhaps next time, you can choose a suitable moment. Jiang Rui stood by the floor-to-ceiling window of the 36th floor office, his slender fingers idly playing with the blinds. His voice was somewhat husky as he replied, Wen Wan, if you ever part ways with him, would you consider me? I promise not to let you suffer. Wen Wan fell into silence. She surmised that nearly everyone in Jiang Rui's circle had become aware of the events from the previous night. In her state of agitation, Jiang Rui gently reassured her, Do not feel burdened, Wen Wan. I merely wish to convey that I leave the choice to you. Chapter 129, Teacher Wen's blossoming romance. Jiang Rui's tender words would stir the heart of any woman who heard them, leaving her utterly unmoved. Wen Man's heart was in turmoil. She could not recall how or when the call had ended. All she remembered was Jiang Rui's final words, putting in some thought and time to pursue a girl is hardly a burden. Wen Man. I have already waited quite a while, so I don't mind waiting a little longer. Wen Wan halted her vehicle, gently caressing the steering wheel. She found herself at a loss on how to decline Jiang Rui, whose circumstances were undeniably favorable, rendering it unnecessary for him to wait for her. Having spent 4 years with Gu Changqing and now entangled in an ambiguous relationship with Hua Xiaoting, Wen Wan could not possibly be the virtuous companion he sought. Wen Wan let out a soft sigh as she opened the car door and stepped out. Before her stood the Gu residence, a place she had vowed never to return to in her lifetime. Wen Wan certainly did not wish to meet Gu Changqing. She handed the check to the receptionist and instructed, Please pass this on to your general manager Gu. The receptionist, having worked at Gu's company for 6 years, recognized Wen Wan. She was the former girlfriend of the general manager. Not long ago, the general manager had been quite erratic. The receptionist was quite courteous to Wen Wan, assuring her, Miss Wen, rest assured, I will deliver this to general manager Gu. Just as she finished speaking, she glanced behind Wen Wan. General manager. Wen Man slowly turned around. Gu Changqing stood behind her, though it was unclear how long he had been there. With a calm demeanor, Wen Wan replied, "Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Gu, but I appreciate it in my heart." There was truly no need for pleasantries between them. Having spoken, Wen Wan turned to leave, but her hand was caught by Gu Changqing. "Wen Wan." His tone was somewhat urgent, as if he feared she might vanish. Wen Wan shook off his hand and said, "Gu Changqing, have some self-respect." Gu Changqing smiled wryly. He released Wen Wan and softly replied, "Let us sit in the hall for a while, I will have my secretary brew a cup of coffee." "Wen Wan," he continued, "the place is bustling with people. Surely you do not wish to create an unpleasant scene, do you?" Wen Wan glanced around, noticing that several employees were indeed stealing glances at her. She couldn't help but wonder what Gu Changqing might do if she didn't allow him to finish speaking. 5 minutes later, Wen Wan found herself seated in the tea room of the grand hall alongside him. Gu Changqing personally brewed a cup of manheling coffee for her. And once it was ready, he gently inquired, "How many sugar cubes would you like?" "Just one," she replied. Gu Changqing placed it before her and took a seat opposite her. Wen Wan gazed at him. Recently, Gu Changqing had lost considerable weight, indicating that he was not faring well. In the past, such a sight would have tugged at her heartstrings, yet now she felt nothing at all. It had merely been a year. Wen Wan expressed a sense of admiration. Gu Changqing had always been quite gentle. "Wen Wan, do take a sip. If the taste is unsatisfactory, I shall brew another cup for you." Wen Wan maintained a demeanor of icy indifference. "Gu Changqing, if you have something to say, please speak plainly. I did not come here to reminisce." "I understand," he replied, his tone tinged with a hint of desolation. When he lifted his gaze again, he looked at Wen Wan and said, "That 5 million is merely a token of my goodwill. Wen Wan, please do not dismiss my offer. I only wish to make amends and to treat you better. Is it too much to ask for such an opportunity?" Wen Wan had a rather unpleasant night. And even now, her head remains in a state of disarray. However, within just an hour today, she received declarations of affection from 2 men. One of whom was her former boyfriend who had once betrayed her trust. Wen Man had no intention of continuing the conversation. Gu Changqing, after much deliberation, merely seemed to be unwilling to give up on her. She stood up, maintaining a polite and distant demeanor, and said, "Thank you for your hospitality, Mr. Gu. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." Gu Changqing stopped her, looking intently into her eyes, and asked, "Wen Man, after last night, do you still wish to be with him?" Wen Wan's expression was slightly stiff. Before Gu Changqing, she felt somewhat embarrassed, yet she endeavored to muster a faint smile, saying, "This has nothing to do with you, Mr. Gu." Gu Changqing recognized the rarity of the opportunity. Lowering his voice, he said, "I am aware of your desire to acquire the former music center, Wen Wan. Allow me to assist you." Fearing that she might misunderstand, he hastily clarified, "I mean no ill intentions, it is merely a token of goodwill. Wen Wan is not as naive as she seems." With a faint smile, she expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your kind intentions, Mr. Gu," before departing. Gu Changqing watched her retreating figure, lost in thought for a considerable time. It was then he noticed the redness at the corners of Wen Wan's eyes. Had she been crying because of Hu Xiaoting? A sense of discomfort washed over him. And after a long pause, he dialed a number on his phone. "Mr. Su, I need a favor. Please liaise with the XX Music Studio. You handle the negotiations. I'll cover the expenses. Once the deal is finalized, feel free to choose any project from my portfolio." Gu Changqing ended the call, his gaze profound. He yearned to see Wen Wan again. She had transformed significantly from the past, exuding a captivating femininity. Even if she merely stayed by his side, engaging in conversation, it would bring him a sense of solace. Wen Wan departed from the Gu family. She sought the assistance of an agent and rented a 50-square-meter apartment. After signing the contract, she glanced at the clock, noting it was nearly 11 o'clock. At this hour, she was certain that Hu Xiaoting would not be at the apartment. However, she did not anticipate that on a weekday morning, Hu Xiaoting would indeed be at home. Wen Man opened the door and entered. Hu Xiaoting was seated on the sofa, perusing a magazine, dressed casually, clearly having not gone to the office. Upon noticing Wen Man, a flicker of fire ignited in his dark eyes. Yet, he remained silent, perhaps awaiting her to speak first and yield. Wen Wan felt quite uneasy. She cleared her throat and said, "I came to retrieve my belongings." However, Hua Xiaoting paid her no mind, continuing to peruse his magazine. His indifferent demeanor only heightened Wen Wan's discomfort. She hurried into the master bedroom. As she tidied up, she realized that her possessions were indeed few. Most of her clothes and skincare products had been provided by Hua Xiaoting. Those items, Wen Wan had no desire to take with her. She hastily packed a small suitcase, which felt light and convenient in her grasp. Just as she was about to leave, Hua Xiaoting leaned against the doorframe, observing her intently. "Teacher Wen," he inquired, "have you forgotten something?" Wen Wan placed the key upon the bedside table. Furthermore, the bank card he had given her, though long untouched, still resided within her wallet, which she retrieved for him. Finally, she softly remarked, "The valuable jewelry and those garments remain. You may have Secretary Zhang verify them." Hua Xiaoting's expression darkened considerably. He let out a low scoff. "What of the dog downstairs? Have you ceased to feed it?" "Yet," she retorted, "I have indeed stopped. It refuses to acclimate." Hua Xiaoting remained silent. Wen Man felt it was about time. She picked up her suitcase and prepared to leave. Hua Xiaoting intercepted her at the door. Bowing his head so that his prominent nose was almost touching hers, close enough for their breaths to intertwine. Wen Man cast a fleeting glance downward. She turned her head awkwardly and remarked, "If Lawyer Hua requires my assistance, I am always at his beck and call." Hua Xiaoting gazed at her intently. His expression one she had never encountered before, an amalgamation of anger and irritation. After a prolonged silence, he nonchalantly released her. A smirk playing at the corners of his lips as he quipped, "Teacher Wen, you truly are the epitome of professionalism." Chapter 130, Hua Xiaoting, "I shall relocate you." Wen Wan, filled with anger, kicked him. Hua Xiaoting winced in pain, and in that moment, Wen Wan seized the opportunity to pull the suitcase and stride out of the bedroom. However, with his long legs, Hua Xiaoting caught her hand just as she was about to open the door. His gaze was profound. "Are you truly going to leave?" Wen Man lowered her gaze and gently spoke, "Let go." Hua Xiaoting slightly bowed his head, leaning closer to her, his tone softening as he suggested, "The mansion has sent over a meal, shall we dine together?" Wen Wan understood that this was his tactic. Whenever Hua Xiaoting sought to charm a woman, his gentle demeanor was invariably effective. She, Wen Wan, had repeatedly succumbed to his so-called tender affections, becoming hopelessly ensnared, only to ultimately realize that he was merely adept at this game, while she alone had taken it to heart. Wen Man chuckled self-deprecatingly. "I don't wish to eat. It's unnecessary." Hua Xiaoting furrowed his brow slightly, yet he did not release his grip. Just as they were caught in this stalemate, the doorbell rang. Wen Man speculated about who might be outside, and aside from Xiaoan, who else could it be? A cold smile graced her lips as she remarked, "Hua Xiaoting, the number of individuals eager to dine with you stretches from the east to the west of the city. There is no need to cling to me." Hua Xiaoting's expression darkened further, and he released her hand. Wen Man took a deep breath and opened the door. Indeed, Xiaoan stood outside, holding a gift in her hand. Upon noticing the suitcase in Wen Man's grasp, her enchanting eyes sparkled with feigned innocence, as if genuinely surprised. "Miss Wen, I have come to apologize. I am sorry for the argument between you and Xiaoting. Did I affect your relationship?" The insipid words made Wen Man feel quite nauseated. With a swift motion, she grasped her suitcase and headed towards the elevator, only to be met with Hua Xiaoting's displeased voice from behind, "Wen Man." Indeed, there had been an unpleasant quarrel the night before. However, he had not gone to the office today, having waited specifically for her. He had already explained himself and even softened his stance. Why was she so stubborn? Wen Wan's body froze, her eyes reddening. How could she be so despicable? Wen Wan turned away. She did not glance at Hua Xiaoting, but instead addressed Xiaoan, saying, "Miss Xiao, congratulations. Now, whether it be the morning dew, the white gown, or this man, Hua Xiaoting, they all belong to you. Are you not delighted?" The elevator doors opened. Wen Wan entered and casually remarked, "I've arranged everything for you." Hua Xiaoting gazed at the closed elevator doors, his expression darkening. Xiaoan stepped forward. Her voice dripping with feigned sweetness. Have you two had a quarrel? Ho Xiaoting retorted with a brusque tone, what do you want? Xiaoan raised the gift box in her hand, stating, I came to apologize to Miss Wen. It's unnecessary, Ho Xiaoting replied, lowering his gaze to light a cigarette. He took a slow drag and said to Xiaoan, I mentioned last night that you should no longer seek me out. If you are troubled, perhaps you could call a confidant or consult a psychologist. Xiaoan's petite face paled, a sight that evoked sympathy from men. Xiaoting, are you truly willing to let a woman unrelated to us affect the bond we've shared since childhood? I refuse to believe you care for her. Ho Xiaoting's demeanor grew even more frigid. He said, Xiaoan, while women sometimes feign emotions for allure, excessive pretense becomes rather pretentious. His thoughts drifted back to Wen Wan. When man and he are both genuine in their feelings. When she loves him, her eyes seem to brim with tears. When she does not conceal it. She straightforwardly declares an end, resolutely avoiding any lingering entanglements. Since childhood, Hu Xiaoting has been surrounded by women who admire and pursue him. Yet none have ever dared to throw a tantrum. Even in the past, Xiaoan refrained from excessive displays of anger. Hu Xiaoting's heart aches with frustration. He does not allow her to enter. Xiaoan, we have long since ended. Xiaoan does not relent. After a long moment, she softly speaks. If I were to annul our engagement, Xiaoting, would there still be a possibility for us? Hu Xiaoting gazes at her intently. After a considerable pause, a smirk plays on his lips. What do you think? With that, he pries her hand away and slams the apartment door shut. Inside, the silence is palpable. Faintly, one can hear Xiaoan weeping outside, yet Hu Xiaoting chooses to ignore it. He retreats to the kitchen. The apartment is hauntingly quiet. And Hu Xiaoting finds it increasingly unbearable. With an impassive expression, he takes out the vegetables, discards them into a garbage bag. And as he changes his clothes to head downstairs, he casually tosses it into the trash bin. He thinks to himself, she is merely a woman. Whether she stays or leaves will not affect me in the slightest. Hu Xiaoting is not one to expend so much thought on a single woman. Wen Wan, with her luggage in tow, drove to the small apartment she had rented. Though diminutive, it was well equipped with all essentials. After a brief tidying up, she deliberately added some daily necessities. In the following days, there was no word from Hu Xiaoting. He neither called nor messaged her. And she refrained from doing so as well. Wen Wan gradually acclimatized to a solitary existence. Each day, she busied herself in the music room, departing early and returning late. Leading a fulfilling life. A week later, Sister Li's efforts to secure funding began to bear fruit. A certain Mr. Su, involved in real estate, expressed a willingness to invest 20 million. Initially, Sister Li was engaged in fruitful discussions. However, Mr. Su insisted on meeting another partner. Sister Li visited Wen Wan's office to convey the news briefly, her brow furrowed with concern. Could there be ulterior motives? Nonetheless, it was imperative for Wen Wan to meet the individual who had made the proposal. To her surprise, Mr. Su was exceptionally polite, exuding a gentle demeanor, and even extended an invitation for dinner. He graciously remarked, I have heard that teacher Wen excels in piano instruction. My wife and I have a daughter. Perhaps one day we could bring her to meet teacher Wen and assess her talent. If teacher Wen does not mind, she could learn piano under your guidance. With this statement, the atmosphere became more stable. Sister Li exchanged a knowing glance with Wen Wan. Wen Man smiled and shook hands with Mr. Su, saying, Mr. Su, you are too kind. It is I who should invite Sister Li to dine with you. Mr. Su, displaying great generosity, promptly signed the letter of intent on the spot. Wen Wan observed the payment account belonging to a newly registered company. General Su, noticing her expression, smiled knowingly. He shook hands again and said, on Saturday, my wife and I have invited Director Li and Teacher Wen to dinner. Do not disappoint us. After General Su departed, he settled into his car and sent a WeChat message, Brother Chongqing, the matter has been resolved. Thank you, General Su, I shall treat you to dinner tonight. After bidding farewell to General Su, Sister Li held the intended contract and kissed it repeatedly. She remarked, it seems that General Su has come here out of admiration for his daughter. Wen Wan, you are our music room's great benefactor this time. Wen Wan prepared coffee beans and brewed 2 cups of coffee. As she handed one to Sisterly, she slightly furrowed her brow. For some reason, she felt that everything was progressing a bit too smoothly, which struck her as unusual. Just as she was contemplating this, Jiang Rui's call came through. Wen Wan. Treat me to a meal. Chapter 131, He is anxious, Dogting is anxious. Jiang Rui chose a rather exquisite Italian restaurant. Wen Man arrived just as the clock struck 8. Jiang Rui was waiting for her in the parking lot as soon as her car came to a halt. He gallantly opened the door for her. I would like to treat you to a meal, it has not been an easy task to arrange. Wen Man alighted from the vehicle, holding onto the door with a smile. Just the day before yesterday, I was at your home teaching Jiang Shang the piano. Lawyer Jiang kindly invited me for dinner, but you were absent. Jiang Rui gazed intently at her. After a moment, he spoke slowly, what I desire is not that. Wen Wan hesitated for a moment, yet ultimately decided to accompany him. She said, Jiang Rui, you are well aware of my circumstances, we are simply incompatible. Jiang Rui continued to gaze at her, and the atmosphere grew slightly oppressive. This was the first time when one felt that unmistakable masculine aggression emanating from Jiang Rui. Despite his inaction, she felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Suddenly, Jiang Rui broke into a relaxed smile. He lowered his head, murmuring as if sharing a tender secret. It's merely a meal, Wen Wan. With such pressure on you, I might hesitate to invite you again in the future. He reassured her. This dinner is to celebrate your professional success. Jiang Rui's charm was undeniable, and Wen Wan couldn't help but smile in return. She closed the car door and walked alongside Jiang Rui into the restaurant. Jiang Rui had made a reservation, but unfortunately, Hu Xiaoting was also dining there. He was accompanied by a well-dressed woman in her 50s, and his demeanor was exceedingly respectful, indicating she was likely a familiar elder. Jiang Rui recognized him as well and exchanged a brief greeting. Hu Xiaoting glanced up, first acknowledging Jiang Rui, then gradually shifting his gaze towards Wen Wan. Wen Man contemplated burrowing into the earth. Indeed, Hu Xiaoting dabbed at his lips with a napkin and remarked leisurely, Teacher Wen lives alone, unencumbered. It must be quite convenient for her to date. Jiang Rui arched an eyebrow, chuckling softly, oh, how sour that sounds. Brother Xiaoting also lives alone. It should be quite convenient for him as well. Hu Xiaoting narrowed his eyes slightly. Jiang Rui maintained a smile. And the atmosphere was such that even the poised elder could sense it. She gently inquired, Xiaoting, may I ask who this young lady is? Caught in a cold war with Wen Man, Hu Xiaoting, naturally unwilling to admit she was his girlfriend, offered a faint smile, intending to deflect the question. Jiang Rui, with a sweet smile, interjected, Aunt Xin, this is my friend Wen Man. What do you think? The homemaker, blissfully unaware of the underlying tension, responded with a warm smile. She seems lovely. Continuing her conversation with Hu Xiaoting, she added, your mother mentioned you found a girlfriend, one born in the year of the rabbit. Just as the master said. Do bring her over next time, I would love to have her for dinner. Hu Xiaoting remained silent, and Jiang Rui followed suit. Fortunately, in the presence of their elder, they managed to restrain themselves, avoiding any heated exchanges or embarrassment in the restaurant. Furthermore, Jiang Rui respected Wen Man's desire to evade discomfort. Eventually, Hu Xiaoting departed shortly thereafter. Wen Man relaxed, as she had the persistent sensation of Hu Xiaoting's gaze upon her during the meal. You still have feelings for him? The voice of Jiang Rui echoed in her ears. Wen Man was taken aback. Jiang Rui's elongated peach blossom eyes were mere inches away, exuding an alluring charm. His voice was husky and seductive. Last time I suggested you try it with me, you would witness a different Hu Xiaoting. You see, just moments ago, he nearly resorted to violence against me in the upscale restaurant. Wen Man cast her eyes downward. Her relationship with Hu Xiaoting was nearly at an end, rendering further discussion futile. Jiang Rui smiled lightly, choosing to remain silent. He was charming and poised, adept at navigating social nuances. Wen Man finds great comfort in her interactions with him, feeling completely at ease, she cherishes her friendship with Jiang Rui. He consistently steps up whenever she is in need. After finishing their meal, Jiang Rui suggested they take a leisurely stroll to aid digestion, and perhaps catch a good film along the way. Wen Man found the situation too ambiguous and declined. Beneath the streetlight, Jiang Rui held the car door open for her, offering a gentle smile. You are quite guarded. Teacher Wen. Wen Wan fastened her seatbelt. She lifted her gaze to meet his and softly remarked, I truly value the friendship we share. Which is precisely why I cannot take it further. Jiang Rui stared at her for a prolonged moment, remaining silent, and ultimately stepped back to allow her to drive. As Wen Wan's vehicle departed, Jiang Rui's lips curled into a slight smile. Friendship. Who on earth desires friendship? Jiang Rui yearned solely for marriage and children with her. Beneath the tree, a golden Continental was parked. Hua Xiaoting, clad in formal attire, leaned against the car door, smoking. A luxury car, a man of striking elegance and refinement, he was undeniably captivating. Young women passing by giggled, attempting to catch his attention. Yet Hua Xiaoting's gaze remained fixed on Wen Wan. As she approached, he inhaled deeply, his cheeks hollowing with the effort. The shadows of the tree enhancing the allure of his chiseled features. Wen Wan never doubted that Hua Xiaoting, with his remarkable appearance, could effortlessly engage in casual flings. His looks were indeed a rare gift. When man approached, Lawyer Hua, is there something you need? Hua Xiaoting discarded his cigarette but, extinguishing it beneath his foot. Aren't you going to invite me up for a seat? When man remained still, and after a considerable pause, she hoarsely inquired, do you desire it? If so, we can go to a hotel. Hua Xiaoting furrowed his brow. Your residence is right here, why suggest a hotel? He recalled that Wen Man had a strong aversion to hotels, and it was evident that she was deliberately provoking him. Hua Xiaoting softened his tone, stop this nonsense. It's been several days, are you still upset? There is nothing between us. Wen Man, steadfast and unwavering, met with the sudden dimming of Hua Xiaoting's gaze. He scrutinized her intently for a considerable time before abruptly turning and entering the vehicle. After fastening his seatbelt, Wen Man took her place beside him. Hua Xiaoting deliberately tossed a small square box onto the center console, then turned to her and suggested, let us stay at the hotel for the night. I fear you may find it difficult to rise from bed. Wen Wan turned her face away. He truly is quite a scoundrel. Hua Xiaoting observed her for a moment. Noticing her silence, he, too, felt a twinge of irritation as he drove to a five-star hotel. When he collected the room key, the receptionist sensed an unspoken tension in the air, her breath held in apprehension. Hua Xiaoting took the key and walked ahead with a brisk pace. Wen Man followed him, gradually stepping into the elevator. This marked her second visit to the hotel with him. The last time, he had been rather relentless, leaving her with lingering shadows of unease. Inside the elevator, an eerie silence enveloped them. Hua Xiaoting stood with his hands buried deep in his pockets, his expression devoid of emotion. Wen Man pondered to herself, what is the necessity of this? He clearly approached with a flirtatious demeanor, yet his appearance suggested he was in torment. Upon entering the room, Hua Xiaoting no longer exhibited the same urgency as before. He casually tossed the box onto the grand bed and discarded his coat at the foot of the bed. Teacher Wen, would you like to take a shower? Wen Man has always been pure and devoted to him, with no other men in her life. At this moment, his tone stung her, and despite everything, she felt a deep sense of injustice. The corners of her eyes and her nose were slightly reddened, yet she feigned composure. No need. How can there be no need? Hua Xiaoting suddenly moved closer, his long fingers gently caressing her cheek. You carry an unmistakable scent of ginger. It simply won't do to leave it unwashed. Chapter 132, Grateful for Lawyer Hua's affection. Wen Man was infuriated. She bit her lip and glared at him. Hua Xiaoting. What do you think you're doing? You reek of Qiaoan both inside and out. Should I cleanse you thoroughly and perhaps even extract your innards while I'm at it? Let us not disdain one another. She wrapped her arms around his neck, exhaling with an intoxicating allure, her fury palpable. Hua Xiaoting grasped her slender waist. Though he was upset with her and wished to keep his distance, he found himself unable to resist her presence. He lowered his head, caught in a tantalizing hesitation between a kiss and mere proximity. Teacher Wen, do you have such a heavy taste? Cleanse my insides? Why not? Start by washing the outside first, what do you say? With that, he swept her up in his arms and made his way towards the bathroom. Approximately 5 minutes passed. The bathroom was filled with the sounds of flirtation, breathy gasps and pleas laced with steam. This was Hua Xiaoting's first encounter with Wen Man after shedding the veneer of civility. Wen Man, quite open and accommodating, engaged with him, yet once it was over, he felt a sense of ennui. His body had long been yearning for release. But after their union, he found no desire for a second round. It was not that he lacked sensation, quite the contrary, it was exhilarating. However, it felt markedly different from before, or something was missing. Hua Xiaoting, clad in a bathrobe, leaned against the headboard. Wen Man emerged from the bathroom, discerning that he would not pursue her further this evening, and began to dress. Hua Xiaoting observed her in silence. With her brows gently lowered, she appeared meek and submissive. Yet he was aware that this was merely a facade. Deep down, her temper was quite formidable. Men, after all, tend to be somewhat concerned about such matters. He lit a cigarette and, with an air of indifference, inquired, "How much longer will this continue?" Wen Wan remained silent. Hua Xiaoting flicked the ash from his cigarette. "You are not seeking financing, I shall invest this sum for you. In the future, whether you wish to pursue a career or indulge in leisure, I can arrange for the housekeeper to come over and prepare dinner, allowing you to ease your burdens without disrupting our lives." His tone was quite gentle as he spoke. Wen Man momentarily lost her train of thought. However, she cherished him. Due to her affections, she could no longer remain his gilded cage-bird, otherwise she would hold herself in contempt. Perhaps Hua Xiaoting was oblivious to the fact that amidst all his promises and the various favors he bestowed upon her, he never uttered the words, "Wen Man, I love you. I wish to be with you sincerely." No. Their connection was solely based on physicality. Wen Man gently sniffed, a self-deprecating smile gracing her lips. "I am not that precious, having been sold once, can I truly be sold again?" Hua Xiaoting's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze upon her. Wen Man understood his thoughts, it was merely a matter of her disregarding his kindness, akin to refusing a toast and opting for a penalty drink instead. Indeed, such trivial emotions from a person of her stature would hardly warrant his attention. All she needed to do was obediently remain at home, awaiting his affection. "Wen Wan, do not act this way. She has endured the trials of love. And even though she is currently entangled with Hua Xiaoting, she firmly believes that one day she will encounter someone with whom she can cherish a mutual bond." Wen Man fastened the last button, calmly stating, "Lawyer Hua, I shall take my leave now." Hua Xiaoting gazed at her and inquired, "Is it because of Jiang Roe? Do you have feelings for him?" "No." Wen Man replied. Hua Xiaoting scrutinized her, his eyes filled with contemplation. After a prolonged silence, he said softly, "Perhaps you should stay until morning, it is raining outside." Wen Man's heart softened, and she turned her head. The tea-colored floor-to-ceiling windows were gently adorned with raindrops, which, unable to cling any longer, felt like tears shed by a lover. Wen Wan could not help but reminisce about that night. He had promised to attend her opening banquet, expressing a desire to meet her parents. She had been so elated that day. Yet, he never arrived, his phone switched off. While she worried for his safety, he was embracing an old flame in the rain. If Xiaowen were to kiss him, she believed he would not refuse. Indeed, he could not refuse. Wen Man's heart, which had just softened, hardened once more. Wen Man finished speaking, then opened the door and stepped outside. The rain was quite heavy, cold and damp. Wen Man gently enveloped herself in an embrace, hailing a taxi. As she settled into the vehicle, her reddened eyes finally brimmed with tears. No matter how resilient she was, she could not endure the current state of her relationship with Hua Xiaoting. She had once cherished him so dearly. Hua Xiaoting, on the other hand, had no intention of spending the night at the hotel. He leisurely donned his attire, but as he pulled up his trousers, he noticed a tiny pearl earring at the foot of the bed. He recalled how fiercely he had treated her. Wen Man was pressed against the foot of the bed, her chestnut hair cascading over the snow-white bedspread, a breathtaking sight. Hua Xiaoting gazed at her for a moment before picking up a lone earring and tucking it into his pocket. After checking out, he sat in his car, uncertain of his destination, when a call from Madame Hua interrupted his thoughts. "Xiaoting, Zhu Saw has made some fresh osmanthus syrup. You should bring Wen Man over to enjoy it." Hua Xiaoting gently caressed the steering wheel as he responded to his mother, "It's too late, Wen Man should be asleep." Madame Hua, with keen ears, immediately inquired, have you and Wen Wan stopped living together? Was shouting, ever proud, could not admit that his woman had left him. He lazily replied, no. She's too exhausted and may not get out of bed. Madam was face flushed with embarrassment. After a brief pause, she added, if I may suggest, while you are still young, you should consider starting a family. Having a child brings a sense of belonging. Only then did Madame Hua relent. The Hua household was brightly lit and bustling with guests. Upon entering, Hua Xiaoting discovered Gu Changqing, who was currently embracing his beloved sister. Hua Mingzhu, blushing, nudged him. How could my brother go to a hotel? He is known for his virtue. Gu Changqing smirked, is that so? However, Hua Xiaoting did not deny it. Sitting down across from them with an air of nonchalance, he remarked, I just came from the hotel. Hua Mingzhu was taken aback. Did my brother really go to a hotel? Does that mean he was with another woman? Hua Xiaoting retrieved a small pearl earring from his pocket and remarked. Things got a bit out of hand, when man lost an earring on the bed and didn't even notice. As he spoke, his gaze subtly shifted towards Gu Changqing, whose previously cheerful demeanor was now replaced by a look of concern. Chapter 133, This Nobleman Has Another. Hua Xiaoting observed Gu Changqing's discomfort, and a sense of satisfaction quelled his inner turmoil. Xu Sa served the osmanthus syrup, and Hua Xiaoting paused. After taking a sip, he stated, it's too late, she has already fallen asleep. Xu Sa nodded and exchanged a knowing glance with Madame Hua before departing. Gu Changqing, understanding the situation, smiled gently. Has my elder brother quarreled with Teacher Wen? Hua Xiaoting set down his bowl, adopting a brotherly tone, Changqing. It seems the recent turmoil at Gu's has kept you quite occupied. Gu Changqing's expression darkened. Hua Xiaoting, losing interest in his meal, rose to head upstairs. Brother! Hua Mingzhu couldn't help but call out. Brother, you seem to have a bias against Gu Changqing. Hua Xiaoting turned, his gaze cool as it settled on Gu Changqing. Is that so? I hadn't noticed. Perhaps he was aware of it himself. Gu Changqing's expression grew even more troubled as he narrowed his eyes at the fortunate man. Clearly unsettled by his experiences with Wen Wan. After all, surrounded by women who fawned over him, encountering a strong-willed woman like Wen Wan was understandably disconcerting. Gu Changqing recalled that day at the club when Hua Xiaoting appeared indifferent, as if merely playing a game. Ha! Hua Xiaoting had never anticipated that he would become genuinely invested. Gu Changqing chose not to confront the heartbroken man. As he left the Hua residence and settled into his car, he couldn't help but glance at the calendar. In 2 days, he would meet Wen Wan. He imagined her astonished expression upon seeing him, undoubtedly vibrant and even somewhat endearing. Gu Changqing gently caressed the steering wheel. As he stepped out of the car, he was caught in the rain. The night wore on, but she still had work to do. Sitting on the sofa with fatigue as she opened her laptop to finalize the day's financial reports. Work provided a distraction from her worries. Yet, as she lay in bed that night, the stillness enveloping her, her thoughts inevitably drifted back to Hua Xiaoting. Recalling his past kindness and the passionate encounter they had shared that evening. Wen Wan covered her face with a pillow, resolutely forbidding herself from thinking of him. For the next 2 days, she had no contact with Hua Xiaoting, yet she encountered news of him in the newspapers. He had triumphed in an international lawsuit, radiating confidence. Countless flashbulbs illuminated his figure, and even the gazes of female reporters were filled with admiration. However, as he stood there accepting interviews, his handsome face betrayed no emotion. The newspaper headline read provocatively, "The unbeaten king of the legal realm." Wen Wan held the cup of water, momentarily lost in thought. She gently caressed the photograph on the newspaper. She had never encountered such a stern version of Hua Xiaoting. While she had seen him displeased before, those instances were entirely mundane, revealing him as an unabashedly unrefined man. Yet, there he stood, clad in formal attire, in the courtroom, so alluring that her legs felt weak. Wen Wan recalled the words of Hua Xiaoting, who benefits from whom, it's still uncertain. As she gazed at the photograph, she found herself in agreement with him. She despised her own lack of ambition. What are you looking at? Sisterly leaned over for a glance and then chuckled meaningfully, it certainly seems intriguing. Wen Wan. Is he captivating in that regard? Sisterly had no plans for marriage and occasionally indulged in casual encounters, thus she felt quite liberated. Wen Wan, overwhelmed, pleaded for mercy. Sister Li was aware of her discontent with Hua Xiaoting but chose not to elaborate. Prepare yourself for the dinner with Mr. Su this evening. Mrs. Su will also be present, we must focus our attention on her. Winning her favor is essential for securing this investment. Wen Wan is remarkably discreet. Mr. Su, in his 30s, naturally prefers that the women who interact with his wife are not overly alluring. Thus, Wen Wan opted for professional attire, her chestnut hair elegantly styled up, exuding a sense of competence. She traveled alongside Sister Li in the same vehicle, knowing that they would inevitably indulge in some libations later, necessitating a designated driver. Upon arriving at the business club, they fortuitously encountered the Su family. Mr. Su exuded a gentle and laid-back demeanor, while Mrs. Su radiated warmth and kindness. Even their child was quite charming. Wen Man relaxed. At the banquet, Sister Li engaged in an animated discussion with General Manager Su about plans and the future, their conversation soaring to great heights. Wen Man took care of Mrs. Su and the children. Mrs. Su held a fondness for Wen Man and, after their conversation, decided to entrust her child to Wen Man for piano lessons. Once the contract was signed, Sister Li floated away with joy. She stood up to toast Mr. Su and his wife, expressing her gratitude. In my initial venture with Wen Man, I encountered a benefactor like Mr. Su. Sister Li downed her drink in one go. Mr. Su patted Sister Li on the shoulder and chuckled heartily. However, this benefactor referred to another individual. Both Sister Li and Wen Man were taken aback. Another person? Who could it be? Mrs. Su spoke softly. Our Mr. Su is also entrusted by someone. That person has long wished to collaborate with Teacher Wen but feared that she would decline. Wen Wan discerned the truth. Her expression slightly altered, yet in such a setting, she refrained from expressing her displeasure. At that moment, the door to the private room swung open. Gu Chongqing entered, clad in a classic black and white suit, exuding an air of elegance and charm. Gu Chongqing's gaze was profound. Wen Wan. Wen Man remained standing, holding a wine glass in her hand. Forcing a smile as she said, "Oh, it's you, General Gu." Sister Li feared that she might lose her composure. Wen Man gently grasped Sister Li's hand, assuring her not to worry. She then addressed Mr. Su and Mrs. Su, saying, "I need to discuss some private matters with Mr. Gu." Mr. Su, Mrs. Su. Please excuse me for a moment, Sister Li will attend to you. Mr. Su appeared somewhat awkward, as one often feels uneasy when harboring guilt. Wen Wan stepped outside first. Gu Chongqing smiled gently and followed her out. Wen Wan. He called her name, then added, "I mentioned that I only wish to make amends for you. Please, do not refuse my kindness." Gu Chongqing's tone was remarkably tender. Ever since he realized what he had lost, he began to regard Wen Wan differently. He yearned to offer her the very best, yet he remained uncertain whether she still desired it. Wen Wan halted her steps, exchanging glances with him in the corridor. She recognized that he might genuinely harbor feelings for her now and sought to win her over. However, it was too late. Such attempts at appeasement, after having shattered her heart, held no value for her. Wen Wan remains remarkably composed. Gu Chongqing, we have long since turned the page. Hua Mingju is beautiful and pure. You ought to cherish her well. Let us refrain from actions that could render us both uncomfortable. Gu Chongqing gently placed his hand into his pocket, a faint laugh escaping his lips. Wen Wan, do you still harbor the illusion that Hua Xiaoting could wed you? Wen Wan felt a sharp pang in her heart. She pressed her lips together. This has nothing to do with Hua Xiaoting. Nothing to do with him? Gu Chongqing stepped forward, closing the distance between them. Without a hint of emotion, he subtly maneuvered until she found herself ensnared between him and the wall, as if he were embracing her. Wen Wan leaned against his shoulder, pushing him. Gu Chongqing, have you lost your mind? Chapter 134, Hua Xiaoting, we trade one life for another. Gu Chongqing remained unmoved, his muscles as solid as stone. His gaze was even more perilous. I am not insane. He fixed his eyes on her, enunciating each word with conviction. I have awakened. Wen Wan, let us start anew. This time, I shall treat you well. Wen Wan was momentarily stunned. She turned her head away, as his lips brushed against her delicate cheek, leaving behind a trace of moisture. Wen Wan forcefully pushed him away, her breath in disarray as she glared at him, intent on making it clear that she neither desired his investment nor his compensation. There was no need for any connection between them. However, just as she was about to speak, her gaze froze. Not far away, Hu Xiaoting stood smoking, his profound eyes fixed upon them, as cold as if he were observing an irrelevant spectacle of romantic entanglement. Wen Wan's legs suddenly felt weak. She leaned against the wall, needing to brace herself to avoid sliding down. Gu Chongqing also noticed Hu Xiaoting. In a husky voice, he spoke, "Wen Wan, just say the word and I will annul our engagement. I will marry you and we shall have several children together." His proposal was enticing. Yet it was not what Wen Wan desired. The person she truly longed for gazed at her with an icy demeanor. She weakly turned her gaze toward Hu Xiaoting. Gu Chongqing felt a chill enveloping him. Perhaps until today, he harbored a glimmer of hope, but now he understood that he had irrevocably lost Wen Wan. A battlefield for three, a world for two. He, Gu Chongqing, was merely an outsider. In Wen Wan's eyes, there exists only Hu Xiaoting, while Gu Chongqing faces utter defeat. Gu Chongqing withdraws, and as he brushes past Hu Xiaoting, he hears the cold voice of that inherently superior man. "Gu Chongqing, I do not appreciate others touching what belongs to me." Gu Chongqing halts momentarily. Having dealt with Hu Xiaoting for quite some time, this marks the first occasion he witnesses the manifestation of possessiveness from him. Typically, Hu Xiaoting exhibits little interest in anything, especially women. Perhaps he has misjudged. Perhaps, on some future day, Hu Xiaoting may indeed be inclined to embrace marriage. For that person is Wen Wan. And it is for Wen Wan that he desires matrimony. When Man settled into Hu Xiaoting's car, she could distinctly detect the scent of alcohol emanating from him, surmising that this evening was likely a celebration of his achievements, unaware that it coincided with her own indiscretions. For both personal and professional reasons, Wen Man wished to avoid conflict with him. In a subdued tone, she remarked, "The music studio is seeking funding. He arranged for us to sign a preliminary contract, of which I was unaware of his involvement." Hu Xiaoting disregarded her words. He lit a cigarette, resting his hand on the car window as he smoked languidly. After finishing the cigarette, he turned to face her. "Why do you feel the need to explain? Are we not merely entangled in a physical relationship?" Wen Man's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she lowered her head in silence. Hu Xiaoting's temperament was notoriously unpredictable, a truth she had learned long ago. Thus, engaging him in conflict at this moment would yield no favorable outcome. Hu Xiaoting fixed his gaze upon her for an extended period before suddenly declaring, "I wish to visit you." Wen Wan was taken aback. She believed she comprehended his intentions. He wished to engage with her in her apartment. Such an action inevitably carried a sense of release, further underscoring his assertiveness. Wen Wan gently turned her head, gazing out of the car window. After a brief moment, she softly murmured in acknowledgement. Hu Xiaoting pressed the accelerator lightly, his irritation evident as the car sped along, swiftly arriving at the apartment building where Wen Wan resided. Wen Man led him inside, a sense of humiliation enveloping her. "What would you like to drink?" she inquired, only to have her body pressed against the sofa. Wen Wan's chestnut-colored hair cascaded over the light fabric, creating a striking visual impact. Moreover, the fact that this was her solitary abode served as a considerable provocation for Hu Xiaoting. He exhibited a lack of gentleness. After their initial encounter, Wen Wan yearned for a moment of respite, yet he remained insatiable. "Continue." Wen Man's eyes glistened with unshed tears, burdened by his desires. She was unaware of how much time had passed when her phone suddenly rang. Wen Man's hand was restrained, unable to free itself, yet the phone rang incessantly. Hu Xiaoting took a glance at it. It was Gu Chongqing calling. He pressed the speakerphone button and resumed his previous actions. "Wen Man! Wen Man!" Hu Xiaoting's deep gaze fixated on Wen Man as she bit her lip, her little nose flushed. He had utterly shattered her. The intimate sounds reached the other end of the line, leaving Gu Chongqing in a state of shock, as if his blood had frozen. Moments later, his phone shattered into countless pieces. In the dead of night, Wen Man sat motionless, enveloped in a blanket. Opposite her, Hua Xiaoting sat neatly attired, a cigarette resting beside him. I shall send you to England for further studies. I will fly over to accompany you once every half-month. I will invest in the music room and hire professionals to assist you in its management. Wen Wan slowly lifted her gaze. Under the dim light, her complexion appeared pallid, and the corners of her eyes were slightly tinged with red. She had grown weary from his relentless torment. Her body ached, yet it paled in comparison to the exhaustion of her heart. Receiving his affections bi-monthly, what else could she be but a mistress? In a soft voice, she inquired. Hua Xiaoting, do you consider me merely your kept woman? Everything revolved around your whims. Should you be displeased, you would simply send me abroad. Her probing questions, however, bore no influence on Hua Xiaoting's resolutions. Just like tonight, he forbade any further encounters akin to her meeting with Gu Changqing. He extinguished the cigarette butt. Whether it mattered or not was inconsequential. What held significance was that she must depart from B City. Wen Wan smiled. She had long since moved on from Gu Changqing. Their encounter had been merely coincidental. She had firmly rejected him, never offering any glimmer of hope. Not only had her love for him faded, but she also wished to see Hua Mingzhu happier. Yet, how did Hua Xiaoting treat her? He remained entangled with Xiaowen, while he could not accept her past. She had humbled herself before him, allowing him to toy with her feelings, only for him to dismiss her as a mere mistress. To hell with Hua Xiaoting. She no longer desired anything. Wen Man unfurled the blanket, indifferent to her disheveled appearance, and began to dress herself slowly. Once she had donned her clothes, she calmly declared, I will not leave. Of course, Hua Xiaoting had long anticipated this. He let out a cold laugh. Have you forgotten that your father's lawsuit has yet to be resolved? With that, he extracted a document from his pocket and tossed it to Wen Man. Wen Wan cast a glance at the document, her complexion turning pale. This was a receipt signed by her father himself, a piece of evidence that could lead him to irreversible ruin. Hua Xiaoting, with an impassive expression, remarked, This trivial item has consumed a considerable amount of my effort. Wen Wan, once it falls into the hands of judicial authorities, can you fathom the outcome? Will your father be able to live without consequence? Wen Man trembled with rage. She had never anticipated that Hua Xiaoting would resort to such threats against her. A faint smile escaped her lips. Upon raising her gaze, she clenched her teeth and declared, Hua Xiaoting, after sleeping by your side for so long, surely some feelings must have developed, right? Hua Xiaoting, as long as my father remains imprisoned, I will immediately turn to Gu Changqing. At that point, will your precious sister be able to survive unscathed? My father's life is invaluable, just as your sister's life is. As she spoke, her heart ached. Yet, she endured the pain and proclaimed, Hua Xiaoting, we shall exchange our lives. Chapter 135, Hua Xiaoting, I too am in pain. Wen Wan, after speaking, gently pressed her hand against her chest. It hurt, truly hurt. She had never anticipated that her relationship with Hua Xiaoting would culminate in such a manner. Hua Xiaoting fixed his gaze upon her, his eyes heavy with an intensity that seemed capable of extracting tears, at least. Wen Wan had never witnessed him in such a state. She even harbored a foreboding sense that he might strike her with a resounding slap in the next moment. Yet, he did not. Instead of lashing out, Hua Xiaoting, far from being enraged, broke into a laugh. I recall you once gifted a Mingzhu talisman for protection, now you seek her demise? Wen Man smiled. She gazed at Lawyer Hua, saying, if you could show some leniency, we would coexist peacefully. Hua Xiaoting swallowed hard, returning her smile. Wen Man, you are quite formidable. It's no wonder that Gu Changqing and Jiang Rui have both fallen for you. He gently grasped her delicate chin, leaning in with a tone laced with menace. I never would have guessed that Teacher Wen is so prickly all over. How I wish to pluck those thorns away. Wen Wan's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her nose tinged with red. She realized that Hua Xiaoting had yielded. Suddenly, her body relaxed. Yet the concealed pain became increasingly unbearable. All she was aware of was a throbbing ache in her abdomen, with no clear understanding of its source. Wen Man's complexion was pallid. She forced herself to speak, her voice dazed. No need to see me off, Lawyer Hua. It is over. Her relationship with Hua Xiaoting had truly come to an end. Hua Xiaoting rose with purpose, unmistakably sharing the sentiment. The coffee table bore the evidence of Wen Boyan's wrongdoing, which he had left for her. Over the years, he had acted with ruthless decisiveness, seldom displaying such hesitation. Yet, he yearned to inquire once more if she truly wished to depart from his side, if she truly rejected his plans for her. However, as he turned, he found Wen Man collapsed beside the coffee table, her delicate figure curled up, her small face devoid of color. Wen Man! Hua Xiaoting rushed over and bent down to lift her. What is wrong? I shall take you to the hospital. Wen Wan did not refuse. She was suffused with unbearable pain, a searing sensation in her lower abdomen that rendered her incapable of standing. Even lying down was a struggle. Deep down, she could vaguely surmise that it was related to the earlier encounter. Her body was unprepared, and Hua Xiaoting's demands had been too fervent. Hua Xiaoting. The agony was overwhelming. She leaned against his arm, momentarily forgetting their earlier quarrel, for only the warmth emanating from him could provide her with some solace, reminding her that beyond the pain, she was still vividly alive. After all, Hua Xiaoting was a man. He had a modicum of affection for Wen Wan, and it was impossible for him to disregard her in this moment of discord. He lifted her into the car and offered her a cup. It contained warm water. Just a sip would suffice. Wen Man grasped her cup, twisting it several times but to no avail. Hua Xiaoting simply took it from her, effortlessly unscrewing it before handing it back for her to drink. He did not dare to waste a moment, steering the car towards the nearest hospital, driven by urgency that left no time to seek out acquaintances. Wen Man took a sip of water, feeling slightly more at ease. Yet, discomfort lingered, accompanied by a persistent ache and a heavy sensation in her lower abdomen. She reclined against the chair's backrest, her complexion pale. Hua Xiaoting, thank you. Don't speak. I will call you when we reach the hospital. His voice was surprisingly gentle, a rarity for Hua Xiaoting, especially considering they had recently engaged in a fierce argument that nearly led to a complete rupture in their relationship. Wen Man's heart was tender. She believed that they had both acted irrationally in their moment of anger. She was confident that he would never truly confront her father. Just as she would never genuinely employ Gu Changqing to deal with Hua Mingzhu, it was merely a war of words. Wen Wan wished to converse with him, yet the pain was overwhelming. In her haze, she thought perhaps it would be best to wait until she felt better. Half an hour later, a Bentley Continental arrived at the hospital. Hua Xiaoting carried Wen Wan out of the car and quickly made his way toward the emergency room. Are you feeling any better? Wen Man nodded, then shook her head. Hua Xiaoting quickened his pace, and before long, they arrived at the emergency registration. The nurse inquired which department they needed to register for. Wen Man's lips were pale, a reflection of her discomfort. Hua Xiaoting's gaze dimmed slightly. Had he been too harsh with her tonight, resulting in her injury? He cast a glance at Wen Man, who promptly lowered her eyes, the atmosphere thick with an unspoken tension. Hua Xiaoting took her identification to register her and gently assisted her to a bench, where they found that only one patient awaited ahead. Wen Man felt quite unwell, leaning against the back of the chair, her small face pale as snow. Hua Xiaoting gently turned her head towards him. She gazed at him, her eyes glistening with a hint of tears. Perhaps her fragility softened his tone considerably. Rest your head on my shoulder, we will arrive shortly. Wen Man's slender throat felt somewhat constricted. She bit her lip, preparing to lean closer. Suddenly, a voice, cultured and gentle, resonated ahead. Xiaoting. Hua Xiaoting was taken aback, raising his eyes to behold Xiao Jingnian and Mrs. Qiao. Xiao Jingnian appeared considerably haggard, while Mrs. Qiao bore an anxious expression, her eyes slightly swollen as if she had been weeping for an extended period. Hua Xiaoting supported Wen Man, unable to rise but nodding slightly. Uncle Qiao, Aunt Qiao. Xiao Jingnian's gaze fell upon Wen Man. After a moment of hesitation, he inquired, is Miss Wen unwell? Naturally. Hua Xiaoting would not disclose the quarrels he had with Wen Man to others. He merely composed himself and replied, she is indeed feeling a bit unwell. Mrs. Qiao glanced at her husband. Understanding her unspoken plea, Xiao Jingnian, after a moment of deliberation, spoke with evident difficulty. Xiaoting, we truly did not wish to trouble you. We did not expect to encounter you here. Wen is in a rather poor emotional state. Could you perhaps offer her some comfort? No sooner had her husband finished speaking than Mrs. Chow broke down in tears. Xiao Ting. I realize this places you in a difficult position. However, Wen's fiancé wishes to sever their engagement, and she has ingested 10 sleeping pills. Xiao Ting. I implore you on behalf of both myself and Jing Yan, she is our only daughter. She turned to Wen Man, pleading, Miss Wen, I know you possess great understanding. Jing Yan has spoken highly of you. I trust you would not turn a blind eye to her plight, would you? Wen is truly in a dire condition. Wen Wan felt a sense of disorientation. Wen was swallowing her medication. She, Wen Wan, should have been more understanding. She sensed Xiaoting's hand clasping hers, tightening and then loosening, only to tighten again. He was struggling. He too yearned to see Wen. He was also troubled by the radiant figure in his heart. Indeed, while she, Wen Wan, was merely enduring a bit of pain, Wen was losing love, losing a marriage. Wen Man's heart was filled with desolation. She endeavored to coax a faint smile, directing her gaze towards Xiaoting. She refrained from playing the magnanimous role, allowing him to make his own decision. Their eyes met in silent understanding. Wen Wan felt as though she were suffocating. Enduring the agony, she gazed at him quietly and softly uttered, Xiaoting, I am in pain as well. Wen's affliction was a consequence of her own actions. Yet the torment in Wen Wan's body was undeniably inflicted by Xiaoting. How could he abandon her to attend to Wen? How could he be so heartless? Xiaoting furrowed his brow and replied, I will just take a look and return shortly, it won't take long. Wen Man was aware that he was blaming her for her lack of understanding. Even Mrs. Chow's tone was not as gentle as before. Miss Wen, Wen and Xiaoting are matters of the past, you need not concern yourself with them. They have been separated for several years and are now merely good friends. Chapter 136, Lying Alone on the Cold Operating Table. Wen Man gently closed her eyes, a wave of pain coursing through her abdomen. Amidst that pain, she vaguely heard a sound akin to something shattering. In retrospect, she mused, it must have been the sound of a sincere heart being cruelly shattered. She adjusted her posture, her eyes filled with confusion yet determination. She heard herself utter, Xiaoting, you may go. Xiao Jingyan and his wife expressed their profound gratitude, remarking on Miss Wen's understanding nature. As Xiaoting rose, he removed his coat and draped it over her. When the warmth of the coat enveloped Wen Man, she instinctively brushed it away, skin against skin, bone against bone. Xiaoting was taken aback. Wen Man softly uttered, I do not require it. His choice to accompany Wen and leave behind a piece of clothing, what significance does that hold? Wen Wan remained silent. At that moment, her name was called. As she rose, she did not glance at him, her pride forbade her from begging him once more. In this world, there are countless men. And perhaps 99.99% of them do not possess his remarkable qualities, yet what does it matter? All a woman desires is a man who places her above all else. No matter how exceptional he may be, if he is constantly preoccupied with others, what purpose does he serve? Wen Wan steadied herself, taking slow, deliberate steps toward the consultation room. Xiaoting stood there, his expression decidedly grim. Mrs. Chow gently urged, Xiaoting, let us hasten to check on Xiao, and Xiao Jingyan hesitated momentarily, yet ultimately led Xiaoting to the VIP ward. Inside the emergency room, the female gynecologist observed Wen Wan in evident distress and then glanced behind her, inquiring, where is your husband? Wen Man felt utterly embarrassed. She reclined on the examination table, her eyes glistening with moisture. He had no time. After uttering a few curses, he proceeded with the examination. The pain was excruciating. As the doctor pressed down a few times, Wen Man's body convulsed in agony. In her entire life, she had never experienced such torment. The middle-aged female doctor's gaze grew solemn. She cast a glance at Wen Man, gently lowered her clothing, and turned to the nurses outside, instructing them, prepare for surgery. The patient's condition is critical due to abdominal negative pressure caused by XX. Wen Wan's mind was a blank slate. The female doctor swiftly penned the surgical order while admonishing her, if we delay any further, it could pose a serious threat to your life. Although it was merely a minor procedure from which she would soon recover, the necessity for companionship remained. Do you have anyone you can reach out to? Wen Wan's fingers gently caressed her lower abdomen, a sharp pang of pain coursing through her. She gazed up at the ceiling and softly uttered, "Let me call my friend." The female doctor regarded her with a hint of pity, such a beautiful girl, yet it was unclear which man had toyed with her, leaving her in this state without any care. Wen Man, trembling, dialed a call to Bai Wei. Wen Wan signed herself and underwent this minor yet excruciatingly painful surgery. She bore the agony with great effort, clutching the white sheets of the hospital bed tightly. In her dazed state, she seemed to hear Hua Xiaoting whispering in her ear, "Are you comfortable?" Wen Wan. "I am quite comfortable." Wen Man turned her face away, tears cascading down unexpectedly. When Bai Wei arrived, Wen Man had just completed her surgery. Her complexion was as pale as parchment. Her body so weak that it could easily topple over, her legs barely able to support her. This pain, this humiliation. The love that Hua Xiaoting once bestowed upon her could not compare to even a fraction of it. Upon seeing her, Bai Wei burst into tears. Where was that scoundrel? Surely he wasn't meeting his old flame at such a moment. Wen Man chuckled softly. Bai Wei was indeed correct. Hua Xiaoting had indeed abandoned her to visit Xiaoan when Wan became indifferent. She and he parted ways here. From this moment on, she no longer harbored any hopes for him. His feelings for Xiaoan, whether love or hate, were of no concern to her. Bai Wei had prepared medication for her and assisted her in getting ready to leave. On the first floor of the hospital's outpatient department, there are always certain individuals who unexpectedly cross paths at specific moments. Wen Man unexpectedly encountered the Qiao family, along with Hua Xiaoting. Xiao Jingyan and his wife supported Xiaoan on either side, while Hua Xiaoting trailed behind, carrying a medical bag. His demeanor was relaxed, as though he were the son-in-law of the Qiao family. Xiaoan appeared joyful, her complexion radiant, her voice soft and delicate. "Xiaoting, you really didn't have to come see me. You left Miss Wan, and she might be upset." Wen Man could not hear what Hua Xiaoting replied. But the scene before her was truly nauseating, prompting her to softly suggest, "Bai Wei, let us leave." Leave? Where to? Bai Wei, known for her fiery temper, gently sat Wen Man down and then strode towards the family. Her voice was sharp and piercing. "Lawyer Hua, you seem quite busy. You left Wen Man in such a state, leaving her alone on the operating table, yet you have the leisure to visit an old flame." Hua Xiaoting. "I must say, today I have witnessed the depths of your character. A man like you is the worst. 10 Yaozians could not compare to you." Hua Xiaoting frowned, ignoring Bai Wei and turning his attention to Wen Man behind her. Wen Man leaned against the wall, her face as pale as parchment. Her lips bore not a hint of color, so fragile that a mere touch could send her toppling. Hua Xiaoting handed the bag to Qiao Jingyan and stepped forward to support Wen Man. Bai Wei's eyes were red-rimmed. Yet, Wen Man gently pushed him away. Refusing his proximity, she radiated an aura of rejection. Taking a deep breath, she declared, "Hua Xiaoting, it is over. From the moment you chose to see Qiaoan, our ties were irrevocably severed. In the future, should you continue to assist my father with his legal matters, I would be immensely grateful. However, if you are unwilling, I shall have no choice but to seek help from Gu Changqing. I believe he will surely find a way." Wen Wan uttered these words, nearly exhausting all her strength. Hua Xiaoting instinctively reached out to grasp her. "I was unaware of your impending surgery, otherwise, I would not have departed." Wen Wan did not refute. She stood there, contemplating for a considerable time before tilting her head and saying, "Hua Xiaoting, I once harbored feelings for you. Yet now, I find myself uncertain, for my affection towards you feels so humble for an ordinary girl like myself. Your rules and your privileges, I truly feel I am not worthy of them at all. Therefore, let us end this. Thus, let us not prolong this any further." Wen Man concluded her words and bestowed upon him a delicate smile, akin to the morning dew adorning a flower blooming upon the precipice of a cliff. It dripped onto Hua Xiaoting's heart, inflicting a poignant ache. Wen Wan turned around, supported by Bai Wei as they proceeded forward. Hua Xiaoting firmly grasped her arm. His voice taut with tension, "Wen Wan, let go. Hua Xiaoting, we no longer share a bond. From now on, I shall no longer harbor feelings for you. Please, you and Xiaoan may rest assured." Chapter 137, I wish you happiness, for all eternity. After Wen Wan finished speaking, she gently shook off Hua Xiaoting. Bai Wei, let us go. Bai Wei, filled with sorrow and indignation, furiously raised her middle finger at Hua Xiaoting and exclaimed, vile scoundrel. May you be forever childless. Wen Man lowered her gaze. Bai Wei, stop causing a scene. Lawyer Hua and I have parted ways amicably. Bai Wei understood in her heart that Wen Man was swallowing her pride and enduring such humiliation for the sake of Wen Boyan. Wen Wan is capable of enduring grievances. As is she. Yet, Hua Xiaoting once more seized Wen Wan's hand. This time, Wen Wan forcefully shook it off. Miss Wan, Xiao Jingnian stepped forward. Sincerely apologizing, Miss Wan, Xiaoan is young and inexperienced, and my wife and I have not given it due consideration. I extend my sincerest apologies and hope that, for my sake, you might grant Xiaoting an opportunity to explain himself. Wen Man offered a faint smile, despite the excruciating pain she felt at that moment. Yet, she still had to engage with these individuals and discern right from wrong. Who, besides Bai Wei, would truly empathize with her suffering? Wen Wan turned around and gazed intently at Xiao Jingyan. Mr. Qiao, you are not in the wrong. Xiaoan is your treasured jewel. Is there any fault in being slightly more lenient towards her in your actions with your wife? As for Miss Qiao, she is not at fault in pursuing her beloved. Wen Man took a deep breath, her gaze sweeping slowly across the faces of those present. With deliberate slowness, she spoke. I wish to extend my heartfelt congratulations to Attorney Huo and Miss Qiao on their impending happiness. May they find joy together for all eternity. Xiao Jingyan was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that the young woman before him possessed such a fierce spirit, which reminded him of Lu Xiaoman. Years ago, he and Xiaoman had quarreled over a misunderstanding, and she had similarly confronted him with tearful defiance. Xiaoman, where are you? He pondered. If you had borne a daughter, would she also endure the same injustices and sufferings as Miss Wan? Being a kind-hearted man. Xiao Jingyan's thoughts drifted to the flesh and blood he had never met, and he couldn't help but feel tears welling in his eyes. He longed to utter gentle words to comfort the girl before him. However, Wen Man had already turned to leave. Though she was in pain, she held her head high. It was already humiliating enough, she did not wish to become the subject of others' ridicule. Wen Wan paused momentarily. She spoke softly, I will forget him and start anew. Bai Wei was taken aback. Just then, Hua Xiaoting, who had caught up, happened to overhear Wen Wan's words. A fleeting expression of confusion crossed his mature and handsome face. Wen Man declared that she must forget him. But could she truly erase him from her memory? After severing ties with him, would she eventually regard him as a mere stranger, perhaps even calmly introducing him to her new boyfriend one day? Just as she would with Gu Chongqing? A myriad of images flashed through Hua Xiaoting's mind. He recalled their first encounter at the French restaurant. The sight of her playing the piano, a vision that stirred his heart profoundly. Moreover, he reminisced about the countless intimate moments they shared within the confines of their apartment. Every corner bearing witness to their affection. He always relished the moments when her emotions were in turmoil, whispering morning dew into her ear with a playful bite. Wen Wan is the first woman in the truest sense for him. He feels remorse. In matters of the heart, Hua Xiaoting seldom experiences regret. When he resolutely ended his relationship with Qiaoan all those years ago, he never once felt a twinge of regret, even after the passage of time. Perhaps there lingered a youthful affection, or perhaps a familial bond with Uncle Qiao. Nevertheless, he had never regretted his decision nor contemplated the possibility that had he spent more time with her, she might not have sought companionship elsewhere. Today, he has caused Wen Wan pain. His regret runs deep, he yearns to make amends, unwilling to part ways with her. Their story should not conclude in this manner. Wen Wan sat within the confines of the car, her demeanor remarkably composed. Hua Xiaoting, let us sever our ties decisively, she stated softly. Mr. Hua. I am not like you, I prefer to approach relationships without ambiguity, and I certainly abhor lingering connections. Hua Xiaoting furrowed his brow deeply, still wishing to elucidate his perspective. Wen Man suddenly reddened her eyes, gazing at him. Hua Xiaoting, I am in great pain. Now, can you let me go? He was taken aback for a moment. Wen Wan forcefully slammed the car door shut. With a loud bang, Hua Xiaoting's finger was caught, instantly bruising it. Hua Xiaoting instinctively took a step back, while Bai Wei cursed bitch before driving away. Through a pane of glass, Hua Xiaoting observed Wen Wan in tears. Uncertain whether it was from pain or perhaps because of him. Xiaoan approached, shouting, "Your hand." She continued. "Miss Wen truly should not treat you this way. Xiaoting, let me accompany you to the doctor." Listening to Xiaoan's sympathetic words, Hua Xiaoting felt an overwhelming irritation. He forcefully pushed Xiaoan away, exclaiming, "Get lost." Xiaoan was momentarily stunned. Slowly, she lifted her gaze to meet the man before her, whose expression was more somber than she had ever witnessed, resembling a man betrayed by his spouse. No, it was even more terrifying than that. Xiaoan's heart trembled. Could it be that Hua Xiaoting had genuinely fallen for Wen Wan? Without a word, Hua Xiaoting entered his car. The vehicle sped away swiftly, almost arriving at Wen Wan's building at the same moment as Bai Wei. Wen Wan alighted from the vehicle, casting not a glance in his direction, to her. Hua Xiaoting was nothing more than a mere passerby. A pang of anxiety gripped his heart. "Wen Wan!" Bai Wei supported Wen Wan as she hurled 2 documents at him. "This is Wen Wan's diagnosis and the surgical consent form. You ought to examine them closely. Where were you when Wen Wan was in excruciating pain? You wretched man! You are utterly unworthy of Wen Wan, and even less deserving of the affection she bestowed upon you. You should be shackled to someone like Xiaoan, a mere plaything, and prevented from inflicting harm on others." After venting her frustrations, Bai Wei assisted Wen Wan upstairs. Shortly thereafter, the lights in the apartment illuminated. Hua Xiaoting leaned against the golden Bentley, scrutinizing Wen Wan's diagnosis and surgical documents under the moonlight. The dense text nearly suffocated him. It was he who had caused Wen Wan's injury. It was he who had abandoned her alone in the operating room. Hua Xiaoting recalled their first intimate encounter, where her tears soaked the sheets, leaving a dampened patch. Wen Man was exceedingly sensitive to pain. Hua Xiaoting did not enter the car. Instead, he leaned against the door, slowly indulging in a cigarette. This stop felt like half a night. At dawn, Bai Wei ventured out to procure breakfast and, upon passing the golden Bentley, did not hesitate to spit in disdain. What a wretch! Hua Xiaoting paid her no mind. Once Bai Wei departed, he promptly opened the car door, alighted, and approached Wen Man's apartment, pressing the doorbell. To his surprise, it was Hua Xiaoting who answered. He held several health supplements in one hand and 2 breakfast boxes in the other, the brand of which was her favorite. Wen Man did not permit him to enter. Her tone was exceedingly indifferent. "Hua Xiaoting, I am merely unwell. It is not a miscarriage, so there is no need for such concern. Moreover, my heart is already shattered. Engaging in such actions is rather superfluous." Chapter 138, Hua Xiaoting, could you please have some dignity? Wen Man appeared ghostly pale. Hua Xiaoting reached out, intending to touch her face. Wen Man instinctively took a step back. In the end, he lowered his hand. After all, it was a significant depletion of vitality. "Allow me to take care of you." Wen Man quietly listened. With an expressionless face, she gazed at him and said, "Lawyer Hua, must I speak plainly? I am aware that you harbor some affection for me, yet this affection is exceedingly fragile. Whenever something befalls Xiaoan, you unhesitatingly rush to her side. Regardless of my feelings, whether I am heartbroken or distressed, or even lying on the operating table." As Wen Man spoke, a sharp pain pierced her heart. Yet, she managed to conjure a smile. "Lawyer Hua, a person like you is beyond my reach." Hua Xiaoting stepped further inside, evoking memories of their past affection. Wen Man stood in a daze. Within the warmth of his tender gestures, she felt an overwhelming stiffness, her heart aching to the point of numbness. She was uncertain where she found the strength, but she forcefully pushed him away. "Hua Xiaoting, have some dignity, will you? If you seek a woman for a night of passion, with your looks and condition, you could easily find one with your eyes closed. There is no need to entangle me like this." Hua Xiaoting's eyes darkened. "Do you truly believe that my only desire is to be with you in bed?" Wen Wan trembled her lips and taunted, "What else could it be? Marriage?" Hua Xiaoting's breath grew fervent. He clenched his fists, and after a prolonged silence in this confrontation, he wearily declared, "Wen Wan, I have no intention of marrying. It is not that I am toying with you, rather, marriage simply does not feature in my life as blueprint." Wen Man cast her gaze downward. She smiled gently, rest assured, I have no intention of intruding into your life. Upon finishing her words, she made to close the door. However, Wen Wan stopped her. With a slight furrow of his brow, he declared, in my heart, you are more important than Wen. Wen Wan raised her gaze and fixed her eyes upon him, her expression a blend of astonishment and indignation. It was as though she had just heard the most absurd joke of the century, and she softly reiterated, am I more important than Joanne? Wen Wan's demeanor grew somewhat grave. Wen Wan's smile faded further. I recall that you are handling an economic dispute for Wen Wan. You claim that I hold greater significance, therefore, as this more important person, I beseech you to relinquish your collaboration with her. She laughed mockingly, can you truly achieve that? Wen Wan furrowed his brow. He has always maintained a clear distinction between personal and professional matters. He would never permit a woman to undermine him or interfere in his work. He gazed at her and asked, could we perhaps negotiate a different request? Wen Wan bent down to pick up the supplements he had brought and tossed them out the door. There is one more request, leave. Wen Wan. Never show your face before me again, we are done. Wen Wan closed the door. She leaned against the door panel. As if she could still detect the lingering scent of tobacco on Wen Wan. Once, she relished the moments spent nestled in his embrace. She adored resting her head against his neck, feeling his breath through the delicate barrier of skin, the aroma of tobacco mingling with the fragrance of aftershave, which captivated her profoundly. Yet now, all she desired was to distance herself. Wen Wan regained her composure. She said, do not offend him on my behalf. Yao Zian has ongoing business dealings with the Hua family. By Wei feigned strength, yet in truth, her heart ached profoundly. Wen Wan gradually opened the lunchbox, softly assuring, rest assured, I shall recover in due time. Although this journey may entail some pain, it will eventually pass. Due to Gu Changqing's influence, she could not accept the funds from President Su, and she offered her apologies to Sister Li. Sister Li, with a broad-minded perspective, patted Wen Wan on the shoulder, saying, the earth is round, if this opportunity does not work out, another will surely arise. This evening, I have arranged a dinner with several venture capitalists. Wen Wan, you must join us. Wen Wan felt immense gratitude towards Sister Li for her generosity. After exchanging a few brief words, Sister Li personally called Mrs. Su, Mrs. Su. I regret to inform you that I can no longer collaborate with Mr. Su. However, if Jia is willing to learn from me, I shall certainly teach her with utmost dedication. Mrs. Su had already learned the details from her husband, including matters concerning Gu Changqing and Wen Wan. She was profoundly impressed by the capabilities of this teacher one, who, contrary to her initial assumptions of being difficult to interact with, remained courteous and independent in this situation. Instantly, Mrs. Su developed a favorable impression of her. She contemplated, Teacher Wen appears quite reliable, and while she is indeed supported by Mr. Su, she must also possess her own investments. However, Mrs. Su was also a shrewd individual, she needed to consider Wen Wan's stance. Should lawyer Wen decide to invest? She would not dare to encroach upon that opportunity. It was 8 o'clock in the evening. Wen Wan accompanied Sister Li to a dinner gathering. Although she had just recovered from an illness and was not particularly adept at consuming alcohol, she felt it would be inappropriate to let Sister Li bear the burden of drinking alone. Wen Wan, with a gentle smile, took a hearty sip of half a glass of red wine. The rich, fragrant liquid settled in her stomach, causing a twinge of discomfort, yet she maintained her subtle smile. Indeed, Teacher Wen is quite the drinker. Teacher Wen is delightfully forthright. Pour another glass for Teacher Wen. Within the opulent private room, illuminated by the crystalline chandelier, the ambience was splendid. Wen Wan had consumed nearly a bottle of red wine. An unnatural pallor adorned her face, which did not escape Sister Li's notice. She discreetly suggested, why don't you go to the restroom? I'll find a reason for you to leave first. Wen Wan shook her head, suggesting, let us walk together. Sister Li sighed softly, fully aware of the affair between Wen Wan and Wen Wan. She understood that as long as Wen Wan was willing, she could have whatever she desired. Yet, Wen Wan refused to be a second mistress. Sister Li felt a mix of regret and admiration. Being a master of social gatherings, she could effortlessly elevate the atmosphere with just a few words, let us allow our teacher Wen a moment of respite. I shall drink this glass with General Manager Lin. The aforementioned General Manager Lin was indeed the owner of a prestigious 6-star hotel. He had encountered Wen Wan before and was cognizant of her relationship with Hu Xiaoting. When Man hurried to the restroom, her stomach in turmoil yet unable to expel its contents. She turned on the cold water and splashed her face vigorously several times, finding some relief. Nevertheless, the intoxication lingered. As she beheld a tall figure materializing in the restroom, she was unable to discern whether it was reality or a figment of her dreams, her gaze fixed intently upon it, a faint blush creeping into the corners of her eyes. Hu Xiaoting approached her calmly, washing his hands with an air of composure. Wen Wan remained silent, leaning against the cold porcelain wall, her fragile gaze fixed upon him. Hu Xiaoting washed his hands slowly, and after a prolonged silence between them, Wen Wan finally ascertained that he was indeed alive, and they had fortuitously met. Without uttering a word, she turned to leave. Hu Xiaoting gently called out to her from behind, Wen Wan, is this the life you desire? Chapter 139, Wen Wan, I miss you quite a lot. Wen Wanton paused in her steps, casting her gaze downward with a faint smile. Hu Xiaoting, we are merely individuals from disparate worlds. How I choose to live my life and the manner in which I exist bears no relevance to you whatsoever. If he believed she harbored regrets, he was sorely mistaken. Others began to urge her to drink, but Sisterly insisted on taking her place. The individual in question held a certain status and, understandably, felt a sense of restraint. Director Li, in the realm of business, how can one avoid drinking? At the table, distinctions of gender dissolve, and besides, Teacher Wen may appear delicate. Yet she had just demonstrated a strength that rivals any man. He presented a glass of red wine to Wen Wan. If Teacher Wen partakes in this drink, I shall thoroughly contemplate this investment. Sisterly attempted to interject, but her hand was gently restrained by Wen Wan. Wen Man smiled lightly, thank you, Mr. Zhao, for your kindness. I certainly wish to honor your presence. As she lifted her glass, just about to take a sip, Hu Xiaoting slightly curled his lips. I wonder if I am worthy of such regard. The private room fell into an eerie silence. No one anticipated Hu Xiaoting's arrival, nor his audacious confrontation with Mr. Zhao. The tension was palpable, akin to a dramatic play unfolding for the sake of a beloved. Mr. Lin, cigarette in hand, wore a knowing smile. Xiaoting, perhaps you should ease up. Hu Xiaoting turned slightly, gently draping his arm over Wen Man's shoulder, oblivious to her rigidness and reluctance. He offered a faint smile. I came to fetch Teacher Wen and saw her in the restroom, feeling unwell. It truly distressed me. With that, he set his glass down. Mr. Zhao, what do you suggest we do? Mr. Zhao, typically so boisterous, now found himself at a loss for words, while those around them remained silent, reluctant to intervene. Hu Xiaoting's mood darkened. Who would dare provoke his ire? A prolonged silence ensued. Wen Man gently lifted the glass of wine and gulped it down in one go. After finishing, she offered a subtle smile to Mr. Zhao, saying, Mr. Zhao, let us be friends. Mr. Zhao was taken aback for a moment, and soon his eyes glistened with emotion, despite his earlier missteps that had offended Hu Xiaoting. He found unexpected solace in the presence of this young lady. He promptly rose to pour himself a glass of red wine and consumed 3 cups in quick succession. Then, addressing Sisterly, he declared, Teacher Wen is a treasure. I shall commit to this investment. Sisterly felt a surge of joy, yet her concern for Wen Man lingered. Wen Man evidently showed no regard for Hu Xiaoting's presence. As General Zhao consumed 3 glasses, she too followed suit, drinking 3 glasses in turn. As she became intoxicatingly inebriated, a hazy thought crossed her mind. Perhaps she preferred to remain oblivious to the reality of Hu Xiaoting. Shielding her eyes, she sat in the car, her heart aching painfully. What was this all about? Why did he still persist in appearing before her? In her state of confusion, she sensed that someone had taken the place beside her. It was Hu Xiaoting. Tilting her head, she softly inquired, Sisterly, how did you bring me into your car? Hu Xiaoting, could you refrain from manifesting in front of me? The mere sight of you brings me discomfort. With the courage bestowed by intoxication, Wen Wan revealed her innermost feelings. The moment I beheld your tender visage, I was reminded of the repulsive sight of you entwined with Xiaowen. It truly disgusts me. She gently closed her eyes, feeling powerless to escape, and indeed, there was no escape. Hua Xiaoting gazed at her pale face, feeling a pang of sympathy. Yet he restrained himself. She disregarded his feelings and chose to drink with Jiu. He swallowed his emotions yet again. Hua Xiaoting tucked a strand of hair away from her forehead and murmured, "Wen Wan, I have done nothing with her. Grant me another chance. Were we not joyful together before?" Wen Man covered her eyes and laughed. Her laughter sent delightful ripples through her body, her curves enticingly undulating. After a considerable time, she lowered her hand, her gaze hazy. Was she joyful? Indeed, she was quite elated. She leaned closer, her slender fingers delicately unfastening a button of his shirt. Her movements languid and mesmerizing, her eyes exuding a captivating allure. At least, Hua Xiaoting certainly felt it, as his Adam's apple bobbed up and down. It was undeniably seductive. Wen Wan's fingers glided over that alluring Adam's apple, moving delicately as she slightly parted her crimson lips, her voice a soft whisper. "Hua Xiaoting, do you still expect me to disrobe and engage with you? Are you the one paying me, or shall I pay you?" We agreed that neither of us would take advantage of the other. Hua Xiaoting's previously passionate countenance suddenly turned cold. He seized her hand. "That's enough." "Enough? How can it be enough?" Wen Wan's words were infuriating. "Hua Xiaoting, did you seek me out merely for this matter? Shall I accompany you in the car, Hua Xiaoting buttoned his shirt with precision, his gaze fixed ahead. "Wen Wan, you are intoxicated." Wen Wan reclined against the leather chair, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Even inebriated, she could discern his anger. "Ha! Hua Xiaoting." Though reluctant to engage with her, could not help but turn slightly, addressing Wen Wan. "You have toyed with me for so long. And just moments ago you intentionally undermined my dignity. I refuse to believe you are unaware of it, you merely rely on my fondness for you. Let someone else attempt the same, let us see if they can still prance before Hua Xiaoting." Wen Man languidly spoke, "Thank you, Lawyer Hua, for your admiration. Are you implying that I should offer myself to you?" Upon finishing her words, she closed her eyes. Clearly, she was teasing him. Even if Hua Xiaoting genuinely desired her, he was reluctant to engage in anything at that moment, yet, he found himself missing her. The prickling sensation throughout his body felt oddly comforting. He leaned closer to her ear and whispered, "Wen Man, I miss you."